Chapter 1. Grandfather on the Wall. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains of a second-floor bedroom in the Nyster Manor located in the outskirts of London, casting a warm glow upon the broad and comfortable bed. At tea this hour, the master of the manor still lingered in the embrace of slumber, naturally enjoying the privilege of indulging in sleep. However, the alarm clock perched upon the bedside table seemed oblivious to its owner's need for rest, and, as the second hand reached the 12, it erupted into a cacophony of ringing. Unfortunately, the young boy, still in the throes of growing, remained blissfully unaware, and as the ringing began to fade, the clock leapt from the table, crashing heavily onto the pillow. A wail resonated through the second floor. Cormy was jolted awake by the clock striking his forehead. As he entered the dining room, his forehead still flushed, a breakfast of bread, eggs, and soy milk awaited him on the long dining table, accompanied by a newspaper carefully placed by Mr. Frank, the butler. He savored his breakfast. He casually picked up the newspaper. Emergency. Flight 5390 has crashed. He read, scanning the headline before discarding it aside. Beneath the paper lay an envelope, causing Comey's heart to flutter involuntarily. He had penned 6 letters to Hogwarts and had yet to receive a reply to T.O. Cormy Nyst, Nyster Manor, London suburbs. With utmost care, Cormy broke the wax seal and withdrew the parchment within. It read, Dear Mr. Cormy Nyst, thank you for your letter. I apologize for the delay in responding to your previous correspondence. Regarding your unique situation, I would like to discuss it in person. I shall visit Nyster Manor this Friday at 7 p.m. Please ensure you are home at that time. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts. I knew it would work. Look, soon, I shall be enrolled at Hogwarts, he exclaimed, heading towards the study on the second floor. Mr. Frank, the butler, shook his head at the remnants of breakfast scattered across the table. Children are far too easily fixated on a single matter. No student at a magical school ever writes letters to recommend themselves for admission. The entire Nyster Manor was shrouded in secrets, the footsteps echoing in the corridors at night, the dishes that cleaned themselves in the kitchen, and the toys that he had seemingly tossed about, yet always found neatly arranged. The study was a wondrous room. Had it not been for Commy's discovery and subsequent opening of it, Mr. Frank would have remained oblivious to its whereabouts. The door was accessible only to the master and those permitted at the age of 9. While wandering the house, Cormy caught a glimpse of a large door shimmering with a white light. He had never noticed it before. Driven by curiosity, he merely touched the glowing symbol, and the door swung open of its own accord. Compelled by intrigue, he stepped into the room, a quaint study, with a writing desk directly opposite the door. The walls were adorned with a massive oil painting, while 2/3 of the space was consumed by towering bookshelves, some books even fluttering their pages in midair. After a few tentative moments of silence, the young yet audacious Cormy ventured further into this mysterious chamber, marveling at its astonishing neatness, devoid of the scent of time and dust. As he attempted to grasp the airborne books, his gaze fell upon the grand oil painting, framed in metal, depicting the very study he stood within, yet devoid of any figures, merely an empty canvas. Oh, thank the heavens, you opened that door. I thought I would have to wait years or decades more. A voice resonated from the painting, and an elderly gentleman clad in ornate robes materialized before Cormy. This peculiar old man, who introduced himself as the Dark Wizard Hunter, Lord of the Forbidden Forest, Friend of Animals, Cabbage Striker, and Time Traveler, was none other than Comy's grandfather Nyster's portrait. According to him, since the passing of his parents, this room had remained unopened for years. The old man excitedly declared that this study would be bequeathed to Cormy, contingent upon his admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and his successful completion of the trials. From that moment onward, Cormy confidently began to write letters to the headmaster of the magical school, eager to join its ranks, especially since many other schools had expressed their willingness to welcome him. Since the study had been revealed, it had commenced Comy's magical education, covering topics from the formation and history of the magical realm to his own solitary suppression of a goblin rebellion. However, Cormy found his grandfather's tales somewhat kitsch, as they depicted a non-graduate student relentlessly pursuing dark wizards and goblins. The absurdity of the narrative led Cormy to dismiss it as mere boastful self-aggrandizement. After immersing himself in the lore of the magical world, Cormy discovered that, apart from himself and Mr. Frank, there existed magical creatures known as house elves within his home. These beings possessed the remarkable ability of teleportation, and the occasional pop sound was a manifestation of their powers, which once led young Cormy to believe the house was haunted, prompting him to suggest to Mr. Frank that they summon a priest to exorcise the spirits and notion that left Frank bemused. Many peculiar occurrences within the house were thus elucidated, and Mr. Frank, who identified himself as a squib, a term used by grandfather to describe those who could not wield magic, preferred the term awakened. Squib carries a certain pejorative connotation. The magical realm is an enchanting yet ancient world, replete with wondrous spells and diverse races, yet predominantly upholds a hierarchy of wizard supremacy. Wizards naturally enjoy the advantages of magic, followed by squibs and other magical beings, with ordinary humans, referred to as muggles, occupying the lowest tier, alongside various races subjugated by wizards, among which house elves are the most renowned. House elves are the private property of wizards and are monitored and managed by the Ministry of Magic. Owners possess the unilateral right to deal with them, merely required to report to the ministry afterward. Most of the house elves in Nyst Manor were rescued by Ed from the clutches of other dark wizards, and they have since resided in the manor, willingly taking on various tasks. Within the family, Ed once contemplated providing them with wages, but the house elves declined. Instead, Ed promised to shelter them and their descendants under the Nyst name, ensuring that the family would not impose forced labor or command them to undertake tasks they were unwilling to perform to avoid unnecessary complications. They were kept from appearing before ordinary humans, as they had never been registered with the Ministry of Magic. After all, most of their former masters were dark wizards. In grandfather's words. Just because I wandered into the Forbidden Forest and stumbled upon a nest of magical creatures, I was beaten up by that fifth-year student. Why are you still after me and not him? Chapter 2, Dumbledore. As the clock ticked steadily towards 7, Cormy languidly flipped through a travelogue of wizards, awaiting the arrival of guests. The open volumes of the Unilanguage Dictionary and Latin Grammar Manual on his desk had begun to throb painfully at his temples. Ever since he embarked on the study of magic, these obscure texts had transformed into his daily nightmare. Why does magic appear so straightforward, yet prove so arduous to master? Cormy murmured, his fingers tracing the distorted symbols upon the parchment. Suddenly, a burst of green flames erupted from the fireplace, interrupting his thoughts. A tall figure, draped in a purple robe adorned with silver stars and crowned with a nightcap, stepped elegantly from the flames. The old man's white beard swayed gently with his movements, and the eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles sparkled with wisdom, illuminated by the fire's glow. Cormy immediately straightened in his chair. Having seen this iconic attire on a chocolate frog card, he instantly recognized the visitor. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age and headmaster of Hogwarts. Perhaps due to his recent emergence from the fireplace, the elderly man radiated a warm, white light reminiscent of glowing embers. Ed, it has been too long. Dumbledore's voice flowed like honey, rich and warm. He first nodded in acknowledgement to the portraits on the wall, then turned his gaze toward the boy seated behind the desk. It seems I have not arrived too late. Dumbledore, it fills me with joy to see you in such robust health. Cormy exclaimed. Dumbledore, aside from the portraits, I scarcely know anyone anymore. Though in your perception, I am merely a likeness. To me, I remain myself, which grants me a sense of continued existence. Evidently, even headmasters possess endearing flaws, their words often laced with subtle poison. Observing Dumbledore's bemused expression, the portrait ceased its incessant chatter. Very well, the illustrious headmaster Dumbledore. I presume the reason for your visit is seated at that desk. Cormy gestured towards his grandson, Cormy Nyst. Their gazes met the small figure perched behind the desk. Characterized by the family's inherited black hair and striking blue eyes, remarkably rare even within the magical realm. It was undeniable that even Dumbledore, upon entering the room, was quickly drawn to those unique eyes, which seemed to emanate a certain magical resonance. Good evening, it is a pleasure to meet you, young Cormy. I'm Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore stated with a smile, approaching the desk. He rummaged through his robes and produced a jar filled with an assortment of candies, 1/3 of which contained various colorful confections, even a few black cockroaches scuttling within. Cormy's eyes widened as Dumbledore selected several yellow candies from the jar and offered them to him. Lemon drops. The sweet and tangy flavor is sure to be to your liking. The sourness aids in sharpening one's focus. I rely on them every evening to invigorate my spirits. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore, Cormy replied, cautiously accepting the candies, as an explosion of sweet and sour enveloped his tongue. The lemon flavor melded with the sweetness, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his taste buds, instantly refreshing his senses. The taste is indeed delightful. Receiving Comey's affirmation, Dumbledore observed the boy's expressions with keen interest, noting a shared taste between them. He gestured towards the cockroaches stirring within the candy jar, suggesting, "You might consider trying these. They're delightful peanut chocolates, encased in a crisp, sugary shell with a creamy peanut butter center." Ahem, Headmaster Dumbledore, please refrain from contaminating the young wizard's mind. Not everyone possesses your fondness for candy that scuttles about. the portrait of Ed interjected, unable to endure the peculiar candy suggestion, which only a handful would dare to sample, lest one inadvertently find a cockroach within. Have you come here today to confirm Comey's situation? I hardly believe a mere application from a young wizard would warrant a headmaster's presence outside his office. The portrait scrutinized Dumbledore, as if guarding against his continued promotion of the mobile nougat. Dumbledore, lifting his gaze to the portrait of Ed, responded, I empathize with every young wizard eager to enroll. And I have indeed sensed a magical resonance within Comey. If you insist on my checking the register of admittance for his name, I can assure you, it does appear there, and prominently so, inscribed in ancient runes. Upon the headmaster Fitzgerald's suggestion, I perused the enrollment records from 1890, Dumbledore remarked, winking through the upper half of his spectacles at the portrait, as if sharing a secret. Indeed, the portrait of Ed straightened, then the contract remains valid. Comey looked at his grandfather in confusion. What contract? Your enrollment application is typically issued by the Ministry of Magic. It now seems it may only have been sent by Hogwarts. Dumbledore leisurely extracted his wand from his robe, with a flourish conjuring an armchair embroidered with a golden phoenix, which appeared out of thin air as he settled into it. The hem of his robe shimmered with an iridescent sheen reminiscent of mother of pearl. Little Comey has awakened to magic. I presume he is now aware of the existence of the magical world, correct? Dumbledore queried, winking at Comey as he sat down. Comey nodded earnestly. Child, may I see your arm? Dumbledore inquired softly, his curiosity piqued by the secret. By Merlin's beard, Dumbledore exclaimed in rare surprise. The lights were pulsating rhythmically, as if echoing some ancient cadence. The magical tomes in the study suddenly flipped open on their own, parchment fluttering about. The air itself seemed to stir. Magic was converging and being absorbed. It appeared Hogwarts was on the brink of welcoming an exceptional young wizard. Dumbledore smiled and winked at Comey, proclaiming, Hogwarts' choice of you is undoubtedly the right one. While I have no objections to other schools sending you admission letters, Hogwarts is the closest and the finest. We possess an entire ancient castle, along with countless secrets awaiting your exploration. Dumbledore added, Of course, Comey shall attend Hogwarts, just as I did in my youth. If I recall correctly, Ed, you enrolled in the 5th grade, and during your time at school, you rarely attended classes. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at the portrait, wondering if you wish for me to grant little Comey the same privilege. As the headmaster, you possess that authority. It shrugged. Indeed, I did begin my studies at Hogwarts in the 5th grade. This is a long-standing secret magical contract involving the headmaster and the Ministry of Magic. This contract is only activated and enforced under necessary circumstances. I was the fortunate one chosen that year, and the ministry even dispatched an Auror to escort me to school alongside a professor. It seems to be a lengthy tale. Dumbledore settled into his armchair, requesting a cup of sweetened tea. Chapter 3, Ancient Magic. Ed recounted in a low voice how, in a desperate quest for a powerful magical force, the goblins had madly seized control of a dragon and killed the wizards sent by the ministry. Ancient magic, a form of sorcery that predates Merlin, is fundamentally different from the magic that every contemporary wizard can learn. It is an exceptionally dangerous and volatile power, accessible only to a select few who can awaken or master it. I happen to be among the rare individuals capable of wielding such power, and I possess a panel as well. The room fell into an eerie silence as Dumbledore and Comey exchanged puzzled glances at the portrait. Noticing their lack of response, Ed cleared his throat and continued. When Comey awakened, I sensed he was extraordinary. Generally, the awakening of ancient magic occurs later than that of ordinary wizards. However, an early awakening can lead to an inability to control and utilize it. As you just witnessed, his body is actively absorbing magical energy to compensate for this deficiency. Dumbledore nodded, his curiosity piqued by Ed's earlier mention that ancient magic could be mastered through study. So, you intend for Comey to enter Hogwarts? Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon the portrait. Indeed, Hogwarts is the original site for the execution of this contract. It is meant to safeguard every student who enrolls. Or so I hope. Ed suddenly recalled something. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore unconsciously lowered his eyes. There had indeed been incidents at Hogwarts, and not just once. But I find myself with no better options, do I? If I were still alive, Ed raised an eyebrow, but refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts. The magical world ahead is far from tranquil. When I traversed here, the goblin rebels were colluding with dark wizards to seize ancient magic, followed by Grindelwald, and then Voldemort. Alas, I left too soon and too hastily. However, the thought of my grandson awakening ancient magic brings me some solace, even if Voldemort were to return. He had previously suffered considerable losses at my hands. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly, and he raised his cup of sweetened tea to mask his reaction. How I fondly remember those days of wandering the Forbidden Forest, searching for treasure chests. Ed spread his hands. Certainly, Dumbledore. If you could assist my grandson in passing the trials, he too could gain access to ancient magic. With your abilities, mastering its application would not be an arduous task. Ed whispered like a demon, luring Dumbledore into a web of temptation. You are aware that remnants of the past linger in the shadows, and I trust you have sensed it too. Surely, you do not wish for Hogwarts to fall under the dominion of the most powerful white wizard, do you? Indeed, there is much to learn. One cannot perceive ancient magic without first encountering it, much like a muggle remains oblivious to the exile curse. It favors those who are innately awakened, yet its peculiar nature lies in the fact that, once encountered, it can be learned, and each individual will wield it uniquely. I can certainly assist Cormy, as the magic you speak of is intrinsically linked to Hogwarts, and it is my responsibility as a headmaster to undertake this duty, Dumbledore nodded, understanding the emotional and logical necessity of this knowledge. Delighted to hear your agreement, Dumbledore, but I must forewarn you that ancient magic is fraught with peril. There have been instances where it was employed dangerously, nearly leading to the destruction of Hogwarts. You must remain psychologically prepared before delving into ancient magic. I have faith that your magical prowess has reached unparalleled heights, yet a chink in the armor of your mind may render you susceptible to the allure of desire. Ed's eyes narrowed as he spoke, a warning mingled with a prophecy. I assure you, Ed, I will wield this power with caution and will keep this matter confidential. With Dumbledore's promise secured, Ed turned his gaze to Cormy, who sat beside them. Cormy's situation was rather unique. Having awakened early, he might not immediately master this power. It would be prudent for him to follow the typical pace of a student. His body is steadily absorbing magic, a process that appears stable and continuous, which I believe is not an insurmountable issue. However, it would be wise to avoid certain dark artifacts, as I cannot ascertain their potential impact on Cormy. We cannot afford any risk, Dumbledore continued. Rising slowly, Dumbledore smiled at Cormy, who had been attentively listening to stories from his armchair all evening. Little Cormy, feel free to write to me anytime, or send a message through a house elf. Your headmaster will be by your side at once. He then discreetly reached for the jar of sweets. Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. I wish you sweet dreams, Cormy replied dutifully. Dumbledore then stepped into the green flames of the fireplace, waving goodbye with a smile. Hogwarts promises to be a most intriguing school. Cormy sensed many fascinating adventures awaited him there. Dumbledore is the mightiest wizard of this era. At Hogwarts, you can study in peace. Based on my experience, and, well, let us say it's a prophecy from yesteryears, you can place your complete trust in him, Ed advised Cormy. You will uncover certain secrets in due time. For now, what you require is a tranquil environment for study and growth. Do grow swiftly, for this era is your future and the dawn of a legend. Chapter 4. Countdown to Enrollment. As Cormy embarked on her journey into the realm of magic, the house elves in the manor no longer shied away from their young mistress. In fact, a house elf named Ollie eagerly took on the role of her personal attendant. Whenever she required his assistance, a mere call of his name would summon him instantly. He possessed knowledge of certain secrets, including the fact that the butler, Frank, had a penchant for sneaking peeks at treasured magazines in the lavatory. To avoid detection by the house elves and the consequent disposal of these materials, he concealed them within the toilet's partition. In truth, the house elves were well aware of this affair, yet they refrained from meddling with such books and letters. For instance, the owl perched on the windowsill of the study exemplified this restraint. Even when it dropped a letter to the floor, Ollie only utilized magic to retrieve it upon Cormy's indication. Despite having learned of her admission through Dumbledore's words, Cormy still felt a thrill as she tore open the wax seal and extracted the letter. The top displayed the grand title, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Wizarding Federation, Knight of the Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Nyst, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted permission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required supplies and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. As she perused the letter, which was succinct aside from Dumbledore's lengthy titles, the following page delineated the items each student was required to bring. It was best to ensure that a visit to Gringotts was noted. The portrait of Ed pointed towards the desk, indicating that a drawer at the bottom contained items she needed to keep on her person. The lock bore no keyhole, only a glowing blue emblem. Cormy tentatively touched it with her finger, and with a click, the box sprang open slightly. Lifting the lid revealed a dark red leather book. exuding an aura of antiquity, adorned with the same Hogwarts crest as the letter. This is the combat guide I once utilized, bestowed upon me by then Deputy Headmaster Professor Weasley. Now I pass it to you. Are these ancient study notes from centuries past? Kemi inquired, her fingers tracing the embossed cover, feeling a warmth emanating from the leather. Certainly not. I mastered those spells in one go. Such aids are unnecessary. A true master of spellcraft does not emerge from classrooms and notes, but from the crucible of confronting beasts and dark wizards. The portrait scoffed, its gaze scrutinizing like that of a palace guard, and then become the largest supplier of magical creature materials? Kemi, now immune to her grandfather's absurdities, rolled her eyes while flipping through the pages. This is the power of love. I was merely compelled to this profession due to your grandmother. Had I not been deceived by her charming and vivacious appearance, I would never have ventured out to battle poachers at the dragon-fighting arena in the dead of night. As she gazed at the illustrations of creatures and the elegant calligraphy beside them, Kemi gained a deeper understanding of her grandfather's shamelessness. Had it not been for her grandmother, this book would likely have been cast aside to a second-hand bookstore before her graduation, turning the pages of the tome that chronicles the knowledge of creatures. A vivid panorama emerged above the text. A valley lush with forests, castles, and quaint villages, a three-dimensional scene materializing before my eyes. The banner floating above the castle bore the name Hogwarts. I must admit, magic is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. It never fails to bestow delightful surprises. How shall I reach Hogwarts? It is shrouded in magical protection, its location forbidden to be inscribed on any map. The map you behold is unique. Cherish it and guard it against falling into the hands of others. Why, you ask? Is it not the safest option? That is merely because powerful wizards have long safeguarded that place. Many dark wizards have graduated from there. During my schooling, the Forbidden Forest was rife with dark wizards and poachers, yet none dared to set foot within Hogwarts. For they understood that trespassing meant igniting war, a line not to be crossed by those who had once donned the Hogwarts robes. So, does grandmother imply that whenever you were outmatched, you sought refuge in the school? Kemi nodded at the text at the back of the book. Outrage. It is the headmaster's decree that students must spend several days a week within the school, where professors impart their magical knowledge. And what of these revelations? Grandmother also wrote that during your studies, you flirted with the then herbology professor and sold biting cabbages to students and nearby residents. Kemi meticulously deciphered the lines. That was all your grandfather's doing. What does that have to do with my portrait? You cannot accuse a portrait of harboring ill intentions. The figure of Ed within the painting scoffed at such slander, questioning how such matters could be inscribed in a book. And what are the signatures? This is a letter, oh. Kemi perused through the letters, the information therein overwhelming. There are two grandmothers. Perhaps it best to keep this secret concealed. It seems this book, after being neglected by grandfather, has been used by grandmother as both a diary and a mailbox. Upon closing the guide, Kemi lifted the book to discover a metal box concealed beneath it. The box bore no ornamentation, merely a simple clasp. Upon opening it, a red velvet lining revealed a die and a key. The 20 faces of the die were devoid of any inscriptions or designs, yet each edge was impeccably uniform, as if meticulously carved from a solid block of metal. In the days that followed, I found myself profoundly affected, my emotions magnified. I gradually recognized the underlying issues, realizing that neglect could exacerbate one's character. Ultimately, I resolved this matter with the assistance of Nicolaim. Is this the die? Kemi raised it to eye level, scrutinizing each face under the shimmering light, still unable to discern any remarkable features. Indeed, but it has now exhausted all its magic. Should you wish to utilize it, you must recharge it. Remember, using it comes at a cost. You must contemplate what you truly desire before invoking its power. Ed's gaze remained shrouded in the shadow of the portrait. This echoes the alchemical principle of equivalent exchange, safeguarded along with the key. This is the first legacy I leave you. With that, Ed vanished from the portrait. Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. In accordance with the agreement outlined in the letter, today someone would come to escort Kemi to Diagon Alley for the necessary school supplies. After finishing breakfast, Kemi eagerly prepared and waited by the fireplace. As the green flames of the fireplace ignited, a tall, slender witch emerged from within. Greetings, I am Professor Minerva McGonagall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore has entrusted me with the task of taking you to Diagon Alley. Kemi looked up at the elegant professor, whose dark green velvet robe complemented her black wizard's attire, exuding both sophistication and dignity. Beneath the wide-brimmed black hat, her face bore a reserved smile, hinting at an underlying authority. Welcome, Professor. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am a new student this year. You may call me Kemi, he said, beaming with a radiant smile. McGonagall observed the curious boy with black hair, his blue eyes sparkling with wonder, hoping he would not turn out to be another troublemaker. As two in her own house already caused her considerable concern. Originally, Dumbledore intended to accompany Cormy himself, but pressing matters at the Ministry of Magic required his attention. He would meet Cormy later at Gringotts. Professor McGonagall glanced at the suitcase beside Cormy. It seems you are prepared for our departure. We shall first use Floo powder to reach the Leaky Cauldron, the nearest entrance to London that you will frequent often until your graduation. Of course, you may also use Floo powder to go directly to Diagon Alley. Now, repeat after me. Leaky Cauldron, it must be pronounced clearly, or you risk being transported to the wrong location. Her expression was serious, her tone imbued with the authority characteristic of a teacher. Following Professor McGonagall, Cormy took a deep breath and called out the name of the inn with conviction. In an instant, warmth enveloped him as he felt himself lift off the ground, and moments later, his feet touched solid ground. The green flames had transformed the study into a bustling scene filled with tables and several wizards engaged in animated discussions, though their words were indistinguishable from his distance. As the flames dissipated, Cormy blinked, finding Professor McGonagall standing beside him with a smile, nodding at a passing wizard. "Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron," she remarked as they walked together. "It predates Diagon Alley and is located on Charing Cross Road in London. Only wizards can see it. If necessary, accommodations are available here, though at your age, it would be wise to refrain from ordering alcoholic beverages." Through the glass windows, Cormy could vaguely see the bustling activity outside, separated by a mere pane, two worlds existing in parallel. Even in daylight, the tavern was illuminated by only a few windows, with candles flickering atop the tables. Wasn't it rather antiquated? Thankfully, the tables bore signs of frequent cleaning, and the proprietor stood behind the bar, greeting Professor McGonagall. "This is Mr. Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron," McGonagall introduced. Cormy, eager to introduce himself, interjected before the professor could speak. "I am Cormy, a new student at Hogwarts this year." "Ah, it seems our little wizard is quite exhilarated. Welcome to the enchanting and mysterious realm of magic. Regrettably, you are yet to reach adulthood. Otherwise, I would certainly recommend a drink for you." "Ahem, Tom. We have matters to attend to in Diagon Alley. We must utilize the back passage," Professor McGonagall gently reminded. "Of course, don't forget to drop by for a drink once you're done, Professor," Tom replied, lowering his voice to speak softly to Cormy. "You should definitely try the honey water and pumpkin juice. They're specially crafted for young wizards." "Thank you, Mr. Tom, but I must hurry today. I have prepared a trunk," Cormy said, emphasizing the suitcase in his hand, smiling as he followed Professor McGonagall. "Ah, I wish you a delightful journée in Diagonale," Tom exclaimed, unable to hide his fondness for the lively little wizard. Professor McGonagall led Cormy through a small door into a quaint backyard, flanked by several empty barrels stacked against the wall. The ground was quite clean, indicating frequent foot traffic, yet the surroundings were enclosed by brick walls. Cormy surveyed the bricks, pondering that the secret must be hidden nearby, perhaps requiring a password to unveil a concealed entrance befitting the aura of wizardry. "Remember the location where I knock. Once you possess your wand, you shall be able to enter on your own," Professor McGonagall instructed, drawing her wand and pointing the black tip at a specific brick in the wall, a third brick upward and two inward before tapping it thrice. As she did so, the bricks began to ripple like waves, forming a door that opened before them. A bustling, elongated street materialized, lined with tightly packed shops. The architecture twisted and extended along the thoroughfare until it bifurcated in front of a leaning, towering structure of white marble. A figure approached, awkwardly balancing a stack of books, a birdcage, and an assortment of unknown bags. "Excuse me, thank goodness someone is here. I cannot open the door without a wand." The shops on either side were brimming with goods, some spilling onto the thresholds. To the left stood a second-hand robe and antiquities shop, overflowing with an array of knickknacks, suggesting that everyone has their share of items to discard, though others may not offer a fair price. "You must first visit Gringotts to withdraw some money, and then we shall proceed to acquire the necessary items," Professor McGonagall advised. "No need, Professor. I've already brought sufficient gold to purchase the entire list of school supplies," Cormy replied, patting his trunk, which was meticulously prepared by Mr. Frank. He only needed to make the payments, and, since it was his first time, a little extra had been set aside, enough to procure nearly half a shop's worth of items. Within Cormy's suitcase lay the galleons and other coins that Frank had prepared in advance. Now, it was merely a matter of purchasing everything from this street before finally reaching Gringotts. Cormy pulled out his list with the cauldron shop, named Pottage, directly adjacent. He observed the establishment, its entrance cluttered with an assortment of cauldrons, primarily in the broad-bellied, flared shape. Upon calling into the shop, the proprietor cheerfully selected the cauldrons for Cormy Nyst from the pile at the entrance, including a complete set of equipment, and kindly packed them into a suitcase. After procuring the necessary stationery for his daily studies, including paper and quills, all that remained were the textbooks. While waiting for the shopkeeper at the Lehan bookstore to prepare his books, Cormy felt a desire to rummage through the pile of old books. However, he was restrained by Professor McGonagall, who reasoned that the first-year wizards were only exposed to elementary magic. At this juncture, the wisdom of an experienced professor was far more instructive than the written notes and potentially chaotic textbooks. Moreover, a true lover of learning would not carelessly discard their study notes, but would instead cherish them, preserving them neatly on the shelves. Cormy acknowledged this to be true. The books and scrolls collected by his grandfather were well preserved by magic, even capable of performing aerial displays in his study. Chapter 6. The wand at the end of the street stood the final shop of their journey, with no other establishments in sight. The quaint storefront bore the marks of age, with peeling paint in many places. Above the door, some weathered inscriptions hinted at the shop's storied past, while the display window showcased several wands. With a chime, Professor McGonagall pushed open the door, and Cormy gazed at the shelves brimming with an array of small colored boxes, presumably containing wands, alongside several uniquely designed ones in the window. An elderly gentleman with disheveled white hair emerged from behind the shelves. "Welcome, Professor McGonagall." Fur wood with a dragon heartstring core, 9.5 inches, exhibiting a strong will and exceptional transfiguration abilities. Mr. Ollivander recalled Cormy's wand, smiling as he gestured towards the newcomer. "Ah, fresh face this year. What's your name?" "Ollivander has a long-standing reputation, and I am certain you will find a suitable companion here. And remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." He cast a glance at Professor McGonagall, who nodded in affirmation of Cormy's status as a first-year student. "Hello, I am Cormy Nyst, but you may call me Cormy," he replied, producing a wand and handing it over. "Cormy Nyst, that surname rings a bell," Ollivander mused, scrutinizing the wand presented to him. "This wand must belong to your father. Elmwood with a dragon heartstring, 10 inches. A sound combination." Relieved to hear that there were no issues, Cormy exhaled. During his previous studies, he had attempted to cast a spell using his father's wand. Although it was merely a basic illumination charm, the moment the incantation took effect, the magic had awakened ancient powers within Cormy, transforming the wand back into an ordinary stick. After speaking, Ollivander placed the wand into a slender box and returned it to Cormy. Nearby, a ruler floated over, eager to assist. "Let's see your wand. Which hand do you typically use?" he inquired. "Let's try this one. Elmwood and dragon heartstring, a top-tier material, elegantly crafted, although it may be slightly longer." Ollivander withdrew a wand from the box and motioned for Cormy to take it. "Sir, I am uncertain if it will suit me, but if I touch it, I might damage it, just as I did with my father's wand," Cormy admitted with an awkward smile. "Rest assured, dear Cormy, the magic of the wand is not fixed. Brief contact will not have a significant effect." Ollivander appeared quite pleased, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. With a sense of resignation, Cormy gently grasped the wand with his right hand, feeling a warm current flow from the air through the wand into his body. A pleasant sensation, albeit gentle and gradual. Vinewood, dragon heartstring. Oh, too tempestuous. The wand S-tip erupted in flames, nearly igniting the shelves in the shop. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall swiftly waved her wand to extinguish the fire. Subsequently, Cormy experimented with various combinations of woods and unicorn hair, yet none felt particularly suitable. Some even resisted use. In that case, only the phoenix feather remained. A rare find indeed. A discerning young wizard, Ollivander fetched several, and after multiple attempts, a final result emerged. Larch wood, phoenix feather core, 14.5 inches. With a slight elasticity. As Cormy held this wand, a warm power was drawn from the air, flowing through the shaft and into his being, enveloping him as if submerged in a cerulean ocean. Everything around him radiated vibrant light, and as the last shimmer faded, Cormy felt a sudden jolt, emerging from that exquisite state. Perfect. A rare sight indeed. It seemed as though it had awaited his arrival, a fated encounter. Ollivander spread his arms wide, gazing at the extraordinary spectacle before him. He had chosen to inherit the family shop to witness each wizard's destined meeting, and the joy of surprising others was precisely what he sought. Moreover, the wand appeared intact, retaining its magical luster. In Cormy's eyes, it seemed to breathe, surrounded by dancing motes of light that continuously flowed into the wand and ultimately into himself. Observing the slender, elegant wand in his hand, Its deep red shaft exuded warmth and resilience, embodying a simplistic beauty. The intricate patterns encircling the grip provided ease of handling, while the meticulous craftsmanship lent an air of elegance to the unadorned shaft. Cormy felt an uncanny connection. It was as if it were tailored just for him. Larchwood has long been revered as a powerful, alluring wand material, producing wands characterized by strength, durability, and a warm hue. It instills courage and confidence in its bearer. While this material is widely sought after, finding the ideal match is a challenge. One must gradually adapt to one another, believing it will yield unexpected results, ultimately forming a formidable partnership. Ollivander gently lifted the wand and placed it tenderly into the recess of a box, as if it were calling out to Cormy, indicating it had chosen him. After closing the lid, Ollivander handed the wand box to Cormy, stating 7 galleons. And I also have a wand care kit available for just an additional 3 galleons, more professional than what you'll find on the market, complete with a comprehensive maintenance guide. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, but we must be on our way. Professor Dumbledore is still waiting for us. Professor McGonagall truly embodies the formidable presence capable of intimidating even half of Diagon Alley. When her serious aura was unleashed, Mr. Ollivander could only comply with a courteous remark, welcoming her to visit again. Chapter 7. Gringotts. After Cormy cheerfully paid 7 galleons, their final destination was at the end of Diagon Alley. A building constructed from white marble stood out prominently amidst the darker structures, reflecting the crooked architectural style characteristic of this street. Indeed, the Magical World's architectural style is uniquely distinctive. Navigating around the second silver door, inscribed with warnings, they entered a long and spacious hall, which was now bustling with goblins diligently attending to their tasks. The goblins, examining the gems, merely glanced at the stone's quality, weighed them on a scale, and then tossed them into boxes. The most captivating aspect of the hall was its illumination. The crystal chandeliers above and the electric lights at each counter demonstrated that while wizards still relied on candles, goblins had long embraced electricity. Upon passing a cart filled with gemstones and gold coins, Professor McGonagall approached the central counter, where an older goblin was seated. "Good day. Where's the service room reserved by Professor Dumbledore?" she inquired. "Room 6, the goblin assessed the professor and the young, which before responding, "Welcome to Gringotts." However, no smile graced his face. A goblin behind the counter gestured for another goblin to guide them. Following the corridor to the passage at the back of the hall, they found rooms aligned on either side, each door marked with a brass number. After opening the door, the goblin gestured for them to enter and then departed. "Thank you for your effort, Professor McGonagall," came Dumbledore's leisurely voice from within. Through the gap beside Professor McGonagall, Cormy glimpsed a room steeped in classical elegance, adorned with wooden furnishings. In the center of the dark red room were several armchairs and a table. At that moment, Dumbledore sat in an armchair, holding a cup of tea, his glasses fogged over. "Our headmaster should currently be at the Ministry of Magic. Perhaps I ought to use a revealing charm to discern which impostor stands before me." Professor McGonagall's voice emerged as though squeezed through clenched teeth. "Minerva, your timing is impeccable. I've just settled down here for a cup of tea. The Ministry is decidedly unfriendly today, not even providing a cup of tea. Whereas last time there were sweets to take away," Dumbledore remarked, seemingly still perturbed by the Ministry's demeanor. Professor McGonagall glanced at Cormy, decisively steering the conversation away. "Cormy has gathered all her belongings. While I sense her eagerness for the young witch's enrollment, an earlier start could indeed ease the professor's workload. I still have 2 other children to visit today, after which I shall await you at the school." With a smile and a nod to Cormy, she turned and exited the room. "Professor McGonagall is always in a hurry, is she not, Cormy?" Dumbledore remarked as he watched her leave, gesturing for Cormy to sit across from him. Ah, hearing the young witch express such sentiments must surely delight McGonagall. Dumbledore chuckled as he took a sip of his tea. "I hope you will continue to hold such opinions after your enrollment," he added, winking playfully. "I surmise that Professor McGonagall certainly did not allow you to enter the ice cream parlor and the confectionery shop." Dumbledore retrieved a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket and pushed it towards Cormy, suggesting that indulging in some sweets would help restore his energy. "Would you care for a cup of tea, or perhaps some pumpkin juice?" "Thank you, Professor. The pumpkin juice will suffice," Cormy replied, eyeing the chocolate frog in anticipation. He eagerly opened a small flap, ensuring he could catch the frog as it leapt forth, preventing its escape by pinching it between his fingers before tearing open the outer packaging. Dumbledore watched with a smile as Cormy deftly unwrapped the box and popped the entire chocolate frog into his mouth. "Oh, a Merlin card. I had hoped for a Nicolame. How unfortunate." I always wanted to inquire whether the Philosopher's Stone truly turns stone into gold, but my grandfather forbade me from asking such things in my letters. The weariness from their earlier shopping excursion was swiftly dispelled by the delightful sweetness. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone can transmute base metals into gold, but its capabilities extend far beyond that. It is a vital product of alchemy. Dumbledore chuckled, noting that gold was merely the least significant of its many outputs. Cormy opened his suitcase and retrieved a thick guidebook, inserting the chocolate frog card between its pages. It was evident that a few cards were already nestled within. These were part of Cormy's previous collection, and upon discovering that this book could accommodate letters, he had attempted to insert the cards, which indeed fit perfectly. A splendid tome of magic, truly befitting you, Dumbledore remarked as he examined the guide. Next, we must locate the entrance. Ed merely indicated that it lies within Gringotts. It seems we shall require a goblin's guidance. There's a key, marked with a silver spiral emblem, Cormy said, retrieving the key from his suitcase and placing it atop the book. At that moment, a goblin, dressed in a formal and tidy manner with slightly graying hair, entered the room as Dumbledore was halfway through his second cup of red tea. What business brings you here, Mr. Dumbledore? Is it Hogwarts related or of a private nature? We have been commissioned to come here, Dumbledore replied, raising the key. The goblin took the key, scrutinizing it, and then glanced at both Dumbledore and Cormy. At the end of the corridor lay a track, upon which sat a somewhat rudimentary cart with 4 wheels. The goblin occupied a prominent seat in the center, gesturing for the two to board. Dumbledore allowed Cormy to choose the front seat before taking his place on the opposite side, and then the cart creaked and groaned as it set off. Cormy looked around as the small vehicle gradually picked up speed. After passing through an archway, it suddenly plunged downward, even traversing a waterfall. During the rapid descent, he could barely glimpse the surrounding porches, clearly the vaults of Gringotts, with various tracks crisscrossing the cavernous walls, occasionally revealing whizzing vehicles. Upon reaching Vault 12, the goblin inserted the key, and with a series of mechanical clicks, the vault door slowly swung open. The goblin stood aside, while Cormy, pale-faced, traced the intricate patterns on the door, whereas Dumbledore tilted his head, inspecting the interior of the vault. According to regulations, I must close the door now, the goblin stated, and with a flourish of his hand, he sealed the vault door shut. The heavy gears of the grand door began to rotate and lock, sealing the vault with a resounding click. Kemi gazed at the door, feeling as though they were confined within this narrow treasury. Could this be the first trial of escaping Gringotts? Chapter 8. The Night Statue. It seems there is nothing here. Professor, Kemi remarked, glancing at Dumbledore and then back at the door. Not a single coin was left behind, nor even a scrap of paper. If I am not mistaken, this is the secret treasury of Hogwarts. The treasures within are likely mere illusions meant to mislead others. We only need to uncover the traces of magic. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore illuminated their surroundings. I believe this too is part of the trial, and it should not pose much difficulty. You might want to try the revealing charm, he suggested with a twinkle in his eye. Very well, Professor. Kemi drew his wand, declaring Revelio, as he traced a large ring in the air. An invisible wave emanated from the tip of his wand, sweeping rapidly around them, causing a ripple at a certain point. Some blue powder floated in the air, and a door gradually materialized before them, adorned with a familiar spiral emblem known to Kemi. Dumbledore watched intently as Kemi performed the spell. A successful execution, a most standard revealing charm. It appears you have been quite diligent in your studies. Now, let us see what awaits us behind this door. Kemi touched the design on the door, and in an instant, they found themselves in a dark hall, illuminated solely by the faint glow of their wands, revealing only a few pillars. Kemi raised his wand, its light flickering. The dual sources of illumination expanded their field of vision slightly, and Kemi noticed a chest beside one of the pillars. Could this be the true repository? Yet, the solitary chest seemed rather out of place. Kemi kicked it lightly with his foot. It was empty, appearing to have been carelessly discarded. There should be some guidance here. Let us try the revealing charm once more. Revelio. Blue magical traces emerged in the air, leading the way as they navigated between the pillars. The surrounding darkness was eerily silent, and the previously faint blue glow grew more pronounced until a swirling vortex appeared on the ground. Dumbledore stood beside Kemi, observing him as he focused on the ground, sensing the magical vibrations yet unable to discern any traces. This seemed to be the ancient magic that Ed had mentioned, further piquing his curiosity. Professor, I see a vortex? Kemi inquired, casting a questioning glance at Dumbledore. I can feel the magic, yet I still see no traces, Dumbledore replied, leaning closer to the ground. All I can see is centuries of dust. Perhaps one day I might use magic to analyze it. though it is a pity for my robe." He gestured to the dust on the edge of his robe with a hint of amusement. Cormy observed the vortex on the ground, bending down, but unable to discern anything within. He felt it prudent to touch it, so he glanced at Dumbledore once more, receiving a nod of encouragement before extending his finger toward the swirling phenomenon. A ripple emanated from the vortex, transforming the ground into a mirror-like sheen, beneath which lay the reflection of a statue. Remarkably, as Dumbledore approached, the reflection shifted to face him. The presence of a reflection implied the existence of an object. Cormy glanced at the wand in his hand, realizing that a challenger would not set trials beyond the intended tests. The form emerged. A stone statue materialized before Dumbledore, reminiscent of those found within the school. It evidently belonged to a former headmaster or professor who had devised this challenge, so they decided to heed the hints provided. Dumbledore, clearly intrigued, observed that the statue before them was more intricate than those in the school, having been embellished by its creator, even adorned with patterns on its armor. Cormy raised his glowing wand and approached the statue. As he stood directly opposite it, the statue rose with a sound reminiscent of stone grinding against stone. The knightly figure saluted by puncturing the ground, then suddenly swung its sword towards Cormy, utilizing his height to his advantage. Cormy bent low to evade the stone blade and swiftly dashed behind Dumbledore. "Professor, I believe these statues are rather unfriendly." Unfortunately, more statues began to rise around them. Surrounding the pair, Dumbledore cast a luminous sphere into the air, and with a flick of his wand, a barrier materialized around them. He then deftly hurled aside a statue that had approached from the side. "I dare say this trial has not considered the capabilities of first-year students, considering that Ed entered in his 5th year." With another wave, he sent a crimson beam to repel the statue, relentlessly attacking Cormy. "How many spells have you learned, Cormy?" "A few everyday incantations, but I haven't practiced much," Cormy replied, casting a repelling spell towards the statue, which only caused it to stumble slightly. "Then let us treat this as practice. We shall explore the application of spells." With that, a red beam struck the statue's sword, disarming it. And with another flick of his wand, the statue levitated, rendered incapable of attacking. "Very well, Professor." The statues were sent flying, colliding with one another. The levitation spell's incantation was somewhat lengthy and lacked lethality, yet Dumbledore's spells seemed to possess an overwhelming force. Cormy noted that the efficacy of spells varied significantly depending on the wielder. The disarmament spell, Disarm, required focus on the target's weapon. While managing the distance to keep other statues at bay, Dumbledore left one opponent for Cormy. Disarm. Cormy concentrated intently on his wand, fixating on the long sword held by the statue before him. A flash of red lightning cut through the air, striking the statue and sending the sword flying behind it. "Excellent. Now, let's attempt to guide the weapon's descent by swinging the wand. During this process, it is crucial to mentally affirm the desired direction as you gently wave your wand." Another statue was effortlessly tossed aside, and Dumbledore's casting appeared remarkably casual. His wand was held loosely, yet he consistently managed to evade the statue's attacks and counter effectively. Cormy glanced at his most recent foe. Disarm. His wand flicked, and the stone sword began to spin in midair. Suddenly, an idea struck him. While his magic struggled to shatter the statue, what was the statue's weapon? Upon this realization, Cormy focused intently, wielding his wand with force towards the stone sword suspended in the air, which swiftly pierced through the statue, reducing both to mere fragments. His control was commendable. Dumbledore, casually shattering the remaining pieces, had been observing Cormy all along, noting the fluctuations of magical energy emanating from his wand. Yet no incantation was uttered. Was ancient magic indeed more inclined towards direct application? At that moment, Cormy contemplated using the statue's weapon against itself, and it shattered. He felt a surge of power within him, sensing he had grasped a fragment of the essence of magic, the notion that thought alone could invoke it. "Professor, I believe I have mastered a technique," Cormy exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement as he looked at Dumbledore. "Indeed, you must practice further and also learn the protective spells," Dumbledore replied, observing the spirited Cormy. The earlier display was a different matter altogether. Ancient magic indeed possessed an intriguing quality, seemingly bypassing the necessity for incantations, favoring instinctive bodily movements instead. As they traversed between the stone pillars, Cormy continued to learn until they encountered another magical vortex. This time, however, there was no riddle to solve. As the mirrored ground materialized, a statue leapt forth to launch an assault. Yet it was evident that the statue had altered its method of attack, opting for ranged assaults with a markedly increased speed. The advantage of having a formidable headmaster became apparent here. as Cormy faced but a single adversary, and upon vanquishing it, he even struck a triumphant pose, exclaiming how powerful they both were. Meanwhile, their esteemed headmaster waved his wand, and the frenzied onslaught of surrounding statues was effortlessly transformed into mere rubble, showcasing what true might entailed. Chapter 9. The Colossal Knight. Cormy resided in London, but harbored little fondness for England, especially with a grandfather at home, enamored with Eastern culture and a penchant for Marxism. However, today he discovered that even within the realm of wizards, there existed enthusiasts of knighthood. After fending off 3 waves of statue attacks, they finally beheld a glowing statue, a 3-dimensional emblem of ancient magic, guided by radiant light. As they approached the twisted spiral statue, Cormy suddenly sensed a faint tremor beneath his feet. Shortly thereafter, the statue before them appeared to melt away, collapsing into the ground. At that moment, a colossal knight statue erupted from the earth, its single foot the same height as the previous statues. Cormy gazed at the statue's hand, grasping a gigantic sword, estimating that this hand could effortlessly seize 7 or 8 of him. Not only that, but the statue's body was adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly designed to emphasize its formidable power. These patterns, in conjunction with the magical radiance emanating from the statue, rendered it an imposing adversary. As the statue rose, it brandished its massive sword, a fierce gust of sword energy sweeping towards them. Observing this, Professor Dumbledore swiftly waved his wand, conjuring a transparent shield that steadfastly blocked the blow. Cormy's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the sparks so close, involuntarily swallowing hard. This is a trial, yet it feels even more exhilarating than a world war. The statue shows no regard for what obstructs its attacks when it cannot cleave through. It swings its colossal sword, attempting to breach the shield from above. Dumbledore raises his arms, a formidable magical force surging around him. The spell manifests as an unyielding barrier, once again repelling the enemy's assault. The clash resonates with the sound of steel striking steel, crisp and resonant. The point of impact erupts in dazzling sparks, scattering like meteors and illuminating the surrounding space, drawing the gaze of all who behold it. Dumbledore's gaze is resolute and focused. He grips his wand, channeling his magical energy to the apex of the protective charm, intensifying the sparks erupting between the shield and the giant sword. Bathed in the light of the sparks, Dumbledore's figure appears monumental, a bastion of strength safeguarding those behind him. Seizing the moment, Combe casts a disarming spell toward the colossal knight statue. But the surface of the statue merely flickers, a membrane nullifying the spell's potency. Professor, it seems magic has no effect on its form. Dumbledore, too, witnesses this scene. The spell is the most direct form of attack for a wizard. Evidently, the creator of this challenge anticipated this. Yet standing before it is the headmaster of a magic school, and in the presence of students no less. Dumbledore firmly sustains the shield with his left hand while his right hand wields his wand like a conductor's baton, gently gesturing towards the feet of the knight statue. In an instant, the ground roils like ocean waves, forming a massive whirlpool that swiftly engulfs the statue's legs. Next, Dumbledore's wand darts like lightning towards the surrounding columns. Spells shoot forth like meteors, accurately striking the pillars. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoes as the columns break apart, transforming into countless shards that scatter. However, these fragments do not disperse. Under Dumbledore's magical command, they coalesce as if imbued with life, swiftly forming into sharp knightly spears. Meanwhile, the knight statue continues to struggle, attempting to free itself from the ground's grasp. Yet Dumbledore grants it no such opportunity. Seizing the moment, he swings his wand with force, and the first knightly spear launches forth like an arrow, hurtling towards the statue with astonishing speed. With a thunderous crash, the spear pierces the knight statue's chest, the immense force causing it to tremble, yet it does not cease its assault. The giant raises its colossal sword high, descending upon Dumbledore with unparalleled might. Undaunted by this lethal strike, Dumbledore swiftly brandishes his wand, sending forth another spear that strikes true. This time, the knightly spear accurately hits the statue's arm, the tremendous impact shattering the limb, causing the great sword to lose its support and crash down, stirring up a cloud of debris and dust. As more knightly lances soared forth amid swirling debris and dust, they rained down upon the colossal statue with an intensity akin to a downpour. Each lance, imbued with tremendous power, drove forcefully into the statue's form. The impact sent shards scattering, while azure sparks erupted from the shattered areas. With the final lance's strike, the statue could no longer endure. Its vast body collapsed with a thunderous crash, firmly anchored to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Dumbledore waved his wand to disperse the dust, and at that moment, the knights appeared as if adorned with spikes, their inner radiance gradually dimming, while Comey could perceive the light streaming forth from the statue, converging towards him. Ultimately, the brilliance was entirely absorbed, and the statue melted into an archway that revealed a spacious hall beyond. The two stepped through the archway, which emanated a blue glow, into a magnificent circular hall. At its center rested a stone basin, upon which floated a delicate vial. It seemed they had successfully passed the trial, for no knights emerged here. Dumbledore waved his wand to brush off the dust from their garments before stowing it away. This was a pensieve, and the vial contained memories. Dumbledore gazed down at the pensieve, gesturing for Comey to retrieve the vial. All that was required was to pour its contents in. As the memories dripped into the basin, a peculiar liquid began to rise, shimmering with a faint silver luminescence, reminiscent of sunlight filtering through clouds or liquid metal in motion. "Let us see what the memory's owner wishes to convey," Dumbledore uttered before bowing his head. Following suit, Comey took a deep breath and slowly leaned towards the glimmering surface of the liquid. The moment he made contact, it felt as though he had somersaulted into the basin. Contrary to his expectations of choking or gasping for air, it was akin to traversing a misty veil. He found himself in the same hall, though the ambience resembled a faded vintage film, imparting a shadowy, melancholic atmosphere. Dumbledore stood beside Comey, signaling him to remain silent. Chapter 10. Messages from the Pensieve. Before Dumbledore stood two unfamiliar wizards, clad in antiquated robes and adorned with Renaissance hats. As they waved their wands, splendid archways and colonnades materialized, and Comey was enveloped in the mysteries of magic, while Professor Dumbledore focused intently on their enchantments. "Now it is foolproof," the stout wizard declared first. "Have you hidden the key well?" inquired the taller wizard. "To be honest, I fear I may have concealed it too well," the stout wizard admitted, revealing a hint of concern regarding the obscurity of the challenges. "Is it possible that no one can pass through?" "Do not worry. Those who can perceive traces of ancient magic will find their way here," the tall wizard replied with unwavering confidence. "Percival, merely being able to see like you is far from sufficient." The stout wizard wore an expression of exasperation. The crux of the matter was that these trials seemed to disregard the capabilities of the young sorcerers. What if they were struck by a statue, bitten by a spider, or trapped within a wall by a mechanism? After all, it was no small feat to find an heir, yet they were compelled to design such lengthy and intricate challenges. It is imperative to understand that we are about to entrust unprecedented secrets to those who tread this path, knowledge that people would go to great lengths to acquire. Indeed, Charles, I am convinced that should anyone succeed in these trials, it would signify that those witches or wizards have proven themselves capable of bearing this knowledge and the accompanying responsibilities. The tall wizard, Percival, regarded his colleague. Only those who excel as learners and are prepared to face the consequences, even death, could enter this trial. Everything that could be done has been accomplished. The two gazed at the hall designated for the trials, the scene finally freezing on the tall Percival as he drew something from his temple with his wand. Comey remained in a state of bewilderment, now merely aware of the names of the two creators. In light of what his grandfather had said, the ultimate objective was undoubtedly related to ancient magic. How vexing the riddlers were. Each one spoke only half-truths, leaving one to guess. The surrounding imagery dissipated like mist, transforming into a new scene. The same room now appeared much brighter, and the figures before him had morphed into an elderly man and a young wizard. Comey found the young wizard strikingly familiar, possessing the same dark hair. What a remarkable coincidence. If Comey's conjecture was correct, this young wizard was his grandfather, while the elder wizard must be Professor Figo, as mentioned by his grandfather. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, a throng of fairies surged into the hall, clad in tattered armor and wielding an array of weapons. They appeared quite menacing. The leader of the fairies, tall and adorned in splendid armor, bore a fierce countenance that exuded an aura of menace. Upon their encounter, a fierce quarrel erupted. The fairies glared at the grandfather and Professor Figo, hurling a barrage of threatening words. The two elders stood their ground, swiftly drawing their wands in preparation for a potential confrontation. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The fairy leader abruptly turned and ruthlessly dispatched one of the fairies behind him without hesitation. This sudden upheaval left everyone astonished, the previously cacophonous scene falling into a profound silence. Seizing the moment while the fairies were momentarily stunned, Professor Figo drew his wand and cast a spell. only to have it intercepted by the fairy leader's raised hand. The fairy then lifted another hand to cast a spell that sent the two elders hurtling away, seemingly without exerting much effort, perhaps intending to capture them alive. As they engaged, the ground of the hall appeared to trigger some form of magic, the floor melting into undulating waves, and a knightly giant that had once battled Dumbledore emerged from the surging tide. As the knight's colossal sword cut through the air, casting a chilling gleam, it struck fiercely towards the astonished fairies, shattering the brief tranquility of the scene. In an instant, the sounds of slashing, incantations, and explosions intermingled, saturating the space with this sudden chaos. Rather than fleeing in terror, the fairies organized themselves, dispersing in all directions and casting an array of spells to fend off the knight's assaults while systematically encircling the giant statue. Each time the knight attempted to swing his massive sword to strike, a fairy would deftly interrupt his attack with precision, gradually gaining the upper hand. Observing the giant being slowly pushed back to the edge of the hall by the fairies, it seemed inevitable that victory belonged to them. Amidst this tumultuous clash, Comey's gaze was drawn to the edge of the hall, where his grandfather was tightly gripping Professor Figo, their figures concealed amidst the ruins, ultimately vanishing behind a wall. The scene morphed into a haze, yet the memory did not conclude there. Once the mist cleared, the hall reappeared, restored to its former glory. This time, it was his grandfather alone who opened the door, appearing more mature, with a hint of fatigue on his face. Observing the slight curve of his grandfather's lips, Comey was overtaken by an ominous premonition. The memory unfolded further, with his grandfather wielding a wand to summon the knight statue, placing a small knight figurine on the opposite side. "Ah, young sorcerer, which knight have you lost? The small one or the large one?" Upon hearing this, Comey felt the urge to cover his face. He finally understood the origin of the imposing knight statue at the entrance. "An honest child? Then I shall leave both of these to you. No need to thank me." Dumbledore could hardly fathom that the youthful Ed would play such a grand jest on the future trial taker, especially at the expense of his own grandson. However, the subsequent words caused Dumbledore's smile to fade. "You are watching, aren't you? Let me guess, is it the middle-aged bee or the old bee? I would love to see your reaction when you hear this phrase in my memory." Comey attempted to grasp his grandfather's words, only to be met with silence. He witnessed his grandfather standing alone in the memory, performing a silent play. Dumbledore discreetly tucked his wand away, relieved that he had reacted swiftly. He could not allow the unscrupulous Ed to corrupt the young sorcerer on the cusp of his academic journey. Dumbledore listened intently to the memories Ed had left him, withholding his intentions from Comey. He was somewhat astonished by Ed's astute foresight. It appeared that these matters had been meticulously prepared long before Ed's demise and were concealed within the meditation basin of the trials, suggesting that this secret was of paramount importance and should be kept from as many as possible. Indeed, as Dumbledore had anticipated, Ed's final memory was indeed meant solely for him, even casting himself as a grand seer at the conclusion of his life's journey. As the images grew increasingly indistinct, the fog reclaimed everything, and the meditation basin before them gradually settled, the memory ending here, yet the secret buried deeper than ever. Especially Dumbledore at this moment was already devising future plans in his heart. If the situation were to unfold as Ed had suggested, he would inevitably tread that path once more. Chapter 11. Early Arrival at School. Cormy surveyed the wall in the hall, which indeed resembled his memories. Only he could perceive the door upon it. "What did you see over there?" Cormy asked as Dumbledore approached him, noting that this wall was, in fact, the very place where Ed and he had vanished in his recollections, though it did not seem to correspond to the manner of key. A dark and shadowy forest loomed, with trees that appeared to have stood for centuries, tall and sturdy. Cormy scrutinized the dim scene closely, nodding in acknowledgement. He extended his right hand to touch the wall once Dumbledore grasped his arm, laden with boxes. The magical fluctuations began to intensify as he summoned the ancient magic within him. In a flicker of blue light, the wall before Cormy transformed into a moss-covered stone barrier. He looked up to find himself and Professor Dumbledore standing before it, surrounded by thick roots intertwined among the trees, with the sky obscured by the canopy. The air infused with the scent of accumulated leaves. Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings, remarking that they must be deep within the Forbidden Forest, a place seldom visited. "We can head directly to Hogwarts. What do you think? Is that permissible? Can new students enter the school early?" Cormy, filled with curiosity about the impending school, hesitated slightly. "Of course, but the school is not yet open. Many areas remain unkempt. You can accompany me to have a look, and, if your grandfather consents, you may even stay for a few days." "That sounds splendid. However, I suspect my grandfather might not permit me to stay out overnight. Cormy found the idea delightful, yet soon felt a twinge of disappointment, knowing his grandfather's likely response. Let us proceed to the school. We must first inform your grandfather. Dumbledore raised his wand towards the sky, and suddenly, a flame ignited in mid-air, accompanied by a resounding and distinctive call. A magnificent, fire-red bird appeared, gracefully circling before it gently descended onto Dumbledore's arm. This is Fawkes the Phoenix. She will guide us to Hogwarts. Cormy gazed at the beautiful and elegant creature, radiating warmth, her yellow and red feathers making her resemble a spirit of flame. Cormy slightly bowed, saying, "Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you, Fawkes. I am Cormy Nyst." Fawkes's eyes sparkled with a lively glimmer as she inclined her head slightly in response. Dumbledore smiled and took Cormy's hand, and in a swirl of flames, the two vanished from the Forbidden Forest, leaving behind only a few flickering embers in the air. Cormy couldn't help but ponder that the invention of flue powder might have been inspired by this method of travel employed by the Phoenix. Both exuded a similar warmth, though the Phoenix's essence was far more intense, lacking the weightlessness that flue powder imparted. Beneath my feet lies a gleaming floor and an exquisite carpet, encircled by a series of ornate cabinets filled with an array of alchemical apparatus. The walls are adorned with portraits depicting various postures of elderly wizards, albeit somewhat mundane compared to the likeness of my grandfather. The figures within these frames are in slumber, some even snoring softly. This is my office. Feel free to wander about as you please. Fawkes, perched upon Professor Dumbledore's arm, has now settled on the shelf behind the desk, diligently preening his feathers. "Professor Dumbledore, it is quite rare to see you personally welcoming the new students," remarked a white-bearded wizard from one of the portraits. "I recall the last time you did this." The portrait suddenly hesitated. "I am aware, but this occasion is exceptional. A child of an old friend, one you have met before, the offspring of the Ednister family," Dumbledore interjected, halting the wizard's forthcoming words. "Oh, I had forgotten. I have no recollection," the elderly wizard replied, dismissive of the surname, merely a painted figure hanging in the headmaster's office. "Shall I remind you? It is uncommon for a fifth-year student to enroll," chimed in a witch's portrait nearby. "Could it be that one? The transfer student who thwarted the pixie-polluting plot of Lonrock?" The expression on the portrait shifted to one of alarm. "Oh, if it is indeed him, that would be quite dreadful." The surrounding portraits joined in a cacophony of discussion, their clamorous voices prompting Dumbledore to intervene. "Enough, everyone. I understand that Headmaster Black was quite incensed regarding those events, but the circumstances have changed. Young Cormy is merely a first-year student, set to enroll this year. You all are esteemed former headmasters of Hogwarts. A first-year student? Then there is no cause for concern." The portraits abruptly ceased their chatter, as if nothing had transpired, though a few had discreetly slipped away to other frames. To Cormy, Dumbledore exuded an air of authority even amidst the commotion, as the once boisterous Headmaster Black fell silent after muttering a few words. "A first-year student. I seem to have heard a calling. Oh, shall I share with you the new song I just composed this year? After being teased by two young wizards last year, I have spent an entire year crafting new lyrics." A voice emerged from the top of a bookshelf. It belonged to a tattered black wizard's hat, its creases animated like eyes and a mouth. "I can hardly wait to sort you. Come, don me, and embark on the mysterious journey of Hogwarts." The hat grew increasingly animated, its form swaying as it spoke. "Let us discover whether you are a valiant Gryffindor, an inquisitive Ravenclaw, an honest Hufflepuff, or a cunning Slytherin." Observing the hat's lively movements and melodious chants, Cormy felt an urge to reach out and see if a tiny sprite resided within, astonished that the hat could articulate and even sing like a living being. As Dumbledore engaged in conversation with the portrait of Headmaster Fitzgerald, Cormy approached the bookshelf, craning his neck to peer inside the hat. Alas, despite the magical aura it radiated, the view from below revealed only a dark void, indistinguishable from an ordinary hat. "It is not yet time for you to wear it, though I too am eager to learn to which house you shall belong. We must honor the traditions of Hogwarts." It appears that Dumbledore has finished conversing with the portrait and is now approaching us. "I am merely curious if there is a sprite concealed within a hat. It is truly remarkable that a mere hat can articulate thoughts and even recall the names of those who wear it." As Cormy gazed at the swaying hat that seemed to meet his gaze, he mused that, despite the absence of eyes, it could still be considered a form of eye contact. This hat, a treasure bequeathed by the four founders, was imbued with wisdom by the four most illustrious wizards of its time, making it a cherished artifact of Hogwarts. Dumbledore, with a gentle smile, spoke as he retrieved a jar of sweets from behind his desk. Thus, the two of them settled at the desk, sipping tea while awaiting a response from the grandfather. Chapter 12. An update to the guide. As Cormy sipped the first cup of tea, a sudden thought struck him. The book his grandfather had requested he carry at all times. The grandfather had always referred to it as the Combat Guide. However, its true title was the Hogwarts Study Guide. This tome had been entrusted to his grandfather by Professor Weasley, the then deputy headmaster, and had withstood nearly a century of time. Cormy pulled the book from his suitcase. It was rather cumbersome, resembling a photo album in size compared to his small arms. Thus, he had been contemplating whether it could be made more portable while at Gringotts. Professor, may I inquire if there's a spell that could reduce the size of this book? After all, I cannot bear to carry such a hefty volume or lug around a suitcase to class every day. Oh, certainly. However, I believe we could also incorporate some weight-reducing spells, which would render this book even more manageable. Let me ponder this for a moment. As Dumbledore took the book from Cormy, he noted its considerable heft. He weighed it gently in his hands, feeling the burden it posed for a young wizard. Perhaps the original creator had only considered the weight and size suitable for a fifth-year student, which indeed would not pose a challenge for someone of that age. The cover felt akin to dragon skin, indicating that its maker had been quite meticulous. As his fingers traced the Hogwarts crest embossed in the center of the cover, Dumbledore concluded that it was crafted from the hide of a Chinese fireball dragon, resilient, durable, and capable of repelling pests. Combined with appropriate alchemy and magic, it could be deemed a precious magical artifact. Yet, it still paled in comparison to the sentient Sorting Hat. After all, no one could summon the four most powerful and learned wizards to enchant an ordinary, tattered witch's hat. As Dumbledore opened the book, a map revealed itself on the pages, causing him to inhale sharply. He might need to reassess this guide, for Hogwarts, previously uncharted, appeared vividly on the map. It was imperative that he ensured this book did not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. Meanwhile, Cormy was also fixated on the map within the guide, which began to subtly transform as soon as it was unveiled. Trees sprouted in various locations, the most conspicuous being a peculiar, swaying tree outside the castle, marked with the name Whomping Willow. That is the dangerous and rare magical plant known as the Striking Willow. I strongly advise you to steer clear of it, Dumbledore remarked, tilting his head to observe the constantly shifting map until it transformed into the modern depiction of Hogwarts that he was familiar with. It appeared that this was no ordinary magical map. It had cleverly circumvented the castle's limitations of being uncharted. Indeed, some wizards consistently exhibit extraordinary talents. The map did not include the interior layout of Hogwarts, as Cormy pointed out. Perhaps it had some contractual connection to the castle, for Hogwarts is notoriously unchartable. This book is the only one I have encountered that could depict Hogwarts in such detail, even displaying the most current map, which is exceedingly rare and wondrous. However, should it fall into the wrong hands, it could pose a grave threat to Hogwarts. Dumbledore regarded the young wizard before him, with dark hair and eyes. If its owner were Ed, he would feel no concern, for no one could snatch this book from him. Yet, Cormy could not yet assure its absolute safety. Perhaps I could enchant it, ensuring it serves only you and becomes more loyal to your cause. Of course, your desired effects could also be achieved with a few spells and a touch of alchemy, which you could learn to incorporate your own ideas. Upon hearing this, Cormy's face blossomed with a joyful smile. He had known from the moment he acquired the book that it was as ancient as his grandfather. Though merely a century had passed, the landscape may remain unchanged, yet human activity and towns have undoubtedly undergone profound transformations. However, what he did not anticipate was that upon arriving at Hogwarts, the book would automatically update its map. Perhaps the original creator foresaw this dilemma. Originally, he intended for Dumbledore to cast a spell to alter its size. Now that Dumbledore had suggested it, Cormy felt it could be taken a step further. Certainly, Professor. I too believe it would be perilous if someone were to find this book, especially since it contains some personal items. Cormy pointed to the letters section at the back of the book, where he had affixed labels inscribed with letters. Upon seeing the labels, Dumbledore refrained from further inspection, having grasped the general idea. Next, he needed to gather some materials for alchemy, such as dragon's blood, crystals, and various magical components, all of which he had stored in his private collection. Let us first address this matter. Allow me to consider what useful items and materials may be at our disposal, as they might prove beneficial. We shall regard this book as a gift for our dear Cormy S. enrollment, for I, this old and impoverished wizard, can offer little else as a present. Trust me, the outcome will surely delight you. Cormy made a concerted effort to avert his gaze from the peculiar alchemical items. While sharing his thoughts, I wish to have a means to store various items, preferably something portable so that I could conveniently fit my wand inside. You see, my wand measures a remarkable 14 inches, and it scarcely fits within my robe. It would be splendid if I could also stash away some snacks, as currently I can only accommodate the wizarding chocolate frog cards. If it were merely a matter of holding small objects, there would be no issue. Dumbledore surveyed his cabinet and chanced upon a corner where a glimmering silver object caught his eye. Ah, a bird-snake egg, precisely what was needed. This magical creature possesses the extraordinary ability to alter its size at will, requiring merely some eggshell combined with alchemy, perfectly aligning with your specifications. Amidst his work, Dumbledore, undeterred by the tasks at hand, continued his role as a teacher. He possessed an intimate understanding of every material and incantation, capable of elucidating their functions and applications in great detail. In contrast, Cormy struggled to memorize this information, forcing it into his mind. It was only when a house elf appeared with a pop on the office floor that they both realized it was already noon. Chapter 13, The Book of Guidance. Cormy spent merely a day at Hogwarts, and during this time, the castle felt rather desolate. Apart from a few professors occupied with the arrival of new students, who occasionally lingered within Hogwarts, most took their leisure hours to venture outside. Thus, lunch was directly delivered to the headmaster's office by the house elf. Undoubtedly, they would ultimately agree to allow the young wizard to attend Hogwarts. After all, should the young wizard remain uneducated, he might risk becoming a muggle. This would be an unfortunate fate, for muggles are perilously dangerous magical creatures. The emergence of a muggle typically stems from a young wizard suffering profound trauma, rendering them incapable of controlling their magical abilities. When this occurs, darkness seeps into their souls, giving rise to this dreadful parasitic entity. Once possessed by a muggle, both the wizard's body and spirit undergo significant turmoil. They lose control, becoming frenzied and perilous. Moreover, the muggle incessantly consumes the wizard's vitality, leading them to a slow decline until death. Therefore, to avert the young wizard from transforming into a muggle, facilitating his admission to Hogwarts is the wisest course of action. Within the school, the young wizard will learn to harness his magical powers while receiving professional guidance and assistance to address any emerging issues. In doing so, he shall flourish and ultimately evolve into a distinguished wizard. The awakening of a young wizard often accompanies unforeseen circumstances, and one of the responsibilities of a magical school is to guide these young talents towards a structured education. These were the topics discussed by the professors during their meal, and for the remainder of the day, Dumbledore busied himself in his chamber, engaged in the transformation of that magical tome. The bursts of light emanating from beneath the door hinted at the complexity of his undertaking. At times, introducing a single variable is straightforward. However, fostering harmony among multiple variables presents the greatest challenge. This was the reflection Dumbledore made as he emerged with the guidebook in hand. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so forgetful as to overlook significant knowledge. Come, let us behold your new companion. Dumbledore's countenance bore a hint of fatigue, yet his eyes radiated confidence. Wow, it's remarkably light, Cormy exclaimed eagerly as he grasped the guide. The once cumbersome tome now felt as if it could effortlessly soar into the air at a mere toss. For the first time in his life, Cormy found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe a book, yet there was no denying that anyone, upon their first glance, will be unable to divert their gaze from it. It is now yours. You need only to bestow upon it a new name, and wherever you may venture, it shall never be lost, nor shall others be able to wield it. What do you think of the name The Book of Guidance, or perhaps The Crown of Stars? I have many more ideas. Even Lucifer could be an option. Dumbledore chuckled and nodded. The name mattered not, for you could rename it at your leisure, and as long as you wished, it would be at your side. Oh, and one more thing. Your wand can also be fitted into the groove of the spine, which I specifically reserved for it, as I found it to be an ideal fit. Dumbledore lightly tapped the metallic spine, and a metal clasp appeared at either end. Cormy followed Dumbledore's gesture and noticed a concealed indentation within the spine. He attempted to insert his wand, and it fit perfectly. Thank you, Professor. This is the most splendid gift I have ever received. Cormy could hardly contain his excitement as he slung the book across his waist, with his wand nestled in the spine, allowing for unhindered movement while ensuring swift access to his wand. Under the watchful tutelage of his grandfather, Cormy understood the necessity of discretion and speed when casting spells. Concealing his wand at his waist was indeed more discreet than drawing it from an obvious pocket. This is my duty. After all, it pertains to the vital safety of Hogwarts, so please ensure its protection. Dumbledore smiled and nodded in agreement, adding, not only that, but its interior has also been enhanced. Cormy opened the book, discovering that the map, which had originally occupied the front, was now positioned at the back, while the frontispiece bore the words mind, soul, and will. Magic derives from both the soul and the mind, Each is indispensable, and a wizard must guide them with intent. As the most formidable wizard of this century, Dumbledore evidently possessed a profound understanding of magic. The soul is the fundamental source of life and magical energy, the very essence of what makes a wizard. The mind, encompassing emotions, will focus, and intellect is key to controlling and shaping magic. Will is the crucial element that transforms inner magical potential into actual spells. Professor, what about the gestures and incantations? Oh, those are merely necessary processes to ensure you can cast magic. After all, many young wizards are quite nervous when performing spells, thus a stable and secure textbook is essential. He added with a wink. Cormy nodded, recognizing that he did not fully comprehend it yet, but that remembering would suffice. There would be ample time to explore these concepts later. As he continued to turn the pages past the map, the side of the book featured additional blank labels, tailored to Cormy's preferences. The pages between the labels have been magically enhanced. Upon placing an item within, an image would materialize, albeit only for objects smaller than the book itself. Dumbledore picked up a piece of candy and laid it upon the page, observing as it seemed to vanish as if it had been dropped into water. Cormy attempted to probe her finger into the page, feeling the candy, and upon extraction, the candy had disappeared from the page as well. Next, Cormy experimented by placing her wand, a book, and even a cup from the table into the magical repository, followed by a flower pot from Dumbledore's windowsill. After depositing a haphazard assortment of items, Cormy noticed a slight increase in the weight of the guidebook. Although it could not accommodate excessively heavy or large objects, it now served quite adequately as a portable treasury. Then, a voice emerged from the portrait, proclaiming, "I have heard that someone wishes to spend the night in a castle haunted by spirits." Chapter 14, The Day of Enrollment. On the first day of September, the date for Hogwarts enrollment arrived. Cormy and the butler, Mr. Frank, set off early from the manor, taking a bus and then transferring to the underground to reach King's Cross Station in London. Observing the ceaseless flow of traffic outside, Cormy mused that acquiring a car would be more convenient in the future, as public transport during rush hours was exceedingly crowded. Furthermore, within the manor, the only modes of transport available were carriages and broomsticks, which could not be used freely before Muggles. At the station entrance, a throng of people bustled about, creating a cacophony of noise. They carried an array of luggage, from compact backpacks to enormous suitcases. In addition, some small carts designed for transporting luggage weaved through the crowd, their owners skillfully maneuvering amidst the chaos, the wheels creaking in harmony with the din of voices. Cormy's luggage consisted of merely a single suitcase, while a nearby family appeared to be embarking on a long journey, burdened by 3 carts of baggage. The imposing mother scolded her 2 brothers who were busy shifting items, perhaps feeling it inappropriate to raise her voice in public, as she hurriedly led her family into the station. The underlying reason was that our travel needs were numerous. After all, one seldom ventured out in a month, and purchasing a car would only increase Ollie's workload, who was already quite occupied tending to 2 horses. Occasionally pulling the carriage was a rare exercise for them. Frank shrugged, noting that the 2 horses had been quite idle at the manor. Acquiring additional modes of transport might lead them to complete retirement. "Look, that one is rather nice, small, and exquisite," Cormy remarked, spotting a vibrant yellow-green car parked by the roadside, its bright color and compact size appearing ideally suited for London's narrow streets. Frank followed Cormy's gaze, seeing a charming little yellow-green vehicle at the curb, where a bewildered muggle clad in a linen suit was attaching a lock to the car's door handle. "Perhaps you will see it at the manor during the holidays," Frank awkwardly suggested, "provided that either Ollie or I learn to drive and obtain that thing called a driver's license." Cormy scratched her head, pondering whether she had ever mentioned for Ollie to drive a car. Ollie is certainly not suitable. One cannot expect a domesticated house elf to undertake an examination. Mr. Frank sighed, expressing his own helplessness, as Ollie had always been tasked with shadowing Cormy within the estate, a role esteemed among the house elves. The notion of instructing a house elf to learn to operate a motor vehicle seemed rather abstract. Even adult wizards found it challenging to adapt to contemporary society. At this moment, the platforms of the busiest station in central London were teeming with people. Mr. Frank, carrying Cormy's luggage, navigated through the throngs of commuters. At last, they arrived at Platform 9, adjacent to Platform 10, separated by a row of columns. Cormy observed that while the columns appeared similar, the slender ones ahead could not possibly serve as an entrance. It was likely that the entrance lay 3/4 of the way down the platform. Counting the columns in succession, they approached the ones resembling an archway, where several individuals lingered, seemingly indifferent even as a train departed nearby. clearly not awaiting transportation. Cormy made his way toward them, stopping before a woman idly standing by. Dressed in a long coat, Cormy surmised she was a disguised witch and smiled as he presented his ticket, gesturing toward the adjacent column. The ministry witch nodded at the sight of the young wizard's ticket and pointed to the column beside her, indicating that it was the entrance. Just walk straight through and do not attract attention, she advised, as today marked the start of school for young wizards. The ministry had dispatched additional personnel to guard the entrance, preventing any disturbances that might draw the notice of muggles. After confirming that his arm did not touch the wall, Cormy confidently stepped through, with Mr. Frank closely following, carrying the suitcase. As Cormy passed through the wall, the witch resumed her duties, which often involved cleaning up messes, managing the aftermath of incidents, and erasing the memories of witnesses, though much of her time was spent idly, occasionally guiding first-time young wizards and their parents. Upon crossing the threshold, a magnificent steam train rested quietly, its engine billowing white steam into the air. A sign marking Platform 9 and 3/4 hung prominently on the wall, indicating the Hogwarts Express. The thick white steam enveloped the scene in an ethereal haze, as wizards clad in robes, wands in hand, pushed carts laden with luggage, their figures flickering in and out of view amidst the mist. The parents bidding farewell trailed closely behind, their faces etched with concern and anticipation. Vendors along the walls peddled an array of snacks and beverages, their vibrant wares particularly eye-catching. The merchants enthusiastically called out, their voices blending into a cacophony of sound in the bustling atmosphere. Cormy even noticed a few cats weaving through the legs of the crowd, compelling individuals to raise their voices to be heard. He received his suitcase from Mr. Frank, who assured him, should you require anything, simply pen a letter. I shall ensure it reaches the school by the following day at the latest. Ollie and an owl shall arrive there shortly, where you will convene at the castle. Ultimately, I wish you joy in your life and studies at Hogwarts. Frank waved his hand, claiming that it would be disingenuous to say he felt no envy. Every mute longed to become a wizard more than anyone, yet he had spent these years at the estate with great happiness, having long discarded that notion. Watching little Cormy joyfully board the train he once dreamed of stepping onto, he felt a sudden sense of release, as if a boulder weighing upon him for many years had finally vanished. Prior to this, he had specifically inquired with Professor McGonagall, who informed him that this train would traverse the entirety of England, ultimately reaching the Scottish Highlands, a journey that would require this antiquated locomotive to run at full throttle for an entire day. As Cormy entered the carriage, he noticed a gleaming sign affixed to the doorway, designating it as the prefect's compartment. It seemed no one occupied this space for that reason. He glanced at the adjacent carriage, which appeared largely vacant, suggesting it was quite a pleasant spot. Chapter 15. The Hogwarts Express. While stowing his luggage on the rack, Cormy caught sight of the family he had observed just before entering the station. It appeared they were all wizards, and indeed a large family at that. They passed by the window, the eldest leading the way, conversing with two younger brothers. Following them were twin brothers, each pushing a cart laden with luggage, seemingly having been lectured by their elder brother, though they occasionally retorted. Cormy noticed their hair shimmering with a hint of red under the sunlight. Atop the suitcase they pushed rested a metal cage containing a frail owl. The corners of the suitcase were worn, revealing the wooden grain beneath the peeling paint. They halted their cart at the carriage entrance, and while their brother busied himself with their luggage, the twins slipped away into the throng and steam. Cormy observed the dwindling crowd outside, some waving farewell and calling out, but he chose to ignore them, opting instead to take out a book and peruse its pages idly. With a long whistle, the train began to move, swaying gently as it rolled along the tracks, gradually distancing itself from the departing crowd shrouded in mist, along with the lingering attachments that faded with the distance. As the iron tracks beneath the train stretched northward, the scenery transitioned from the dense urban landscape to rolling hills and farms. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, ultimately cascading upon the pages of his book, as if fairies danced between the words, the only sound accompanying them the rhythmic clattering of the train wheels. This carriage was sparsely populated. The adjoining compartments housed the conductor and driver's lounge, seldom traversed by students, providing Cormy ample private space. At that moment, he was engrossed in the illustrations of a botanical book, meticulously comparing the labeled names with their corresponding images when a knock echoed at the door. In the corridor stood a conductor pushing a cart brimming with snacks and beverages. With a smile, he inquired as Cormy looked up, "Would you care for some snacks or refreshments? The journey ahead is still quite long." "Of course. Do you have any recommendations?" "Then I shall have some chocolate and a few snacks." Cormy spent a considerable sum purchasing an array of chocolate frogs and assorted snacks. Anticipating the forthcoming lunch and afternoon tea, He also ordered 2 slices of pie and a cake, to which the conductor smiled and departed. The train's table was just spacious enough to accommodate these delicacies. Cormy opened a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cautiously selecting a single bean, which he delicately licked with his tongue to confirm the absence of any peculiar taste before finally popping it into his mouth. His caution was warranted. Bertie Bott's is renowned for its extensive array of flavors, boasting a staggering 700 varieties, many of which are rather bizarre, including tastes such as booger and stinky sock. Some flavors even mimic inedible metals and everyday items, emphasizing a random selection that heightens the thrill of watching others partake. Although these flavors are mere magical illusions, the psychological impact can be quite profound. Recalling his grandfather's frequent admonitions about peculiar British cuisine that, while not harmful, can be quite off-putting, Cormy suddenly remembered an inconspicuous little object he had been advised to carry, a nondescript metal die. It was only after completing the trials at Gringotts that he discovered some of the die's proper uses, having previously relegated it to a mere decorative item or a toy for board games, which, after all, was its primary function. Following its exposure to magical energy during the trials, the die's exterior had transformed. Its edges became pronounced, and each face bore a prominent, elegant numeral, adorned with intricate patterns on the corners. The 20 faces displayed a variety of motifs, from the sun and moonlight to stars and various magical flora and fauna. With a mental condition set, he cast the die, which shimmered briefly before landing on the number 19. He then picked up a bean and placed it in his mouth to taste. Indeed, it was caramel-flavored, sweet, and delightful. Cormy gathered the remaining snacks and arranged them on the empty space, laying down a piece of paper on the table where he inscribed the number 19, labeling it as caramel below. He proceeded to repeat this process, allowing him to deduce the flavor corresponding to each die value. By the end of the entire box, containing 385 beans, a significant portion of the paper was filled with the corresponding flavors. It became evident that higher numbers represented sweeter tastes, while lower values indicated more peculiar flavors. After sampling a green bean marked with a 5, he became convinced that the die determined outcomes based on his intentions at the time of casting. Now, only a few beans with values below 10 remained on the paper, and he was reluctant to taste these himself. A suitable candidate must be found. Cormy's gaze swept across the window and the aisle, catching sight of a corner of a row from the corridor. Perhaps the search would not be so arduous after all. Cormy opened the partition door, gazing at the 2 identical brothers standing at the threshold, a joyful smile gracing his face. "Greetings, I am George," the one on the left spoke first. "Hello. He is Fred. I am the true George," another brother retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Ah, Fred and George, how do you do? I am Cormy Nyst. I noticed you at the entrance. Do you have something to discuss?" The twins leaned in, whispering, "We were merely passing by and spotted the young wizard counting beans. Could these possibly be the legendary magic beans?" "Indeed, these are the fabled magic beans. Consider them a gift for our first meeting," Cormy exclaimed, his smile growing even wider. "You wouldn't find them unworthy, would you? You can have a taste." Cormy collected the beans in a box and presented it to the brothers. "We believe it best to reserve these delightful treats for our esteemed elder." They harmonized, playfully casting aside their brother. Cormy felt certain the twins would devise a means for him to sample the beans. "I find that suggestion splendid. I could sponsor a portion of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and a few chocolate frogs. To our friendship." The twins and Cormy reached a mutual agreement on this matter. However, the cards must be saved for me. Chapter 16. Walking along the path of ancestors. The simplicity of boyhood camaraderie was profound. Cormy was unaware of how the twins orchestrated their schemes, but at noon, raucous sounds emanated from the neighboring compartment, the tone quite heated. As Cormy indulged in a chocolate frog while reading, the twins stealthily slipped back in. "Oh, you look as if you just swallowed a frog whole," one of them exclaimed, having entered first. Cormy stuffed the twitching leg of the chocolate frog into his mouth and rolled his eyes at the twins. "Huh, perhaps we could collaborate, so we might surprise others at school." The brothers inched closer, and maybe earn a bit of pocket money along the way. Their voices melded seamlessly, as if one person possessed 2 mouths. "I fear your idea may not be particularly suitable for a new student," Cormy interjected. "Fred, it seems we have indeed overlooked the fact that he is a freshman," George remarked to his brother. "Perhaps he will be sorted into Gryffindor. I feel he would fit in well with us. Or maybe Hufflepuff, the largest house, conveniently adjacent to the kitchen, which would undoubtedly attract a hungry young wizard," Fred quipped, mimicking a shrill voice. Cormy observed the 2 masters of performance before him. As wizards, they were far too talented, capable of becoming exceptional entertainers even in the mundane world with their eloquence and humor. The 3 of them conversed while enjoying snacks and sweets. as the sky gradually darkened amidst their laughter. From the twins, Kimmy gleaned much about intriguing locations within the school, as well as a particular creature, the cat, which one must heed with caution, though no reasons were provided. Kimmy speculated it might be due to a previous scratch, recalling numerous newspaper articles detailing rabies outbreaks. He pondered whether the wizarding world possessed vaccines, or if magic could indeed cure such maladies. As the twins gazed at the flickering lights outside, they reminded him, "I believe we are nearing our destination. We should change our clothes promptly, for we are about to indulge in a sumptuous welcome feast. Should you be sorted into Gryffindor, we can explore the secrets together. Of course, other houses are also welcome, except for Slytherin, which is rife with dark wizards lurking in damp, shadowy depths," one added. While donning his robes, Kimmy listened to the brothers disparage Slytherin, even recounting how his brother had been sabotaged during a Quidditch match. "What's that book? It appears quite mysterious, and you carry it so closely," they remarked. The twins noticed Kimmy needed to change and placed the guiding book on the table. "It is a spell book that may offer me some assistance," Kimmy explained. The twins exchanged glances and, leaning closer, whispered, "Hey Kimmy, we must caution you against trusting anything that can think for itself, unless you discern where it hides its brain. This is a frequent saying of our father, who works at the Ministry of Magic and often encounters accidents caused by magical artifacts." Kimmy, observing the brother's serious demeanor, chuckled. "Fear not, for Dumbledore personally cast magic upon it." He reveled in their astonished expressions and agape mouths. "Dumbledore himself? Wow, Kimmy, you cannot possibly be his grandson." The twins nearly embraced Kimmy in excitement. "Regrettably, no. My grandfather merely knows him, and I only learned of this year." Kimmy slung the book across his shoulder, having spotted the station outside the window. "It seems we have arrived at our destination." He smiled, gesturing to the twins. "Time flies. We were hoping." The sound of a knock interrupted the twins. "Kimmy, we wish you good fortune in being sorted into your desired house. Of course, Gryffindor would be preferable." The twins chimed in unison, performing a comical, welcoming gesture. "Farewell at school." "George, Fred," Kimmy said with a smile as he handed them 2 boxes of chocolate frogs. "Remember to save the cards for me." With that, he gracefully leaped from the open carriage door. Outside, a gathering of similarly wide-eyed young wizards awaited. As Kimmy heard someone calling for the new students to assemble, a shadowy figure, holding a swaying lantern, emerged, a tall and robust giant, whose waist was level with the heads of the small wizards before him. He shouted, while shaking the lantern, beckoning the newcomers to gather before him. The older students, however, drifted toward the opposite side of the train, where numerous carriages awaited, though no horses were in sight. "Are there any more newcomers? Assemble here. We are about to board the boats. Don't fall behind." After the giant called out once more, he gazed into the empty carriage, ensuring that no one had been left behind. He then led a group of young wizards through a small door marked with the sign for Hogsmeade, descending a narrow stone staircase. After traversing a dark grove, they paused by the lakeside. Before them lay a dock filled with small boats, and across the dark lake stood a magnificent castle perched upon a high ground. Bathed in moonlight, its towering spires appeared even more imposing, while little lights twinkled through the windows, adorning the black fortress with an aura of mystery. "For to a boat," the giant announced, holding up a lantern to guide the new students aboard. "Everyone, please embark. We are about to set sail." Combe found a spot in one of the boats. Beside him sat a tall boy with golden hair, who stood out among the newcomers. 2 more students climbed aboard, and as the rest of the first years gradually filled the small vessels, the fleet gently departed from the dock. The tranquil surface of the lake was disturbed by the rippling waves created by the boats, shimmering under the moonlight and the castle's glow. Amidst the serene mist, they entered the shadows of the castle, confronted by a sheer cliff, where a voice warned, "Mind your heads." After passing through a disguise of vines, they arrived at an underground harbor, illuminated by flickering torches. The new students regrouped, following the giant through a passage ahead, ascending the dimly lit steps. When they encountered light once more, they beheld a grand wooden door, where a tall, slender witch stood, Professor McGonagall. "Thank you, Hagrid. You may leave them in my care," she said, and at that moment, they learned the giant's name. "Very well, Professor McGonagall. I shall return shortly." Hagrid nodded as he made his way towards the entrance. "Next, you will undergo the sorting ceremony, which will determine the house you shall join. Each house boasts a rich history and has nurtured exceptional wizards. I hope you take pride in your house, for it will be your home. You will learn and live together, acquiring knowledge for your future. Throughout each academic year, scores will be recorded, and the house with the highest points will receive the house cup. Now, welcome to Hogwarts." Chapter 17, The Sorting Ceremony. As Professor McGonagall opened the grand door, A vast and magnificent hall unfolded before them, illuminated by a multitude of floating candles against a starry sky. For long tables were already filled with students, and Combs spotted the Weasley twins alongside their brothers, mixed with students from various years. Yet leaving space near the raised platform of the hall, they proceeded down the central aisle and were instructed to stand beneath the stairs, where a tall stool awaited them. Combs recognized the tattered hat that had sung in the headmaster's office, its style seemingly at odds with the grandeur of the hall. Once they had taken their positions, the hat began to wiggle. Observing its familiar movements, Combs felt an ominous premonition. That is the history of a millennium past. I have yet to be bestowed with wisdom. Wizards were cast aside, for wizards arrived here. They came with hope and dreams. Gazing upon the tranquil expanse of the lake, the valiant Gryffindors erect their stronghold, while the exquisite Ravenclaws fill the shelves with tomes of knowledge. The benevolent Hufflepuffs nurture the flora, and the astute Slytherins bestow prestige. Thus, Hogwarts is born, a sanctuary for wizards, offering protection and enlightenment. Here, one can cultivate courage, acquire wisdom, comprehend kindness, and fulfill aspirations. As the hat concludes its melodic tribute, it graciously bows to the audience, and the students erupt in joyous applause. Save for Professor McGonagall, whose expression remains rigid. Following the hat's song, Professor McGonagall stiffly unfurls the list she has clutched. As this moment each year proves to be the most arduous, she stands beside the Sorting Hat, enduring its song until the names are called forth, guiding students to don the hat and determine their rightful houses. Aiden Evans Gryffindor, André Ba Hufflepuff. With each name announced, the designated student takes a seat, and as the Sorting Hat proclaims each house, the students of that house extend their warm applause to welcome the newcomers. Hufflepuff's applause resonates the loudest, with many from other houses joining in, as Hufflepuff boasts the largest number of students, rendering their cheers particularly thunderous. Cormac McLaggen, upon hearing his name, Cormac strides toward the stool, receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Professor Dumbledore. As Professor McGonagall places the hat upon his head, Cormac notices the Weasley brothers gesturing, likely urging him toward Gryffindor. He smiles, uncertain of his own choice, favoring Hufflepuff instead. At that moment, a voice whispers, "Ah, here we meet again. Let us see what abilities the wizard's grandson possesses." Cormac looks up, the voice echoing as if it were resonating directly within his ear. Indeed, a magical occurrence. This voice, bestowed upon him by the Founder's enchantment, shields the youthful wizard's innermost secrets from prying ears, while also granting insight into his heart's desires. The voice lingers, deliberating, Hufflepuff, a fine choice. But let me share a secret. The kitchen lies just behind that portrait of fruit, quite convenient indeed. It pauses, however. I cannot base your sorting merely on appetite. Perhaps Slytherin would suit you, as desire is also a form of ambition. After all, your grandfather nearly graduated from there. Oh, what a terrifying thought. What? Cormac inquires, bewildered. That is a matter for another time. Ah, courage seems slightly lacking. Gluttony can be seen as kindness? An affinity for contemplation and a thirst for knowledge are commendable. Cleverness, yet lacking a touch of ambition. The Sorting Hat mutters within Cormac's mind, Ravenclaw, the blue there sparkles just like your eyes. Believe me, it would suit you well. Isn't that the farthest from a kitchen? Cormac raises an eyebrow. Not a concern. You can leave notes for the house elves. They will cater to your wishes. I often see Dumbledore writing dessert requests to the kitchen. The Sorting Hat whispered that the common room was the most exquisite, and one must believe in the beauty of Ravenclaw, for it is undoubtedly worth a visit. The number of students assigned to this dormitory is quite limited, allowing for the indulgence of your little pleasures. Moreover, the common room boasts a terrace. That sounds quite delightful. Thank you, Mr. Sorting Hat. No need for thanks. Just ensure that your elder remains dutifully within the confines of the portrait. The Sorting Hat proclaimed Ravenclaw loudly. Amidst the applause for Ravenclaw, Cormy noticed the Weasley twins wore expressions of disappointment, yet they still clapped amicably. Cormy offered them an apologetic smile, leaping off the stool and heading towards Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall promptly lifted the Sorting Hat and cast a warning glance at the Weasley twins. Upon reaching the long table of Ravenclaw, Cormy nodded with a smile towards Dumbledore. A senior beside him extended a friendly hand. "Welcome. I am Blair Fleck, the prefect of Ravenclaw. You are the first student sorted into Ravenclaw this year. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Cormy Nyst, and I am honored to join Ravenclaw." Cormy smiled as he shook hands with the prefect. "I see you know Professor Dumbledore?" Blair inquired, leaning closer. "Indeed. My grandfather was acquainted with Dumbledore during their school days." Although merely acquaintances, Cormy thought silently. "Oh, how splendid. You can always seek my assistance if needed." Fleck replied with a raised eyebrow. "Ravenclaw, Another student was sorted into Ravenclaw, this time a girl with dark hair. Welcome to Ravenclaw. The prefect greeted as he shook hands with the newly arrived student, also introducing Cormy. I am Autumn Zhang, the shy witch introduced herself, her appearance quite pleasing. Cormy warmly shook hands with the other new students. Hello, I'm delighted you were sorted into Ravenclaw. Once all the new students had found their respective houses and taken their seats, the sorting ceremony concluded. Professor McGonagall moved the stools and the sorting hat aside, and Dumbledore, seated at the center of the staff table, rose to his feet, prompting applause from the students of all 4 houses. Here, Hogwarts welcomes a new academic year, and on behalf of Hogwarts, I extend my warmest greetings to you all. Now, I have a few announcements to make. Firstly, students are strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, especially after dark. Additionally, the caretaker has insisted that I remind you not to hide or damage the school's sanitary facilities. The selection for this year's Quidditch team will be posted on the house notice board, so please pay attention to the timings and details. I am aware that you are all famished, so now, let us commence the feast. With Dumbledore's words, a plethora of food appeared on the table, prominently featuring various roasted meats interspersed with platters of vegetables. Each dish filled the plates abundantly, not particularly refined in presentation, but the generous portions were quite satisfying, especially when shared amongst many, where ample food proved more appetizing than elaborate arrangements. Cormy surveyed the surrounding wizards who had already begun their feasting, grasping a plate and fork as he skewered 2 chicken legs and several roasted wings. He also pilfered a slice of steak from a nearby platter, complementing his selection with corn, beans, and pudding, his plate rapidly overflowing with delectable fare. Was this what one would deem a grand British banquet? Chapter 18. The Ravenclaw Tower. During the meal, ghosts entered the hall, floating ethereally, their forms as translucent as gossamer. Though they could no longer interact with the physical world or savor the flavors before them, they found joy in merely being present, as if such an act preserved the vestiges of their humanity from life. Once everyone had indulged to their fill, the food and utensils vanished from the table, at which point Professor Dumbledore rose once more. His imposing figure, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, radiated a solemnity that commanded attention. His robes billowed gently, and the hall seemed to fall into a hush in his presence, all eyes eagerly fixed upon him, anticipating his words. Now, let us conclude our first day at Hogwarts by singing the school song. With a flourish of his wand, golden notes materialized in the air, arranged in a musical score. Each individual selected their preferred melody as Dumbledore wielded his wand like a conductor's baton, proclaiming, "Ready, sing. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts." The cacophony of mismatched tones melded into a chaotic symphony, leaving no one able to discern the sound of their own voice within the chorus. Cormy, blushing with embarrassment, joined the discordant singing, contemplating whether he might venture to the library the following day to decipher the meaning behind the curious lyrics concerning dead flies, chicken feathers, and garlic. I am Blair, the head of Ravenclaw, as we have just acquainted ourselves at the dining table. First-year students, follow me. The first-year students, under the guidance of their prefects, departed the long table toward their respective common rooms. Among the 4 houses, Ravenclaw boasted the smallest number of students, yet their common room was the most distant. Upon exiting the hall, the procession veered toward the tower, initiating a lengthy ascent of the staircase, much to the dismay of many young wizards, whose foremost concern before slumber was to conquer the force of gravity and strengthen their bodies. The prefect stood before the common room door, where a bronze eagle statue, its talons gripping the knocker, adorned the entrance. To gain entry, one must answer a riddle, with each individual afforded a single chance. A wrong answer necessitated waiting for others to arrive. He gestured toward the blankets and pillows nearby, adding, "If it gets too late, I strongly advise against venturing out alone." It appeared that the scarcity of Ravenclaw students was not without justification. Cormy tilted his head, surveying the scattered books around him, which consisted of popular novels, seemingly intended for those left waiting outside to pass the time. However, the bedding in the corner suggested that the riddle posed was not so straightforward. Which is longer, magic or time? Magic. The bronze eagle's wings folded, slowly granting entry to the group. Why is magic longer than time? Autumn whispered to Cormy. Because magic has 5 letters. Upon entering, the rear wall showcased an intricately carved eagle relief, flanked by a spiraling staircase adorned with deep blue carpets. Ascending the staircase, one arrives at the lounge hall, where the walls are adorned with exquisite arched windows and draped in delicate cerulean silk curtains. The golden celestial motifs on the ceiling twinkle under the illumination, mirroring the starry carpet beneath. The entire hall is arranged with great thoughtfulness, featuring plush seating that invites relaxation. A brass telescope is positioned by the window, suggesting that Ravenclaw chose this location for its elevation, perfect for stargazing. Cormy surveyed the decor, having heard tales of this beautiful and elegant hall from his grandfather. Yet this was his first encounter with its splendor. This is our esteemed founder, Lady Rowena Ravenclaw. The head boy stood before a marble statue, introducing this remarkable witch to the first-year students. The statue, carved from white marble, depicts her crowned, with one hand gently holding a wand and the other clasping a book. Her expression solemn and dignified, as if observing the young wizards in the hall. As the crowd passed through an archway, they entered a chamber featuring a fireplace, filled to the brim with bookshelves. Judging by the number of desks arranged around, this was clearly a place for study. It served as both a sanctuary for relaxation and a hub for learning, with 3 spacious halls available for use, unlike Gryffindor, which only boasted a few tables often used as excuses for not submitting homework, a rationale as foolish as claiming a troll devoured one's assignments. The head boy also pointed out the staircases flanking the archway. The staircase by the archway leads to your dormitory. The girls' entrance is guarded by armor to prevent any boys from straying. I doubt anyone would wish to acquire a couple of extra holes in their bodies. Above lies the second-floor hall and the 7th-year dormitory. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to seek me or Anna there. Our Ravenclaw dormitories accommodate 4 students. And if you have any special requests, the head boy can assist you with most issues. You may now locate your rooms by the names on the doors. Good night. Tomorrow, I shall distribute your schedules here. He added with a smile, I recommend you rise early. Do remember to hurry to the Great Hall for breakfast. I will also guide you to your classrooms. Cormy descended the staircase, his name alongside those of the other 3 appearing on the doorplate. Upon entering, he found himself in a fan-shaped room, with wardrobes and bookshelves near the entrance. The beds, arranged in pairs and facing the window, were adorned with blue drapes. Their belongings had already been placed on the beds by house elves. On one suitcase, Cormy discovered a note from Ollie, indicating that he had secured the headmaster's approval to continue preparing meals for Cormy in the school kitchen, even allowing for special requests. Cormy took in the classic and aesthetically pleasing ambience of the room. Through the wing-like stained glass window, moonlight cascaded upon the castle, which shimmered with flickering lights, while a serene magic lay quietly at rest over the land. Good night, Hogwarts. Chapter 19. The First Lesson in Wizardry. As the early September sun gradually ascended the hillside, the tower became the first part of the castle to embrace the sunlight. When Cormy opened her eyes, she was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling adorned with blue drapes, with sunlight sneaking through the seams of the fabric into the tranquil space. Notably, there was no clock in the bedroom. Ascending the intricately carved handrail towards the entrance of the common room, a white ghost glided gracefully down the stairs into the girls' entrance. It was the Ravenclaw ghost, Madame Grey. Beside her stood the prefect, Blair, who was already by the notice board. Cormy had not seen this board yesterday, suggesting it had just been moved. She appeared somewhat lonely. Such was her nature, often wandering near the statues within the tower, sometimes even being halted outside the girls' entrance. In any case, this place was not lacking in peculiarities, as you will come to understand. The prefect quietly explained, handing over a form. Cormy observed the sheet in her hands, which listed the week's classes, appearing rather sparse. Few morning classes were scheduled before 10 o'clock, indicating that the professors responsible for the timetable had thoughtfully considered the struggles encountered by Ravenclaw's young witches navigating the unfamiliar staircases. I can take this to my friends. They should just be waking up now. Oh, thank you for your assistance. The greenhouse for herbology is quite easy to find, and the flying class is on the grass outside the castle. Wishing you a delightful first day. The prefect smiled, taking 3 sheets for herself, patting Cormy on the shoulder, and even slipping a sheet to a dazed first-year student. The room for 4 was not cramped, their belongings neatly tucked away in wardrobes and bookshelves. As Cormy rummaged for 8,000 magical herbs and fungi, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to ask the prefect where to procure a clock. In the expansive hall, the long tables of the 4 houses were laden with freshly baked bread, jams, fruits, and pumpkin juice. Cormy sat at the Ravenclaw table, spreading jam on her bread, flanked by the Weasley twins on either side. Poor Cormy felt imprisoned by the tower, having seemingly abandoned her loyal friends. Helplessly, she watched as the twins harmonized in a minstrel's tone, disrupting the morning's tranquility. She handed them 2 pieces of bread with a resigned smile. I actually prefer Hufflepuff. It's closer to the kitchen, but that hat disagrees. Goodness, I thought you were just another oddball assigned to Ravenclaw. As long as it's not Slytherin, at least not a dark wizard. Cormy's expression stiffened momentarily. How could that be? Even if I were sorted into another house, we would still be friends, wouldn't we? I actually have something to ask you. I need to know where I can buy a clock. Just this little matter? The twins exchanged bewildered glances. As for us, we know that only third years can venture to Hogsmeade, where shops abound. Not everyone at Hogwarts can go to Hogsmeade. Only after reaching third year can one visit on designated Saturdays. We plan to use this to assist those curious students, the twins whispered to each other, surveying their surroundings. It appears you have located your target. If feasible, I can offer a modicum of assistance as recompense for your aid. Cormy, while dining, attentively listened to the duo's plans. Naturally, we intend to procure supplies from Hogsmeade. But for now, we must first ascertain the viability of this concept. An excellent idea indeed. Rest assured, I shall tend to your business when the time comes. Do you accept reservations? Cormy raised an eyebrow. This is a splendid notion. Anticipate our good news. The twins, clutching bread, departed from the Ravenclaw long table, beaming. Ravenclaw generally maintained amicable relations with other houses, though the discord between Gryffindor and Slytherin was notably pronounced, as evidenced by the words of the Weasley twins. Slytherin, though appearing somewhat brooding, was simply indifferent when juxtaposed with the aloof and quirky Ravenclaw. The herbology professor, clad in a brown robe, made her entrance before the students. She was a plump witch, radiating warmth with her amiable smile, evidently having just emerged from the greenhouse, as evidenced by the soil smudged on the cuffs of her robe. Good morning, first-year students. I am your herbology professor and also the head of Hufflepuff House. You may call me Professor Sprout. Good morning, Professor Sprout. Today marks your inaugural lesson. We shall commence by familiarizing ourselves with the greenhouse and some plants. Subsequently, we will learn how to cultivate and nurture these plants. So please follow me. Professor Sprout led the young wizards toward the greenhouse, explaining its regulations along the way. The Hogwarts greenhouse, positioned on the sunlit side of the castle, occupied a vast expanse of land. Constructed with a bronze frame and glass, it housed an abundance of magical flora. Surprisingly, some greenhouses contained vegetables commonly consumed by wizards, flourishing impressively, exceeding many preconceived notions of size. Moments ago, a house elf was seen vanishing with several enormous ears of corn in a puff of smoke. Arriving at the entrance of a greenhouse nestled in a corner, Professor Sprout stood at the threshold, one hand on her hip and the other grasping her wand. We are about to enter the greenhouse, where you will encounter a variety of plants you will study this year. I shall reiterate, do not touch any plants out of curiosity, as this can be exceedingly perilous. Everyone must wear gloves. However, today is merely an introduction, and we will not be handling any plants. For future herbology classes, protective gear will be mandatory. With that, she ushered the young wizards into the greenhouse. The moment the door swung open, a wave of warm, earthy air enveloped them, reminiscent of a sauna, with humidity saturating the atmosphere. Some bespectacled students began to wipe their glasses. The greenhouse's interior was not as crowded as it appeared from the outside, yet there was no lack of space. Pots and shelves adorned every corner, and tall, enigmatic plants flourished against the walls. In the center stood a long table, presumably designated for practical work, currently populated with various potted specimens. The entire greenhouse seemed to be enveloped by vegetation, yet each plant was allocated its own space, separated from one another, to ensure tranquility. Professor Sprout ventured deep into the greenhouse, donning a pair of dragonhide gloves from the table and gesturing towards the students. Henceforth, we shall require gloves to interact with the flora, as many plant juices can be harmful to humans. With that, she lifted a pot of a particular plant, ensuring all could see. This was the medicinal plant known as white ash, which can directly facilitate wound healing. However, we must extract its liquid for optimal efficacy. Narcissus, she continued, you are undoubtedly familiar with this flower, yet you may be unaware that this commonly seen bloom can also serve as an ingredient in potions. Following this, she introduced roses, aconite, lavender, and more. The young wizards endured the humid warmth as the professor presented pot after pot, detailing each plant's name and characteristics, occasionally touching on their uses, though most of the time, it was merely a nomenclature introduction. It must be acknowledged that herbalism demands a vast breadth of knowledge. Even this selection of plants filled the greenhouse to capacity. Chapter 20, The Library in Flight. The students nodded in understanding, and Professor Sprout added, today is merely an introduction to your classroom environment. In the future, I will call on students at random for questions. Correct answers will earn points, as I trust you have gleaned from your upperclassmen. With that, she began to tidy her tools, officially declaring the class over. The students gradually exited the greenhouse, greeted by the dry and comfortable air outside, where they could leisurely await their meal in the hall. Due to the labyrinthine pathways, Cormy found himself compelled to seek assistance from older students passing by. The portraits within Hogwarts occasionally offered guidance, but their perception of the world was distinct. Many only provided directions, and their mobility was merely a matter of stepping beyond the frame. The corridors of Hogwarts were a veritable maze, making it challenging to maintain a sense of direction. Cormy had also attempted to utilize the guiding book, yet the map only displayed the exterior of Hogwarts Castle, lacking any depiction of the internal structure. In dire need of a navigational aid, he found himself without even a basic map. After traversing 3 incorrect staircases, encountering a dead end, and facing 2 locked doors, Cormy finally stumbled into the library. This vast repository of knowledge, divided into 2 levels and connected by a spiral staircase, was supported by towering shelves brimming with books that radiated the brilliance of wisdom. Behind the counter stood a tall, slender witch with a serious demeanor, wielding a feather duster. In the presence of Professor McGonagall, one might think the only distinction between them was age. Nearby, a notice was affixed, outlining several rules to be adhered to, particularly emphasizing the prohibition against damaging, tearing, or soiling the books. Underneath the admonition, a specific note declared that eating any food, especially chocolate frogs, was strictly forbidden within the library. As he meandered slowly between the towering shelves, Cormy eventually withdrew a copy of A History of Hogwarts and settled down to read. Flipping past the brief introduction, he deliberately focused on the section detailing events from a century prior. Regrettably, the records merely document that Lonlock, dissatisfied with the law prohibiting wizards from allowing fairies to wield wands, led a rebellion among the fairies, which at one point jeopardized the safety of the towns surrounding Hogwarts. Ultimately, Professor Sharp, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, along with several professors from the school, quelled the unrest. It seems that certain details have been deliberately omitted from the accounts. As far as Cormy is aware, some dark wizards, poachers, and members of the Ashen Serpent faction were also involved in this incident. Yet these facts are conspicuously absent from the records. It is likely that the severity of the events was deemed too detrimental to disclose, as wizards colluding with fairies to assault Hogwarts is no mere dispute over interests. It is as absurd as the British collaborating with Native Americans to attack the White House. Perhaps the truth of that time was gleaned from the portrait of his grandfather. Cormy licked his lips. He spent time in the library until the flying lesson was about to commence, and then ambled outside to the grassy area near the castle, where a shed for releasing brooms stood not far away, already occupied by several waiting students. The students mingled, most of them discussing their favorite Quidditch players, while those from the ordinary world seemed to prefer football. It appeared that both wizards and muggles shared a robust enthusiasm for team sports. "Look there! Someone is approaching." A chorus of exclamations erupted among the young wizards. A small black figure appeared in the blue and white sky, and, as the figure drew closer, the young wizards could discern that it was a silver-haired witch, clad in a black windbreaker and knee-high boots, exuding a fashionable aura complemented by her knee-length skirt and wind goggles atop her head, leaving a striking impression. She waved at the gathered young wizards and gracefully descended to the ground. "Good afternoon, classmates. I am your flying instructor, Madam Hooch." "Good afternoon, Madam Hooch. Now, let us prepare for class." With a flick of her wand, 2 rows of brooms soared out from the adjacent shed, aligning themselves neatly on the grass. These brooms, though somewhat aged, bore a sheen from the wear of frequent use, embodying a rich history despite their slightly worn appearance. "Now, let us each select a broom. Stand to the left of your broom." The students eagerly approached to make their selections, and Cormy chose one that caught his eye. Looking up, he noticed a Hufflepuff student across from him whose legs appeared to tremble, perhaps out of excitement. He extended his right hand, hovering it above the broom, and then commanded, "Up." Observing the flustered Hufflepuff student who mistakenly reached out in haste, Cormy discerned his fear-induced trembling. He could only offer a smile, wishing him luck, aware that the number of Hufflepuffs present nearly exceeded that of Ravenclaw, and thus refrained from any hint of mockery. "Up," echoed across the field, and, after calling out twice, the broom obediently soared into Comy's grasp. The smooth handle was relatively clean, likely due to regular polishing. One by one, students acquired their brooms, and as the last reluctant broom drifted into the hands of the Hufflepuff student, all awaited Madam Hooch's command. "Now mount your brooms, ensuring that your rear makes contact with the cushion at the back, where you risk sliding off in midair. When you take off, apply gentle pressure, gradually increasing your force. Do not exert all your strength at once, for you may find yourself soaring away, with no one to rescue you." Cormy tested the sensation of the broom, reminiscent of a bicycle seat. With a gentle push against the ground, the broom lifted her body into the air. She could feel the broom swaying lightly beneath her. While some of the other young witches had already taken flight, and others remained on the ground. The scene was chaotic, as Mrs. Hokey attempted to regulate the young witch's ascent. Yet the exhilaration of their inaugural flying experience rendered them incapable of maintaining silence, resulting in a cacophony of screams and excited shouts. To Kemi's surprise, she observed Qiu Zhang soaring with remarkable steadiness, unlike the girl beside her who screamed while clutching her face, a perilous gesture that soon drew Mrs. Hokey's reprimand, leading to her being pulled down from the broom. Chapter 21. Bats, Cats, and Ghosts. Potions class was scheduled for Tuesday morning. Kemi entered the potions classroom located in the castle's basement alongside students from Ravenclaw. The room was filled with an array of potions and ingredients, the air imbued with peculiar yet not unpleasant aromas. At this moment, the dimly lit classroom was occupied solely by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students. Each desk could accommodate only 2 individuals. As Kemi settled into her seat, Qiu Zhang approached with a smile, asking, "May I partner with you? We happen to be 1 person short." Qiu Zhang's friends greeted Kemi with laughter. The number of girls in Ravenclaw surpassed that of boys, a distinctive phenomenon of the house, and the popularity of Ravenclaw girls far exceeded that of other houses. Hufflepuff followed, then Slytherin, while Gryffindor, due to a scarcity of girls, was excluded from this ranking. "Of course," Kemi replied, gesturing to the adjacent seat. Qiu Zhang placed her books and quill on the desk and sat down gently. "I've been meaning to ask you," she began. "I see you have black hair as well. Are you of Easter descent? My grandfather claims to hail from a great Eastern nation. I have been curious about Roman history, and both have black hair, yet the color of my eyes does not align with either characteristic. Indeed, both my family and I possess black and brown eyes," Kemi noted, sensing a hint of disappointment in Qiu Zhang's gaze. "I once inquired with a Muggle professor, who informed me that genetic measures are required for confirmation. Simply judging a person's lineage by appearance can yield discrepancies." Kemi smiled, adding, "My grandfather also said that lineage does not equate to nobility. Nobility arises solely from strength." "Your grandfather must be a remarkable thinker," Qiu Zhang remarked. As the students idled at their desks, the sudden creak of the door shattered the noise, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps that seemed to usher in a chill from outside, swiftly dimming the classroom's brightness. A man clad in a black cloak entered. Kemi pointed to the professor's dark hair, whispering to Qiu Zhang, "Look, black hair, and dark eyes too. In my classroom, the casual waving of wands is strictly prohibited. You are to follow my instructions meticulously, without distraction or the indulgence of creativity. Let us begin with the roll call." Upon receiving the materials, nearly all the young witches wore bewildered expressions. Kemi gazed at the items in her hands, then glanced at the professor's brief notation on the blackboard. Feeling overwhelmed and on the verge of tears, Cormy and Qiu Zhang could only consult magical potions and elixirs, meticulously comparing each word of the preparation instructions. The ingredients they had received were sufficient for crafting just 1 potion, and the nearby blunders of their peers had vividly illustrated the scene of their professor's furious tirades, further intensifying the psychological pressure on the young wizards, as a single misstep could transform a cauldron of potion into mere dregs. While Professor Snape busily dealt with the billowing smoke emanating from the cauldrons of his students and continued to deduct points, Cormy and Qiu Zhang had already begun processing their ingredients according to the instructions. They divided their tasks. Qiu Zhang focused on the delicate operations of boiling, distilling, and controlling the heat, while Cormy took on the duties of chopping and grinding. It soon became evident that Qiu Zhang possessed a unique aptitude for intricate tasks. Each reaction of the materials and potions consistently aligned with the descriptions in the tome. Throughout this endeavor, the two communicated about the precise measurements for adding ingredients. Ultimately, they managed to craft the potion in accordance with the textbook and the professor's guidance. However, in contrast to the chaos of smoking cauldrons and splattering potions in the classroom, their concoction merely earned a curt satisfactory from Professor Snape, accompanied by a reminder not to place prepared ingredients near the flames. After class, all the students were filled with trepidation regarding the classroom. The entire potions lesson had unfolded under Snape's silent scrutiny, with no one daring to breathe too loudly. During lunch, Qiu Zhang sat across from Cormy, still brooding over the recent potions class, as the nickname Old Bat for Professor Snape had circulated from upper years to the first years, garnering further notoriety. However, they soon realized that Hogwarts was not limited to just one eccentric professor. Next, Ravenclaw would face the formidable head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall. Transfiguration classes were held separately for each house, and as the young Eagles entered the classroom, Professor McGonagall astounded the present wizards with an exquisite display of transfiguration, transforming a cat into a human, a spectacle that left everyone in attendance utterly awestruck. With a multitude of cats at Hogwarts, one could only wonder if any of them were once human. Unfortunately, the subsequent defense against the dark arts class offered no surprises for the young wizards, as the upperclassmen were already gossiping about the unremarkable Professor Cap, with some even speculating that he might depart within 6 months, given that this position was deemed the most perilous in the entire wizarding world, since rumors suggested that Voldemort had placed a curse on this role. The position of defense against the dark arts professor had become a veritable hot potato after several years of sending defiant wizards to St. Mungo's or the graveyard. The Ministry of Magic in Hogwarts had to raise salaries to attract wizards to fill the position, and at times, they were compelled to assign ministry wizards to take on this role, as a form of compensation for the willing or unwilling candidates. These wizards would receive up to 6 months of leave upon completing their predecessors' teaching duties, yet most often, no one was inclined to take on the mantle. While feeling sympathy for the seemingly ordinary professor, Cormy also pondered why Voldemort had such a vendetta against this position, going to such lengths to curse a role within a school. On a starry night, the students of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor gathered at the astronomy tower to gaze upon the celestial bodies. Professor Aurora stood beside them, guiding their use of telescopes to locate the stars scattered across the night sky. This was the only class at Hogwarts that permitted students to breach curfew, yet not all relished the prospect of staying up late. After the initial thrill of their nocturnal adventure, fatigue and coldness set in, compounded by the daunting burden of lengthy assignments. Fortunately, the Ravenclaw common room was equipped with numerous telescopes, which, aside from occasionally being utilized for peering into the castle, allowed students to complete their homework without braving the chilly winds of the astronomy tower, thanks to the beautiful and wise Lady Ravenclaw. The day following their night of vigil was marked by Professor Bin's history of magic class. This ghostly professor, as ancient as the history of Hogwarts itself, delivered his lessons with a weighty sense of history. The young witches and wizards managed to shake off the fatigue from the previous night, even feeling invigorated. Chapter 22, An Encounter with a Ghost. One must admit, a clear weekend is a delightful beginning. Many young wizards chose this time to engage in activities outside the castle. Training was underway in the Quidditch pitch, with cheers occasionally echoing through the air. At that moment, Cormy was exploring some corners of the castle, simultaneously searching for the entrance to the trials. Hogwarts itself is comprised of 3 interconnected castles, with a labyrinth of rooms and corridors, many of which remained closed. With over 100 students in each year, it was evident that the grandeur of the castle could not be fully utilized. Cobwebs and dust were visible in many areas, and the caretaker, Filch, tended only to those frequently used spaces, leaving others untouched and neglected. Descending from the door beside the Great Hall led to the castle's underground regions, where the Slytherin common room was situated nearby. Aside from Hufflepuff, located adjacent to the kitchens, this was the closest area to the Great Hall. The subterranean environment was rather uninviting. The stone walls bore little decoration beyond a few carvings, and the absence of windows deprived the space of sunlight. The dimness was solely illuminated by a few braziers, casting eerie shadows in the underground, with unsettling sounds occasionally echoing from the corners. It is worth mentioning that the underground was home to the most ghosts. Regardless of their greatness in life, spirits gravitated towards dark, cold places after death, lingering near graveyards and other places of nostalgic significance. After several turns, Cormy found himself in a dimly lit corridor where several locked rooms were visible, their doors draped in cobwebs. Adjacent to the wall was a niche containing a few skulls, enhancing the corridor's ominous atmosphere. Cormy intended to skirt past the niche, as the skulls seemed to emanate an unsettling glow. Just as he was about to pass, the eye sockets of one skull suddenly ignited with a green flame, and a piercing voice filled the corridor, sending chills down his spine. Stiffening, Cormy swiftly drew his wand, pointing it toward the source of the eerie light. A burst of raucous laughter erupted as a ghost in a jester's guise emerged from the position of a skull, clutching a burning sparkler in hand. That infernal Peeves. When asked who the most detested among the students was, aside from Snape, it would undoubtedly be this very specter. Peeves was a most peculiar ghost. He could grasp objects and traverse walls, making him elusive and impossible to capture. Each time he set his sights on a victim, they would find themselves ambushed from unexpected angles. Cormac gazed at the mischievous Peeves, who was singing and dancing before him, wholly disinterested in the troublemaker's antics. Yet, fate had other plans. From around the corner of the corridor emerged a cat with striking green eyes. Typically, no feline would favor the dimly lit underground, save for one exception, Mrs. Norris, the cat of the caretaker, Filch. She would trail the sounds of ruckus to every boisterous locale, and soon enough, Filch would follow. As Cormac listened to the approaching footsteps echoing in the corridor, he indeed spotted the unmistakable disheveled hair and lantern in the hand of the caretaker, along with a pair of eyes that scrutinized everything in sight. Who goes there? Students are forbidden from casting spells in the corridors. Cormac glanced at his wand, his expression bitter. That accursed Peeves. Nevertheless, he resolved to attempt a cordial dialogue first. Good evening, Mr. Filch. Peeves has been setting off fireworks in the corridor. I merely drew my wand in defense after being startled. Thankfully, your timely arrival interrupted his mischief, or else this corridor would have been ignited by Peeves' pyrotechnics. That infernal Peeves. Put down that sparkler. You bald old broom and your shedding tail. And that annoying little telltale. Peeves hovered in the air, playfully shaking the sparkler, sending sparks flying, while he made a face at them. Without any courtesy, he hurled the sparkler towards Filch, who was utterly unprepared for such an onslaught. He leaped back in alarm, while Mrs. Norris, startled, leapt up with a frightened yowl, her fur bristling as if electrified. Damn that Peeves. You'll regret this if I catch you, Filch exclaimed, swinging his lantern as he moved to retrieve the still sparking firework from the ground. Observing Filch's approach, with his thinning hair and brooding gaze, Cormac felt the weight of the caretaker's suspicious scrutiny. Mrs. Norris followed closely behind Filch, audaciously meowing as they departed. Once Filch and the gaunt Mrs. Norris had retreated, Cormac noticed that a gate behind him had swung open, revealing flickering torches that emanated a chilling blue flame, accompanied by faint strains of music. Cormac surveyed the surrounding light, reminiscent of the ancient goblet of fire, a profoundly advanced magic known as the eternal flame, which could burn perpetually without igniting anything in the manner of ordinary flames. Continuing along the eerie passageway, the melody grew increasingly distinct. At the end of the corridor, a vast hall came into view, with numerous candles floating in the center, their hues mirroring those of the flames upon the walls, casting an uncanny azure glow throughout the chamber. Beneath the flickering candlelight, pairs of phantoms glided gracefully across the floor, with a table nearby adorned with tea sets and delicacies, suggesting a gathering of spirits. Ah, greetings, young sorcerer. It is an honor to meet you. Emerged from behind a pillar, a figure, an exceptionally elegant and beautiful lady, who resembled a noblewoman. Her semi-translucent skin shimmered under the light, exuding an air of refined charm. Yet, it appeared that this allure attracted the spirits, as several ghostly gentlemen hovered around her, akin to bees drawn to a blossom. It is equally a privilege to encounter you, lovely and graceful lady. I seem to have lost my way and stumbled into this place. May I inquire as to where I am? You have arrived at a weekend soiree, attended by many spirits from the vicinity whom you surely have not yet encountered. You may wish to make their acquaintance. With a flourish of her lace-gloved hand, she beckoned Cormy to join the gathering. The instruments in the hall began to play a melodious composition, the very sound Cormy had just heard. Tables and utensils were scattered about, though many had succumbed to decay, prompting Cormy to exercise caution and avoid the tainted food to prevent contamination. A vast space had been cleared in the center of the hall, where clusters of spirits danced arm in arm, revealing that these phantoms did not mourn their departed existence, but rather reveled in the joy of their ethereal lives. One spirit floated over, inviting the lady to dance, as Cormy observed the candles floating in midair, realizing that these spirits had fashioned their candles from ancient magical flames. I desire to. At that moment, a voice resonated from a nearby table. I recognize that book. Young sorcerer, might you come over here? Yes, here, at the table. I am Richard. What is your name? Young sorcerer. Cormy turned to see a solitary, ghostly head resting upon the table. Examining this unknown spirit, Cormy responded, I am Cormy Nyst. I am quite curious. It is rare for a ghost to engage with the physical realm. How is it that you manage this? It is not something I consciously achieve. The specifics elude me. Yet I am the only one capable of such a feat. Sometimes I even hide my head, and during those moments I have a distinct advantage. The ghost beamed with delight. He scrutinized the book at Cormy's waist. I recognize that tome. It belonged to a young sorcerer a century ago, and he must surely be related to you. I recall his name was Ed. You knew my grandfather? He was the previous owner of this book, which I have now inherited. Indeed, you must be the boy spoken of in the portraits, for you possess the same hair as your grandfather. With a smile, Cormy presented the book to the ghostly head, who leaned forward with effort to examine it. Though some changes had occurred, the unique color and texture remained intact. It appears that he has been well preserved. This book is certain to be of great assistance to you. How is your grandfather faring? He departed from school soon after his graduation. Now, he is merely a portrait hanging on the wall, boasting of his experiences in idleness each day. Kemi shrugged, recalling how he used to find his grandfather's incessant chatter tiresome. Yet now he feels a certain longing for it. Oh, a portrait on the wall? Has he suffered the fate of decapitation? Richard inquired, tilting his head in bewilderment, finding it hard to envision how a head so small could perform such a gesture. Not to worry, my grandfather has often poked fun at this matter himself. Rather than being a mere portrait on the wall, he would prefer to become a ghost after death. At least that way, he could venture out and roam. Kemi struggled to comprehend the source of his grandfather's optimistic outlook. In truth, being a ghost is not as liberating as it seems. Your grandfather chose a courageous path. For death is not the end. He must have ventured to another realm to continue his adventures. The portrait is quite admirable, too. Occasionally, one can visit other portraits, and powerful wizards preserve their memories and experiences, thereby providing assistance to their descendants. Richard reassured with a smile. Another adventure, you say? I certainly hope so. Kemi had long regarded the portrait as his true grandfather. Having never met his mother, and with his father seldom at home during his lifetime, he had been cared for by the butler. Meeting his grandfather in the study finally provided him with a semblance of family, much like finding solace in an empty house. He was reluctant to acknowledge the portrait as mere inanimate art. Although our time together was brief, your grandfather was indeed an extraordinarily formidable wizard, surpassing any I have encountered. He could master incantations with just a glance, and their power was immense. Yet, his demeanor was always rather peculiar. He preferred to skip when walking, would often venture into the kitchen to cook for himself, and even invited me to sample the smoke from burning wood shavings. In short, he was an immensely powerful wizard, strange yet amiable. Upon hearing this, Kemi could only awkwardly maintain a smile. While his grandfather was indeed passionate about eccentric pursuits, there were also many admirable qualities, such as the sumptuous culinary offerings of the Nyster household. I must express my gratitude to him, for he was the one who brought my remains and belongings to me, allowing me finally to have a gravestone. You see, prior to that, I was condemned to wander aimlessly. Since becoming a ghost, my existence has been eternally anchored in the past. You know, what we phantoms dread most is being forgotten. We gradually lose our memories until we forget ourselves and become mere wandering gravestones. Mr. Ghost, would you be so kind as to share with me more about my grandfather? I wish to learn about the events of those days. Of course, it is quite a serendipitous occurrence, akin to a twist of fate. He sought me out, and then a century later, I find myself here meeting you, Richard replied, clearly delighted by the reminiscence of past adventures. This tale begins with my own experience. Initially, I received several pages from mischievous spirit, Pai Pai Gue, believing it to be merely a moderately challenging adventure. Alas, as fate would have it, upon awakening, I found myself transformed into a headless phantom, forever unable to confess my feelings to the beloved maiden. I then encountered your grandfather, who was gathering the scattered pages. Later, within a cavern in the Forbidden Forest, he assisted me in locating my belongings. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery to me. However, it spared an innocent girl from languishing in Azkaban. Had I not ventured there, none of this would have come to pass. Looking at the spectral figure, Kemi observed a remarkably straight line at the ghost's neck, indicative of a swift demise. Moreover, he noted a faint glow emanating from that area, traces of ancient magic. Perhaps this explains the ghost's ability to interact with objects. Mr. Richard, would you be so kind as to disclose the location of the cave you last visited? I wish to investigate the circumstances there. Certainly, it lies by a lake in the Forbidden Forest, though access may now be restricted for young wizards. Otherwise, I would gladly escort you there. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore would be inclined to accompany me. Kemi remarked, a complimentary protective charm? How could one refuse? Could he be the very grandson of Dumbledore, the mightiest wizard? Richard gazed at the young wizard before him, pondering whether this adventurous lad was indeed the descendant of that notorious dark sorcerer. Richard hesitated to contemplate further. While ghosts may be immortal, numerous spells can still affect them. After hearing Richard's account, a noblewoman, having concluded her dance, requested Kemi's assistance in rearranging the venue. Many tables had remained untouched for years, as few ventured to this place, leaving the ghost to maintain its state. Thankfully, with the aid of the levitation charm, Kemi could avoid the decayed, moldy food, perhaps one reason why this location remains so desolate. After reconfiguring the space, Kemi casually requested a candle as compensation for his labor. The noblewoman graciously replied, "Feel free to take whatever you desire." Chapter 24, The Social Butterfly Twins. Continuing down an untraveled corridor, Kemi encountered several locked rooms, and at the end stood a wooden door marked as the detention room, its handle showing signs of frequent use, yet alas, it remained secured. Throughout the morning, Cormy explored but a portion of the underground passages, as many areas were locked. He meticulously sketched a map of the tunnels in his guidebook, noting the locked rooms for future exploration. As lunchtime approached, Cormy emerged from the underground, discovering the Great Hall sparsely populated, with students scattered across the long tables of their respective houses. An array of delectable dishes adorned the tables, and several of his roommates had gathered by the table, waving enthusiastically at him. Cormy, this morning I noticed that you left the common room quite early. Did you stumble upon anything intriguing? A little, but I wouldn't recommend mentioning it here. It might dampen one's appetite. Cormy glanced at the trio with a peculiar expression, kindly suggesting that recalling the environment made him feel rather unappetizing. However, the exploration of the castle was set to continue in the afternoon. The corridors near Slytherin had already been mapped out, and its 3 exits were well understood. The next destination was near the Great Hall, and, if time permitted, Cormy wished to explore the small garden adjacent to it, situated directly above the Hufflepuff common room. After selecting a light meal to satisfy his hunger, he planned to slip out through the side door of the Great Hall, but was unexpectedly followed closely by a few roommates. Observing the curious faces before him, Cormy felt it would be more prudent to let them discover it for themselves. Cormy, please tell us what you found. The trio urged eagerly. All right, there's nothing particularly special to report. I merely passed by the Slytherin common room and discovered a ghost gathering place, as well as a locked detention room. If you decide to venture there, do try to avoid Peeves and the fat lady, and steer clear of the ghostly assembly. You'll thank me later. With that, Cormy hastily departed, hoping they would heed his advice to stay away. At that moment, in the small garden, Cormy leisurely strolled among the flowers while sketching a map on the pages of his book. Following the path to the garden's edge, he reached the castle's boundary, where towering cliffs and the expansive Black Lake lay beyond. The clock tower in the southern part of the castle stood majestically in the sunlight, its shadow gradually enveloping the garden in the coolness of autumn. Below, one could see the burrows of small badgers, and the windows of the common room were visible through the tiered arrangement of the garden. Unlike the deeper recesses of Slytherin, the Hufflepuff common room boasted skylights, catering to the daily illumination needs of students and the growth of plants, and Hufflepuff was notably welcoming to students from other houses. Regrettably, one could not directly access the Hufflepuff common room through the garden. It was necessary to pass through the Great Hall and the kitchen, where a spiral staircase served as the only entrance and exit to Hufflepuff, unlike the Ravenclaw common room, which had 2 entrances. Hey Cormy, we've been looking everywhere for you. The Weasley twins flanked him, excitement evident on their faces. We found a shop you asked us to locate in Hogsmeade, but unfortunately, you can't go there to choose for yourself. However, we plan to fulfill your request tomorrow. Sounds like you figured out a way to make it happen, Cormy remarked, gazing at the twins' beaming faces. We previously discovered a secret passage that leads to Hogsmeade, but you must keep this a secret, they whispered, revealing their plan. Of course, I shall keep your secret. Cormy looked at them and, as a guardian of this secret, offered a sum of funds to support their future endeavors. The twins and Cormy exchanged a clap as a pact. George, I knew Cormy would say that. It's obvious I've won. Fred patted his brother on the shoulder. Oh, next time, I shall wager a galleon. We wouldn't mind having a bit of investment. The twins paused, glancing at Cormy. But we are curious as to why you were so enthusiastic when you first met us. We have never heard of any acquaintances from our family. Cormy regarded the two, who responded in unison like a choir, picked up the book in his hand, and extracted a letter from within. This matter dates back quite a while. I cannot articulate it precisely, but if you're familiar with this professor, you may glean some answers from her portrait, he stated, handing over the letter. Wesley Professor. Oh, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and transfiguration instructor. George exclaimed, I never imagined anyone from our family, aside from the Gryffindor head, had held the position of deputy headmaster. The two fixated on the signature on the letter. Mother will surely be overjoyed. George chuckled as he opened the already unsealed letter. Let us see. This is a letter from Professor Wesley addressed to a student concerning the transfiguration class. Indeed, my grandfather was also a student at Hogwarts, and Professor Wesley was the instructor at the time. She entrusted this book to my grandfather, and as I was preparing to enroll, he advised me to place my trust in the Wesley family. Considering that few pureblood families have produced dark wizards, Cormy elucidated, dispelling their doubts with a smile. Well, this at least clarifies our uncertainties and strengthens our collaboration, the twins remarked, shaking hands with Cormy. Of course, if it suits you tomorrow, we shall venture to Hogsmeade to fulfill my task and explore this secret passage, Cormy stated, shaking hands with the two. Then see you tomorrow, Cormy. We shall await you by the staircase on the 3rd floor at noon. Chapter 25. The Secret Passage and Suites. Cormy awoke refreshed from a deep slumber, indulging in a rare, lazy morning. Excluding the lengthy assignments, the school environment was notably tranquil and leisurely. The dining hour in the great hall had passed, and Cormy departed from the common room, descending the staircase until he reached the door to the kitchen. Following the instructions of the sorting hat, he gently scratched the pair's location, causing a brass handle to manifest. Pushing open the concealed door within the portrait of fruit revealed the kitchen of Hogwarts, where house elves were busily tending to the ingredients, appearing relatively sanitary, at least devoid of the foot-stomping grape juice and meat that his grandfather had mentioned. Much had been replaced with new cookware, and some utensils were magically processing the ingredients under the elves' enchantments. Upon noticing Cormy's arrival, Ollie, the house elf, greeted him with delight, clearly enjoying his time there, particularly as no other house elf dared to underestimate this outsider due to the influence of Headmaster Dumbledore. After conversing with Ollie by the oven, Cormy observed the warm pies beside the oven, eagerly taking a few and biting into one. "Delicious," he exclaimed, relishing the perfectly cooked pastry and savory juices, giving a thumbs up towards Phoebe. This delighted the house elves immensely. "Thank you for your compliment, though I must admit I do not fully grasp its meaning." This gesture signifies admiration. How splendid. Employing this sign will surely bring joy to the recipient. As Cormy chewed, he nodded in agreement. They joyfully rushed off to instruct the other house elves. Hogwarts would undoubtedly be filled with merriment in the future. However, Ollie also confided in Cormy that the other house elves had learned of his identity, stemming from his grandfather's peculiar attempt to inscribe bizarre dishes on the sacred menu left by Hufflepuff. As Cormy munched on a few pies, he made his way up the staircase to the third floor. Passing through an archway, he spotted the twins hiding behind a pillar. Looking down, he saw Filch standing by the entrance, scrutinizing the young wizards who entered. "Hey Fred, George, would you like some freshly baked pies? I just brought them from the kitchen." The Weasley twins eagerly accepted the pies. "Delicious. Just what we need to avoid the professors and Filch during lunchtime." "Follow us," the twins beckoned, leading Cormy to a statue in the corridor, a hunchbacked witch. One twin drew his wand while the other stood guard. Once they confirmed that no one was passing by, the twin tapped the statue's back with his wand, and with a soft sound, a slide opened behind it, leading to an unknown destination. The twins leaped in first, and after surveying his surroundings, Cormy mimicked their actions, crossing his arms and jumping in. Inside the slide was dark. The sound of their clothes rubbing together echoed, along with the voices of the twins, suggesting they were nearing the end. As light appeared, Cormy saw that they emerged into a spacious corridor, illuminated by torches on either side. However, as they turned a corner, they discovered the terrain was uneven, with makeshift steps scattered throughout the natural cave, adorned with numerous cobwebs. "We found this place overrun by a swarm of spiders. George nearly got bitten," one twin recounted. "Indeed, though we had seen this passage in one of our diaries, we did not expect it to be so perilous," George shrugged. "However, with our magic, we managed to clear out those spiders. Now, let us hasten to Hogsmeade. This passage ultimately leads to the Duke of B's cellar. I would like to inquire how you dealt with the spiders. Do you have any experiences to share?" Cormy asked, illuminating the steps with his wand. "Certainly. The spiders we encountered were not particularly large, but they were rather fierce," Fred said as he led the way, reminiscing about the encounter. "Use fire. A blazing flame or a thunderous explosion will typically frighten them off, as they lack hands or wands to extinguish the flames." George demonstrated wand movements to illustrate the spell. Alternatively, one could employ the leg locker curse, while spider legs are more agile than those of a two-legged creature. If you strike true, you can confine them, causing them to spin in place, which is quite effective. The Weasley twins shared their profound understanding of combat, their magical synergy remarkably adept. One controlled the situation while the other unleashed powerful spells. Their unspoken connection allowed them to unleash greater strength. As they neared the end of the passage, Cormy had already gleaned a few tricks and techniques for spellcasting from them. It seemed that Hogwarts introduced certain offensive spells as early as the second year, although such learning required the guidance and supervision of professors. Nevertheless, this method was permissible in private, provided it remained undiscovered, avoiding any untoward incidents. The passage ultimately led to a stone door, presumably the destination. "Wait, Fred," Cormy said, producing a pouch of galleons, around 30 in number, which he had prepared beforehand. "This is part of the agreed-upon reward. I need to purchase some sweets here. If you plan to buy anything as well, it would come in handy." With a smile, he handed the pouch to Fred. Fred glanced at the pouch in his hand. "All right, our generous and benevolent employer, your kindness and understanding make it impossible for us to refuse." They carefully tucked the pouch into their pockets, mindful that a young wizard should not be discovered carrying a substantial amount of money outside of school. Be quiet when we go out. We mustn't be noticed, Fred whispered. The Weasley twins went out first, ensuring there was no sound beyond the door before passing through, followed by Cormy. Upon entering the shop, they were fortunate to find only a few customers, allowing them to remain unnoticed. Cormy and the twins separated to select their preferred sweets, with the twins primarily leading the selection. They had brought an entire sheet of procurement lists, detailing numerous items they had initially planned to acquire later due to a slight shortage of funds. The twins approached the counter, arms laden with a large assortment of candies. The shopkeeper kindly cleared the surface for them, recognizing such esteemed patrons were rare, while Cormy, having purchased merely a few chocolate frogs and some hard candies, was overlooked at the side. Are you planning to buy out all the sweets here? Cormy inquired, surveying the nearly dozens of bags filled with various candies. This is merely a selection of the most popular. There are also some intriguing samples. After completing their purchases, they left the store, the shopkeeper waving goodbye through the glass. The prices of these confections were somewhat steep, but undeniably fascinating. The twins even shared a few novel candies with Cormy. Perhaps in the future, we could create some ourselves? Fred, we could specifically sell them to students, much like we did during the Quidditch matches. What a splendid idea, Fred exclaimed. Cormy felt a twinge of sympathy for the shopkeeper who had waved goodbye. Would he be driven to desperation upon realizing that the twins had acquired such a bounty of candies for merely a few galleons, thus jeopardizing his future clientele? Chapter 26, the first step of a great enterprise. Ultimately, Cormy selected an exquisite timepiece from a quaint shop in Hogsmeade. A compact clock perfectly suited for display upon a tabletop, which conveniently featured an automatic winding charm to prevent the owner from neglecting it and allowing it to cease functioning. Most importantly, it refrained from employing a violent awakening mechanism to jolt the owner from slumber, as the village was not yet open to the public. The trio sought to avoid detection while clad in their everyday attire, though the two redheads and one with blue eyes bore such conspicuous traits that they were easily memorable. Peering out from behind a mirror on the fourth floor, the corridor beyond lay still and quiet, and upon emerging stealthily from the secret passage, the three finally exhaled in relief. Of course, we may celebrate today for the grand opening, and from this moment forth, you shall be our esteemed partner. Previously, the sum of gold galleons Cormy had provided was the most they had ever encountered in their lives. Yet their consciences would not permit them to simply accept it without due consideration. The twins, grinning, hoisted Cormy up and made their way toward the Gryffindor common room, their laughter echoing as they entered, nearly leading the surrounding Gryffindor students to believe the twins were teasing a new Ravenclaw student. After dumping a plethora of sweets, a few fireworks, and an assortment of peculiar magical items onto the bed, the three gathered on the edge of the bed to discuss the purpose of their findings. Let's first unveil our plans, one began. Initially, we aimed to establish a modest shop within the school. However, we soon discovered a glaring disparity between the price and cost of these confections. Thus, we intend to decipher their secrets, or perhaps replicate their manufacturing methods to create our own sweets. The two exchanged ideas, each contributing to their ambitious scheme. An admirable notion indeed, Cormy mused, regarding the two ingenious minds before him, acknowledging that their vision could indeed be realized. However, you must understand, Cormy, the various houses are rather distant from one another. Moreover, each house possesses its own password. Thus, they devised a plan that would facilitate student purchases while simultaneously evading detection. We require your assistance, Cormy. You shall become an integral partner in our future endeavors, the collaborator of the most illustrious wizarding shop in history. The twins' voices crescendoed, akin to the climax of a performance. I must admit, your ideas have struck a chord with me. I shall partake. Cormy felt an undeniable trust in the Weasley brothers before him. Huzzah! They cheered, slapping hands with Cormy. I knew you would consent. Look at how fortuitous my life has turned out, right, George? Fred teased, raising an eyebrow at George. You never mentioned a wager. George retorted with a smirk. It seems you've already found recruits from other houses. Cormy laughed. Ahem. Cedric from Hufflepuff has expressed interest in joining, but we have yet to hear from Slytherin, the twins remarked, encountering an unusual setback with the Snake House, an unsurprising reality, given the historically strained relations between the Weasleys and the pure-blood Slytherins within the magical community. Well, it appears the initial steps are fraught with difficulty. Perhaps we shall consider the Slytherin matter further down the line once our enterprise flourishes. Indeed, we shall commence our endeavors in Gryffindor. You and Cedric may gather the necessary items from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff while we undertake the procurement in Hogsmeade. The twins are envisioning the framework of their future commercial empire. Although this plan is quite commendable, I must caution you, For a sustainable operation, a certain profit must be realized. Combe shrugged his shoulders, fiddling with a wizarding card. Recalling his grandfather's words, a long-lasting institution must possess a sound and effective method of profit distribution. Rest assured, we have not overlooked this. We have already devised a plan wherein you, as initial participants, may acquire materials at minimal cost. Currently, this is all we have. Fred gestured towards the items purchased in Hogsmeade. Next, we merely need to ascertain what the young wizards require, after which we shall embark on our subsequent endeavor, unraveling the secrets of magical sweets to see if we can create our own confections. The twins playfully stuffed candies into each other's mouths, filling the room with the sounds of animalistic roars. Observing the excitement of the duo, Combe remembered he needed to write home that evening. If you ever require materials, I'm able to assist. Simply jot down the names of what you need. Thanks to my grandfather's dual operations, the Nyster family holds a substantial market share in herbology and magical creature materials, currently managed by our butler, Frank, with the assistance of house elves and some quiet helpers, along with amiable wizards employed in the family business. Is that truly the case? I must say, you never fail to astound us. You will undoubtedly become our greatest ally. Of course, I can assist with a modest quantity of materials initially, but larger demands must adhere to established protocols. During the ensuing time, the three of them indulged in sweets while exchanging ideas about candies. Occasionally, the twins would divulge some hidden secrets of the castle's corners. In response to Combe's desire to learn a bit about spells, the twins readily agreed, expressing that he could seek them out whenever he had free time. They possessed a unique understanding of transfiguration and countercharms, and introduced him to their brothers, Bill and Charlie, who taught them these little tricks. It was then that Combe realized the two he had seen at the station were Charlie and Percy. Their elder brother Bill had already graduated and was currently working as a cursebreaker in Egypt, imparting knowledge about counter curses. As dinner approached, the trio departed the room for the Great Hall. The twins intended to initiate their business plans by first establishing their operations in Gryffindor, judiciously utilizing school regulations to develop their commercial empire. However, the location was rather vague. One had to traverse a bridge situated by a lake enveloped by woods. The thought of navigating the dim, forbidden forest in search of a lake was daunting. Even searching from the air on a broomstick might not guarantee success. Undoubtedly a time-consuming endeavor. Placing the clock they had just acquired upon the table, Combe casually took a sheet of stationery, intending to write a letter home to inquire if his grandfather could provide assistance. Certainly, the recipient addressed the letter to Frank, who would read it to grandfather. Dear Grandfather and Uncle Frank, I hope this letter finds you well. My studies at Hogwarts are progressing splendidly, and I have been sorted into Ravenclaw. After sealing the letter in its envelope, Combe summoned an owl, watching as the messenger soared into the night sky, feeling that life at Hogwarts was just beginning. Chapter 27. The door was unlocked. In the magical realm, breakfast time for wizards coincides with the end of the workday for owls. While the morning sun is not yet too glaring, the owls deliver letters and parcels to the wizards, then fly off to rest, akin to clocking out. Working during the day would deprive the owls of sleep, affecting the timeliness of their deliveries. Of course, there are owls specifically trained for daytime work. A visit to the owl post office is all that is needed, where prices are determined by the distance of their journeys. Alas, after a long day, Gugu the owl remarked that there was little difference aside from an extra meal. Mornings at Hogwarts follow a similar pattern. Breakfast is often accompanied by the presence of owls, who swoop through the Great Hall, spiraling between the columns. Upon spotting their targets, they dive like bombers, pulling up just before reaching their destination, dropping letters and parcels to the young wizards below. This maneuver tests their flying skills, and collisions do occur, resulting in chaos and distress for the young wizards. Amid the rush of air, a letter landed on Combe's plate. What was this? The Riddler seemed to know many things unknown to him, yet said nothing, leaving one feeling helpless. After reading the letter, Combe casually tucked it into his book, resigning himself to find a solution on his own. In the warm, humid greenhouse, Hufflepuff students were particularly lively, reflecting the nurturing environment of their house. They possessed an inexplicable affinity for plants, while Professor Sprout was always clad in her brown work robes. During the morning herbology class, students busily tended to their pots, learning how to mix the soil essential for plant growth. Many young wizards had little prior experience in plant care, having only dabbled in gardening before arriving at Hogwarts, where they discovered that their courses required practical engagement. Though the tasks were simple, the greenhouse was soon scattered with soil, with some students even smearing it on their faces. If they were to learn that dirt contained more than just soil, lunch would surely be off the table. After assigning homework, Professor Sprout announced the end of class, prompting several dirt-streaked young wizards to rush to the restroom. The young wizards had formed their own little groups. Ravenclaw was no exception, though their bonds were not yet solidified due to time constraints. The boys generally grouped by dormitory, while the girls formed a vibrant collective. After declining an invitation from his roommate to join a game of wizard chess in the Great Hall, Combe decided to head to the library to complete his homework, ensuring he would have ample time in the afternoon to venture outside the castle, avoiding Filch and Madame Pomfrey. As Kimmy pushed open the grand doors of the library, a profound silence enveloped the space. Mrs. Pants, the austere librarian, was seated in her customary spot, meticulously organizing the returned tomes. Kimmy chose not to disturb the stern guardian of knowledge and quietly approached a nearby bookshelf in search of the herbalism text she needed. The library was sparsely populated, and upon locating her desired book, Kimmy settled into an adjacent vacant seat, unfurling parchment as she flipped through the pages, diligently recording the various soil requirements for plants, while the only sound that graced her ears was the gentle scratch of her quill against the parchment. Thoughts flowed like ink from her pen, gradually saturating the sheet before her. As lunchtime approached, Kimmy's assignment finally reached the requisite length demanded by her professor, with even some deliberately cultivated phrases leaping over metaphorical chasms to successfully reach the next tier of articulation. Her mind, heavy with the weight of accumulated knowledge, felt muddled. She shook her head in an attempt to dispel the chaotic thoughts. A fleeting glance revealed that Mrs. Pants seemed to have vacated her post. The library was now devoid of patrons. It appeared they had all ventured to the auditorium. Through the gaps in the bookshelves, Kimmy caught sight of a closed metallic gate, isolating a section within the library with railings and barriers. Kimmy inspected the unlocked door, which bore an uncanny resemblance to an entrance of a rodent trap. Yet an insatiable curiosity stirred within her, compelling her to explore, for surely, if she merely observed without interference, she would not be caught. Approaching the threshold, she noted the absence of portraits in the corners, save for a few specimens mounted on the walls. Peering through the bars, the room appeared to house a collection of seldom-used magical tomes, which seemed shrouded in a veil of neglect, their surfaces cloaked in dust, with chains occasionally draped across some volumes, lending them an air of peculiarity. As Kimmy drew near, an impulse surged within her. The air resonated with a faint sound, reminiscent of the sensations she had experienced in the trials at Gringotts, a trace of ancient magic, as if a deliberate guide was laid before her. She descended the staircase, passing through several chambers filled with bookshelves and magical paraphernalia, all seemingly untouched for ages, their surfaces thick with dust. Among the clutter, she observed a crimson-tinged helmet perched upon the head of a mannequin. These rooms were not the source of magic, compelling Kimmy to continue her journey down the corridor, making every effort to avoid contact with any object. Upon crossing a threshold, the environment shifted from the wooden confines of a library to the subterranean expanse of castle. The room was cluttered with an array of miscellaneous items, as if the librarian had repurposed this space as a storeroom for odds and ends. As the fluorescent glow flickered, Kimmy stood at the entrance, her wand raised high to illuminate the potential paths ahead. The surroundings were enveloped in white linen, with only a narrow passage allowing for movement. Kimmy maintained her distance from the obstructions, despite her garments inevitably gathering dust. Navigating the labyrinthine assemblage of debris, Kimmy finally beheld a dark, gaping doorway to her right, seemingly beckoning her into the shadows. The sensation was more pronounced this time. Her objective lay tantalizingly close. Descending the spiral staircase, Kimmy confirmed that this chamber was indeed the final destination. The steps encircled a stone archway, identical to the one encountered in the trials prior. Upon reaching the threshold of the arch, Kimmy sensed a familiar surge. The vortex of magical energy coalesced, ultimately revealing a door emanating an ethereal glow within the frame. Indeed, each trial possessed its own distinct guidance. Gazing at the spiraling staircase and the profound cavern beyond the door, Kimmy recognized the handiwork of his grandfather. Anyone arriving at Hogwarts would undoubtedly make use of a library. It resembled a meticulously laid trap, patiently awaiting its quarry, and now, that quarry stood at the entrance. However, the door was firmly in place and would not flee. There would be ample opportunity to return. Kimmy scrutinized the stone portal, pondering whether he could re-enclose this magic. Although he was unaware of the incantation to seal it, he surmised that severing the source of magic could temporarily close it. If his instincts were correct, the vortex was indeed the source. By merely altering the flow of magic, he could harness this ability. Kimmy approached the point where the vortex originated, extending his hand downward, feeling the magical traces with remarkable clarity, and attempted to manipulate the flow of energy. As his grandfather had advised, he focused his mind to sense the magic, trusting in its essence, leaving the remainder to be fulfilled by the arcane forces. Kemi felt the magic begin to adhere to his hand, most of it flowing toward the stone door. As he directed the flow of this energy, severing the magical supply to the door, the force seemed drawn to him, gradually climbing his arm and rushing into his body. Surveying his surroundings, Kemi noted the absence of any traces, save for his own footprints on the ground. It had been far too long since anyone had tread here. Perhaps he could attempt a restoration spell on the dust? Or was it an erasure spell? Surely, a simple cleansing charm would not suffice. In a long-abandoned basement, cleanliness would hint that someone had recently visited. Kemi tried to use a tattered cloth to smooth the dust, but this only resulted in more traces appearing. Resigned, he discarded the soiled rag and employed magic to stir the dust. After all, there was no one else present. As long as he didn't crouch down to inspect the ground closely, especially in the dimly lit cellar, it would be fine. After consuming a meat pie and 2 chicken legs, Kemi finally paused. He had dashed from the library, fearing he would miss mealtime, only to notice the gaze of a nearby Ravenclaw. I dozed off while completing my assignments in the library, and Madam Pants didn't notice me. I thought I might miss lunch. You were close to doing so. If you had delayed any longer, you would have faced an empty table, came the teasing response. If you missed midday meals, you would have to endure 6 hours of hunger. There's no afternoon tea or street-side bakeries here. Indeed, the afternoon stretches on too long. Would you care for a dessert? It appears quite enticing. No, thank you. I'm not particularly fond of that flavor. Observing her roommate's animated gestures, Kemi felt an exquisite sense of satisfaction, yearning for a delightful dessert to complement her hearty meal, especially when juxtaposed with the dim, enigmatic depths of an unknown cavern. The allure of delectable food was undeniably more enticing, in stark contrast to Kemi, who was savoring her meal in the hall. A portrait in the principal's office depicted her grandfather, framed in a moment of stillness. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, relishing the lunch delivered by a house elf, which included meticulously prepared vegetarian dishes, a savory stew, alongside a centerpiece of roasted bread, steak, sausages, and a sweet beverage. The essence of the painting remained elusive, yet Dumbledore's contented smile suggested a delightful sweetness. Clearly, little Kemi had not ventured into that realm. Such an arrangement was rather too conspicuous. Dumbledore, might you temper that foolish grin of yours? You resemble a befuddled elder. I am merely elated to indulge in such a sumptuous repast. Ed, would you care to taste it? Observe this perfectly cooked steak, still sizzling with juices. Oh, how splendid. Cursed old devil. Are you intentionally tormenting me here? Ed had begun to curse, lamenting the absence of his wand. Otherwise, he would have subjected the old man before him to an unforgivable curse. Were I not confined to this wall, I would relish watching your sweets and confections being tossed into the lake to feed that monstrous creature. Do not be vexed. We can converse while we dine. I am notoriously slow at eating, affording me ample time to listen to you. Dumbledore peered through the space above his glasses at the portrait, as the other portraits of former headmasters succumbed to slumber, leaving only Ed, fixated on Dumbledore. Their gazes locked in a silent contest of wills. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who blinked first. Engaging in a staring match with a portrait was a rather arduous task for a centenarian, whose weary eyes desperately craved moisture. My dear Senior Ed, I assure you, I can refrain from active participation in the forthcoming matters, yet you too should divulge some information. No, as the last of my kind, I cannot condone such dishonorable conduct. No comment. Perhaps this issue can be approached from another angle. That is beyond my purview. I am merely responsible for ensuring events unfold along predetermined paths. I will not disclose any further details. Just as in years past, no record shall remain. After a moment's pause, Dumbledore continued, Is this worth your while? I may be but a portrait, yet my judgment of duty mirrors his. Otherwise, all would not have been erased. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore nodded silently, understanding the inherent dangers of such matters. Could you perhaps recount the events of yesteryear? I believe those details do not fall within the prescribed boundaries. Very well, but you must not share this with Kemi or anyone else. I shall only reveal what you ought to know. I can comprehend that. This is already quite satisfactory. Please proceed. Ed, may I savor my lunch whilst I listen? Certainly. That remark seems to have been forced through clenched teeth, due to the repercussions of past battles. My previous incarnation's physical condition had been deteriorating. Ultimately, with Nick's assistance, he managed to extricate certain elements from himself. However, this did little to alter his fate, as he continued to forge ahead of all others. His greatest apprehension was that a descendant might emerge, akin to Luke and Woodovure, willing to forsake their own honor to ally with the fairies in pursuit of power, thus under the constraints of his magic. I am forbidden from divulging pertinent information to future generations. Yet, you still guided young Comey to Hogwarts, did you not? Guidance is imperative. Unlike Lucan Wood, who awakened ancient magics, Lucan's pursuit stemmed precisely from his lack of such innate talent. I suspect young Lucan would believe that his inability to attain what he rightfully deserved compelled him to collaborate with the fairies. Dumbledore's gaze fell, silently fixated on the food before him. His intentions were indeed as such, but he chose the wrong allies. The fairies are not inclined to share the fruits of their endeavors, and thus he reaped no rewards until death claimed him, madness having consumed all that he was. Excessive desire blinded his vision. Chapter 29, Equivalent Exchange. What the enigma surrounding Comey. Dumbledore had indeed discerned Comey's uniqueness, as the ancient magic that should not be inherited through bloodlines manifested in her. This glaring inconsistency shone like a beacon before Dumbledore's eyes, igniting his curiosity. This matter is of great consequence, something I sought to conceal during my lifetime. Yet, as I anticipated, you recognized it upon your first encounter with Comey. To be precise, not entirely, but during our visit to Gringotts, I unearthed certain clues. Dumbledore's profound understanding of magic revealed that extraordinary bloodlines yield remarkable wizards. Yet Comey astonishingly defied the axiom that ancient magic does not pass down through generations. If she were adopted, how could one explain such a fortuitous coincidence? Furthermore, a wizard's magical prowess should gradually expand with maturity. Something must have transpired, necessitating that Comey's body require magic to complete itself. The portrait of Aid stood there, feeble, gradually beginning to recount the initial circumstances. After Nick and I extricated those magics, we intended to seal this power away, but to evade the fairy scrutiny, we resorted to alchemy. Although we succeeded in sealing it, this inadvertently set off a chain of subsequent events. Comey's parents, Elia and John, yearned desperately for a child, yet upon Comey's birth, she was but a breath away from death, and they endeavored through myriad means. At that time, Elia and John discovered this power. Yet I could only observe from my portrait. I once intervened, but Elia secretly harnessed it. What is that? It is the sealing artifact that Nick and I crafted, merely inspired by the ancient magical artifacts of Egypt. Yet we never anticipated it would activate under magical influence. It facilitated Comey's successful entry into this world. However, the arduous birth claimed Elia's life, an equivalent exchange. I should have foreseen it, be it alchemy or magic, both adhere to this principle. At that moment, when John discovered that Elia was clutching it, he collapsed beside her bed, and I could only silently observe this unfolding scene within the confines of the portrait. Had I not departed so prematurely, those dark wizards would have long since descended to join the Ashen Serpent Party and those poachers. You are too feeble, Dumbledore. Allowing those imbeciles to breathe in Azkaban was indeed a grave error. Dark magic is omnipresent, yet dark wizards require time to mature. The most effective course of action is to eradicate the root of the problem. Even if it is an overcorrection, it is preferable to the resurgence of evil. I empathize with your plight, but we cannot resort to execution merely because they have committed certain acts. Such actions would only push their families further toward dark magic. And this is a matter for the Ministry of Magic. Hogwarts is solely responsible for educating and safeguarding its students. But what if one day dark wizards invade Hogwarts? If the Ministry of Magic cannot withstand them, how can Hogwarts hope to succeed? Relying solely on one individual's strength is insufficient. I venture into the Forbidden Forest daily, protecting those creatures, rescuing captured beings, and even saving dragons and phoenixes. Yet in the end, aside from few centaurs, no wizards express gratitude or join my cause. I am left to undertake this endeavor alone. Do you know how they refer to me? The Grim Reaper of the Forbidden Forest, the Wandering Demon. Yet, this is equally terrifying, for the power of dark magic gradually erodes the spirit. Dumbledore shrugged. Such antiquated notions. Do you truly believe magic derives from thin air? The mind guides magic. Do not be deceived by the superficial. Is this not a fundamental lesson of magic? Have you never studied dark magic? Surely you must realize that those harmful spells require the intent to harm, to amplify their potency. Do not deny it. Darkness inherently resides within the heart. I do not wish to argue with you about dark magic until nightfall. Such distinctions may forever elude us. It seems ancient magic indeed possesses its unique allure. Let us set aside this debate. Dumbledore, you are retreating in fear. I know that individual was your pupil, and you're concerned about the possibility of history repeating itself, for you are too old. You dread the consequences of your past errors. fearing that your failure to rectify them in a timely manner will lead only to disastrous outcomes after your departure. You are terrified of the failures that death may bring. Dumbledore fell silent this time, uttering not a word, merely lowering his gaze to the cutlery upon the table, contemplating the food before him. It seems I have become somewhat drowsy after indulging in a delightful lunch. Thank you, Fitzgerald, for the reminder. The portrait of Principal Fitzgerald glanced at the remnants of lunch still on Dumbledore's plate, letting out a soft sigh. It appeared that your conversation had yielded a certain effect. Might you share a bit of that? Dumbledore regarded the esteemed headmistress of Hogwarts, who seldom inquired. It is nothing, merely a reminiscence of times long past. It seems you could benefit from a calming draft, or perhaps a warm bedtime beverage would serve you well. Thank you. I simply need to organize my thoughts. Dumbledore gazed at the desk before him, the portraits within the headmaster's office now enveloped in slumber, rendering the surroundings utterly silent. Outside, the first-year flying lesson had commenced upon the lawn, with Madame Hooch's silver hair glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. Through the window, Dumbledore observed the young wizards soaring and spiraling above the grass. Two of them were engaged in conversation while attempting to master the art of broom control. One was trying to fly backward, while the other endeavored to make his broom glide sideways. Each year, a few young wizards would give Madame Hooch quite a headache. It appeared that the little wizards were gradually acclimatizing to life in the magical realm. Chapter 30, Leisurely Homework Time. According to the schedule devised by Cormac, he would rise early each day to partake in breakfast in the Great Hall, simultaneously perusing the day's Daily Prophet, the official newspaper of the Ministry of Magic, where most policies and news would be published alongside the Wizarding Weekly. Given the British tradition and the wizarding community's resistance to Muggle electronic devices, significant news could only be accessed through the traditional medium of newspapers. However, it was rumored that there existed a radio service, though the audience was sparse, and discussions among wizards about it were rare. The Daily Prophet, priced at 5 nuts, was undoubtedly quite affordable. A simple letter sent to the Prophet's headquarters in Diagon Alley would suffice for one to enjoy their breakfast at home while awaiting the owl delivery of the newspaper. Of course, one had to clearly state their name and first mailing address in the letter. They also offered monthly and yearly subscription services at a discount to prevent unfortunate souls from forgetting to pay and being reminded by the postman, S-Claus, and Sharpbeak. Nevertheless, for those within the confines of Hogwarts, receiving the daily newspaper was the most convenient means for young wizards to stay informed about the outside world. A single copy often circulated among students, becoming an essential item for daily sharing. After the morning classes concluded, Cormac, adhering to his usual routine, proceeded to the library to complete the assignments set by the professors. These past few days, he had passed by the now-closed area, where a lock hung conspicuously on the door. They'd be locked at this time. Cormac felt a twinge of frustration. Such actions seemed to indicate that the door had previously been left ajar intentionally for him. Dumbledore must have been involved. Only he could persuade Madame Pants to leave the library door open. Delving deeper into speculation, Cormac surmised that his grandfather was likely a participant as well, and that the location of this trial was known only to a select few. Even if one were to stumble upon a peculiar archway, they would likely dismiss it as mere decoration. It was indeed generous of the two. Should a few items be missing from within, the professors in the castle would certainly have their hands full. Having located the books he required from the shelves, Cormac officially commenced his copying task for the day. To be honest, expecting a young wizard to possess profound insights into these newly encountered subjects was somewhat unfair to the child. The professors merely hoped that students would compile the necessary information from the texts, and even if the copied work fell short in length, it would still be deemed acceptable. Ideally, however, the students would integrate the knowledge and retain it firmly in their minds, completing the final character and signing her name in the blank space. Kemi's thoughts finally extricated themselves from the overwhelming sea of words. The advantage of an agile and dynamic mind lies in its ability to shift effortlessly, while the disadvantage is the propensity to become easily distracted. The assignment had nearly met the professor's expectations. However, the task of discussing the medicinal properties of a single plant required a detailed exposition of its roots, stems, leaves, and flowers. At times, Kemi contemplated incorporating a recording feature in her guidebook, for Muggles had long since discarded typewriters, while wizards still relied on quills. Although there existed a magical quill capable of automatic writing, it had been prohibited by the professors. "Hey, Qiu Zhang," a voice called beside Kemi. At that moment, the girls from Ravenclaw entered the library, each cradling textbooks and supplies, evidently intending to complete their assignments there. A group of girls settled down quietly under Madame Pants's watchful gaze, with Qiu Zhang choosing a spot near Kemi. observing the textbooks and quill in Kemi's hands. She likely meant to work on her own tasks as well. It seems you're just about to begin your assignment. Would you like a reference? I just organized mine, Kemi whispered, her fingers lifting the parchment on the table. The smooth ink glided across the paper, tracing elegant arcs and corners, embodying the allure of language and the essence of knowledge. Xiaozhang glanced at the assignment, actually intending to ask Kemi which book she needed to find. She felt a gentle nudge from her roommate, clearly indicating that someone had set their sights on Kemi's parchment. The charm of knowledge lies in its dissemination. It was evident that astute individuals favored shortcuts. Xiaozhang smiled and accepted the parchment. Thank you. This is precisely what I needed. Kemi suddenly perceived a captivating gentleness in Xiaozhang's smile, yet recalling their discussion about the Tatzelworm Quidditch team during flying lessons. She discerned that beneath the polite and serene exterior lay a girl with a penchant for sports. The girl beside her quickly took the parchment, as Kemi observed Marietta beginning to copy it, softly advising Xiaozhang, "Be careful not to repeat too much at the beginning." This earned her another sweet smile from Xiaozhang, accompanied by a soft thank you. Xiaozhang and Marietta completed their assignments first, passing the parchment to those seated behind them. While waiting, Kemi noticed that Xiaozhang had also brought out the books for the afternoon. The other girls followed suit, and the two began to converse quietly behind the shelves. The Ravenclaw common room, perched atop the tower, was undeniably beautiful. Yet the daily ascent and descent of the stairs proved exhausting. After climbing the stairs in the morning, they had to descend again for lunch, prompting many Ravenclaw students to carry their books throughout the day. After all, the hundreds of steps seemed far more daunting than a few volumes, especially with certain staircases prone to causing tumbles and misdirections, much to the students' dismay, particularly for the newly admitted first years. You brought your books with you, haven't you? I saw you secretly using that book to store your materials the other day. Xiaozhang whispered in Kemi's ear, and Kemi could sense her breath brushing past, carrying a faint, delightful fragrance. The book is somewhat heavy. Perhaps you might consider using a bag made from the hide of a chameleon lizard to carry your books and belongings. Kemi shrugged, aware that being discovered was only a matter of time. After all, the magical world is replete with wondrous items. I have heard my father speak of such things, though they are exceedingly expensive and rarely available on the market. Xiao also shrugged, contemplating that perhaps in the future she might learn the undetectable extension charm, which her father frequently employs to store items, provided one uses it discreetly to avoid detection. If you require anything, I can certainly keep an eye out. Kemi, of course, would not divulge the commercial secrets shared with the Weasley twins, but perhaps there might be an opportunity to expand the business towards the female demographic. The Weasleys would undoubtedly be amenable, particularly since boys are not permitted access to the girls' common room. The delightful moments drew to a close as lunchtime approached, and Kemi prepared to utilize her free time to explore the castle and sketch a map. The afternoon also held the prospect of a stern transfiguration professor awaiting the young wizards. Along the way, many students could be seen, particularly those from Ravenclaw, who had already claimed various quiet corners. Numerous first-year Ravenclaws had begun to mimic their upperclassmen, taking advantage of the spaces within the school. The library offered a tranquil setting, ideal for completing assignments or resting when weary. The Great Hall served well as a game room, as Filch could not constantly monitor it. The greenhouse and nearby gardens provided suitable locales for private meetings, and Kemi had often observed couples stealing moments together, though the male pairs were perhaps a bit too affectionate for mere friendship. Outside the common room was an excellent spot for contemplation. It was common to see students studying there at night, and occasionally, one might encounter those who had fallen asleep in the early hours. A small nook near the door housed a bed, perfect for resting before quietly slipping back inside, unnoticed. Chapter 31. Hagrid. As the afternoon stretched on interminably, Kemi wandered the school with her guidebook in hand, gazing at the scenery beyond the corridors. In the distance, the mountains, as the weather turned cooler, began to darken in hue, reflecting the natural changes of the evergreens preparing for winter. However, this did not alter the beauty of the Black Lake. The water mirrored the sky with remarkable clarity, and one could still see the smoke from Hogsmeade rising above the hills, reaching for the clouds. Compared to fog-laden London, this place truly seemed a sanctuary for repose. The Muggle Prime Minister could only jest on television, unable even to persuade his own secretary, let alone improve the air quality of London. Nestled beside the Forbidden Forest was a quaint little cottage, resembling a pudding with its pointed roof. Adjacent to it lay a vegetable garden brimming with pumpkins and greens, accompanied by a scarecrow waving its arms, creating a scene of serene beauty. At that moment, the keeper of keys and grounds was tending to the pumpkin patch. Kemi felt certain that should she wish to enter the Forbidden Forest, this guardian would not permit it. The Hogwarts Keeper of Keys stood at the forest's edge, and should anyone stray too close, his booming voice would issue a warning. Though his demeanor was not particularly severe, his towering height of over 2 meters lent him an imposing presence, causing most young witches and wizards to shy away from him. "Greetings, Professor Hagrid. It appears these pumpkins are flourishing splendidly. What is your name? You seem to be a first-year student from Ravenclaw." Hagrid tilted his head, looking down at the small wizard who barely reached his waist. "Commonus, but you may call me Cormy." He smiled and extended his hand, intending to shake hands with the giant. "Cormy, a pleasure to meet you. You may simply call me Hagrid. I am not a professor, merely the keeper of keys and grounds." Hagrid quickly wiped his right hand on his clothing. His hand enveloped Comey's entirely, the palm rough with calluses, a testament to the strength of a laborer's hands and radiating warmth. "Did you grow all these pumpkins yourself? They look remarkably beautiful and quite plump." Hagrid had just been searching for the right space for the pumpkins, ensuring that both the leaves and fruits received a fair share of sunlight. Noticing Cormy holding a book, Hagrid set his wooden fork aside. "Soon, you'll be able to savor these delightful pumpkin pies and pumpkin juice at Hogwarts, and the largest ones will be carved into jack-o'-lanterns. Naturally, there will also be candies to relish." "That sounds marvelous. I eagerly await the day these pumpkins grow." "Indeed. We could also use the enlargement charm to make them even larger, which would certainly render some of them quite terrifying." "Could you teach me that spell? Then I could have endless chocolate." Cormy casually pulled out a chocolate frog and offered it. "Oh, you might be disappointed. I do not recommend trying enchanted food. While it may appear larger, the quantity remains unchanged, and it may lead to an upset stomach." Hagrid paused in his task of unwrapping the chocolate frog, tilting his head as he earnestly corrected the young wizard's notion. "However, if you wish to learn, I can indeed teach you. This charm is only suitable for inanimate objects, not for people. Professors have also cautioned against using spells on others without discretion. I assure you, I will not use it lightly. The incantation is Engorgio. When casting, draw a circle downward with your wand, and then upward," he demonstrated with the fork still in hand. Cormy aimed at a stone on the ground and whispered, "Engorgio." The stone began to swell as if inflated, transforming into a somewhat round shape, resembling a stone ball. You nearly succeeded on your first try? Excellent. You must have only wished to enlarge it, which is why you lost the original form." Hagrid laughed heartily at the sight of the plump stone ball, a whimsical soul hidden beneath his robust exterior. "Perhaps I could turn the jack-o'-lanterns into balloon pumpkins. That would surely bring smiles." "Splendid idea. When these pumpkins grow a bit larger in a few days, you can come back to try it. That way, I can take it a little easier. You see, Hogwarts is quite vast, and the house elves can sometimes be overwhelmed, leaving me to run about more often." Although it is rather peculiar why Hagrid does not employ magic himself, Cormy refrains from asking further questions and instead practices the enlargement charm on a stone nearby. This is a rare opportunity. The previous trials have instilled in Cormy a fervent desire to learn magic. Seizing every chance, Cormy seeks knowledge about various spells and enchantments. The situation at the library has led Cormy to believe that his grandfather may have somewhat misunderstood the curriculum at Hogwarts, as he had only learned a few minor spells upon enrollment, with most of his knowledge acquired through self-study. Regrettably, certain incantation gestures and subtle techniques are not meticulously detailed in the texts. After successfully enlarging the stone for the third time, albeit not transforming it into a sphere, Cormy feels he has grasped the basics of the enlargement charm. Meanwhile, Hagrid, beside him, savors a chocolate frog and some chocolate, the latter appearing diminutive in his large hands, akin to a mere biscuit. Fortunately, Cormy has stocked some chocolate bricks, which delights Hagrid, who has an affinity for substantial items. This muggle-produced chocolate is more economical than the chocolate frogs, making it suitable for quelling hunger or for baking, thus beloved by many wizards, prompting stores to regularly replenish their supplies. As the two indulge in chocolate, they listen to Hagrid recount tales of his small garden. Besides foraging for berries and mushrooms in the Forbidden Forest, he enjoys cultivating food in his own land, leading a rather idyllic life. He even shares how he turns each pumpkin to ensure even sunlight exposure. Suddenly, a scratching sound emanates from the door of the hut, and a large black dog bursts forth. "Hello, this is Fong, a gentle creature," Hagrid exclaims as he embraces the exuberant dog that leaps toward him, eager to shower him with affection. Fong possesses an impressive ability to remember scents, ensuring he will recognize you in the future. However, just as Hagrid sets Fong down, the dog dashes excitedly around the back of the hut, prompting Hagrid to rush after him amidst a flurry of activity, eventually capturing the exuberant Fong in his arms. It seems Hagrid must confine Fong once more. I suppose I will have to construct a taller chicken coop. If you have time, come in for a cup. I have some tea, along with some herbal tea I harvested myself for you to try. Of course, I would love to try it. Who would have thought I could enjoy afternoon tea at school? Cormy replies with a smile, pulling out a few boxes of sweets. Chapter 32. The Invisible Millionaire. Hagrid pushes open the door to his hut. Come in, but watch your step by the door. The interior appears somewhat cluttered, exuding a lively atmosphere. With evidence that Hagrid has crafted many of these items himself, the style rather rustic. It is amusing to envision a towering figure like him crouched down, pondering how to assemble furniture from wood. Upon entering Hagrid's hut, Cormy finds the temperature inside considerably warmer than outside, likely due to the fireplace, which is currently boiling water. Hagrid places 2 blue cups adorned with white spots on the table and lifts a steaming kettle to pour into them. This is what Sprout told me. It may taste a bit bitter at first, but it will sweeten with time and is beneficial for wizards. Afterward, he retrieves some food from the cupboard and sets it on the table, while Cormy places the sweets next to a plate of cookies. These are my homemade rock cakes and soft sweets. Do give them a try. Hagrid picked up a biscuit and popped it into his mouth, producing a satisfying crunch as he chewed, gesturing for Combe to try one as well. Combe took a piece. It was a thick, earthy yellow biscuit, interspersed with raisins, sesame seeds, and fragments of some crushed nuts. It appeared quite appealing at first glance, but Combe quickly dismissed that notion as he realized he could not leave a bite mark on it. How could anyone create such a hard food? It somewhat resembled the biscuits his grandfather had described, reminiscent of pots and helmets. Were they also intended for warfare and travel? Combe looked up at Hagrid, who was chewing like a stone grinder, feeling a twinge of regret for his choice. Why had he not opted for the seemingly softer one nearby? Now he pondered whether he should soak it in tea to soften it. Ah, Hagrid, your home appears quite splendid, exuding a warm, homely atmosphere. Combe feigned admiration for the surroundings while discreetly slipping the biscuit into his pocket, planning to share it with Mrs. Loris. This is my handiwork before I came here. This was merely a storeroom, and I transformed it into its current state. He proudly showcased several handcrafted items within the room, each seemingly infused with his labor of love. Intriguingly, Combe noticed some woven blankets and cushions in Hagrid's abode, glowing with a bluish-white radiance under the firelight, seemingly crafted from some animal's fur. Gently caressing it, he found the texture smooth with a hint of coolness, providing a delightful sensation. Wow, this seems like unicorn hair. Hagrid, did you weave this yourself? Combe scrutinized the blanket in his hands, noting the rather coarse weaving technique, with uneven edges resembling something casually crumpled by hand. How does it look? I found it in the Forbidden Forest. It seems quite useful. Unfortunately, they are quite shy and do not venture to the forest's edge. Otherwise, you might have seen them. They have increased in number over the past year and appear very healthy. Regrettably, they always hide the moment they see me. Hagrid chuckled, lifting his cup and sipping his tea as he recounted his patrols through the woods. He had memorized the territories of each creature, and his daily tasks involved preventing dangerous animals from escaping the Forbidden Forest while ensuring students did not venture inside. Undoubtedly, the Forbidden Forest was as familiar to this towering guardian as a backyard to a wizard, with no creature daring to attack him. Combe even suspected that the homemade crossbow Hagrid displayed was merely a deterrent for any would-be aggressors. After all, if it were him, a well-placed punch would yield far greater results. As their conversation meandered from the Forbidden Forest to the magical creatures within, Hagrid spoke with great familiarity about the residents of the woods, often encountering marvelous beings and, at times, even able to touch them. Combe felt a pang of envy. The Nyst family, while involved in some dealings with magical creatures, some inherited from his grandfather and others sent by his grandmother's family when they could no longer survive in the wild, could not compare to Hagrid's experiences. They are all housed in the breeding grounds of the Nyst family, where dedicated caretakers attend to them daily, grooming their fur and trimming their claws. Yet, they remain indifferent to their current custodian. The Ministry of Magic prohibits illegal breeding. Just take a look at the sign hanging at my entrance, declaring this as a breeding sanctuary established by the Ministry and proudly recognizing us as honorable taxpayers. Oh, and we have also engaged the esteemed Mr. Newt Scamander as a lifelong consultant in magical creature conservation. By the way, my grandmother graduated from Hufflepuff. She hails from a lineage of wizarding conservationists. I enthusiastically share that I learned a great deal about magical creatures from her notes, and she and my grandfather once rescued 2 hippogriffs. What a legendary experience that is. It is rare for such proud beings to accept anyone. It seems your grandparents are indeed remarkable wizards. Hagrid clapped his hands a few times, expressing his fondness for the elegant hippogriffs, which inhabit a small community in the Forbidden Forest, a place with which he is quite familiar. Regrettably, His weight prevents him from experiencing the thrill of writing one. These are merely snippets of wisdom passed down from my elders. My family has certain connections, and if you require funds, I could offer a bid for some, though we would need mature hair. Unicorns are highly sought after everywhere. Their hair possesses unique, stabilizing magical properties, suitable for potion making and wand crafting. Some wizards believe that unicorn hair can ward off curses and hexes, integrating it into garments. And evidence shows it indeed provides some degree of protection against malevolence. I do not particularly need the money. As you know, there is little use for currency at Hogwarts, and my salary suffices. However, if you find yourself in need, feel free to take some. There is plenty here. I often use it to bind wounds for the animals, which aids in their recovery. Hagrid, if you happen to have any surplus in the future, you may send it via owl to this location, and they will compensate you at market rates. This has been our family's long-standing principle of cooperation. Otherwise, I might face a howling letter from home. While this may not make Hagrid a wealthy man overnight, it could accumulate a substantial sum, and Cormy would not lose out either. As he did not mention that 10 galleons is merely the base price, though there may be a mix of various hairs. As long as one meets the requirements for potion making and wand crafting, the price could multiply several times. At its peak, a single robust unicorn tail hair could fetch 10 galleons. Thus, while Nyster can afford to forego profit, he will never incur a loss. In fact, Cormy is even contemplating the possibility of hiring a retired Hogwarts professor for a consultancy position. Chapter 33, Night Steeds and Passwords. Through my conversation with Hagrid, I now ascertain that the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest pose little danger, inhabited only by some relatively gentle creatures, such as the night steeds used for pulling carriages, residing in the area close to the school. However, many are unable to behold these wondrous beings. When I expressed that I had seen no animals, Hagrid could only smile, indicating that this could be considered a good thing. Only those wizards who have witnessed death with their own eyes are able to perceive the nightmares, which is why they are seldom spotted, even when they venture close to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid has been diligently caring for them, and Kimmy had the rare fortune of witnessing fresh meat vanish in a thin air, yet he could never discern the creature before him. He could only hear sounds reminiscent of a horse, accompanied by the rush of air from flapping wings. Hagrid, with a bucket in hand, stood beside Kimmy at a clearing on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. "You have yet to behold the process of death," he remarked, "and it is indeed a harrowing experience. Many wizards even regard witnessing them as an ill omen. However, fear not, for nightmares are gentle and intelligent beings. They pose no threat as long as you remain calm and do not flail about when you encounter them. They will depart in due course." "What do they look like? Are they exceedingly terrifying?" Kimmy inquired, attempting to reach out into the void before him, yet feeling nothing. Instead, he heard movement nearby, as if the creature had evaded his touch. "Believe me, they do not possess the beauty of unicorns. Wizards are often averse to their presence, owing to their ominous appearance and traits." Nevertheless, Hagrid, unwilling to see a curious young wizard disheartened, gently nudged a small nightmare towards Kimmy, enticed by a piece of succulent meat. "You may gently stroke it, but do so slowly so as not to startle it. I can feel it. It feels somewhat rigid, like bone, slender and cold, akin to a bat's wing. Oh, it seems this little fellow is not fond of strangers. Yet, once you become familiar, you might even ride on its back and soar through the skies. That is truly marvelous. I once inquired with Mr. Frank, but he forbade me from observing these creatures. The only time I saw one was when Ollie sneaked me in. I envy you, Hagrid, for your acquaintance with such a multitude of creatures. Farewell." As Kimmy ascended the hill, he found himself at the Hogwarts Bridge, where towering stone pillars stood, resembling markers of some magical barrier. Beyond these monoliths lay the elongated bridge spanning the valley, connecting to the southern courtyard of the castle. While Kimmy traversed the center of this extensive bridge, a clear, melodious cry echoed through the air. A silvery phoenix, trailing a long plume, soared towards him. As it alighted upon the railing, radiating a resplendent silver glow, Kimmy marveled at the sight, realizing that Dumbledore must possess another phoenix. Although encountering the legendary bird was astonishing, this one appeared even more magical. Then, a voice emanated from the phoenix, instructing him to come to the headmaster's office that evening, with the password being Fizzing Wisby. Upon uttering these words, the magnificent creature dissipated into the air like smoke. Kimmy glanced around, pondering whether this was indeed magic. His grandfather had never mentioned such a spell. It seemed exceedingly rare, and he felt a desire to learn it. "Grandfather, I wish to learn too, but I never did. Was it due to the prevalence of dark magic?" "No, it was because I didn't apply the mod." After dinner, Kimmy ascended the staircase to the 8th floor, where the headmaster's office lay. In the dim glow of the firelight, a stone statue perched in the doorway. Fizzing Wisby. After uttering the incantation, Kimmy ascended the staircase revealed by the statue. To be frank, the narrow and spiraling staircase made it difficult to believe it led to the headmaster's office. At the top of the staircase stood a door. Kimmy gently rapped on the door knocker. "Professor Dumbledore. I hope the Dumbledore behind this door can hear me." The grand door creaked open, revealing the circular office once more, where Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his silvery beard cascading over his robe, appearing remarkably relaxed. "Come in, Kimmy," Dumbledore beckoned, noticing Kimmy peering in from the threshold. "Would you care for some tea, or perhaps something else?" "No, Professor. I just enjoyed some with Hagrid this afternoon. You seem to have gotten along well," Dumbledore remarked with a smile, peering over his glasses to assess Kimmy's expression. "Indeed, it was quite pleasant. Hagrid even asked me to bring you some of his treats." Kimmy grinned as he opened the book of directions. Dumbledore's expression momentarily stiffened, but he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the soft candies Kimmy produced. "Thank goodness it's not rock cakes." Dumbledore observed the brown candies on the plate. He had once sampled Hagrid's culinary skills when Hagrid had just taken up the role of keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, gifting each professor a bag of rock cakes. From that day forth, Hagrid had earned a reputation as one of the most formidable figures at Hogwarts. "I have some here as well, Professor." Kimmy cheerfully revealed the hidden rock cake. "Those biscuits are rather unsuitable for someone of my age, though they do appear quite tempting." Dumbledore decided against indulging in the candies. Hagrid's cooking was intimidating, and who knew how his teeth would fare? Indeed, they're a bit hard, but Hagrid is quite enthusiastic. In the end, he insisted I share these sweets with others. Kimmy nudged the candies closer to Dumbledore, resembling a squirrel reluctantly offering acorns. Yet Dumbledore seemed oblivious, disregarding the treats before him. "It appears you have adapted well to life and studies at Hogwarts. Just the other day, Ed came here to inquire about your progress." So the old man had indeed visited Hogwarts and had been secretly observing him. It seemed the clues left in the library were deliberately intended. "Ah, you have caught on." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the portraits on the office walls, as if searching for someone. "I was merely taking a stroll during my free time. After all, Hogwarts has an abundance of corridors, though it seems I stumbled upon yet another dead end." Kimmy was not quite ready to confess his transgression of entering the restricted section, as it was typically locked and off-limits. How could one willingly admit to such a breach before being caught? Chapter 34. After-class tutoring. Indeed, I too often find myself lost, occasionally wandering into peculiar rooms. Hogwarts never fails to surprise. Dumbledore appeared disinclined to pursue the matter further. Ed's main purpose for visiting this time was to inquire about your academic progress. He seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the pace of Hogwarts curriculum. "I have heard my grandfather mention that one enters in the 5th year and graduates in half a year, adventuring in the latter half." Cormy finds himself enduring his grandfather's incessant boasts about his illustrious past, with the tales of his adventures being recounted most frequently. It appears that Ed indeed possesses a wealth of experience, albeit from a century ago, when strength was of the utmost necessity. The wars of that era were emblematic, as the Ministry of Magic struggled to maintain order, leading to frequent rebellions among the goblins. The outskirts of Hogwarts were rife with dark wizards and poachers, followed by the Muggle Wars and the rise of Grindelwald. During the Goblin Rebellion, a 5th-year freshman entered Hogwarts, and within just a year, the insurrection was quelled, with goblins and their allied dark wizards obliterated, all accomplished by Ed Nyst in that brief span. Those familiar with his name referred to him as the Reaper of the Forbidden Forest. It was due to his formidable presence that the Forbidden Forest truly earned its name. Over the course of a century, it expanded to the very edge of Hogwarts Castle, a stark contrast to the past when a mountain range separated the forest from the castle itself. Dumbledore gazed at the young wizard before him, recognizing that the wizarding world had transformed significantly from a century prior. He would not permit a fledgling wizard to learn magic through bloodshed and dueling. "Cormy, Ed has suggested that I expedite your learning pace, but I do not concur with his methods. They are ill-suited for your current state." Dumbledore contemplated that perhaps a breakthrough could be found among the professors. "I can arrange additional tutoring sessions for you. A flexible approach that allows you to seek guidance from professors during the night regarding any difficulties you may encounter with their daytime lessons. Each of the 4 house heads is an expert in their respective fields. Professor Flitwick was once a champion of the dueling competition, and Professor Snape is the youngest master of potions, equally adept in the dark arts and the art of mental occlusion." However, Dumbledore refrained from mentioning that Snape was also well-versed in dark magic. He could not risk allowing a first-year student to engage with such matters and would need to discuss this with Snape later. Professor Sprout, being a Hufflepuff herself, would surely be willing to share her knowledge, while Professor McGonagall, an expert in transfiguration, might impart her transformative abilities to you. Yet, given McGonagall's commitments to school affairs, it may be challenging for her to find time to instruct you. I or another might substitute for her at that time. What do you think of this approach? Dumbledore inquired, casting a glance at Ed's portrait in the frame. This arrangement effectively grants Cormy access to an advanced tutoring program, while regular classes will continue at the established pace, allowing him to pursue self-study on subsequent topics, with professors available during designated hours to clarify any uncertainties. It is indeed an honor to receive assistance from the heads and professors, and I eagerly anticipate acquiring more knowledge to bolster my abilities in preparation for the trials ahead. Cormy nodded solemnly. Although he was unsure why his grandfather was so insistent, there must be a rationale behind such arrangements. Cormy, the coming studies will be arduous, but I have faith in your potential, Dumbledore remarked earnestly. It is to be expected that in the days to come, Cormy will traverse the offices of various professors, diligently attending his classes by day while engaging in supplemental studies by night. The content of the studies primarily revolves around the first-grade textbooks currently accessible to Cormy, with subsequent adjustments made according to the pace of learning, akin to what his grandfather once referred to as a special tutoring session. Dumbledore acted with remarkable swiftness, summoning Cormy to his office the very next day. He produced a parchment inscribed with the professor's scheduled times and gently pushed it toward Cormy. Take good care of this parchment, he instructed. It contains the designated times, and should any professor require a change, it will alert you. Moreover, if you wish to consult a specific professor privately, you may jot down your request next to their name. Additionally, I shall regularly monitor your progress until you meet the criteria for advancing to the next trial. As per your grandfather's wishes, Cormy accepted the parchment, which detailed the time slots of 3 professors. Only the name of Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House, remained conspicuously blank. Dumbledore had thus far only provided tutoring times for the 3 other heads, indicating their eagerness to assist exceptional students. While the reasons for the absence of Snape's name were all too evident, unlike the other 3 heads, Snape consistently favored Slytherin, often feigning forgetfulness when it came to awarding points, yet quick to deduct them for any infraction. This behavior has fostered considerable resentment among the other houses, leading to Slytherin's victory in the House Cup for 5 consecutive years. One could only remark that this is quintessentially Slytherin. To persuade this head to agree to privately mentor a Ravenclaw student seems a daunting task, to say the least. After Cormy departed with the tutoring schedule, his grandfather appeared within the confines of the portrait frame. He expressed his approval of Dumbledore's arrangements, recalling how he himself had supplemented his education up until the 5th grade through classroom instruction and homework. However, his own studies revolved around the art of combat, as he sought to teach Cormy the swift and ruthless methods of vanquishing adversaries, akin to instructing a child to fly before they have learned to walk. Dumbledore, perhaps you could enhance the magic of this parchment, allowing 2 of them to communicate seamlessly or even enabling a group of individuals to converse together, he suggested. What a brilliant idea, Ed. It is rare to see such ingenuity from you. However, I may not have the energy to address this matter today, Dumbledore conceded, aware that Snape's partiality toward his own house had thus far hindered such an initiative. Snape, you say? I am acquainted with him. Await my good news. Ed smirked before vanishing from the frame. It seems there are exciting developments afoot at Hogwarts, Dumbledore mused, reclining in his chair, suddenly recalling Ed's mention of the parchment. Perhaps this item would prove unexpectedly useful in the future. Chapter 35. The Charms Classroom. Dumbledore acted with remarkable alacrity, conveying his thoughts to the 4 heads the following day. 3 of them were eager to assist exceptional students, as they often did, while the identity of the 4th was, of course, all too obvious. In contrast to the other 3 heads of houses, Professor Snape frequently displays a bias towards Slytherin, often feigning forgetfulness when it comes to awarding points, yet promptly recalling deductions when mistakes occur. This behavior has engendered deep resentment among the other houses, resulting in Slytherin's victory in the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. It is indeed quite characteristic of Slytherin. Dumbledore has yet to inform Cormac when to approach Snape. For now, he has merely provided supplementary tutoring time for the 3 heads. This arrangement allows Cormac the opportunity for advanced learning, while regular classes continue at the established pace. Cormac may pursue subsequent content at his discretion, with assignments tailored to his progress. His grandfather wholeheartedly endorses Dumbledore's plan, recalling his own experience of catching up on 5th grade studies through classroom instruction and homework. However, he had been learning the art of combat. Would it be appropriate to teach Cormac how to vanquish his opponents with swiftness and brutality? It would be akin to teaching a child to fly before they have even learned to walk. Cormac resolves to commence with Professor Flitwick's charms. This professor is often overlooked at Hogwarts, as most Ravenclaw students tend to be quite independent. The office behind the door is adorned with several towering bookshelves, filled with an array of both new and ancient tomes and scrolls, while a ladder for climbing rests nearby. The professor is seated behind his desk, and, upon noticing Cormac, he beams and invites him in. Cormac, come over here to the desk. I didn't realize you were acquainted with Dumbledore before the term began. It's a pity I was not at the school then. Nevertheless, I am delighted that you have joined Ravenclaw. Dumbledore has informed me that I will adjust your assignments according to your learning pace, but first, we must ascertain your grasp of the material you have already studied. With a flick of his wand, a dummy positioned against the door springs to life and stands in the center of the room. The dummy appears quite aged, bearing remnants of magical use, evidently serving as a teaching tool. Now, let us begin by testing the spells covered in class. Take your time. We will tackle them one by one. Cormac nods at the professor and draws his wand. In comparison to Flitwick's delicate wand, his feels akin to a knitting needle. Wingardium Leviosa. The dummy floats gracefully into the air with a swift incantation. You executed that spell remarkably quickly. It seems you have practiced it before. My grandfather taught me some. Excellent. Let us focus on the spells you have already learned. Please demonstrate the ones you know, and we shall practice and learn together. Very well, Professor. Wingardium Leviosa, all of you fly away. The dummy soars through the air, landing softly as Cormac casts a cushioning charm. Observing the scattered dummy, Cormac sheepishly smiles at Professor Flitwick and continues to point his wand at the dummy. Reparo. It seems you have mastered quite a few spells. Do you know any others? Flivvy gazed at the restored dummy, appearing flawless as ever. It seemed Dumbledore's words rang true. This young wizard indeed possessed a remarkable talent for spell casting, lacking only a few techniques. He had already demonstrated his prowess with spells such as Revealing Charm, Lumos, Disarming Charm, and Shield Charm, and had recently mastered the Fire-Making Spell and the Enlargement Charm. Quite impressive. You have begun to grasp a portion of the spells. Although these are fundamental incantations, their effective application can significantly impact combat. I shall teach you several other frequently utilized spells, the Stunning Spell and the Barrier Charm. Both are exceptionally useful. The former allows for swift casting, while the latter can slow down your opponent's movements, enabling you to strike and maintain distance. It is essential to recognize that novice wizards often struggle to articulate spells and aim accurately in complex situations. The Barrier Charm can be cast near your adversaries, which is its advantage, as you need not worry about missing or being dodged. After all, most foes are required to engage in combat on solid ground. Professor Flivvy, truly lauded by Dumbledore, demonstrated profound understanding of charms and deftly orchestrated their combinations, a skill that Combe had only heard of from his grandfather. Moreover, the professor corrected Combe's previous habit of excessive wand movements. If facing a wizard well-versed in spells, such movements could allow for interruption before casting. The corresponding remedy is to practice silent casting or to mutter incantations under one's breath once proficient in the spells. However, this advanced technique will be addressed later in Combe's studies. This insight into Professor Flivvy's secrets, his mastery that led him to win the dueling championship, will undoubtedly aid Combe in confronting various adversaries. Presently, Combe recognizes that the most straightforward method to enhance his abilities is to learn more spells, akin to a sponge soaking up the professor's magical knowledge and techniques. After restoring the dummy for the third time, Professor Flivvy instructed Combe to take a seat and rest while elucidating the components of spells. These incantations are not overly complex. Nearly all first-year magic consists of fundamental spells, which serve as the foundation for more advanced magic. For instance, the Levioso and Locomotor spells combine to create the Floating Charm. The Fire-Making Spell, a common incantation, also serves as a basis for other spells. With mastery, one could even manipulate flames to create a sea of fire. Thus, these foundational spells involve more than mere wand-waving. Once mastered, they can be adeptly applied according to one's circumstances. Thank you, Professor. This knowledge has truly broadened my horizons and prompted me to reflect upon my previous folly of merely pursuing the quantity of spells. Every wizard entering Ravenclaw possesses a certain ambition. Do not suppress your thoughts excessively, yet do not indulge them recklessly. Based on what I observed, you performed admirably. You have mastered the spells you learned. The next step involves honing your combat techniques, which we can practice later. Once you have thoroughly grasped today's lessons, come seek me out. Remember to prepare adequately for battle next time. As Comey emerged from Professor Flitwick's office, the hour was nearing curfew, and the castle had settled into a serene stillness. Turning a corner, Comey nearly stumbled upon Madame Loris, who was crouched in the shadows of the wall, her eyes appearing rather peculiar. Surely, nothing could go awry? Cautiously pushing a biscuit towards Madame Loris, she leaned forward from the shadows, sniffing at the treat on the ground before glancing back at Cormy. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Cormy felt a profound sense of bewilderment reflected in her gaze. Seizing the moment before Felch's arrival, Cormy made his way to the common room, pondering whether he might inquire of Hagrid next time about the dietary preferences of cats in the magical realm, which are likely quite distinct from those of their Muggle counterparts. Chapter 36. The Allure of Herbology. According to Professor Dumbledore's arrangements, Cormy was now permitted to attend classes while concurrently self-studying subsequent material, and his progress was relatively smooth, bolstered by ample time after lessons. It was foreseeable that his assignments would accumulate slightly, as professors would occasionally assess Cormy's understanding during tutoring sessions, compelling him to curtail his leisurely wanderings each day. However, this was met with unanimous approval from his fellow Ravenclaws, as they found that whenever they sought to reference assignments, they could invariably discover completed work from Cormy. Autumn Jean and her friends were the initial beneficiaries, and this practice gradually spread through Ravenclaw, with everyone tacitly agreeing to keep the secret. One should not presume that all Ravenclaws are top students. Many are merely proficient in specific subjects. Given that assignments were assessed by length, students often had to scour their textbooks for phrases to fill in the blanks. Thus, having a well-organized reference readily available significantly expedited their work. Of course, astute Ravenclaws never resorted to mere copying. One might say otherwise. But it was all gleaned from the same book. How could it not be similar? Professors were well aware of the students' thoughts, having once traversed the same path. As long as the work wasn't identical, a passing grade would be granted. After relishing a sumptuous dinner, Cormy made his way through the doors towards the greenhouse, where Professor Sprout was busily engaged in seeking something, the only light illuminating the space. Knocking gently on the greenhouse door to announce his presence, Cormy noticed the professor was cradling a stack of flower pots. "Oh, Cormy," she exclaimed, "I'm currently preparing materials for class. I'm delighted you could come to assist me. First, go change into some appropriate attire." The greenhouse provided cloaks, and Cormy casually selected one to wear. This brown garment would prevent certain plants from snagging at the young wizard's attire. "And don't forget the gloves," Professor Sprout reminded him. "You'll need to wear this whenever you come. I assume you wouldn't wish to spend the night in the chilly infirmary, would you?" "Of course, Professor," Cormy replied with a smile, indicating the gloves he had donned, standing at the edge of the table, awaiting the professor's instructions. "I truly hope Dumbledore retains this approach. Even with the use of magic, I find myself overwhelmed with numerous tasks each day. Occasional assistance from a few students would significantly alleviate my workload." The professor remarked with a playful smirk. "In contrast to the words inscribed in textbooks, I prefer to allow students to engage in hands-on activities, as this approach facilitates a deeper understanding for those who may be distracted during lessons." It seems that certain minor mishaps in the classroom have also caused considerable distress for the professor. "Come now, today we must attend to some devil's snare. I need to cultivate more, as many young wizards are prone to meddling, and encountering them can sometimes necessitate a visit to the infirmary." Cormy followed Professor Sprout, lifting a stack of empty pots, which would soon be filled with soil for transplanting the devil's snare, necessitating the use of damp, dark earth. The two entered a shadowy greenhouse, its glass panels obscured, where the devil's snare presumably thrived. The professor waved her wand, illuminating the interior, revealing a mass of black, intertwining vines writhing to evade the light, quickly clearing a space in the room. With deft precision, the professor used her wand to separate and sever the vine roots, as though searching for the roots amidst a tangle of peculiar, greasy hair. Meanwhile, Cormy listened to the professor's guidance, dutifully wielding a spade to scoop soil, while receiving the vine roots handed over by the professor to insert into the soil-filled pots. Beneath the light, the devil's snare appeared surprisingly docile. Even curling away into the shadows, through the gloves, one could feel its slippery movement, akin to grasping a black serpent, eliciting a shiver. In an effort to minimize contact with this peculiar plant, Cormy swiftly completed the transplantation of the remaining pots, and after relocating them to the light, he instinctively wiped his hands on his clothes, though the sight of the writhing tendrils still felt unsettling. "You ought to have some understanding of this plant." Professor Sprout, while trimming the vines, tossed the excess into a bucket. "Excellent. If this were during class time, it would certainly earn you extra points. It appears you have begun to grasp the forthcoming material, which is typically reserved for later in the first year." Her eyes gleamed with approval. "The environment at Hogwarts is exceptionally conducive to learning, and reading during leisure hours is a splendid pastime. Of course, Comey would not admit that he merely carried a book as a pretext while wandering about, a ruse to avoid disturbances and to silence Filch. For who could bear to blame a diligent student who simply became so engrossed in his studies that he lost his way? What fault is that? Very well, let us now delve into the cultivation of plants, knowledge that will not be presented in the classroom. The devil's snare is a carnivorous plant and quite perilous. I intend to alter this situation. We shall first divide into groups for distinct cultivation methods, and subsequently select suitable specimens to repeat the process, observing which variations are most pronounced. Professor Sprout waved her wand, arranging the pots into several dark boxes, closely mimicking their natural growing conditions, and then magically sprayed some water within to encourage rapid rooting. After completing the preliminary tasks, the professor entrusted some preparations for the upcoming class to Kimmy, simultaneously imparting lessons on the use of magic and botanical knowledge. One should not perceive magic as merely a convenient tool, where a mere flick of the wand animates objects. It requires a wizard to adeptly combine the method of casting spells with incantations. Simply levitating an object serves little purpose. The essence lies in the object's autonomous movement without the wand's continuous manipulation. At least for now, no novice sorcerer has achieved this feat, as objects tend to plummet to the ground the moment control is relinquished, akin to what a certain professor described as a foolish individual flailing their wand. As the session drew to a close, Kimmy had just managed to make a kettle tilt and pour water in accordance with the wand's movement. It appears you are gradually mastering the intricate execution of spells. Today's endeavors are nearly complete. Professor, perhaps you could petition Dumbledore to award points to each assisting student. This would undoubtedly encourage many to lend a hand. What a splendid idea. It seems this could alleviate some of the workload. Although you haven't been sorted into Hufflepuff, the doors of Hufflepuff shall always remain open for you. Truly, the head of Hufflepuff embodies the spirit of the house, which is likely why the young sorcerers hold such affection for this professor. That kind smile and inclusive demeanor consistently endear him to all. I have often contemplated Hufflepuff, not solely due to its proximity to the kitchen. I have heard whispers of its delightful living environment, which fills me with longing. I must certainly visit when time permits. Hufflepuff is undoubtedly the most vibrant of the houses, with a common room adorned in pastoral charm, replete with vines and greenery. As head of the house, I extend a warm invitation for you to frequent our halls. We even host afternoon tea on weekends. Indeed, the British obsession with afternoon tea is astonishing. When the clock strikes 4, the world seems to pause for tea. Chapter 37, The Great Pumpkin. As October waned, a gentle rain heralded a drop in temperature. Hogwarts, situated further north, saw many southern students succumb to colds, necessitating visits to the infirmary, which kept Nurse Pomfrey exceedingly busy. This, in turn, compounded Snape's workload, as he was required to brew an abundance of cold remedies. Perhaps out of spite, Snape's potions were notoriously unpalatable, as he hoped to instill in those younglings the lesson to dress warmly in cold weather. Kimmy, despite her rigorous schedule, could not evade this minor calamity and successfully acquired a vial of Snape's cold remedy, the taste of which was nothing short of horrendous. Coupled with Nurse Pomfrey's stern visage, clad in her classical nurse's attire, no one wished to return to the infirmary. At present, your grasp of transfiguration aligns closely with my expectations. However, certain knowledge must be acquired independently before we can commence practice. The requisite texts are already in your possession, and I hope you can complete the initial volumes within the first month, at least grasping the content of one. Comey, I must remind you that transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous course at Hogwarts. While it may not exhibit the remarkable efficacy of other spells or the dazzling spectacle of conjured flames and flowing water, it undeniably represents the most profound branch of magic. Professor McGonagall paused, gazing intently into Comey's eyes before breaking into a sudden smile. Yet, it is also the discipline that is least likely to disappoint you. It seeks the utmost mastery of magical control and mental fortitude. Perhaps the most powerful transfiguration may not stand out, but a wizard skilled in transfiguration will undoubtedly be formidable. You must dedicate yourself with even greater diligence. As Professor McGonagall regained her authoritative classroom demeanor, a blackboard materialized beside her desk, displaying the various categories of transfiguration. Comey noted terms such as animagi, banishing, conjuration, cross-species transformation, and human transfiguration. I will instruct you on the transfiguration curriculum for years 1 through 5. Although you will eventually cover this material, Professor Dumbledore has insisted on an early introduction. However, the advanced topics beyond 5th year can only be pursued once you achieve OWL's proficiency, as they present significant challenges. Professor, my grandfather once recounted a tale of how he used a transfiguration spell to turn someone into an explosive, Comey said. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened. That is an exceedingly difficult transformation and, more importantly, poses considerable danger to individuals. Such practices are strictly forbidden, at least within Hogwarts, to students. Professor McGonagall seemed to soften, perhaps believing that the young wizard's inquiry stemmed from fear of such scenarios. Indeed, if a transformation cannot be reversed in a timely manner, it could lead to severe consequences. I hope your curiosity does not lead you to experiment. Magic must be practiced under the supervision of a professor. Nevertheless, I must caution you. While magic is undeniably convenient, the consequences of its unregulated use have filled St. Mungo's Hospital from magical maladies and injuries. Transfiguration is a profound discipline, more elegant than other forms of magic, at least in my estimation. As Comey concluded this tutorial, Professor McGonagall reminded him to subscribe to a journal on transfiguration titled Today's Transfiguration, which contains a wealth of techniques and exchanges. Hagrid needed Comey's assistance to cast the enlargement charm on some pumpkins, and Comey, of course, seized the opportunity to practice his spells. Now, Comey and Hagrid were selecting pumpkins in the patch for decoration, while the remainder would be entrusted to the house elves in the kitchen, who would transform them into food for the dining table in a few days. Curiously, when no one else was around, Hagrid clutched an umbrella while casting the enlargement charm. You must keep this secret, Hagrid whispered to Comey. Absolutely no one can know that I used magic. Of course, Hagrid, we are friends and partners, Comey replied. But why use an umbrella for the spell? He inquired with curiosity. This is my wand, Hagrid sighed helplessly. My wand was broken, and I am not permitted to use magic at present. Is that so? Comey exclaimed. The towering figure before him appeared so earnest and trustworthy, not someone who would commit such a grave error, even within the realm of magic. Only those wizards who have committed grave offenses find their wands shattered. What law did you contravene? Did you spit the queen? Cormy found this rather absurd. Or perhaps you gave the Minister of Magic the finger. I once kept a pet in the castle, and a girl tragically lost her life, but I assure you, it was definitely not Aragog's doing. Hagrid's expression was one of sorrow, tinged with a hint of crimson. His entire demeanor exuded a sense of helplessness. Yet his hands clenched tightly, as if to seize his fate. Who is Aragog? Not Yaya, I hope? A look of confusion crossed Cormy's face. That is a creature I raised from childhood. Hagrid stood frozen. My goodness, what have I just revealed? How could such matters be shared with a young wizard? The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, and the most frightening aspect was that an individual who typically appeared simple-minded could unveil a monumental secret. Please, do not inquire further about this matter, but you absolutely must not venture into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid exclaimed, patting his forehead, utterly at a loss. The Forbidden Forest? Hagrid, what do you conceal within its depths? Cormy felt a stirring within him, igniting a sense of eager curiosity. No, there's nothing at all. I simply cannot disclose it. Ultimately, Hagrid resolved to seal his lips. Even during dinner, he would utter not a single word. In summary, you must not pry. You have heard nothing today. Understood? Hagrid fixed Cormy with a pleading gaze. Very well, Hagrid. Cormy sensed something peculiar about Hagrid. There must be a colossal secret behind this. And the thought only fueled his curiosity further. Cormy's gaze fell upon the pink umbrella in Hagrid's grasp. Hagrid, I believe you should consider a different color. Don't you find pink a tad too conspicuous? Hagrid scrutinized the umbrella, which, due to the passage of time, had faded and appeared rather drab. Its top was already worn through. It was unlikely to serve its purpose of shielding from rain effectively any longer. Perhaps, but I must wait. This umbrella has been with me for quite some time, and it doesn't seem too noticeable after all. Doesn't it fit well in my hand? Cormy couldn't help but admire Hagrid's perspective. He often found the blind spots in logic. The British are fond of carrying umbrellas, and wizards occasionally share this habit. The old gentleman at the Ministry of Magic would certainly not pay heed to an oversized fellow wielding an umbrella, in comparison to his massive stature. The umbrella indeed appeared inconspicuous. Moreover, Hagrid kindly offered that if Cormy sought a place to practice magic, he could come to him, even providing that straw man for target practice. Chapter 38, Halloween. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had been meticulously cleaned, suggesting that Filch had dedicated the entire day to tending to this space. The pumpkin scent wafting through the air that morning signified that the entirety of Hogwarts would be infused with pumpkin delights, which only heightened many appetites. As numerous individuals were eager to indulge, classes would still proceed as usual that day. However, the evening's festivities had been canceled, and a sumptuous feast awaited them in the hall. In the afternoon, Comey arrived punctually near Hagrid's hut, where fragments of pumpkins littered the ground, evidently remnants from the carvings. These remnants would serve as fodder, while Hagrid was crouched nearby, skillfully carving a pumpkin with a small knife. A Upon reaching Hagrid's side, Cormy discovered that Professor Flitwick was also present, seemingly assisting Hagrid, though obscured by the pumpkins. Hagrid, Professor Flitwick. Cormy, you've come to lend a hand. We must prepare these pumpkins before the feast begins, ensuring they are showcased to Hogwarts. Hagrid placed a pumpkin, already adorned with a carved face, atop a scarecrow's head. The scarecrow, with its outstretched arms, indeed resembled a devilish pumpkin. Cormy had previously contemplated transforming the pumpkins into balloons. A splendid idea, indeed. Is that so? Cormy, let us witness your magic. Professor Flitwick appeared eager to see the effect. Very well, I shall give it a try. Cormy drew his wand, aiming it at a meticulously prepared pumpkin. In an instant, a balloon-like pumpkin materialized amidst the trio, gradually ascending into the sky. The once flat pumpkin morphed into a plum balloon, its originally carved, sinister face now distorted, bestowing a comical appearance. Haha, how amusing. Perhaps we can make some pumpkins appear even more devilish? Flitwick waved his wand at another pumpkin, igniting a green, ghostly flame within, giving it an eerily enchanting quality. Professor, can it soar while emitting laughter? Like this? Flitwick merely flicked his wand, and the flame-imbued pumpkin took flight, cackling ominously in the air. Meanwhile, Hagrid continued to tend to the remaining pumpkins, anticipating the house elves to transport them for decoration. Before twilight descended, the pumpkins were whisked away by the house elves. The errant pumpkin heads and balloon pumpkins would be arranged throughout the Great Hall, courtyard, and corridors. The enchantments cast would endure until midnight, which sufficed, as they would be cleared away by the house elves the following day. Before the feast commenced, the Great Hall was filled with attendees. The ceiling transformed into a dimly lit starry sky, and the tables meticulously set with cutlery. Young wizards congregated, passing the time with their favorite activities, wizard chess, followed closely by exploding snap, and even gobstones relegated to a corner, the losers doused in foul water, with some evidently having experienced this fate, prompting others to steer clear. Cormy spotted his roommate waving at him from a table. Hey Cormy, we saved you a seat. We haven't seen you all afternoon, nor in the library. Only Autumn mentioned you would attend the feast. What is the matter? Are you in a hurry? As Cormy sat down, he fervently wished for a drink of water to quench his thirst. The Weasley twins asked me to give you this. It seems they're not too concerned. Fane remarked from the side, handing Cormy a piece of parchment. Below is a procurement list for certain materials, indicating that they have commenced preparations for production. The twins were unable to find these items in Hogsmeade, which is why they sought his assistance in gathering the necessary supplies. After completing the list, Cormy intended to mail the procurement letter the following day, choosing instead to revel in the festivities today. Did you just come from the library? Cormy inquired as he accepted the assignment from Qiu Zhang's hand. The Ravenclaw girls had just entered the hall. Today, many were eager to attend the banquet, leaving little inclination to peruse books. Thus, the number of students borrowing assignments had increased. I just came from there as well, Qiu Zhang replied, a hint of shyness in her smile. Since Cormy had borrowed assignments from the library, the girls had taken to waiting there for him, knowing he frequented the library and completed most of his work there. The first-year witches of Ravenclaw had reached an unspoken understanding. Assignments during the day belonged to the girls, as they could not venture into the boys' dormitories. Unbeknownst to him, Cormy's assignments had become a shared treasure among the Ravenclaw students. At the head table, several heads of houses were seated on either side of Dumbledore, followed by other professors and a row of guests from outside, all engaged in casual conversation. Awkwardly, Professor Snape found himself between Hagrid on his left and Professor Cap on his right, neither of whom were familiar to him. Snape, choosing not to engage in conversation, sat in stony silence, resembling Hagrid's shadow. Despite Hagrid's position near the edge of the table, he remained a focal point, engaging in brief exchanges with several individuals from Hogsmeade, which only accentuated Snape's solitude, particularly when he noticed a young wizard staring intently at him, a glimmer of menace in his gaze. In contrast, Professor Cap appeared at ease, his face adorned with a perpetual smile. A stark departure from his usual demeanor in the classroom, where he primarily recited texts and occasionally fiddled with his array of alchemical instruments, which he cherished deeply, even prohibiting others from entering his office. Students speculated that these peculiar items were intended for his own protection. As Dumbledore tapped his goblet, a hush fell over the hall. Even the rambunctious pumpkins ceased their laughter, all eyes turning to the standing figure of Dumbledore. Clad in a dark formal robe specially tailored for this occasion and a matching top hat, various patterns shimmered under the hall's lights. Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts. I, like you, eagerly anticipate this banquet. Let us commence. As his voice resonated, delectable dishes flooded the tables before the guests. The sweet aroma of pumpkin and enticing roasted meats wafting into the air, enticing all to indulge. The simple yet exquisite preparation preserved the essence of the food, each morsel igniting appetites and evoking reverence and admiration for the culinary offerings. Today was a celebration of gastronomy and confectionery. Only joy could incite their cheers. Chapter 39. Snape's Compromise. Regrettably, the potions classroom is situated in the depths of a dungeon, where the pervasive aroma of potions, combined with the stifling atmosphere, leaves the students in a state of heightened tension, prompting Combe to long for the modern chemistry laboratories of the Muggles. After consecutively deducting 30 points from both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, the old bat stood behind the podium, fixated on the students as they submitted their potions, only to later express his assessments with an impassive visage. Once the assignments were assigned, Snape proclaimed the release of the class, and a collective sigh of relief echoed as many young witches and wizards exhaled the air trapped in their lungs. As they packed their belongings and cleaned their cauldrons, everyone was eager to escape this foreboding lair of magic. Cormy Nyst, stay. Just as Combe was about to finish tidying up, Snape's cold voice sliced through the air, calling his name. Observing the sympathetic glances from Autumn Zhang and other Ravenclaw students, Combe felt a flicker of hope that Snape was not seeking to trouble him, perhaps. With the sound of the last student closing the door behind them, the classroom was once again enveloped in an eerie silence. Combe gazed at Snape, who was fixated on him, appearing remarkably calm, or at least his impassive demeanor could be interpreted as a form of tranquility. Suddenly, Combe noticed Snape's brow twitch slightly. Professor? I am delighted that someone has volunteered to assist me in handling materials in my office. Snape's words emerged as though squeezed through clenched teeth. Yet his expression betrayed no hint of joy. I do not understand why Dumbledore insists on this matter, selecting a first-year wizard for such a task. I initially intended to refuse, but the materials for potions have been recklessly squandered by some foolish students with oversized egos. Realizing that the student before him had barely managed to pass, Snape acknowledged his need for someone to handle these materials before curfew. Snape's gaze remained locked onto Combe's blue eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the delicate azure glow. Yet he could only glimpse the pale visage of himself reflected in the depths of the dungeon. I hope someone will be punished with detention due to curfew violations. That way, I could procure more materials. Snape's voice was slow and deep, yet each word was articulated with clarity, compelling one to remember. Very well, Professor. Combe nodded, gathering his remaining tools, ready to depart. I hope you remember how to manage those materials. There will be much to attend to tonight. Snape's voice trailed after Combe as he exited the classroom. Outside, his roommates appeared somewhat anxious and curious, speculating that Snape had finally begun to target students from other houses. Should we inform Professor Flitwick? What did Snape want from you? Just some guidance on assignments and material handling. Combe interjected, believing it best to quench their curiosity. After all, if one wishes to keep a secret, the closest falsehood often serves as the most effective disguise. Well, it seems Snape has yet to implement his oppressive tactics on other students in pursuit of Slytherin's domination over Hogwarts. Listening to the roommates, it appears they have commenced assisting Snape in devising the Slytherin Dominion plan, a notion that seems more absurd than the whimsical tales of wizards, which merely recount the exploits of sorcerers. Indeed, wizards do possess comics, and they are published as single pages. These are immensely popular among young witches and wizards, featuring a variety of heroic sorcerers battling monstrous creatures and eccentric wizards. You ought to encapsulate these ideas within a comic, I assure you. Anyone acquainted with Snape would be inclined to purchase it. It would undoubtedly be a resounding success. Cormy mused that Ravenclaw indeed does not admit the mundane, as each individual possesses remarkably distinct talents. When the minds of Ravenclaw collide, it is certain that a veritable idea king will emerge, albeit one who might lead them astray. After all, the head of Ravenclaw has endured enough tribulations from this peculiar group. The roommates dispersed throughout the hall, while Cormy, still basking in the admiration of her peers, proceeded to the library. Exceptional individuals invariably attract attention. The strong often walk alone. The guardian of the library, the protector of assignments. What other titles might there be? Cormy needed to peruse the library after completing her assignments, hoping to locate books on potion ingredient processing. The materials utilized in potions class are merely semi-finished products that have undergone preliminary processing for the convenience of students. However, the processing details are not thoroughly documented in magical potions and elixirs, which indeed touches upon a knowledge void. Upon swiftly completing her assignments, Cormy passed them to her neighbor, Xiao Zhang, but this time it seemed that Xiao was not inclined to directly reference them. Instead, she quietly inquired of Cormy, "What did Snape say to you?" "He merely requested that I handle some materials tonight, as we have exhausted what we had in class." Cormy responded casually, deeming it a normal request. There's a chance I might learn something as well. Leaning closer, Kemi discreetly shared a tidbit, yet upon observing Chio's skeptical gaze, she sensed that Chio believed she was merely comforting herself. I am acquainted with Dumbledore. Snape wouldn't dare to cross me. I also know Headmaster Dumbledore. Chio raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that everyone at school was familiar with the headmaster, yet Snape would still deduct points from other houses. And the heads of other houses had little recourse. Very well. I need to find some books on potion materials to avoid giving Snape further opportunity to deduct points or prolong the process. Kemi thought it wise to feign a touch of trepidation. I'll assist you. Chio's face finally broke into a smile. What about your assignments? I completed most of it while you were working on yours. I'll finish the rest shortly. With Chio's assistance, Kemi swiftly gathered her target materials. Although they were all hefty tomes, she only needed to memorize the relevant sections. The rest could be perused at leisure. Meanwhile, Chio Zhang sat beside her, diligently completing her own assignments, occasionally glancing up to flip through her book while writing. In Ravenclaw, Chio Zhang enjoyed considerable popularity, as all the girls were eager to associate with her, and before anyone knew it, she had become the most beloved among the Ravenclaw girls. To utter a hurtful remark, one might observe that the individuals acquainted with Combe in Ravenclaw scarcely exceed a mere handful, for he often secludes himself within the library or wanders alone through the castle. Indeed, Combe's assignments are more renowned than he is. Should you inquire what is most esteemed among the first-year Ravenclaws, the answer would undoubtedly be an assignment bearing the name of Cormy Nyst. However, if you were to ask about Cormy Nyst himself, the response would be, I'm sorry, I do not know him. That assignment is not in my possession, but I can tell you who took it. Chapter 40, The Potions Office. Following dinner, Combe emerged from the hall, met with the sorrowful gazes of his roommates, and ventured to the potions classroom located in the dungeons. Although he had mentally prepared himself, a twinge of apprehension still accompanied him as he pushed open the door. Professor? Combe noted Snape seated behind his desk, his countenance dark as he fixated on the cauldron before him. Combe, I do not wish to waste time reiterating trivial matters. Snape's taut face moved only at the mouth, his eyes never leaving the cauldron. Mr. Cormy Nyst, I did not summon you to stand idly at the threshold. Do you see that bag over there? Yes, Professor. The office was flanked by cabinets brimming with potions, and at that moment, a bag lay at its base. Why are you still standing there? Open it. I trust a Ravenclaw student should not require me to elucidate every step. Perhaps due to the need to observe the potion simmering in the cauldron, Snape's tone, while still sharp and demanding, bore a rare softness. Combe retrieved the potion ingredients from the bag and placed them on the table. They were haphazardly mixed together, clearly unprocessed, dried leaves, weeds, clods of earth, and even some bloodstains marred the collection. Fortunately, these were all materials intended for first-year classes, requiring merely sorting, cleaning, cutting, and the removal of extraneous parts. I trust you are aware of how to handle these materials. If you are merely studying the textbook content, there should be no need for Dumbledore to send a message on your behalf. Snape cast a glance at Combe's desk before returning his focus to the potion within the cauldron. Who would willingly engage in toil that bears no reward? Certainly not I, he declared, insisting that he would not acquiesce to Dumbledore's directives, even if it meant leaping from the headmaster's office. Tripling the cost. Though a cauldron could yield 7 or 8 bottles of potion, the material's price had surged threefold, leaving him at a deficit. Snape's already somber expression deepened further. He turned to visit other establishments, and under the precise thread of his legitimacy, the shopkeepers confessed that this was the supplier's will, and that it was indeed the largest supplier. What could they do? On one side stood a customer, and on the other, the largest supplier. Naturally, they would offend the lesser party, yet they dared not cause irreparable harm, for the supplier had instructed that should Snape come, he was to be directed to the headmaster's office. Snape had initially contemplated adding a dash of seasoning to Dumbledore's meals in the kitchen, but that notion was entirely extinguished. As a master of potions, he recognized he had encountered a predicament, wondering from whence Dumbledore had procured such influence, wielding power of this magnitude. With a sense of helplessness, Snape stormed towards the headmaster's office. As he flung open the door, he found Dumbledore seated comfortably, awaiting his arrival with a genial smile. Severus, you have come, Dumbledore said, his countenance still warm and inviting, as he summoned a cup of tea for Snape. I merely wish for you to provide some additional guidance to Cormac. He is a child of considerable potential. Dumbledore spoke gently, insisting that this time it was truly not the boy's fault. There are countless children with potential. Why must it be him? Snape crossed his arms defiantly, ignoring Dumbledore's invitation to sit. Your understanding of potions is extraordinary, making you the most suitable mentor for him. As you well know, Dumbledore continued, rising and approaching Snape. Besides, you wouldn't want the price of potion ingredients to remain exorbitant, would you? You shall receive an offer you cannot refuse. A voice interjected from the side, drawing Snape's gaze towards its source. An unfamiliar elder was observing him from a portrait. Snape clenched his teeth. He realized he had fallen into a trap, yet Dumbledore was certainly not blameless. Professor Snape, good evening. It is a pleasure to meet you. This matter has nothing to do with Dumbledore. The message is one I have left for you. You will gain the friendship of the Nyst family, enjoying the utmost discounts on all products, and there's a reason you will find impossible to decline. What if I told you I know the true culprit behind the demise of the Potters? Snape's breath caught in his throat, the atmosphere thickening with tension, as he feared any disturbance might disrupt the forthcoming revelation. Ed, the murderer, is already in Azkaban. Dumbledore's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon the portrait. Although he had little faith in the Ministry's judgment, the Secret Keeper spell would only fail if the Keeper divulged information. The designated Secret Keeper had been Black, who had remained silent during the trial, as if his soul had been drained following Voldemort's downfall. Was there something he remained unaware of? Yet how could Ed possess such knowledge? He had long since passed, unless he had foreseen the events and left a memory within the portrait. Dumbledore furrowed his brow deeper, realizing he might not fully comprehend this elder. Meanwhile, Snape trembled, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Reminiscent of the night he received the devastating news that pierced his heart. He had pleaded with both Voldemort and Dumbledore, yet neither had protected Lily. I must know everything. In exchange for everything. Snape managed to force these words out, as though expending every ounce of his strength. The air constricted around him, compressing his lungs, causing his breath to escape in a hissing sound. Dumbledore, about to respond, was interrupted by the dark and furious gaze cast upon him, eyes brimming with anguish and flames, searing their owner and tormenting his frail, weary soul. The true Secret Keeper was not Black. He too was a traitor. Professor Severus Snape, if I recall correctly. Harry Potter is set to enroll next year, and shortly thereafter, you shall have the opportunity to repay this debt. You have already received a portion of your remuneration, and I shall convey the remaining information at an opportune moment. Now, I wish to hear your response. The figure of Ed gazes confidently at Snape. He understands this complex individual, who is brooding, biased, arrogant, and extreme, yet equally steadfast in his promises. Severus Dumbledore observes the retreating silhouette, burdened by guilt for past events. He had failed to arrive in time, allowing Trelawney's prophecy to ultimately manifest. Thus, everything began. A boy who narrowly escaped death, a dark wizard's disappearance, a shattered family, and the sorrow of a heartbroken individual. The former stands as a hero, challenging the dragon, his tragic origins affirming a future brilliance, yet no one takes notice. Chapter 41. A Glimpse into the Forbidden Forest. November's snowfall arrives as anticipated, and the leaves awaiting their return home embark upon their final journey. Yet, the towering trees of the Forbidden Forest remain steadfast, much like Scotland itself, refusing any compromise. The sky is thick with gathering clouds, heralding an eager first snowfall that longs to blanket the earth. It merely awaits the stir of the winds to commence its descent. Comet gazes into the distance towards the Forbidden Forest, having previously gleaned much knowledge about it from Hagrid. The arrival of snow signifies the necessity for animals to begin their hibernation. Even the magical creatures of the wizarding world must abide by nature's rules, thereby simplifying many matters. They will choose to remain in their nests due to the cold and the snow, and as long as one does not encroach too closely upon their territory, they typically pose no threat. Contemplating that Hagrid has several pets residing within, Comet has yet to catch a glimpse of them, given the school's prohibition against students entering the woods. Nevertheless, this does not deter him from venturing alone to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest after the snowfall, as it remains relatively safe. Following a night of snowfall, the delicate flakes have silently claimed every inch of the castle's open spaces, though the accumulation is not particularly thick. The students regard it as a treasure. The weekend becomes the perfect opportunity for recreation, and even at Hogwarts, young witches and wizards delight in playing in the snow. By breakfast time, many young sorcerers are already preparing to venture outside. The day's newspapers and parcels arrive tardily, and the owls appear less lively, especially when a damp owl, its feathers laden with snow, alights beside Comet. It looks exceedingly weary, its plumage soaked, clutching a box wrapped in brown paper and twine. Comet offers a piece of roasted meat and bread to the weary mail carrier, while also using his wand to clear the snow from its feathers. Unwrapping the parcel reveals a wooden box, the final preparation for his exploration of the Forbidden Forest. This was an alchemical item commissioned from a friend of his grandfather, which, due to the long journey, has only just arrived today. Handing the daily profit to his roommate nearby, Comet takes a few pies and pieces of fruit, excusing himself to find a quiet place to spend some time away from the Great Hall. Breakfast had yet to conclude when the courtyard became a battleground, occupied by students engaged in a snowball skirmish. Observing the flurry of snowballs soaring through the air, Cormy decided against becoming a target and ultimately veered away from the now chaotic courtyard. Outside the castle, Haig was busy clearing pathways, while Cormy opted to circumvent the vicinity of the Quidditch pitch, a place typically devoid of visitors. Even if footprints were present, they would likely go unnoticed. As Cormy continued on his journey, the map within his book transformed in tandem with his progress. The previously established boundaries were now overtaken by an emergent forest, and several pathways leading elsewhere had vanished into the Forbidden Forest, which appeared to have once been merely an open expanse, with the original routes consumed by the encroaching wilderness. There was no necessity to adhere strictly to the established paths. Approaching the Forbidden Forest, the grassy terrain began to dissipate, supplanted by shrubs and patches of grass. Ahead lay a thicket of trees, their crowns adorned with clinging snow, which, while not dense, still allowed some snowflakes to drift down to the ground. Progressing along the relatively flat terrain, Cormy trod upon a carpet of fallen leaves, yet remnants of human activity were evident. This area was frequently visited, particularly by older students who sometimes attended care of magical creatures classes here, resulting in a well-trodden surface. As he traversed this region, the ground ahead became uneven. The trees grew denser, and the snow cover diminished. With no clear path remaining, Cormy was left to navigate by instinct. Glancing back, Hogwarts Castle appeared dimly visible through the tree trunks, with only portions of its spires discernible. Cormy retrieved the box he had brought and opened it to reveal a spool of yarn, seemingly an ordinary object, except for the shimmering silver thread wound around it. This, however, was a precautionary measure he had prepared to avoid losing his way in the Forbidden Forest, inspired by the methods of Theseus in Greek mythology. Yet, as a wizard, he was not confined to the simplistic approach of merely tying yarn. This alchemical artifact was crafted by the esteemed Nicodemus. The spool was fashioned from materials sourced from various magical creatures, with the thread spun from the hair of an invisibility beast and crafted through magical alchemy. The severed thread pointed towards a tree trunk where the yarn was anchored, indicating that it was beginning to serve its purpose. Each strand would guide Cormy towards the path he had traversed, enabling him to follow the trail back. As Cormy explored the Forbidden Forest, he marked the more distinguishable areas he passed through. This particular expanse was relatively devoid of dangerous creatures, inhabited only by birds and small animals. The ground was littered with fallen leaves and twigs, while some plants struggled for survival, seemingly requiring greater effort to thrive in the forest and seize every fleeting ray of sunlight. Upon closer inspection of the ground, one can discern the presence of several mushrooms and a peculiar creature known as Hoculap. From a distance, they appear indistinguishable, yet proximity reveals their true nature. However, getting too close may provoke an attack. Despite resembling a mushroom, the Hoculap is, in fact, an animal, adorned with spiky protrusions atop its cap and possessing tentacles that extend beneath the soil. Currently, there is no need to harvest Hoculap's sap. Cormy opts to circumvent these peculiar beings, though he marks their location on the map for future reference. They thrive remarkably well, benefiting from the shelter of the trees and the fallen leaves that provide a conducive environment for their growth, leading to a significant proliferation of Hoculap as well. Indeed, these organisms grow at a remarkable pace. As Cormy progresses along the edge of the depression, the trees begin to thicken and rise majestically, while the surrounding light gradually diminishes. The sky above becomes nearly obscured, prompting Cormy to draw forth his wand to illuminate the path and prevent entanglement in the roots that lie beneath. Unbeknownst to him, he has inadvertently ventured deep into the heart of the Forbidden Forest. The surrounding darkness is eerily silent, save for the occasional sound of snow cascading down, which heightens Cormy's sense of alertness. Such profound quietude often heralds the lurking presence of perilous predators. He had not noticed the absence of birdsong until now. "Bright as day," Cormy exclaims, raising his wand high, dispelling the darkness with a radiant light that reveals distant reflective glimmers. Under the illumination of the spell, a multitude of furry spiders emerge from the shadows, the glimmers being none other than the creature's eyes. These spiders are formidable in size, each comparable to a young calf. Chapter 42. Furry Companions. Cormy surveys his surroundings with cautious glances, noting the tranquility, save for a few spiders ahead. With a flick of his wand, he casts a spell, causing one spider to collapse. This action stirs the nest, provoking the remaining spiders to charge towards him with alarming speed. Overwhelmed by obstacles, Cormy knows he must first manage the distance between them. "Fiery inferno!" he exclaims, conjuring a wall of flames to obstruct the spider's advance, subsequently subduing the foremost creature. Observing the large spider, undeterred by the flames and intent on circumventing them, Cormy acknowledges the rationale behind the prohibition of entering the Forbidden Forest. Recalling Professor Flivvy's teachings on controlling the scope and form of fire, he conjures a ring of flames that repels the approaching spider. Yet, he realizes that this tactic alone will not harm the creatures. It merely serves to deter them. Perhaps there exists a more effective strategy. Seizing the opportunity while the flames still provide a barrier, Cormy intensifies his incantation. "Fiery inferno! Fiery inferno! Fiery inferno!" 3 flames descend around the spiders, spreading instantly upon contact with the ground, forming a triangular wall of fire that encircles them. Cormy skillfully constricts the flame's perimeter, confining the spiders within, who now huddle together in a frenzy. Now, amid the myriad of obstacles, Cormy observed the spiders ensnared within the fiery circle, unable to escape their impending doom until they were consumed by the flames. Cautiously, Cormy approached the 2 incapacitated spiders, marveling at the remarkable creatures of the Forbidden Forest, which could harbor such colossal arachnids. The spiders possessed fearsome fangs, each as wide as a pair of fists, glistening with a viscous green liquid. Cormy lamented not having brought a vial, pondering whether Snape might find these beings intriguing. A hint of charred aroma wafted into Cormy's nostrils. The scorched spiders were now blackened remnants, their exoskeletons shattered, yet surprisingly, a faint scent of meat lingered in the air. It became evident that this locale was perilous. Although potent spells had not been employed, the flames and aromas were sufficient to lure various beasts. Relying on their fear of fire to deter them was indeed a precarious gamble. Cormy ignited the 2 unconscious spiders, watching as the crackling flames spread, while carefully manipulating the surrounding fallen leaves away from the area to prevent the entire forest from igniting. The silver thread, upon nearing the spool, intertwined seamlessly like a serpent rejoining itself, prompting Cormy to change direction in his exploration. Despite lacking materials for collection, the prospect of delving into this enigmatic forest exhilarated him, akin to discovering a vast treasure trove. However, after traversing 2 paths and encountering webs once more, an unsettling realization dawned. Why were there so many of these spiders in this region? Such enormous arachnids could not possibly swarm here without reason. Had the other creatures of the Forbidden Forest been devoured? Cormy scrutinized the map, where the red zones marked by crimson lines denoted only a fraction of the forest. Yet it was evident that a considerable expanse from the foothills to his current position was overrun by these giant spiders. It appeared he would have to navigate along the periphery of their territory. Although winter had arrived, the spiders exhibited no signs of hibernation, moving with a lethargy that was not indicative of dormancy, rendering further provocation exceedingly hazardous. Marking a safe distance from the spider's range, Cormy resolved to explore the nearby valley, anticipating traces of other creatures near the river. Yet, the recent inferno and the scent of burnt spider carcasses had drawn an alarming number of spiders to the vicinity. Despite Cormy's utmost caution, even extinguishing his illumination spell, he was ultimately detected by the spiders. The sound of rustling in the darkness signified a multitude, an unfavorable prospect for him, as the spiders seemed eager to feast. Quickly discerning the direction of the sounds, Cormy hastened toward the quieter side, acutely aware that they were drawing nearer, with rustles echoing from the trees above. His heart raced as he sprinted toward an escape route, simultaneously casting barrier spells behind him. These enchantments would last several minutes, serving to widen the gap between himself and the ravenous spiders. However, these spiders are remarkably intelligent. Whenever one is obstructed, the others will circumvent the area, even resorting to climbing the treetops to leap across. Cormy began to feel her legs swell, realizing that relying solely on flight was not a sustainable strategy, especially when 2 legs could never outpace 8 in the depths of the forest. Ahead lay a relatively flat clearing, strewn with fallen leaves and dry twigs, and with the surrounding trees spaced apart, it seemed quite suitable for a battleground. Cormy waved her wand over the dry leaves on the ground, conjuring them into a carpet. This was indeed quite effortless, as long as she wielded the levitation charm with the right precision, while simultaneously setting up several formidable obstacles along the edges. This spell proved exceedingly practical, and Cormy felt immense gratitude for Professor Flitwick's foresight. As the spiders emerged from the shadows of the woods, their numbers exceeded 20, displaying a variety of sizes, with a few climbing the trees, clearly exhibiting a division of labor. This posed a significant challenge. If necessary, she would have to resort to the newly learned spell, which would undoubtedly create quite a commotion. Observing the spiders twitching their appendages and their large pincers trembling, it appeared that both sides were at a stalemate. Yet, Kemi suspected that the spiders were merely unaccustomed to the brightness of the open space, and there might be others lurking, waiting to flank her. Against such cunning beasts, one must always remain vigilant. Flames erupted. Kemi ignited the pile of leaves before her, which caused the smaller spiders to retreat noticeably. However, the larger ones remained, growing increasingly agitated upon witnessing the flames, brandishing their legs as if to threaten her. Indeed, no matter how clever, the fear of fire reigned supreme. Flames roared. Several consecutive fire charms ignited the surrounding leaves, encircling the spiders. Kemi raised her wand once more, concentrating on the currents of air before her, as the intense heat would propel the flames. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flourish of her wand, the air surged towards the bonfire, intensifying the blaze. The leaves were swept towards the spiders, igniting in the swirling flames. The excess oxygen fueled the fire's rapid expansion, creating an instantaneous wall of flames that surged towards the spiders, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. The inferno crashed upon the spiders like a colossal wave, igniting their fur and scorching their exoskeletons. The spiders, their hairs ablaze, scurried in a panic, filling the air with their shrill cries and the frantic sounds of their legs scrambling. Kemi wielded her wand to hurl the straggling spiders into the fire, the flames swiftly consuming their fur and igniting their outer shells with audible cracks as their exoskeletons shattered and juices splattered. Indeed, as her grandfather had said, one could only communicate with such savage creatures through the wand. Kemi relinquished her wand and hastily departed from the scene. The ground offered no second chance with its lack of leaves. Yet, the sensation of utilizing the environment to engage in combat was truly exhilarating. Chapter 43. Whose little darling leaving the chaotic clearing ravaged by flames and spiders, Cormy plunged into the dimly lit forbidden forest, advancing towards the potential location of a river. The map in his possession could only assure a rough direction, while the surrounding dense trees obscured any recognizable landmarks. He could only gauge the descent by the angle of the ground beneath his feet, and the increasing humidity in the air suggested that the river was not far off. After circumventing a small cliff, a tranquil stream appeared in the lowland ahead. Observing the long-awaited watercourse, Cormy noted that it seemed rather diminutive, yet it was indeed flowing, with small animal tracks visible along the water's edge. As he followed the narrow stream, fatigue gripped his legs until he finally discerned a sound beyond the gentle flow of water, resembling a howling wind. After navigating around several imposing trees that obstructed his path, Cormy finally beheld the source of the noise. Beside the stream lay a massive creature, its back adorned with glossy black fur, facing away from the woods. Had it not been for the tail resembling that of a dog, he might have mistaken it for a bear. A thick vine was tethered around the creature's neck, with the other end fastened to a colossal tree, providing a semblance of safety. Perhaps due to the strong aroma of roasted spider lingering on him, the creature emitted a sharp inhalation, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Indeed, after a vigorous shake of its robust body, one of its heads lifted, sniffing the air. When the creature turned around, Cormy was astounded to discover that it possessed 3 heads. Was this a gathering of mythological beings today? He glanced at the alchemical spindle he had acquired that morning, wondering how a hellhound could be present. He hoped it wouldn't breathe fire and sever the vine. Otherwise, he would have to seek Dumbledore's assistance. Did Dumbledore even know such a creature existed in the Forbidden Forest? It was evident that someone had tethered it here, as the uprooted trees around and the excavated cliffside served as undeniable proof that this 3-headed beast had been bound for quite some time. Now that the creature had fixed its gaze upon him, Cormy felt he had been discovered, hoping it wasn't hungry. This was a dog towering over him, with all 3 heads intensely focused in his direction, drool visibly pooling from its open mouths. Definitely not a mere jest. Observing the 3-headed dog sniffing the air while glancing his way, Cormy rummaged through his belongings, finding only a few snacks. He wondered whether the creature would suffer if it ingested chocolate. After all, Muggle dogs could not consume such things, although cocoa butter was permissible. He regretted not having brought along some roasted spider legs. If this dog belonged to someone else, any mishap from consuming chocolate would be exceedingly embarrassing. After touching a fabric pouch, Kemi felt inspired to experiment with its contents. Inside were the delectable gummies procured from Hagrid, which he had sampled before, deliciously soft and sweet. Hagrid's strength truly shone in the creation of such treats. However, their chief drawback was their extreme stickiness. The gummies became increasingly viscous when mixed with saliva, slowly melting away over the course of the day. Cautiously extending her hand from behind a tree, Kimmy tossed a piece of candy near the paws of the massive dog, then stealthily peeked out to observe. Unfortunately, despite the considerable size of the candy, the creature seemed unable to locate the morsel on the ground. Kimmy resorted to tossing 2 more pieces closer, and at last, one of the 3 heads spotted the candy, extending its tongue to retrieve it, while the others continued their search, with one even threatening the fortunate head to relinquish its prize. Dogs generally avoid unfamiliar items thrown by strangers, though untrained ones might take the risk, often with dire consequences. Kimmy carefully stepped out from behind the tree, still clutching the bag of gummies, and produced another piece for the 3-headed hound to see. This proved remarkably effective. Its tail began to stir up a cloud of dust, as if recognizing something familiar. Kimmy remained in her previous position, poised for a swift retreat. Observing the heads still fixated on the candy, she noted that the central head was particularly alert, the very one that had threatened the other. Kimmy attempted to throw several more pieces, and it became evident that the 3-headed creature had developed a fondness for the gummies. At least 2 of the heads were thoroughly enjoying them, even using their paws to cradle their mouths. Once she had emptied her pocket of gummies, Kimmy had finally gained the initial trust of the 3-headed dog. At least it would not bark loudly and attract the attention of the Forbidden Forest denizens. She resolved to request additional treats from Hagrid next time. Carefully, she began to retreat to her original position, using the trees for cover and striving to make as little noise as possible while circumventing the creature's line of sight. Perhaps due to its acute sense of smell, Kimmy noticed that the central head remained fixated on her location. Yet it did not bark or attempt to break free from the vines. Once she could no longer see the creature, Kimmy let out a sigh of relief. The animals of the Forbidden Forest were exceedingly colossal, spiders the size of cars and 3-headed dogs resembling small tanks. They appeared to be well fed, and she hoped they were not the result of poachers or dark wizards. Otherwise, she knew her grandfather would insist she find a way to eliminate such threats. In that case, she would have to inform Professor Dumbledore about the poachers in the Forbidden Forest. As she marked a red circle on her map and sketched a dog head inside, she added an X3 for clarity, and also drew an X in next to the spider for reference. This would at least provide her with an understanding of the inhabitants of this area. As the stream began to widen, revealing a trench ahead, Kimmy felt a surge of optimism. A trench indicated a perennial river, and while winter might reduce or even erase its flow, the trench would remain. Traversing this path would be swifter and safer than navigating through the dense woodland. However, Kimmy rejoiced too soon, for a creature resembling a toad emerged from behind the jagged rocks of the riverbank. If he was not mistaken, this creature was indeed a giant frog mud monster, a close relative of the toad, yet far more aggressive. Typically, each possessed its own territory and would extend its long tongue to capture any living creature, earning the title of the animal kingdom's expert in passionate embraces. Observing the clumsy mud monster attempting to navigate the rocky terrain, Kimmy felt compelled to offer assistance. Just as the frog was about to puff its cheeks and launch its tongue, a sudden burst of white light severed the long appendage, leaving the creature bereft of its prized possession. Unable to bear witnessing the toad's dreams dashed, Kimmy wielded his wand once more, intending to send it soaring into the heavens for a reunion, albeit the landing spot seemed to be perilously close to the 3-headed dog's domain. He hoped it would find joy there. Chapter 44. The Master of the Forbidden Forest. Kimmy proceeded along the narrow path, where clear hoof prints marked the muddy riverbank, suggesting that the enchanting unicorns occasionally roamed this area. Of course, it was also possible that the centaurs, who retained their ancient hunting practices with bows and arrows, had left their mark. The centaurs, notoriously insular, had yet to establish a harmonious relationship with the wizarding community, although the Hogwarts Centaur Enclave was relatively more amiable, at least not inclined to shoot you on sight. In some respects, humanity is perpetually shackled by its own constraints. This sentiment rings true. His grandfather had uttered similar words, reflecting the magical realm's own challenges. Convenient magic, too, constricts the wizards' throats, rendering all wizards as prisoners. Oh, the Mediterranean of Merlin. As Kimmy savored the rich aroma of chocolate, he allowed his thoughts and steps to wander. Great ideas often arise from the collision of concepts. The original river path vanished after winding past a small grove. Yet, guided by the trail, Kimmy felt he could navigate out of the Forbidden Forest. However, the circumstances seemed to deviate from his expectations as a heavy footfall approached. The sound of crunching twigs and fallen leaves growing increasingly distinct, accompanied by the rustling of leaves and fur. Clearly, a A substantial creature was advancing, its claws scraping against the ground. Cormy drew his wand, concealing himself within the shadow of a large tree, striving to stifle his breath. As the footsteps drew nearer, a disheveled, towering silhouette emerged at the end of the path. Cautiously, Cormy peered through the branches and discerned that it was holding something. What? A dog in the Forbidden Forest? Cormy felt an unsettling familiarity with the creature. Hush, Yaya, good boy, be quiet. Woof, woof, woof. Who goes there? Step forward. Reluctantly, Cormy emerged from his hiding place, now regretting that Yaya had remembered his scent from a few days prior. Oh, Cormy, what are you doing here? Students are not permitted in the Forbidden Forest. Agreed. It's a pleasure to see you outside the castle. The weekend weather is perfect for a stroll. I merely came to gather a few mushrooms. Hagrid emerged from behind the bushes, clad in a fur coat and wielding a crossbow, resembling a hunter more than ever. Was there any creature in the Forbidden Forest that warranted such weaponry? As Cormy gazed at Hagrid, his attention shifted to the barrel on the ground, filled with chunks of meat and remnants of food. Fresh snow had just fallen. What mushrooms could possibly be foraged in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid rolled his eyes and stepped into the snowy expanse of the forest, seemingly unperturbed by the lurking predators that might be drawn to him. Observing Cormy's smiling face, Hagrid pondered whether to entrust him to Professor McGonagall or seek out Dumbledore's counsel. This dilemma left him quite perplexed. Scanning the surrounding woods, he resolved to leave the matter to Dumbledore, as the esteemed wizard had previously escorted Cormy to Hogwarts, a fact known to all professors, thus ensuring no issues would arise. Hagrid, what do you have in that barrel? Is it food? What do you intend to feed? Cormy inquired eagerly. Oh, Hagrid, I wish to explore the Forbidden Forest further. It is utterly fascinating, teeming with spiders. I cannot fathom how such large spiders abound here. It seems all other creatures have either been devoured or have fled. There exists a field of study among muggles known as biology, which delves into such phenomena, often citing the proliferation of invasive species. This certainly appears to fit that description. As Cormy observed Hagrid trudging ahead, his gait uneven, he wondered why the giant seemed momentarily disoriented. Moreover, I spotted a large black dog. At the mention of the dog, Hagrid shuddered. Oh, Hagrid, I nearly collided with you. I'm fine. It seems that dog recognizes me. How could that be? Fluffy has never encountered you before. I mean, that is a perilous situation. If you are unharmed, we could retreat to my hut for a cup of hot tea. What do you say? Hagrid brushed off the non-existent snow from his coat, seemingly to enhance the credibility of his words, adding, I am quite eager to hear your tales of adventure. They intrigue me greatly. Cormy rolled his eyes at this, finding it amusing that a 2-meter-tall giant could appear so endearing, reminiscent of a troll attempting to charm a child. Hagrid, has anyone ever told you that you are incapable of lying? Cough, have they? Hagrid pondered, rubbing his face, feeling it was not overly warm. It was evident that he was not suited for deception, struggling even with first-year students. Lupin? Cormy spelled out the name slowly. Hagrid glanced around to ensure no one else or any creature capable of understanding human speech was nearby. Yes, that is Lupin, he whispered, a bashful smile crossing his face. He is a very obedient child, and he adores listening to me play the flute. Cormy found it difficult to reconcile the term obedient with a 2-meter-tall, drooling, 3-headed dog. While it indeed had a fondness for Hagrid, this did not imply it would refrain from harming others, especially considering that ordinary wizards would only reach its belly. Watching it scavenge for food, Cormy surmised that Hagrid had not been feeding it adequately. Furthermore, he recalled the barren ground around Lupin. Hagrid must have started nurturing it long ago. Hagrid, does the headmaster know about your raising a large dog in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid shrugged, ultimately deciding to address the feeding issue first before escorting Cormy out of the Forbidden Forest. He understood that he needed to hand Cormy over to Dumbledore. But did he know that those spiders were also cared for by you? I did not. Do not make baseless accusations, Hagrid replied. Your reaction has betrayed you, Hagrid. Chapter 45, Punishment. In the headmaster's office, the fireplace crackled with crimson flames, enveloping the room in a warmth reminiscent of summer. Fawkes the Phoenix dozed contentedly on her perch. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, cradling a cup of tea while listening to Cormy recount his discoveries of the day. Thus, after Hagrid and I emerged from there, we were brought here by Professor McGonagall, during which Hagrid reminisced about his past. Cormy sat quietly in the chair opposite Dumbledore, peering through the mist at the headmaster, trying to discern any expression behind his lenses. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's countenance was as tranquil as that of an ordinary elder, revealing no hint of emotion. I find a number of spiders in the Forbidden Forest rather excessive, Cormy murmured. Their population seems to be ever increasing, contrary to what my grandfather mentioned about their rarity. Hagrid even mentioned Aragog, his acromantula, and how the centaurs had cautioned him. Yet it appeared Hagrid did not grasp the significance of this matter. To be honest, Cormy was somewhat at a loss regarding Hagrid. How could someone with such a straightforward demeanor give the impression of being a puppet master? What else was he concealing in the Forbidden Forest? I am aware of that incident. Yet the Ministry of Magic has already concluded that even if it bears no relation to Hagrid, they will not permit him to keep dangerous magical creatures on school grounds, Dumbledore sighed. That incident had resulted in a young girl facing misfortune. At the time, he was merely a professor of transfiguration. Though he and several other professors vouched for Hagrid, the Ministry would not agree to overturn the previous verdict. Cormy finally understood how Hagrid's wand had been snapped, revealing a connection to a murder case from many years past. The school, the Ministry of Magic, the newspapers, and the students' parents all obtained what they desired. The headmaster safeguarded the institution from closure, the Ministry swiftly apprehended the culprit, and parents need not worry about other students falling victim. Everyone had a bright future ahead. Cormy suddenly began to comprehend his grandfather's choices when calamity struck. Even at the cost of his reputation and stained hands, he resolved to eliminate every wretched soul, because it was not worth it. Let us conclude this matter here. Entering the Forbidden Forest alone is perilous. Ravenclaw will lose 30 points and face further penalties, with a professor assigned to notify you afterward, Dumbledore said, his fingers interlaced upon the desk, gazing sternly at Cormy. At the very least, you must be accompanied by a professor. After a moment, Dumbledore added, however, Cormy did not anticipate that the first professor assigned to administer his punishment would be none other than Snape. It truly felt like being caught in a snare. After the evening meal, Cormy followed the dimly lit corridor to the potions classroom. Inside, only the crackling of flames could be heard. As Severus Snape intently scrutinized the potion simmering within the cauldron, resembling a vampire bat assessing the hue of its prey's blood. The rising mist, imbued with peculiar colors, exuded an aura of mystery in the shadowy basement. As the surface bubbles subsided, the potion transitioned from green to a serene blue, its fragrance transforming into a refreshing scent. Only then did Snape deftly levitate the potion into a glass vial with his wand. Cormy, your handling of the materials last time was commendable. It appears you have made a concerted effort to study beyond the confines of the textbook, Snape remarked, his gaze fixed on Cormy's robe, his words dripping with a venomous tone, as if he were about to unleash a stream of poison. Yet, our young wizard seems to have a penchant for exploring dark corners. Do not let me catch you, or you shall find yourself expelled from the school. Now, why do you linger? Prepare those materials immediately. His voice was as flat and emotionless as if measured with a ruler. And do refrain from casually commenting on a professor's office, especially one possessed of legitimacy. Snape coldly cautioned with a disdainful snort. Even if he were not deliberately using legitimacy to probe Cormy's thoughts, merely gazing into his eyes would reveal the boy's intentions, an ability he had long since mastered. Our brave Ravenclaw seeks to venture into peril? I wonder if the Sorting Hat misjudged your house, or if this is a consequence of Dumbledore's teachings. His eyes, like those of a venomous serpent, were fixed on Cormy, as if attempting to peer through his blunders to uncover his inner fears and anxieties. A chill crawled up Cormy's spine. For the first time, he felt the weight of Severus Snape's biting words. Despite Snape remaining seated, his incessant verbal assaults coiled around Cormy like a constricting snake, leaving him with no avenue of escape. However, it is fortunate you did not end up in Slytherin. Snape continued, for such fools seldom survive until graduation. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile, a malevolence within it that sent shivers down Cormy's spine. Snape finally exhaled a pent-up breath, a burden that had been festering since he received that message from the portrait, grief, release, doubt, all swirling together like the potion before him, becoming increasingly chaotic and heavy. He understood that he must grit his teeth and swallow these emotions until that day, the day when the timing would be right. On that day, he would put an end to the tragedy he had wrought, seeking vengeance for Lily with his own hands. He had already envisioned the myriad of ways to exact his revenge on that traitor, a pain far more dreadful than the loss of his beloved. Cormy lowered his gaze, fixating on the materials in his hands, too apprehensive to meet Snape's piercing stare. He diligently sliced each component, maneuvering with utmost care, fearful of the slightest misstep. Because he understood that even the slightest mistake could provoke a lengthy lecture from Snape, or even the sting of his sardonic remarks. Cormy began to harbor doubts about the efficacy of such a learning environment. He found himself grappling with the most rudimentary material, all the while enduring Snape's incessant tirades, which weighed heavily upon him. When a cloud of gray smoke erupted from Snape's cauldron, the professor emotionlessly waved his wand, and the infernal cauldron was instantly emptied. In that moment, Snape's gaze locked onto Cormy Eye's astonished expression. It was over, Cormy Eye thought. Chapter 46. The Arrival of the Holidays. After enduring trials and tribulations, Cormy Eye finally managed to escape the clutches of Snape, albeit briefly. Thank heavens. The moment he received his driving license, his examiner, in a fit of excitement, embraced him, celebrating his liberation from the clutches of the white-haired demon. In the UK, while one does not necessarily need to attend a specialized driving school or designated area to take the driving test, prior appointment with the examiner is mandatory, and all tasks are randomly selected during a single practical road test. Within the vehicle, students from various houses gathered in small clusters, animatedly discussing their interests. Cormy Eye, where do you wish to go during the holidays? One asked. If there is nothing on your agenda, I could show you around the vicinity. Xiaozhang and her friends sat opposite, sharing snacks while exchanging amusing anecdotes from their hometowns. Although Xiaozhang's home was also in London, Cormy Eye's unfamiliarity with such a vast city rendered him unable to grasp the specific location. He could only deduce from her description that her area was in the West End, near Chinatown, a place that would be quite easy to find, and they were most welcome to visit. The culinary delights of Chinatown held immense allure for Cormy Eye. Influenced by his grandfather, the house elf was exceptionally skilled in Eastern culinary techniques, rendering the rather monotonous flavors of British cuisine utterly disheartening in comparison. A traditional Englishman, unfamiliar with other cuisines, might contentedly consume British fare daily. Yet, while the methods may be rather simplistic, the various pies, puddings, and assorted pastries provide some variation. However, once one has savored French or Chinese dishes, British cuisine merely serves as a means of subsistence. Perhaps we could venture to the outskirts of London, where I know a place with stunning scenery, but regrettably, my family might not permit me to go there. Marietta, sitting nearby, waved her hand in resignation, struggling to accept such an outcome. Moreover, the professors have assigned an overwhelming amount of homework. I heard from the prefect that their assignments could amount to the thickness of 2 textbooks. It's truly terrifying. Indeed, whether in the eyes of muggles or wizards, holiday assignments are a source of considerable distress. The group tacitly refrained from broaching the subject of homework, shifting the conversation from school life to domestic trivialities, as the students shed their wizarding robes. In the afternoon, the train arrived at King's Cross Station in London, where students were instructed to exit in an orderly fashion through several gates. As Cormy sought Frank, he spotted the Weasley brothers alongside their father not far from the exit. Waving at him, Mr. Weasley, clad in a brown suit and sharing the same hair color as his twins, wore a warm smile, exuding the aura of a devoted family man. However, Mr. Weasley expressed concern. He harbored a persistent feeling that the 2 mischievous boys were concocting some devious scheme, reminiscent of his own secretive tinkering with Muggle inventions behind Molly's back, fearing they might spring a grand surprise on him. Really? Mr. Weasley inquired dubiously, his gaze flitting between the 2 children, attempting to discern any hint of their intentions from their expressions. Indeed, Father, fret not, George chimed in. Our recent focus has been on delving deeper into transfiguration and the intricacies of potion making. Mr. Weasley's countenance softened slightly, yet his apprehension lingered. That sounds promising. He replied slowly, but why do I sense that you are concealing something else from me? Fred and George exchanged a knowing glance before responding in unison. We've also been investigating the allure of certain Muggle delicacies. Mr. Weasley's eyes brightened instantly. He had always been intrigued by the wonders of the Muggle world. Oh, have you discovered anything fascinating? Absolutely, Father, Fred exclaimed with enthusiasm. The variety of Muggle foods is astounding, and their flavors are truly unique. We even made a friend from the Weasley clan when school commenced. Oh, who might that be? Mr. Weasley inquired with curiosity. Cormy Nyst, a first-year wizard, sorted into Ravenclaw. George pointed toward a young boy not far away. See that boy with black hair? That's him. His grandfather knew the then deputy headmaster, who was also the transfiguration professor. Deputy headmaster? I shall write to some distant relatives to inquire. Perhaps someone at the old homestead knows, Mr. Weasley said, smiling at Cormy, who was observing from afar. He made a mental note to invite Cormy over during the holidays, though his worries multiplied, hoping the twins hadn't led their friend astray, for that would only heighten Molly's irritation and make his own days more challenging. Chapter 47. Beep, beep. After exchanging pleasantries with the Weasley family, Cormy suddenly heard a loud honking sound. Turning around, he saw a bright yellow-green car wobbling toward him. The vehicle appeared somewhat dilapidated, as if it had weathered many storms. Yet its vibrant color was impossible to overlook. Accompanied by a series of creaks, the little car finally came to a halt before Cormy, though it seemed reluctant to stop, quivering incessantly with its shiny white bumper swaying. Curious, Cormy approached the vehicle, just as the white-haired Frank leaned halfway out of the window, beaming with delight. He enthusiastically patted the car door and exclaimed, "Look at this, Comey! I've only just discovered the joy of muggles." With that, he excitedly honked the horn. The sound drew the attention of passers-by, who cast disdainful glances. The vehicle's interior, though not particularly spacious, was sufficient to accommodate 4 individuals. The trunk could hold a few suitcases, and should there be an excess of luggage, the roof could also serve as a storage space. After picking up Comey, Frank prepared to start the car and depart. However, due to the narrow parking space, the vehicle swayed precariously upon ignition, akin to a small boat navigating tumultuous seas. Nevertheless, Frank diligently maneuvered the steering wheel, cautiously extracting the car from its roadside position. During this process, the vehicle inevitably engaged in some amiable exchanges with the cars in front and behind, producing a series of thuds. The drivers honked their horns in a gesture of respect, to which Frank responded with a wave, smiling as he navigated the car out of the tight spot and wobbled into the flow of traffic on the streets of London. "Wow, Frank, I feel as though we are sailing on a stormy sea," Comey remarked, somewhat unaccustomed to the swaying motion. "Did he say anything else, perhaps some suggestions?" he inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Frank's words, Comey felt a wave of resignation wash over him. He could only lower the window and let the wind caress his face. In that moment, he profoundly realized that allowing Frank to drive might have been a misjudgment, for he was experiencing the same jarring and unstable sensation he had felt while riding a horse. Then, the house elf opened the passenger door to welcome Comey as he exited. "How about this surprise? I learned this welcoming ritual from muggles." Frank casually opened the door and patted the roof, transforming the little car into something akin to a new vehicle. Comey now understood why Frank's driving style was so rugged. Any damage could be rectified with a mere snap of the fingers, and he would have done the same. "Quite amusing, but there's no need to assist with the door. We never have outside guests," Comey replied, handing his luggage to the waiting house elf for delivery to the study. "Is that so? No wonder muggles have to pay. It seems that when we have muggle guests, we can provide such service." Frank had clearly referenced some muggle hotels and etiquette for entertaining guests, though such a welcoming ceremony was typically reserved for more esteemed visitors. However, the peculiar and diverse modes of travel among wizards were evidently impractical. "No problem. You can compile a list, and I will send a house elf for procurement," Frank said, casually shutting the car door and hanging a padlock on the handle. A practice he had observed muggles doing, though he did not fully comprehend it. Perhaps it was merely a muggle habit? "No, Uncle Frank, I need to prepare personally," Comey replied, adjusting his slightly wrinkled clothing in an effort to appear more presentable. "It seems our little Comey has made true friends at school," Frank remarked, a proud smile illuminating his elder face. "Let me guess, it must be a gentle and lovely girl, or perhaps a dashing and cheerful young man." Chapter 48, Selecting Gifts. On the second floor of the Nyster Manor, the portrait of the grandfather in the study appeared to be languidly perusing a book placed before it, while a house elf stood nearby, dutifully turning the pages. "I often pass the time in such a manner, which could be deemed one of my few sources of entertainment. Are you familiar with Hawking?" He possessed an unusual penchant for having young girls solve mathematical problems. A Bedridden individual can only seek amusement through such means. In contrast, my current condition is somewhat more favorable. At least I can still move freely. Idrimarkt, gesturing with his thumb and forefinger, as if to illustrate the disparity between himself and Hawking. "Well, I understand you have noticed, but my intention is to assist you in locating the entrance to the library trial while preventing prying eyes from discovering it." Without lifting his gaze from the book, Ed waved his hand to signal the elf to continue turning the pages, seemingly unwilling to divulge the location of the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. "You must complete the trial's requirements swiftly. You possess only one academic year. Only through acquiring a certain level of strength can you ensure your own safety in the forthcoming events. From your words, does it imply that dire circumstances will arise?" Comey raised an eyebrow, unaware that his grandfather possessed the ability of foresight. "It is nothing of great consequence. Merely the arrival of the Chosen One at school and Voldemort's half-hearted machinations," Ed scoffed. To be honest, he held a certain disdain for Voldemort, not on a personal level, but purely in terms of his control over his subordinates. Compared to Grindelwald, he was utterly mediocre. It was ludicrous that his followers proclaimed him the second Dark Lord, while none of Grindelwald's adherents paid him any heed. Although Ed had transformed into a portrait, he harbored no fear of the Death Eaters and had already devised a rough plan to counter them. However, the executor of this plan required a degree of power to ensure its success, and that individual was not Dumbledore. Comey, with a resigned gesture, acknowledged that he had other matters to attend to, including selecting suitable gifts in Diagon Alley, and so he was compelled to comply with his grandfather's arrangements. Even Diagon Alley was not exempt from the usual bustle. When Comey and Frank entered through the back door of the Leaky Cauldron, they encountered a similar scene, thronged with shoppers. Comey selected an assortment of intriguing candies as a gift for the Weasley twins, and the shopkeeper graciously provided a booklet detailing various products, wishing them success in unraveling the secrets of confectionery creation. Next was a gift for Autumn Zhang, whom he knew adored Quidditch. He chose a model of her favorite team, featuring little figures that soared across the pitch and erupted in fireworks upon scoring, a truly dazzling and delightful spectacle that Comey was certain she would cherish. Following that, he considered his roommates, a set of color-changing wizard chess that altered hues based on the player's emotions, an automatic toothbrush to prevent cavities from snacking, and a reminder notepad that required the user to remember to jot down important notes. These were all meticulously chosen, unique gifts, reasonably priced, and devoid of the worry of redundancy. This service is not only convenient and efficient, but also remarkably considerate, undoubtedly offering immense convenience to individuals. What is even more delightful is that the Owl Post provides packaging services. They meticulously wrap gifts in exquisite paper, ensuring that the presents remain undamaged during transit. After arranging the corresponding deliveries for others' gifts, Kemi did not neglect the esteemed head and professors of his academy. Aside from the special gifts for the principal and a few deans, every professor and staff member received a token of appreciation. In the wizarding world, gifting clothing to house elves signifies a master's dissatisfaction, suggesting a desire to grant them freedom. However, one must not perceive this as a benevolent act. In the eyes of wizards, such freedom equates to abandonment. House elves have long endured the shackles of servitude, having lost their social structure and reduced to mere appendages of wizards. Ironically, those house elves who attain freedom find themselves without a place to belong, though the Ministry of Magic has established specific agencies to manage this. Their purpose is not to safeguard the house elves, but rather to capture those who escape or are abandoned. The fate of those apprehended is often no better than being traded like slaves, with any displays of defiance met with immediate punishment. Even without the Ministry's intervention, house elves may face attacks from other wizards, as their magic is not invulnerable. Otherwise, they would not be compelled to serve as vassals. Thus, Kemi believes that if he wishes to present gifts to house elves, it is prudent to seek their opinions first. Understanding their circumstances before expressing his intentions could prevent unnecessary complications. Words passed down from his grandfather. This notion might transform into a novel approach, perhaps as a form of activity. Suddenly, Kemi recalled a method of street vending practiced by Muggles. Chapter 49, Christmas Gifts. Some of this is a result of his grandfather's influence. Frank discreetly informed Kemi that his grandfather had arranged for several owls to deliver Christmas gifts to some elderly individuals who were still among the living. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities while they last, considering those old folks had only a few years left, he cunningly instructed Frank to label the gifts as being from Kemi, the grandson of Ed. Kemi picked up a box and, upon opening it, discovered a hardcover edition of A Thousand Herbs and Fungi, the cover even adorned with gold embossing. However, it bore no note or signature, likely a gift from Professor Sprout, as only she and Professor Snape would bestow such literary treasures. Snape could be ruled out, for he is not the sort to thoughtfully select gifts. His offerings are straightforward and brusque, a set of potions he has brewed, encompassing remedies for ailments ranging from colds to wounds, with each bottle labeled to distinguish the necessary elixirs amidst a kaleidoscope of sizes and colors. Professor Dumbledore gifted Kemi a delightful assortment of treats from Honeydukes, featuring some of the best-selling confections, demonstrating once again the principal's fondness for sweets and his hope that Kemi might share in this sweetness. Professor Flivvy's gift consists of a comprehensive manual on dueling spells, containing a collection of swift techniques aimed at enhancing both casting speed and success rates, which proves to be immensely beneficial for Combe in the present. Professor McGonagall has prepared a set of meticulously organized notes, summarizing supplementary teaching content for the first to third years, accompanied by a note indicating that she will assess learning progress at the end of the term. Among Combe's housemates, the gifts include a large box of chocolate frogs, a form of currency in Combe's realm, which the first-year Eagles have grown accustomed to. Students clutching their books with chocolate frog legs in their mouths are regarded as kindred spirits. The remaining gifts come from a friend of Combe's grandfather, consisting largely of peculiar items such as scrolls and alchemical products, with one individual gifting a suit of armor, which was promptly relocated to the study by the house elves. However, Combe's grandfather adores this gift and, in pursuit of his collecting passion, has announced plans to convert the study into a display room. Soon, The gifts beneath the Christmas tree were systematically categorized and delivered to their designated locations by the house elves. After finishing the last few bites of breakfast, Combe ventured into the garden, situated on the side of the main building, where the house elves reside. From the outside, it resembles a labyrinth of shrubs. At the heart of the tree walls lies a quaint little elf town constructed from various wooden barrels and planks, a home built by the elves themselves, complete with a stone-paved central square. In the center of the square stands a stone fountain, crowned with a statue of Combe's grandfather, who stands triumphantly over fairies and dark wizards, wand held aloft, surrounded by a throng of little elves, with water gushing forth from the tip of his wand like an umbrella. The fountain's base bears the inscription, "A single spark can set the prairie ablaze." However, such activities are prohibited within the Nyster Manor. Here, the house elves have a dedicated kitchen providing a diverse array of food, far exceeding the menus of most English households. They even cultivate their own vegetable garden, their agricultural skills imparted by Combe's grandfather. At this moment, a steady stream of fresh ingredients flows into the kitchen, with each elf responsible for a specific task. They busily and methodically navigate every corner of the kitchen, functioning like a well-oiled machine. Once all preparations are complete, the most experienced elf assumes the role of chef, standing at the edge of the stove, adeptly wielding a spatula the same height as himself, directing the ingredients into the pot. At the instant the spatula meets the ingredients, flames ignite, and amidst the flying sparks, the bubbling contents seem to cheer for this culinary feast. The aroma wafts through the air, an irresistible torrent that makes one's mouth water. This is reminiscent of an ancient method involving mysterious boxes, designed to avoid complications. These boxes contain items related to clothing and can be opened for gifting or exchanging, even allowing one to swap for another box if dissatisfied with the received gift. Comey and Frank were invited to a specially prepared table, and as the food was served upon the long table, the banquet officially commenced. Indeed, the little fairies had deliberately chosen to hold the outdoor feast at noon, allowing them to bask in the warm sunlight. Comey was warmly invited to deliver a blessing for the banquet, momentarily experiencing the sensation of being Dumbledore. As his words echoed, fireworks blossomed in the sky, and the fairies present eagerly began to indulge in the delectable dishes. Comey joined in, savoring the exquisite flavors. The culinary skills of the fairies were truly commendable. Moreover, due to their diverse origins and backgrounds, the banquet boasted an array of rich dishes, each with its own distinct flavor. After enjoying the dessert, the fairies began queuing to select their desired gift boxes, while the remaining gifts would be stored in their warehouse for future exchanges based on their merits. Chapter 50, Grandfather's Little Red Book. After the luncheon, Comey did not retreat to rest or engage in other activities as he usually would. Instead, he made his way directly to the study. To his surprise, his grandfather had constructed a utopia within a garden. In the contemporary West, there exists a love-hate relationship with the vast red empire spanning Eurasia, yet an underlying fear prevails. Even the slightest inclination could lead to accusations of espionage and imprisonment. While the magical realm may lack political crimes, its conservatism inherently rejects divergent ideologies. "It seems you are quite moved by the banquet in the garden," Ed remarked with a smile. "Feel free to express any thoughts you may have." "I just find it a bit strange. I do not comprehend why you would create such a utopia in the garden," Comey replied, scratching his head. After a moment of silence, Ed responded, "Child, we must not abandon our ideals and pursuits due to external pressures. The utopia in that garden is not intended to propagate any political ideology, but rather represents my yearning and pursuit of beauty. It is perfectly fine, dear child. Some matters require time to understand and appreciate. Just remember, regardless of how the outside world changes, we must remain steadfast in our hearts and beliefs. You need not grasp these concepts just yet. They were merely my initial vision. Ultimately, many ideas have yet to be realized, and it appears that societal reform cannot be achieved overnight. The individuals that make up the structure must first undergo transformation. In the beginning, his intention was simply to shelter those abandoned house elves. After all, their masters often callously condemn these unfortunate creatures to perilous fates in caves. Thus, he would rescue them and fabricate a scene of death, for no one would care about the life or death of a house elf. As time passed, the number of rescued elves grew, and they were settled in the garden, where they built homes and established their lives. Daily, they continued to serve Ed as per their past routines. In their eyes, they had merely changed masters, transitioning from one family to another. However, Ed, as a time traveler, could not accept this servitude. He could not regard sentient beings capable of communication as mere objects. By chance at that moment, the few magical creatures he had rescued required care. So he entrusted this task to the group of little elves who were seeking something to do. Thus began the origin of the Nyster family's material business, combating dark wizards and poachers as the main quest, rescuing magical creatures as a side pursuit, aiding homeless house elves, and searching for lost treasures. Ed could not help but exclaim, "What a benevolent wizard I am!" As the family enterprise flourished. The elves of Nyster Manor gradually broke free from their original conceptions. At this juncture, they urgently needed a new social structure to assist those recently liberated from wizardless servitude in finding their societal placement. When it comes to rebuilding society, nothing could be more fitting. Of course, it required adaptation, and after Ed's magical modifications, a small red-covered book was produced, giving rise to a new version for the elves. After years of development, what Cormy witnessed in the elves' dwelling area was a collective kitchen providing unified meals, communal activities, and a system of labor points to exchange for necessities akin to a semi-social structure, which the elves could accept as a social reform. This path must be traversed by the elves themselves, not dragged along by Ed, for such force would only lead to injury. Each generation bears its own responsibilities, and in time, you shall understand. Ed clasped his hands behind his back, a slight smile gracing his lips. Cormy, brimming with curiosity, eagerly inquired, "What exactly is in this room?" The other party smiled gently and continued to explain. "The marvel of this room lies in its ability to transform into any form you desire based on your thoughts. For instance, if you envision a quiet, undisturbed study space, upon entering, it will metamorphose into a study filled with books and abundant sunlight, perfectly suited for focused learning." Cormy's eyes widened with curiosity and excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, that's truly enchanting. Can it transform into other rooms as well?" "Indeed, it can take on any form you imagine, including rooms I have previously utilized. You may explore them. The method is somewhat intricate. It could be a space for learning, gardening, potion brewing, or caring for creatures. Or you could try my exclusive room, provided the room still recognizes me. However, do bear in mind that since this room is temporarily designated for wizards in need, it is quite possible that others share your thoughts and have also entered. Perhaps at a certain moment, another wizard may wish to transform this room in the same manner as you." Ed seemed to ponder something, pausing for a moment to stroke his beard. "I wonder when Voldemort placed the diadem there? The memory is somewhat distant. He crafted the Horcruxes before his downfall, so that diadem must certainly reside in that room. Now is not the time to meddle with these matters. Voldemort will inevitably infiltrate Hogwarts later to inspect the diadem. Once he finishes, it will be the perfect moment to seize it. He foolishly believes that he is the sole keeper of the secret regarding the location of his Horcrux, convinced that he alone has explored the depths of that place. Little does he know that Ed has long treated that location as his own private garden, cultivating herbs, concocting potions, and caring for magical creatures. He has even engaged in the large-scale cultivation of mandrakes and venomous tentacula, both of which serve as highly effective tools. A casual toss into a camp of dark wizards would create a scene of utter chaos. This is akin to Voldemort depositing his treasures into the vault of the Nyster family, awaiting Ed's decision on when and how to dispose of this Horcrux. Chapter 51. Xiao Zhang's Invitation. On the way, Frank couldn't resist teasing Cormy about receiving an invitation right at the start of the term, and he was genuinely curious about what sort of girl could possess such allure. As they approached the street leading to their destination, Frank made an effort to glide the car slowly, try to avoid any noise from the brakes. With the wheels finally coming to a halt, they found themselves in front of a charming white house. This row of two-story homes each boasted a small garden, separated by fences or hedges. The address on Xiao Zhang's letter indicated it was the 8th gate from east to west. Most of these English residences feature 2 entrances, and Cormy suspected that she and Frank had arrived at the back door, as they did not see the grand entrance adorned with a Christmas wreath inscribed with red letters as Xiao Zhang had described. "Hey, Cormy, over here," a bright voice called out. It was Xiao Zhang, clad in a white sweater, standing in front of an open door. "I thought you would come from that direction, as my parents were busy tidying the house and asked me to wait by the door." Xiao Zhang kindly opened the garden gate for them. "Merry Christmas, Xiao Zhang. This is my Uncle Frank." "Oh, what a lovely young girl. She must be the first friend from Ravenclaw that Cormy mentioned." Frank extended his hand with an exaggerated gesture, and it must be said, his charm was something Cormy had always aspired to emulate. "Thank you for the compliment. Welcome to my home." Xiao Zhang graciously shook Frank's hand and smiled as she accepted the gift he presented. In British tradition, visitors often bring small gifts, which the host is expected to accept and even open right away to demonstrate a close relationship. At that moment, Xiao Zhang's parents, having heard the commotion, came to the door to greet them. They were both of Eastern descent. Her father, tall and with short black hair, wore a handsome smile, while her mother, gentle and beautiful, had just emerged from the kitchen, still clad in an apron. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Mr. Zhang appeared momentarily taken aback. Such a form of address is rarely heard abroad. This was a special reminder from Grandfather Ed to Cormy the previous day, suggesting that this greeting could foster closeness among relatives, and it seemed to have had an excellent effect. The timing was just right, as the number of people on the street had diminished compared to the bustling first few days, allowing them to procure what they needed without the need to queue. Many British individuals are fond of visiting there, as the world widely acknowledges that the UK is a culinary desert. Autumn Zhang's parents are also wizards, and Cormy envies their ability to cast spells at will. With a mere flick of their wands, everything is accomplished effortlessly, a true boon for the lazy. Unfortunately, young wizards are prohibited from performing magic outside of school. "Come, have some fruit and snacks, but do not fill yourselves too much. We shall soon explore Chinatown. And you must save some room to avoid any regrets from this outing." Fruits and desserts wafted from the kitchen, gently placed on the table by Autumn Zhang's mother. She expressed great interest in her grandfather's hometown, though her tone slightly faltered upon learning it was not a singular location. Nevertheless, she listened intently to the century-old history of the Nyst family. She was well acquainted with the area, noting the street with delightful eateries, another establishment with mediocre food yet exorbitant prices, and a few places lacking authentic flavors, alongside a delightful little snack shop. Here, familiar faces greet each other with, "Have you eaten?" Shopping is not only conducted in Mandarin and English, but gestures and animated expressions suffice for communication with shopkeepers. Merely pointing and indicating desired quantities is all that is required. Cormy recently discovered that haggling is a possibility when purchasing items, and, after trying it once, he felt that not bargaining in the future would result in a significant loss. However, such customs are exclusive to Chinatown, as they do not exist elsewhere. Dinner was reserved at a renowned restaurant in Chinatown, where both families gathered around a round table to eat and converse, discussing everything from food to customs. The drinks in their cups transformed into alcoholic beverages, with Frank boasting about his drinking capacity, while Mr. Zhang across the table remained remarkably composed, as if his cup contained mere juice. Autumn Zhang whispered to Cormy that his father seldom drinks, and if he were consuming liquor, he might require magical assistance. Eventually, everyone bid farewell in front of Autumn Zhang's home, concluding this visit that felt akin to a family reunion. "I must say, young sir, your discernment is quite exceptional, though I suspect it may be influenced by familial lineage." "How could that be? We are merely classmates. Not as you suggest, at least not at this moment." "Oh, is that so? It is rather rare to invite someone over after just a few months of acquaintance. Please, Uncle Frank, do pay attention to the road. You have been drinking, and I certainly do not wish to attract the attention of the police." Rest assured, as long as we are not caught. It is as if I have not drunk at all." The swaying little car gradually receded, blending into the dense architecture. "Do not be shy. I have known your father for quite some time as well. Wizards typically establish connections early on. You must seize the opportunities at school. Otherwise, you may end up like your Uncle San's brother, who is over 30 and still single." "Mother, your mother speaks the truth. Back in the day, your mother pursued me quite fervently." Cough, cough. Chapter 52. The beginning of school and the map. Even the most delightful of holidays hasten toward their conclusion, as young wizards swarm into King S. Cross Station. Thankfully, there is no need to carry a multitude of heavy suitcases, or else they would certainly waste a significant amount of time. Even aboard the train, several young wizards were hastily completing their assignments, their minds empty from the holiday, having long forgotten their schoolwork. It was only upon the end of the vacation that they suddenly realized not a single word had been penned. The Hogwarts Express once again transported students to Hogsmeade Station, yet this time, the first-year students did not need to traverse the lake by boat. Instead, they boarded the carriages drawn by thestrals, marveling in silence at the unseen creatures. Cormac and his roommates casually selected a carriage to occupy, his thoughts consumed by his grandfather's tales of the Room of Requirement, rendering him indifferent to all else. He resolved to visit the room after dinner. The Great Hall was once again filled with young wizards, and Dumbledore regaled them with jokes, hoping they had not forgotten the assignments set by their professors before the holiday. Amidst the laughter, the break drew to a close. After dinner, Cormac found an excuse to detach himself from the crowd, making his way down the corridor toward the 8th floor. Along the way, he encountered the twins, who were hidden behind a suit of armor, seemingly plotting a way to vex Filch. As he approached, the twins looked up, surprised, clutching a tattered piece of parchment. "Hello, Cormac. We thought it was Filch coming our way. You startled us. What are you up to?" Planning to prank him again? Cormac inquired, glancing at the strange characters scribbled across the parchment, which featured a tower-like structure on its cover, resembling a travel guide. Oh, it's nothing. We're just trying to avoid his cat with a tracking charm. We just encountered it, and I suggest you don't move ahead. Filch might be lurking nearby. Yes, we were about to circumvent both it and the detestable Filch, but we were nearly caught due to the scent. George pulled Cormac into a corner while Fred continued to scrutinize the parchment. The twins were easily distinguishable, primarily by their wands. George S. was yellow with a handle resembling a flying broom, while Fred S. was a brownish hue, adorned with protrusions reminiscent of a mace or pine cone. Perhaps you could dye Mrs. Norris's fur a fluorescent color, allowing you to spot her from a distance, Cormac suggested, feeling rather clever. Excellent idea. That way, we could evade her. The twins were keen to experiment with this notion, evidently increasing Filch's challenges in the future. Cormac offered a silent tribute to the caretaker. We spent our holiday deciphering those potions. You know, our mother ISNT particularly supportive of our endeavors, which has significantly delayed our progress. However, we have devised a method that at least allows us to transform potions into a part of candy, which we initially intended to gift you. But our brother reported us, and mother disposed of the gifts. Cormac looked up in confusion at the twins. Was their reputation at home truly so poor? We had even given him the precious candies we had just created. It's quite disheartening. Your family certainly embodies brotherly love. Cormac expressed his gratitude genuinely. Had it not been for the unfortunate betrayal by their pitiful brother, the twin scheme might indeed have succeeded. And what is this? Cormy scrutinized the mysterious parchment he had obtained, his and the twins' names conspicuously jostling for space upon it. You may find it hard to believe, but this was something we stumbled upon in our first year, George remarked, pointing at the inscriptions on the map. Indeed, right in the office of Filch. Fred leaned closer, suggesting, if you fancy it, consider it a Christmas gift. It appeared quite useful. Is this a map? It astonishingly reveals the names and locations of everyone, and it seems you often employ it to evade Filch. Each name was distinctly marked, as students meandered towards the common room, their names densely packed together. Of course, the twins exchanged knowing smiles. They not only eluded capture, but also set traps along the way. Perhaps I should return it to you. After all, I have no desire to be chased by Filch. You know, no one in Ravenclaw enjoys the exhausting endeavor of sneaking around at night. Cormy neatly folded the map and handed it back to Fred. Maybe there will be an opportunity in the future. I find myself quite intrigued by how this map was crafted. Would it be all right to borrow it for a time? He was indeed coveting this marvelous artifact, but his grandfather had often taught him that a gentleman does not take what belongs to others unless they willingly part with it. It would be permissible to borrow it temporarily for study. Even if he could not replicate it, surely the alchemist Nicholas Flamel could produce a copy with the same functionality. All right then, as compensation for the Christmas gift, we consent to your proposal. However, you must not disclose this matter. At the very least, the professors at school must remain oblivious. The twins hastily added a caveat to prevent the professors from confiscating this treasure upon discovery. Not a problem at all. I perceive this as merely a minor request. After all, during the summer holidays, the school is virtually deserted, and you will all be at home. So it would not affect you in the slightest for me to borrow it. The three of them sealed their agreement with a clap, and Cormy maneuvered around the corridor ahead, continuing his search for the tapestry on the 8th floor, a task far from easy, as Hogwarts was adorned with tapestries in many areas, particularly in the corridors surrounding the main building, each leading to different destinations. Let us observe what little Cormy is up to, Fred remarked, unfolding the map, with George leaning in beside him. The ever-steadfast Ravenclaw, just wandering about during the day. They had witnessed Cormy roaming the corridors more than once in daylight. Hey, look. Fred pointed to a set of footprints. It seems he is searching for something. Has he lost something? George inquired curiously, his eyes fixated on Cormy's every movement. Just as the twins were pondering this, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. Cormy's name and his footprints astonishingly vanished from the map simultaneously. This sudden turn of events left Fred and George in sheer disbelief. They looked up, exchanged glances, and burst into laughter. Huh. It appears little Cormy harbors a secret he wishes to keep hidden. Fred chuckled. George nodded in agreement, marveling at how he had managed to cause the map to malfunction. Chapter 53. The Room of Requirement. At this moment, Cormy had entered a quaint chamber. Before him lay a spacious hall adorned with several sofas and tables of uncertain purpose. The second-floor corridor encircled the ground-level hall, with walls lined with books and decorations, and passages leading to other rooms, as well as a staircase ascending to the upper floor. Directly opposite the main entrance was a small door, revealing a seemingly secluded space arranged to resemble a forest glade, complete with several containers for feeding and cozy nooks, which had once been utilized as a breeding ground but now stood desolate. Cormy wandered through the room, observing that each chamber retained its original form, with a layer of dust coating the floors and tables, suggesting that no one had set foot here for a century, not even the house elves of Hogwarts, who would not come to clean. On one table, Cormy discovered a satchel, an artifact his grandfather had mentioned for capturing magical creatures. In a nearby room, he found some breeding platforms likely intended for cultivating biting cabbages, alongside a few inscrutable devices whose purposes remained a mystery. In the future, he would regard this place merely as a venue for practice, rather than the logistical base his grandfather had once envisioned. Notably, the items within the room of requirement could be removed, as the room merely served as a vessel. However, as Cormy had previously stated, he rarely ventured out of Ravenclaw during the night. Indeed, most Ravenclaws seldom left the common room after dark, primarily due to the exhausting climb and the risk of being locked out. The thought of the entire student body passing by one's slumbering visage was daunting. Such tales would surely spread throughout the school. For girls, this could result in a catastrophic fate, with the next day's appearance resembling a funeral visage. The Ravenclaw common room featured a distinctive design, making it the only location with two entrances. In addition to the main door of the tower, there was a lesser-known passage. This passage, located on the second floor of the common room, led up a spiral staircase to the rooftop terrace. This terrace not only served as an excellent vantage point, but also allowed for easy access in and out of the common room via broomstick, without having to pass through the main entrance. Regrettably, first-year witches and wizards were prohibited from bringing broomsticks to school. Furthermore, riding broomsticks within the castle was strictly forbidden, as Filch declared he had 100 methods to torment young wizards. On the second weekend following the holiday, Cormy, as was his custom, made his way to the headmaster's office. With Professor McGonagall preoccupied with preparations for the Quidditch match, this session was overseen by Dumbledore. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." Cormy greeted as he opened the office door, only to find that no tea or snacks had been prepared on Dumbledore's desk this time. "Since your enrollment, you have become quite familiar with Hogwarts. It appears we may need to accelerate our pace. I trust you are not a stranger to that place, as your grandfather has spoken of it." "The library?" Cormy raised an eyebrow, realizing that those two old codgers were indeed behind this. "Indeed, is the very place you entered last time. Although it was Ed who initiated the suggestion, I am relieved you did not meddle with those books." Cormy was merely drawn to the traces of magic, paying little heed to the grimy, chained shelves, which seemed rather conspicuous, designed to entice discovery while simultaneously deterring unwarranted exploration. Who do they think they're looking down upon? Fawkes the Phoenix perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder, and with a burst of flames, they found themselves in a dimly lit basement, adjacent to a room cluttered with various items. The helm Cormy had previously seen lay there, still covered in grime. The air shimmered with luminescence, suggesting that this place had not been tended to in ages. Dumbledore noted several stone statues, resembling chess pieces, discarded in a corner, with a scattering of crumpled paper littering the floor. Pushing open the door concealed behind the clutter, which was slightly low for the towering Dumbledore, he managed to pass through. Descending the staircase, Dumbledore maintained a silent demeanor, leaving Cormy somewhat perplexed. Upon emerging from the stairs into an abandoned circular chamber adorned with a doorframe, Dumbledore scrutinized the frame, seeking any discernible patterns or runes. However, it was not until Cormy activated it that any useful signs became apparent. How fond were the previous guardians of this subterranean lair? Gringotts, the castle's depths. This place likely surpassed the depth of the Slytherin common room, and the trials ahead would probably remain underground. Ed would surely commend Dumbledore upon hearing this. Chapter 54. The Foolish Mechanisms of the Trials. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. Be bold and attempt it yourself. Your strength is sufficient to navigate this challenge. For otherwise, Ed would never permit his precious grandson to take such risks. Dumbledore stood before the grand entrance, unwilling to enter. They had previously acknowledged a critical issue. If Dumbledore merely guided Cormy through the trials, it would not serve to adequately hone Cormy's skills. The earlier trials had been relatively straightforward, primarily assessing the participants' abilities and qualities. The incident at Gringotts was an anomaly, triggered by an unexpected participant with ancient magical prowess, Dumbledore himself. In Ed's words, this was akin to forbidding high-level characters from aiding newcomers in dungeons. A perfectly reasonable trial transformed into an infernal challenge due to the presence of a max-level character. Thus, Dumbledore was compelled to stand at the entrance, relegated to a watchful role as Cormy ventured forth alone to face the trial. The massive door began to close slowly as Cormy passed through, and Dumbledore, peering through the crack, caught a glimpse of the passageway within, regrettably only spotting a few doorways. Cormy surveyed the corridor before him. The ground composed of massive stones embellished with gold, a consistent display of understated opulence. Drawing his wand, Cormy aimed at a protruding rock, hoping it would not collapse the structure. With a thunderous explosion, the scene erupted. Several spells struck the massive stone with explosive force, successfully loosening it. By manipulating the rock to transform into suitable elongated blocks, I positioned them perfectly at either side of the fracture. Crossing the threshold, I entered a grand hall flanked by statues, identical to those seen in Gringotts. At that moment, one of the statues lunged towards me, its hammer whistling through the air. Armored for protection. With a resounding crash, a silvery shield deflected the statue's weapon. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly retreated, creating distance. Observing my escape, the statue swung its arms and hurled its weapon at me. Wow, an ambush! I bent low to evade the rapidly approaching mace. It seemed the statue underestimated my awareness, carelessly discarding its weapon before me. Watch how I hoist you up. I cast a levitation spell, and with a swift downward motion of my wand, I smashed the inverted statue into pieces against the ground. The remaining 2 stone guardians met a similar fate, crumbling under my spell casting, their fragments scattering. As the statues were vanquished, glimmers of light fell to the floor. Drawing from previous experiences, I approached and absorbed these ancient magical particles, feeling a surge of power within me. Perhaps after absorbing more, I would discern the specific affinity of my ancient magic. It seemed these trials were designed for seekers to gradually awaken and master the arcane arts. Clenching my fist, I yearned for more guardians to hasten my awakening. Their attacks resembled instinctive reflexes, swinging weapons when targets drew near, charging when distance increased, and resorting to projectile assaults if out of range. Although several statues working in concert posed some challenge, their rigid tactics soon fell to my diverse magical onslaught, scattering magical particles with ease. Watching the stones turn to ash, I realized the battlefield cleanup had been rendered unnecessary. My grandfather often taught me that a fallen enemy is the best enemy. The first task after confirming their demise is to search for anything of value, an ancient tradition. I scanned the room, but found nothing useful. However, I noticed some floorboards that shifted up and down by the side of the broken bridge. It seemed a passage lay hidden there. The true form revealed. Indeed, a ghostly blue concealed path emerged. Cautiously, I stepped onto a board, confirming it could bear my weight, while casting a revealing spell to continue my exploration. Regrettably, after 2 turns, I encounter a wall, the end marked only by an opened wooden chest. At that moment, I wished to slap myself. How could I have overlooked something so obvious? No, it was likely the trap's designer never anticipated someone would boldly bridge the gap without caution. Thus, it was a case of a fool encountering a blind spot, a clear miscalculation. The subsequent path presented no difficulty. I smashed my way through, and upon pushing open a door, I found only a solitary chamber. In the center sat a meditation basin, much like the previous one, but this time, a book floated above it. A droplet of liquid slipped from the book into the meditation basin, akin to the tome spitting forth its contents. Suppressing the nauseating thought that arose, Combe inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow as he leaned toward the water surface. After a mist enveloped him, Combe slowly opened his eyes to find himself perched atop a towering cliff that pierced the clouds. He surveyed his surroundings. Not far from him stood 4 robed sorcerers, their expressions grave as they gazed into the distance. Following their line of sight, Combe beheld a parched village in the far-off horizon. The land there was cracked and barren. Trees lay lifeless, and wells had run dry, painting a desolate picture. The occasional wisps of smoke rising from the village appeared feeble and mournful. Among the 4 sorcerers, one, a tall figure, had previously graced his memories. With a flourish of his wand, a brilliant arc of magic shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning, reaching deep into the heavens. At the moment the spell touched the sky, the previously tranquil firmament erupted into turmoil, dark clouds swiftly gathering like ink. In the blink of an eye, a gentle patter of rain began to fall. These droplets seemed to be nature's messengers, delicately cascading onto the earth, reviving the parched soil. As the rain fell, the wells brimmed, and the once dry rivers resumed their flow, gushing forth with a melodious sound, their surfaces shimmering as they celebrated the resurgence of life. Simultaneously, the 4 sorcerers conjured their magic. The once yellowing leaves of the hills transformed into vibrant green, and new shoots sprang forth like mushrooms after rain. Grasses emerged from the ground, swiftly blanketing the landscape, restoring nature's splendor. At the moment the last drop of rain kissed the earth, the entire valley seemed to awaken from slumber, bursting forth with vitality. Birds chirped merrily in the treetops, animals frolicked in the underbrush, and a gentle breeze caressed the leaves, as nature reveled in the rhythm of life. Chapter 55. The Former Student. The four sorcerers did not linger. Upon witnessing the valley and village rejuvenated, they turned and departed. The mist enveloped the scene once more, transforming it into an office where the four sorcerers gathered. A female student entered, her robe reminiscent of Hogwarts attire, albeit simpler in design. "Do you wish to see me, Headmaster Fitzgerald? Professor Rackham? Miss Isidora Morgana, please come in." The tall sorcerer gestured invitingly, and the four assessed the student. Professor Luke Wood, Professor Baker, all were professors from Hogwarts. Through the students' addresses, Combe gleaned their names, including the familiar Headmaster Fitzgerald, who appeared to possess knowledge of ancient magic, or rather, the ability to wield it. This prompted the meeting, where the professors solemnly imparted the origins and significance of ancient magic to Isidora, insisting that she must not divulge any information regarding it. After Isidora's departure, the memory concluded. Comey lifted his head from his memories, recalling the words once spoken by his grandfather. The four professors were, in fact, the ancient guardians of magic, and Isidora was the successor they had found. Yet his grandfather had never mentioned this name. Something must have transpired in between. As he pondered these thoughts, Dumbledore entered. Pushing the door open, he first surveyed the room's arrangement, ensuring that no colossal statues had reappeared before approaching the pensieve. However, Dumbledore's interest was evidently piqued by the book floating above the pensieve. He extended his hand and gently touched the tome, causing it to quiver slightly. Was this what Ed had left behind? A flicker of curiosity ignited in Dumbledore's eyes. Comey nodded and spoke. "Professor, I witnessed past memories, including those of the previous guardians, who were also professors at Hogwarts." Moments later, Dumbledore rose, grasping the floating book in his hands, meticulously studying its contents. He gazed silently at the text on the pages, which merely discussed the evolution of magic, a straightforward treatise on the subject, without any explicit references to ancient magic. This was highly unusual. Such foundational material had no place here. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the book. The presence of such a basic volume in such a significant location, safeguarded by multiple measures, suggested that its content was likely a mere facade. Professor Dumbledore? Perhaps this was related to previous events. Dumbledore's eyebrows arched slightly, indicating his growing interest in Comey's words. He gently closed the book, lifted his gaze to Comey, and inquired, "Oh? It appears that some matters have unfolded that I am unaware of." A ghost had previously mentioned that he became a specter due to certain pages of this very book, and that his grandfather had discovered both his body and those pages there. Indeed, as Dumbledore's fingers turned the pages, he finally discerned some discordant elements towards the back of the book. Several pages exhibited noticeable damage at their edges, coupled with evident signs of tearing. It appeared to be the work of someone forcibly ripping them out, rather than the result of natural wear and tear. Dumbledore's brow knitted slightly. He realized this could be the crux of the issue. He continued to observe the problematic pages closely and found a concealed map within one of the illustrations. The map delineated the rivers and lakes within the forest, as well as other landmarks. It indeed seemed to be here, Dumbledore mused, likely within the Forbidden Forest. Apart from the dense, towering woods adjacent to Hogwarts, it would be challenging to find such a rich expanse elsewhere. This Forbidden Forest was steeped in mystery and the unknown, harboring many undisclosed dangers, making it a fitting location to conceal the entrance to trials. Dumbledore seemed to sense Comey's apprehension and smiled, patting him reassuringly on the shoulder. "Do not worry, Comey. After all, entering the Forbidden Forest at this time would be an exceedingly perilous endeavor." His voice was gentle yet resolute, conveying his concern and trust in Comey. As Comey lifted his gaze, his eyes met Dumbledore's, where he discerned encouragement and expectation. Dumbledore continued, "Comey, you have passed the trial and grown remarkably. This is merely the beginning of your journey. The path ahead may prove more arduous, yet I am confident in your ability to unravel the mysteries and safeguard ancient magic." Comey nodded resolutely, replying, "Professor, I shall certainly do so." Dumbledore relished the joy of nurturing young wizards, finding immense satisfaction in witnessing saplings mature into towering trees, which was one of the reasons he chose to remain at Hogwarts. Chapter 56. The Unfortunate Professor. "Have you heard? What? Professor Cap has been attacked." Comey awoke to this shocking news early in the morning. It was astonishing that someone would dare to assault a professor. The great hall buzzed with fervent discussions about the incident, while Cormy quietly sat nearby, nibbling on a pie, attentively listening to their exchanges. Who would attack a professor, especially one in a cursive position? One young wizard exclaimed in disbelief. The Dark Lord? Could it truly be their doing? But why target Professor Cap? Is it merely to prevent others from attaining a position that the Dark Lord desires? Someone reported seeing ministry officials outside his office, indicating that the ministry was aware of the incident. Cormy shook his head. It was evident that the ministry had responded swiftly, yet he remained skeptical about their ability to uncover the truth. After all, the efficiency and capability of the ministry had long been a subject of contention. Regrettably, he understood all too well that relying on them to elucidate the matter would likely be futile. The ministry often seemed to hinder rather than help, creating an illusion of diligence while accomplishing little. They left the public feeling as though they were receiving the protection they deserved. I suspect it was Snape. He has always yearned to be the defense against the dark arts professor, spoke one individual with unwavering certainty, as if the answer were already evident. He must be pursuing this position to satisfy some personal desire. Curious, another person inquired, what desire? Cormy nodded in agreement. This certainly aligned with Snape's persona. He had consistently exuded an ominous aura, making it seem as though he was not particularly fond of students, thus earning him a spot on the list of suspects closest to villainy. However, amidst the speculation regarding the assailant, did no one spare a thought for the unfortunate victim? Professor Cap? After all, he was the direct casualty of this incident. Although Professor Cap taught with a somewhat monotonous recitation of the material, he at least possessed the basic qualities expected of an educator. Yet now, it appeared that many regarded this position as a disposable commodity, merely awaiting the day when the professor would vanish to provide everyone with a shocking surprise. This pie is truly delectable. Regrettably, despite having endured such a grievous attack, Professor Carp appears to be largely unaffected. He continues to arrive punctually at his classroom each day, adhering to the established curriculum to instruct his students. His teaching style remains unchanged, characterized by a persistent monotony and tedium, with no visible signs of the chaos and anxiety one might expect following such an assault. However, the students collectively harbor the belief that misfortune may soon befall this professor. After all, this position seems to be shrouded in a sinister aura, as previous occupants have met with unfortunate fates. Some upperclassmen even assert that they witnessed the penultimate professor suffer a breach in his protective shield while demonstrating defensive spells, leading to his hospitalization. While his predecessor was discovered unconscious at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, his life hanging in the balance. These incidents have been interpreted by the students as ominous signs of a curse enacted by a mysterious entity. Should Professor Carr persist in his role as the defense against the dark arts instructor, he may very well confront even graver consequences. This apprehension swiftly spread among the students, all of whom fixated their gaze upon him during lessons. It has been demonstrated that students' fears can sometimes materialize into reality. Merely 2 weeks following the attack, the students' discussions had begun to wane, as if the incident had been relegated to the recesses of their minds. Yet at that moment, astonishing news circulated throughout the castle. Professor Carp had encountered yet another attack. The source of this revelation emerged from the school infirmary, where it was reported that a student had witnessed Professor Carp entering, blood streaming from all his orifices, a harrowing sight that greatly alarmed Madame Pomfrey and the students present. Nevertheless, after a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey ascertained that Professor Carp had not sustained severe injuries. He had merely ingested a toxic mushroom by mistake. Despite this, he was advised to rest in the infirmary until it was confirmed that he exhibited no further symptoms. This incident intensified the students' concerns regarding Professor Carp's health and reaffirmed their prior speculations about his impending retirement. Regrettably, the school administration did not promptly appoint a new defense against the dark arts professor to succeed him. Yet, Professor Carp remained adamant that he had simply consumed a mushroom by accident and was in good health, fully capable of continuing his teaching duties. This undoubtedly extinguished the hopes of many students wishing to evade their upcoming final examinations. However, the Ministry of Magic displayed notable eagerness at this juncture. When Cormier visited the headmaster's office that evening to inquire about the arrangements for subsequent transfiguration classes, he found Dumbledore perusing a letter from the ministry. In it, the Minister of Magic offered suggestions regarding candidates for the position of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts. Though it was merely a courteous inquiry, it was evident that the ministry's interest in the matter was rather excessive. It seemed they were impatiently awaiting Professor Carp's relinquishment of his post, eager to elevate their chosen unfortunate soul to the role, as if only a grievous offense could warrant such an appointment. As Cormy departed the headmaster's office, clutching the book list provided by Dumbledore, Severus Snape entered the chamber. Upon opening the door, Cormy was enveloped by a chilling gaze, which soon shifted to reveal Snape's worn black robes. With an impassive expression, Snape stepped aside to allow passage, then strode directly into the office, closing the door behind him. Cormy surmised that Snape likely intended to discuss the dual role of teaching potions and defense against the dark arts with Dumbledore. After all, this arrangement would afford him 2 salaries while enabling him to continue tormenting students from other houses, thus maintaining Slytherin's commanding lead, an astute trifecta of advantage. A flawless scheme indeed. Chapter 57. The Quidditch Match. As twilight descended, the dinner hour arrived. In the brightly lit Great Hall, students gathered around the long tables, their laughter and chatter weaving a tapestry of joy. Professor Dumbledore gently tapped his cup, the clear sound cutting through the din with remarkable clarity. As the echoes of his gentle knock reverberated, the clamor gradually subsided, and the students turned their attention towards him. With a warm smile, he rose slowly, his tall figure illuminated by candlelight, exuding a sense of gravity. Before he could finish his thought, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted throughout the hall. Quidditch, the most beloved sport among wizards, represented not merely a competition for many students, but a symbol of passion and dreams. The postponement of this year's match for unknown reasons had left many feeling disappointed. Thus, upon hearing the announcement that the match would finally commence, their excitement was palpable. Professor Dumbledore beamed at the students' jubilance, fully aware of the significance this match held for them. As the cheers began to wane, he continued, "I am confident that our players have undergone rigorous training. They shall give their utmost in the pursuit of honor. I look forward to witnessing their splendid performances on the field, and I hope each student will rally behind their chosen team." Next, the captains of the 4 houses drew lots to determine their opponents and the timing of the matches. 2 black balls and 2 white balls were placed in a box before Dumbledore, for which the captains would randomly select. Teams drawing the same color would compete first, with the victorious side advancing to the finals while the defeated would also play, earning house points based on their ranks. Gryffindor, white, with a flourish. The Gryffindor captain withdrew a white ball from the box, its brilliance glinting in the sunlight. He raised it high, allowing all present to see it clearly. Next, Hufflepuff, black. The Hufflepuff captain drew forth a stark black ball, contrasting vividly with Gryffindor's. This captain, a robust and towering lad, emanated a sense of steadiness and strength. At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the box. For the upcoming draw would determine which 2 teams would face each other in the first match. The captains of Ravenclaw and Slytherin are respectively a girl and a boy. The Slytherin captain elegantly gestures for the lady to go first, provoking a chorus of jeers from his Slytherin students. Clearly, their relationship is rather intricate. The laughter from Ravenclaw is disregarded by Slytherin, as their cohort of bachelors dares not provoke the predominantly female Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw, white. At the moment he spread his arms, Dumbledore proclaimed the results loudly, rendering the remaining Slytherins exempt from drawing lots. The Hufflepuff students expressed disappointment. It appeared they had hoped to compete against Ravenclaw. This sentiment is understandable, as Slytherin's Quidditch team is notorious for their disregard for rules, employing various foul tactics to stymie their opponent's scoring, reputed for their unsportsmanlike conduct at Hogwarts. In contrast, Hufflepuff tends to favor teamwork, which can backfire when one of their players is incapacitated by the opposition. Ravenclaw's style of play is characterized by agility and finesse, utilizing flying skills and small group strategies. They find it challenging to widen the score against Hufflepuff's defensive tactics, as one relies on individual prowess while the other is rooted in collective effort. The scales of competition are not balanced. If Gryffindor and Slytherin are perpetually at odds, then Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff engage in a battle of ideologies, with the Eagles striving to pierce through the Badgers' prickly defenses. I wish to partake in the Quidditch tryouts, but Professor Flitwick has decreed that first-year students are ineligible. Autumn gazed enviously at the Ravenclaw Quidditch players. Given the fierce nature of Quidditch matches, most players are male. However, some exceptional female flyers are included in the team. Among the positions, the Seeker and Chaser are particularly favored by girls. The Seeker must possess an extraordinary level of attentiveness and skill, akin to a falcon, keenly searching the field for the elusive golden snitch. Every subtle clue, every whisper of movement, could be the key to locating the snitch. Capturing it yields 150 points and concludes the match, making the Seeker a pivotal figure in the game. Meanwhile, Chasers are renowned for their agility and remarkable ability to break through defenses, gliding effortlessly across the pitch and deftly evading opponents to charge toward the goal with blinding speed. Many Quidditch teams boast a female player who excels in both speed and flying technique. Ravenclaw's substantial female representation intensifies the competition for these two coveted positions. Typically, each year, vacancies due to graduation or other reasons attract a multitude of aspirants. Considering the physical demands of the competition and the developmental stage of young witches and wizards, Autumn might need to wait until her third or even fourth year to qualify and pass the trials. However, such thoughts are not one she would dare voice. I believe you could attempt to sign up in your second year. Even if you don't succeed, it would provide valuable experience for future applications, suggested Combe with a smile. After all, attempting it incurs no loss. One might even succeed against the odds. Moreover, judging by Qiu Zhang's performance, she appears to possess a keen interest in Quidditch, with commendable results in flying lessons. Even Madame Hooch has praised Qiu Zhang's talents, going so far as to recommend several books related to Quidditch. It must be said that Madame Hooch has a profound understanding of the students in Ravenclaw. Chapter 58, Tutoring, No Free Labor. Professor Comey gently rapped on the door and spoke softly. Professor McGonagall sat upright in her seat, intently grading holiday assignments. When Professor Dumbledore subtly suggested that he could provide a candidate to alleviate some of the workload, Professor McGonagall, though somewhat reluctant, ultimately acquiesced to this solution. However, whether the candidate could genuinely fulfill the role would require her personal assessment. Professor McGonagall rose and proceeded to the center of the room, moving a table into position. On the table lay a beetle, a stick, and an empty bottle, items frequently utilized by first-year witches and wizards during their studies in Transfiguration, as their smaller size allows for easier spell execution. Upon hearing the professor's request, he stepped forward to the table, took a deep breath to steady himself, and drew his wand from his waist. Comey pointed his wand at the beetle, a diminutive black creature resting quietly on the table. Prior to the holiday, their Transfiguration lessons had primarily covered the fundamentals, focusing on textual descriptions and simple object transformations. Given the difficulty young witches and wizards had in controlling magical force, practical exercises had only involved matches as transformation tools, with the most significant mishap being the ignition of a match. With a flicker of light from the incantation Vera Verdo, the beetle gradually diminished in size, becoming increasingly smooth, its surface shimmering with a silver hue, its antennae retracting into its body, ultimately transforming into a silver button adorned with a motif of a scarab, commonly found in Egypt. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly as Comey then transformed the stick into a lizard, subsequently casting a restoration spell to revert it to its original form, and finally using a summoning charm to fill the bottle with water. "Very well done," Professor McGonagall remarked, waving her wand to revert these items to their initial states. "Are you aware of the 5 major exceptions to Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration? One cannot conjure edible food. One cannot create magical items. One cannot produce something from nothing. One cannot transform into multiple entities, as quantity is relative, and one cannot become a true sentient being. Indeed, all magic possesses limitations, and likewise, transfiguration adheres to specific principles. The intricate rules and techniques involved often deter many witches and wizards. However, it is precisely due to the challenges of transfiguration that those who master this art are regarded as true masters of spellcraft. They must exhibit exceptional focus and control to wield such formidable magic, a sentiment that Professor McGonagall expressed with reverence. The outcome of transfiguration is entirely contingent upon the wizard's focus. When performing transfiguration, one must concentrate wholly on the object intended for transformation, without the slightest distraction. Moreover, the complexity of the transformation increases with the size and intricacy of the object. For instance, transforming a small creature into another small creature is relatively straightforward. Yet altering a human into a different form presents a far greater challenge. Professor McGonagall paused, allowing Comey time to absorb her words. She then reiterated that throughout the entire transfiguration process, one must maintain a firm grip on their wand. The wand serves as the bridge between you and magic, guiding and releasing your powers. Should your wand slip from control, the transfiguration is likely to fail, potentially resulting in unforeseen consequences. Finally, Professor McGonagall's tone grew more severe. Transfiguration is a perilous branch of magic. Often, attempting to perform transformations beyond one's capabilities can lead to irrevocable outcomes. Therefore, it is imperative to exercise caution and avoid attempting overly complex transformations during the learning and practice of transfiguration. Professor McGonagall sternly warned that subsequent lessons would encompass human and species transformations, the most challenging aspects of transfiguration, necessitating careful application. Earlier, When Cormy had mentioned her grandfather's expertise in transfiguration, McGonagall sensed a lack of reverence for the subject in the young wizard, which was concerning. With a graceful flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall summoned a thick stack of parchment that floated delicately onto the corner of her desk, as if bewitched. Observing this, Cormy curiously leaned in closer and, upon inspection, could not help but exclaim internally, "Ah, is this not the holiday homework for first-year students?" Cormy thought to herself that Professor McGonagall truly regarded her as a mere child laborer. The professor then buried herself in the mountain of assignments on her desk, continuing her grading. Meanwhile, Cormy dutifully sorted through the papers, scrutinizing each assignment's length and content to prevent any student from submitting repetitive work in a bid to complete their tasks. Chapter 59, Quidditch Pre-Match Training. The annual Quidditch match at Hogwarts is set to commence this weekend, an eagerly anticipated event for the entire school community. As the grandest structure outside of Hogwarts Castle, the Quidditch pitch occupies a substantial area of the grounds. Due to its proximity to the Forbidden Forest, the pitch is seldom frequented by students. To reach it, one must traverse the school's outer walls. With the competition approaching, each house's Quidditch team has begun rigorous pre-match training, transforming the once quiet pitch into a bustling hub of activity, with students scattered throughout the expansive field. Today, it is Ravenclaw's team's turn to practice. Numerous students, without classes, flocked to the Quidditch pitch to cheer for their beloved team. And Cormy, along with his roommates, joined in the spirited atmosphere. However, in contrast to the enthusiasm displayed by others, Cormy appeared somewhat reluctant. He was not particularly inclined to leave the warm and cozy library to endure the biting cold outside. Nevertheless, his roommates were not easily deterred. The three of them forcibly dragged Cormy from the library, escorting him all the way to the Quidditch pitch. With a resigned expression, Cormy trailed behind the crowd, a gaggle of young wizards shivering in the frigid wind like a flock of chicks. Was it truly necessary to venture out to watch this practice? After all, this was not the site of a match, and it seemed unnecessary to have spectators cheering them on. In the stands of the Quidditch pitch, only a handful of young wizards sat there, braving the cold gusts. Above, the Ravenclaw team was engaged in their training. They soared through the air, seemingly engrossed in fervent discussions. Judging by their expressions and gestures, they were likely strategizing specifically against Gryffindor. Cormy had heard a bit about Gryffindor's Quidditch team, particularly their renowned aggressive tactics. They would tightly clutch the quaffle, charging towards a goal like fierce lions under the protection of their teammates. This approach, though simple and direct and lacking in finesse, often caught their opponents off guard, perfectly embodying their house's lion persona. Moreover, the Weasley twins, who had just joined the Gryffindor team this year, frequently boasted to Cormy about the precision of their broomstick skills. Cormy mused that given Gryffindor's prowess, it would not be easy for Ravenclaw to secure a victory unless Cormy, "You're here too." During halftime, Blair, the head boy, descended gracefully to where Cormy was standing. His breath was somewhat labored, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his hair was damp and disheveled, lending him a rather disheveled appearance. It had become second nature for Cormy to offer a piece of chocolate. Chocolate was a form of currency among students, for no one could resist its sweet, delicate flavor and the allure of collecting wizard cards. Blair clearly looked exhausted. Without hesitation, he accepted the chocolate, swiftly tearing open the wrapper and taking a generous bite. "Thank you, Cormy," he said between chews. "This year's Gryffindor is indeed formidable. Their captain has replaced the goalkeeper with that burly Wood, who blocks the goal like a wall. Scoring against him is incredibly challenging. I have a friend in Gryffindor who mentioned that 2 new twins have joined their Quidditch team this year. Their skills are quite impressive, so you should be cautious." Cormy shrugged. On one side was his house, and on the other, his friend, leaving him in a rather difficult position. A gentle reminder was in order, but fortunately, Ravenclaw seemed less concerned about collective honor. What Blair did not mention was that Cormy himself was included among the notable figures he referenced. After all, being able to freely enter the professor's offices and enjoying the privilege of a nighttime curfew exemption was not something the average student could achieve. As the prefect, Blair was responsible for patrolling the corridors daily, and he was thoroughly familiar with such unusual circumstances. The note personally signed by Dumbledore was not something one could acquire casually, highlighting the uniqueness of Cormy. Indeed, the wisdom of Ravenclaw was evident. They had not only conducted a thorough investigation into their opponent's circumstances in advance, but had also begun to formulate specific strategies to counter them. With such preparation, victory in this contest seemed assured. After observing the team's training for a while, Cormy decided to depart, intending to visit Hagrid's hut, conveniently located just outside the castle. Upon reaching the hut, he found Hagrid sitting in front, whittling a stick. Hagrid, what are you doing?" "Oh, it's you, Cormy," Hagrid replied. lifting his head and setting his knife aside. "Are you hunting?" Comey asked excitedly, always having heard his grandfather boast about his exploits. Was it finally his turn for such adventure? "Don't even think about it. Dumbledore specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you and not let you sneak into the Forbidden Forest again," Hagrid warned, casting a wary glance at the eager Comey. He would bet anything that if he revealed even a hint of information, this first-year wizard would be tempted to venture in alone. Last time, it was Aragog and the Acromantula. Comey had encountered them all at once, leaving Hagrid uncertain whether to consider him lucky or unfortunate. Aragog had even complained to him about a wizard who was swift with his spells, nearly setting the Forbidden Forest ablaze. For the first time, Hagrid realized that the young wizards who caught the professor's attention had quite the knack for trouble, such as the incident where Comey almost choked a pair of Thestrals with bones. Reflecting on it now made Hagrid's head ache for the professors. Chapter 60, The Red and Blue Showdown. "I won't disclose anything to you, not even a hint." Hagrid abruptly paused, nearly letting slip crucial information. Early on Saturday morning, the young wizards rose with enthusiasm. In the Ravenclaw common room, some were already organizing the banners and flags made the previous night, crafted primarily by the older students using transfiguration spells. Adorned with the golden Ravenclaw emblem and a soaring golden eagle, the backdrop of the banners symbolized the sky in a rich blue hue. Showcasing the creator's earnest effort, each feather of the eagle was meticulously detailed. The older students rolled up the banners, planning to carry them to the Great Hall and set them up after breakfast in preparation for the match. Meanwhile, the younger students had fashioned some props to wave, though their craftsmanship was rather rudimentary, and the mishmash of colors resembled more of a cheer for Gryffindor. In the Great Hall, breakfast was neatly arranged. Comey was savoring the oil sticks on his plate, a special breakfast prepared by Ollie. Other Ravenclaw students had also tasted them, but not everyone could appreciate this unique fried bread, which bore a resemblance to baguettes. It was peculiar that in a country renowned for its fish and chips, there was a resistance to fried oil sticks, favoring only baked bread. However, several individuals who have tried the culinary suggestions made by Comey expressed their delight, noting that the dish was remarkably enjoyable. The crisp, golden exterior soaked in soy milk, and with a single bite, one could savor the delightful contrast of the crunchy exterior and tender interior, accompanied by a rich and complex flavor that released a delightful burst upon chewing. As for the soy milk, Comey insisted on only accepting the sweet variety, deeming all other flavors as heretical. After breakfast, the young wizards surged from the school auditorium like a jubilant parade, flowing toward the Quidditch pitch with some clutching food and snacks. The entire Quidditch field was securely encircled by a tall, robust wooden fence, resembling a massive cage that isolated the arena from the outside world. A multitude of blue and red banners fluttered gently in the breeze, adding a vibrant splash of color to the grounds while distinguishing the competing house teams. Ascending the wooden stairs, the young wizards climbed layer upon layer, akin to ants relocating their nest. These stairs seemed endless, stretching skyward as if they were a celestial ladder. For the Ravenclaw students who ascended the towers daily, this height posed little challenge. First-year students were assigned seats on the bleachers close to the castle, sparing them the need for a lengthy detour. The young wizards were brimming with excitement, chattering animatedly like a flock of cheerful birds. They clamored to ascend the stands, each eager to secure a vantage point that provided both shelter from the wind and a clear view of the match. Among them was Comey, clad in a thick robe, with a scarf gifted by Qiu Zhang wrapped around his neck. Following the heavy snowfall, the temperature had plummeted, leaving a biting chill that permeated even the thickest garments, creeping up from the soles of their feet. At that moment, the Quidditch players warming up on the field began to develop white crystallizations in their hair, remnants of frost formed by the biting wind. Comey, using his robe as a cushion, grasped the telescope gifted by the prefect. This finely crafted instrument allowed for a clear view of each face on the field and featured a zoom function, enabling users to swiftly observe the entire expanse of the game. Perhaps they ought to enjoy some hot soup before heading up, as the weather was decidedly too cold. A Ravenclaw student remarked, garnering nods of agreement from those nearby, all of whom felt the chill seeping into their bones, let alone the players who would soon be racing through the frigid air. At that moment, the captain of the Ravenclaw team was relaying final instructions to his teammates. Although they appeared formidable now, should the score remain close, the outcome would hinge on the Seeker's ability to capture the Golden Snitch, a scenario that could, in rare instances, extend the match indefinitely, even lasting several days. As the professors and young wizards settled into their seats, the players from both teams began to congregate at the center of the field. Comey lifted his telescope to focus on the scene, having never witnessed a Quidditch match in person, and thus possessing limited knowledge of the sport. Meanwhile, His roommate was enthusiastically explaining the intricacies of Quidditch to the gathered crowd. Suddenly, Madame Hooch was seen approaching the center of the field, carrying a large box made of leather, which seemed to contain something writhing inside, attempting to escape. Behold, within lies the bludger and the snitch. Autumn stamped her foot, feeling utterly dismal. Flying in such weather would surely freeze her fingers and mind. Perhaps she ought to contemplate strategies to avert such discomfort before joining the team, lest she find it exceedingly difficult to seize the elusive golden snitch. Comey's gaze was fixated on the writhing box, where Madame Hooch brandished a whistle in one hand and a wand in the other, resembling a referee of a football match. As Quidditch 2 commenced with a referee's whistle, the match was on the brink of beginning, with Madame Hooch officiating, and the opposing team was the valiant Gryffindor. The Gryffindor players mounted their brooms, waving to the crowd as a wave of cheers erupted. Their adversaries were the Ravenclaw, named for wisdom. The cheers from Ravenclaw followed suit. "Who is that?" Comey inquired, observing a young wizard on the opposite stand, microphone in hand. "That is Lee Jordan, an incessantly loquacious individual, as you might expect." His roommate explained. The match was about to commence. Madame Hooch opened the box. The bludgers and the golden snitch ascended into the air. It is worth noting that the golden snitch is worth 150 points. Capturing it concludes the match. Both seekers appeared eager to catch it, perhaps dreaming of a warm cup of tea afterward. Comey strained her eyes. As the box opened, two dark figures surged into the sky. She barely caught a glimpse of the golden snitch, only noticing a fleeting golden blur, and when attempting to locate it again, it had vanished completely. The match has begun. On the ground, Madame Hooch had released the bludger, prompting the players from both teams to converge towards it, each vying to seize it first. Thomas secured the ball. He now raced towards the Ravenclaw goal. Comey altered her course, spotting a player in red hurtling towards the Ravenclaw defense. However, he was soon intercepted by a Ravenclaw player, swiftly attempting to reclaim possession. Thomas passed the ball to Freeman. Oh, the ball was intercepted mid-air. It is now Ravenclaw's possession. Chapter 61. The battle intensifies. Congratulations to Ravenclaw for scoring the first goal of the match, adding precious points. Nevertheless, do not underestimate Gryffindor. They were poised to launch another attack. The Gryffindor team quickly regrouped, leaving only the goalkeeper behind. The ball was passed to Angelina, who, employing her graceful flying skills, advanced forward under the protection of her teammates. Oh, a Ravenclaw player narrowly avoided being struck by the bludger. It was the Weasley twins, the ace-beaters of Gryffindor, who worked in perfect harmony, adept at causing mayhem for their opponents. Jordan. Professor McGonagall glared sternly at this indiscreet student. What does it mean to cause trouble for others? It is solely her burden to bear. She was invariably the one to clean up the mess, as no one would presume Filch could handle those troublesome pranks. Very well, Professor. Jordan and the Weasley twins were so familiar with one another that their banter flowed effortlessly. On the field, Angelina darted like a bolt of lightning, successfully maneuvering past the first line of defense. Swiftly, she broke through the second barrier with astonishing speed, resembling a blazing meteor as she surged towards the Ravenclaw goal. The Ravenclaw goalkeeper, Grant, stood resolutely in front, his gaze fixed intently on Angelina, bracing himself for the impending onslaught from Gryffindor. Angelina was fully reclined on her broom, her body nearly melding with it, clutching the quaffle tightly in her arms, her eyes unwaveringly locked on the goal. At that moment, Ravenclaw's chaser unexpectedly launched a bludger, hurtling directly towards Angelina. With remarkable finesse, she employed her acceleration technique, deftly sidestepping the incoming threat. Following this, Angelina feigned a charge towards the highest hoop, catching Grant off guard. However, as she reached the apex of her ascent, the quaffle in her grasp seemed to perform a magical trick, suddenly veering into the adjacent hoop. This execution was nothing short of flawless, leaving the audience in awe, erupting into a deafening chorus of cheers. The goal was scored. The commentator exclaimed with fervor, "Gryffindor has secured 10 points." The score was now tied, and both teams plunged once more into the fierce contest for the quaffle. At that juncture, the dynamics of offense and defense shifted once again on the field. Ravenclaw exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully evading Gryffindor's vigorous assaults, despite Gryffindor's players displaying exceptional bravery, or rather, a wealth of experience in physical confrontations. Ravenclaw adeptly avoided direct clashes. Whenever Gryffindor attempted to close in, Ravenclaw players would swiftly create distance or cleverly pass to teammates, rendering Gryffindor's numerical advantage ineffective. Moreover, Ravenclaw's tactics successfully drew Gryffindor's defensive forces, gradually dispersing them. Consequently, the once solid Gryffindor defense began to show vulnerabilities. and those Ravenclaw players adept in technique seized the opportunity to launch unexpected attacks, aiming to score against Gryffindor. However, when Gryffindor initiated their offensive, Ravenclaw faced immense pressure. Gryffindor adopted a tactic of collective assault, uniting closely like a formidable force crashing against Ravenclaw's defenses. In such circumstances, Ravenclaw had to rely on their skills to compel Gryffindor players to pass, seeking opportunities to intercept during the passing process. Look, Ravenclaw's Jeremy struck the ball, but alas, it was intercepted by Wood. The commentator, Jordan, exclaimed with excitement, noting the score was exceedingly close. It now hinged on which seeker would first capture the golden snitch. Thus concluding this intense match, Jordan jested about the two seekers. However, through the telescope, Cormy observed that the two seekers appeared somewhat bewildered, aimlessly circling the field as if utterly devoid of purpose. The elusive golden snitch's whereabouts remained a mystery, with not even a hint of its shadow in sight. Meanwhile, the bludgers frequently zipped past the two unfortunate seekers, while the quaffle was swiftly exchanged between both teams, relentlessly targeting the goal. Yet, these two seekers seemed overly relaxed, failing to pique either side's interest. Professor McGonagall shook her head in resignation. Having once been a member of a Quidditch team herself, she understood that pursuing the golden snitch while the score remained close was a significant risk. After all, a failure in that endeavor could provide the opponent with a chance for a counterattack. Ravenclaw was equally determined, continuously adjusting their tactics in an attempt to break the deadlock. However, Gryffindor's keeper proved too formidable, thwarting Ravenclaw's attempts to score on 3 consecutive occasions. At a crucial moment in the match, Gryffindor seized a splendid opportunity, darting towards the goal like an arrow released from a bow, successfully sending the quaffle into Ravenclaw's net. This goal invigorated Gryffindor's morale, and they pressed on, launching a series of attacks against Ravenclaw's goal. Ultimately, through their seamless teamwork and exceptional performance, Gryffindor managed to overtake Ravenclaw, establishing a 20-point lead. Above the field, figures clad in blue and red uniforms streaked across the sky like meteors, engaging in fierce competition as each pass and shot elicited waves of cheers from the spectators. Cormy, standing in the audience, suddenly realized that the allure of this sport stemmed not only from the intensity and excitement of the match, but also from the profound sense of participation it engendered. The players competed at the same altitude as the audience, occasionally soaring overhead, creating an immersive experience. Furthermore, the remarkable displays of skill in aerial maneuvers and the fierce competition for the quaffle imbued the match with a palpable tension. The bludgers swung vigorously through the air, whizzing past the players with a piercing shriek, though thankfully, all balls were magically confined to the field. Otherwise, a wayward shot could lead to disastrous consequences. Chapter 62, The Golden Snitch. At this juncture, the score was tightly contested, with both teams expending every ounce of effort, leaving no room for complacency. While Ravenclaw had been striving to catch up, they still trailed Gryffindor by a mere 10 points, rendering the outcome of the match uncertain. The score stood at 80-70, with Ravenclaw only 1 goal behind. Cormy was wholly absorbed in observing the field through his telescope, while occasionally nibbling on a piece of chocolate to replenish his energy. He now regretted climbing to the tower's viewing platform, as the breeze here was decidedly chillier compared to the seats in the lower corridor. The surrounding young wizards also brought forth popcorn and other delightful snacks, largely thanks to the Weasley twins. They had heard that the British enjoy indulging in such sweet treats while watching a match, so they specifically procured them from Hogsmeade. Though the quantity was not substantial, the sales were remarkable. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's concerns and the Quidditch team's rigorous training schedule, they could have filled the entire school with their merchandise. Before the match, they had already established a market in Gryffindor and were contemplating the possibility of stockpiling in anticipation of significant events. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the Ravenclaw stands. The young wizards turned their gazes toward the seeker's position. Cormy quickly shifted his focus in the direction of the sound. There, the Ravenclaw seeker shot forth like an arrow, racing toward a particular spot. The Gryffindor seeker, noticing this development, immediately followed suit, evidently intending to employ a classic marking strategy. Even if they could not successfully seize the golden snitch, at the very least, they could hinder the opponent's chances of capturing it. Thus, a breathtaking chase unfolded on the field. The two seekers soared through the air at breakneck speed, their figures darting like lightning amidst the dizzying chaos of the match. The spectators were captivated, drawn to the spectacle, although they could not discern the precise location of the golden snitch. The movements of the seekers indicated that it must be nearby. For the moment, no one paid heed to the ongoing tussle for the quaffle among the other players, as it was difficult to overturn a match with a score of 150 points, regardless of how many goals one might score. The Weasley twins, the Gryffindor beaters, had redirected their trajectory, aiming their bats toward the Ravenclaw Seeker to disrupt her speed, thereby providing Charlie with an advantage. The Ravenclaw Seeker spotted the Golden Snitch, with Gryffindor's Charlie hot on her heels, both vying for the prime position and engaging in a fierce contest. Ahem, Professor McGonagall coughed twice. Gryffindor was no pack of brutes. Their rivalry lay with Slytherin, and they could not act recklessly, even if provoked. Cormy kept a vigilant eye on the two Seekers. Gryffindor Seeker was none other than the Quidditch captain from the day of the draw, and remarkably, he shared the same fiery red hair as the Weasley twins, making him conspicuously noticeable on the field. It was no wonder the Ravenclaw Seeker had been focused on the Golden Snitch rather than marking him. The combination of his red hair and crimson robes created an eye-catching spectacle, akin to a blazing flame drawing the attention of all. The chase intensified. What was happening? The Ravenclaw player suddenly halted. A feint. The Golden Snitch was not there. The crowd erupted into a cacophony. At this stage of the match, both teams were beginning to tire, and with the score still close, they had entered a war of attrition. The audience eagerly anticipating who would capture the Golden Snitch to conclude the contest. Some spectators even protested against such deceptive tactics. Oh, wow, how cunning indeed. Oh, how clever indeed. The strategy employed by Ravenclaw is nothing short of ingenious. They have successfully executed a deceptive tactic, outsmarting everyone. Observe, as they seized the moment when Gryffindor's defense faltered, launching a decisive ambush. Such a cunning maneuver. The score is now tied. Jordan excitedly narrated, his voice trembling with exhilaration. However, when he caught sight of Professor McGonagall's stern death glare, his words faltered momentarily, and he quickly amended, this is an exceptionally thrilling match, with both teams performing admirably. Jordan inwardly lamented, finally understanding why the head of his house insisted on sitting beside him as a referee upon learning of his application to be a commentator. It was to oversee him. This was, in fact, a spontaneous strategy devised by the captain of Ravenclaw. Just moments ago, she astutely noticed that although the opposing striker was making his debut, their synergy was remarkably harmonious, creating considerable disruption for the other players. Thus, she promptly signaled for the Seeker to feign the discovery of the Golden Snitch, diverting Gryffindor's striker's attention and creating an opportunity for her teammates to equalize the score. Yet, just when everyone anticipated a continued display of fervent exchanges, Ravenclaw's Seeker dashed out again. Gryffindor's Charlie, after glancing at his own goal, could only shake his head in resignation and follow suit. He now had no choice but to focus on the opposing Seeker, leaving him no time to observe and direct his own team, a gap that Ravenclaw's captain adeptly exploited. Currently, goalkeeper Wood is coordinating the defensive efforts, but faced with the opponent's agile maneuvers, they appear quite reactive. Just as the spectators believed that Ravenclaw's Seeker was merely indulging in further tricks, they successfully scored again. Ravenclaw surged ahead by 10 points. And now it was Gryffindor's turn to initiate the offense. As the announcement faded from the broadcast, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air, declaring that Ravenclaw had captured the Golden Snitch. What happened? Madame Hooch announced the conclusion of the match. Oh, Merlin, he actually caught the Golden Snitch. Ravenclaw emerged victorious. Poor Charlie did not have a moment to spare. It turns out that Ravenclaw's Seeker was not attempting to divert Gryffindor's Seeker again. He had genuinely spotted the Golden Snitch and deliberately slowed his pace, pretending to follow the previous circuitous route once more. Charlie, following closely behind, failed to notice the obscured position ahead, where the recently discovered Golden Snitch lay, until Madame Hooch's whistle sounded, at which point he belatedly realized the shimmering golden ball firmly clutched in the opponent's grasp. The earlier feint and subsequent goal reversal had distracted him, ultimately leading to this oversight, causing him to miss the optimal moment to spot the Golden Snitch. Seizing the opportunity, Ravenclaw's Seeker confidently secured the Golden Snitch in hand. Chapter 63. The Outsider of the Forbidden Forest. A chorus of cheers erupted from the Ravenclaw stands, while the Gryffindor audience sighed in disappointment. The match has concluded, and the Ravenclaw team has emerged victorious. The players gather together, preparing to launch their Seeker into the sky, celebrating this clever individual for attaining the highest honor in Quidditch. The spectators rise in applause for the Ravenclaw Seeker, as such remarkable feats rarely occur in succession. They also extend their sympathies to the Gryffindor players, acknowledging the fierce competition between the teams, which left no opportunity to widen the score gap, and offering enthusiastic applause for the thrilling contest. On the outskirts of the tranquil Forbidden Forest, the sound of brittle branches snapping underfoot accompanies two figures as they venture into the shadows. Comey and Dumbledore tread along the path leading into the forest. This is the day following the Quidditch match, and Dumbledore has completed his interpretation of the book, which contains records concerning the origins of magic. The most valuable aspect of the tome is its map. Comey ponders, what kind of person was my grandfather? He believes that Dumbledore must possess some knowledge, as their conversation suggests. Dumbledore pauses in contemplation, casting a cautious glance around, seemingly ensuring that no dangers lurk nearby. He lowers his voice and states, "This is indeed a distant question. By the time I enrolled, your grandfather had already departed from his school. Moreover, he left during his 6th year." Dumbledore emphasizes the term departed, subtly hinting at the notion of dropping out. Comey gazes at Dumbledore in confusion, unable to comprehend his cautious choice of words. Noticing Comey's expression, Dumbledore hastily clarifies, "Although I have not met your grandfather personally, I can share descriptions from some students who were present at the time, even if they might seem peculiar to others." Comey's curiosity is thoroughly piqued as Dumbledore continues. "Your grandfather was an exceptionally compassionate individual, tirelessly assisting others, be they classmates or teachers. Whenever someone required help, he would readily extend a hand. He had a profound love for animals, particularly cats, and it is said he often played with them in the school courtyard." Dumbledore pauses for a moment before adding, "It has been said that his flying speed was remarkable, even breaking the school's record at the time." Comey's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his grandfather's unusual behavior. Dumbledore appears to perceive his confusion and smiles, saying, "Perhaps only your grandfather knows the reason behind his actions." Nonetheless, his reputation at school was indeed eccentric. He seemed perpetually pursued by time, always in haste, as if an endless array of tasks awaited his completion. At times, people would be astonished to witness him racing down the stairs like a gust of wind, even leaping down without regard for the potential dangers. Even on ordinary days, he was perpetually darting around the campus, as if he could not afford a moment's pause. His figure flitted between the classroom, library, and hall, evoking curiosity about what he was so diligently occupied with. After a brief pause, Dumbledore continued, "However, it is not entirely so. There are portraits within the school that depict individuals who are acquainted with him. Among them are those who have met him in person. His aptitude for learning magic is extraordinary. He can wield newly acquired spells almost instantaneously, surpassing even those who have practiced for years." Dumbledore is now convinced that this is indeed related to ancient magic. Comey's presence affirms this theory, as those who awaken to ancient magic possess an innate affinity for the arcane arts, far beyond that of ordinary wizards. Although Comey has not fully awakened, his talent in spell casting and incantation is undeniably exceptional, occasionally achieving effects that only a select few who have touched the essence of magic can accomplish. Those who have encountered him outside the school refer to him as the Grim Reaper of the Forbidden Forest, for several individuals have vanished within its depths. Dumbledore paused at this point, for those who ventured inside were hardly virtuous. What ordinary person would dare to delve deep into the Forbidden Forest? Were they there to protect the environment and cherish the creatures, or to befriend centaurs and engage in conversation with spiders? Such notions are utterly preposterous. Thus, the two continued their leisurely discourse as they meandered deeper into the woods, the trees gradually obscuring the light of the sky. The ground became damp and shadowy, compelling them to raise their wands for illumination. The Forbidden Forest, under the dim light, revealed its somber hues, accentuated by conspicuous white webs. "Was it here that you last encountered the spider?" Dumbledore inquired, surveying the torn webs that appeared to have been violently ripped apart by some towering creature, with remnants dangling from branches. "Not precisely here, but the territory of those spiders is extensive, and their numbers are indeed vast." Comey gazed into the distant shadows, sensing an unseen gaze upon him. Dumbledore quickly comprehended the implication of Comey's observation. The rustling sounds surrounding them indicated that the spiders had been lying in wait, patiently anticipating their arrival, encircling them in a web of ambush. "It seems these large creatures have surrounded us," Comey remarked, with a gentle flick of his wand. Dumbledore unleashed beams of light that struck the spiders, rendering them silent and lifeless, akin to sculptures swept away by a gentle breeze. Chapter 64. The Centaur. "Professor, what is this?" Dumbledore smiled faintly, explaining in a calm and measured tone, "This is merely a slight variation of a petrification spell." He stowed his wand, his voice soothing and tranquil, as if it were no remarkable feat this inspiration had struck him during a recent conversation with Ed, particularly since a certain portrait had boasted of its ability to instantly reduce a giant to mere ashes. While Dumbledore was unaware of the underlying principles, he surmised that a slight modification of the petrification spell combined with a shattering incantation, could yield a similar result. However, this requires a somewhat elevated level of precision. For someone like Dumbledore, it demands complete silence during the casting and a fluid motion of the wand. Friends from the forest, why not reveal yourselves for a meeting? Dumbledore, wearing a gentle smile, slowly turned, his gaze falling upon the towering tree behind him, as if he could see the hidden figure lurking within its shadow. Just as he prepared to speak again, a youthful voice suddenly broke the tranquility from behind the tree. I am a visitor from outside the forest, and I did not mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Please do not take offense. However, the spiders are soon to arrive, and it would be prudent for you to leave this place. Though the voice was young, it carried an air of maturity and poise, revealing no hint of hostility. Comey's earlier intuition was indeed correct. They were being watched, though he had not anticipated the presence of others beyond the spiders. Despite the apparent friendliness of the voice, it was clear that the speaker had no intention of revealing themselves, remaining hidden behind the tree. Dumbledore, upon noticing this, smiled slightly and replied, Ahem, since you are so concerned for our safety, might you share some insights about the Forbidden Forest? As the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, it is my duty to understand everything about this place. His words were imbued with an undeniable authority, simultaneously asserting his identity and purpose. Very well, I shall emerge. With a deep voice, a tall shadow slowly stepped out from behind the tree. Comey, feeling a surge of tension, raised his wand, the tip glowing brightly to illuminate the figure before them. To his astonishment, the being was half again taller than Dumbledore. Yet, as the figure fully emerged from the shadows, Comey realized that its lower body was that of a horse, adorned with a belt made of animal hide, resembling the centaurs depicted in his books. You may call me Kova, the centaur continued. I encountered these spiders while on patrol. Food has become exceedingly scarce in the forest, and they have begun encroaching upon the territories of other creatures, attacking the innocent. As he spoke, Kova revealed the scars adorning his robust frame. Upon closer inspection, Comey noted that Kova's body was marked with numerous wounds, some healed, while others still glistened with fresh crimson, clearly indicating recent injuries. He also observed that sticky webs were entangled around Kova, reminiscent of the very webs they had just seen. Comey pondered silently. It seemed that Kova had inadvertently stumbled into a trap set by the spiders and had been attacked. Just at that moment, Dumbledore and Comey happened to arrive, rescuing Kova from the spider's grasp. Dumbledore, reflecting on this, was acutely aware that the Forbidden Forest did not fall under Hogwarts jurisdiction. After all, this woodland was home to a myriad of inhabitants and creatures that had long existed here, predating the establishment of Hogwarts itself. However, despite this, Dumbledore understood that the proliferation of these spiders in this area ultimately stemmed from Hagrid. Hagrid's excessive indulgence of these creatures had led to their burgeoning numbers, posing a threat to other beings within the Forbidden Forest. Therefore, to some extent, he felt a certain responsibility as the headmaster of Hogwarts regarding this matter. While Dumbledore pondered, Cormy Nyst's gaze fell upon Kova, the tall centaur, who bore a bow on his back and carried a quiver of arrows at his side, with what appeared to be a dagger visible at his waist. If given the opportunity, I wish to converse with your leader, Dumbledore remarked, observing the centaur. There is another matter for which I seek your assistance. Are you inquiring about the path out of the forest? The centaur looked at the young wizard before him, bewildered by Dumbledore's question, wondering why, with him present, they could not leave at any moment. No, we are searching for a location that existed a century ago, near a lake where there should be a conspicuous birdbath. Dumbledore noted the centaur's misinterpretation and had to provide some clues to see if they might resonate with the centaur's memory. There are many lakes, large and small, within the Forbidden Forest, but I am unfamiliar with the term birdbath you mentioned. The centaur, having little regard for human objects, lived a life distanced from humanity, engaging in a semi-nomadic hunting lifestyle, thus lacking understanding of various human terms. It is a column carved from stone, topped with a basin where birds might come to drink, Cormy added. It seemed the indigenous inhabitants of the forest had not communicated with the outside world in quite some time, yet they did not appear as crude as described in newspapers. Nor did they immediately resort to shooting arrows as a warning. If you're referring to a place frequented by birds, I know of a few, but I must report to the leader before I can guide you there. The centaur pondered briefly, then bowed respectfully to Dumbledore, his expression earnest. That is acceptable. I believe Bane will surely acquiesce to my request. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, confident that Bane would agree, especially since he was standing right there. Kova turned and ran toward the direction of the tribe, while Dumbledore and Cormy remained behind, awaiting the centaur's response. Professor, these centaurs are not as described in the textbooks. They seem quite capable of communication. Indeed, Centaurs are quite proud. Their history is ancient, and they place great emphasis on tradition, still living in tribal forms. Some may be relatively amicable, but most tribes are rather averse to outsiders. Chapter 65. I have a business. Dumbledore smiled slightly, nodding his thanks to Kova. Cormy appeared somewhat anxious, gripping his wand tightly as he vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Then I shall trouble you, Dumbledore said, his voice gentle yet resolute. After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Cormy, and together they hastened to follow Kova, eager not to lose a moment. The trees here were tall and dense, allowing only a few feeble rays of sunlight to filter through the gaps in the leaves. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each step producing a rustling sound, as if the forest were whispering secrets. Along their journey, they encountered several other centaurs. These centaurs were tall and muscular, gripping bows and arrows, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Unlike their guide, Kova, the other centaurs merely cast indifferent glances at Dumbledore and Cormy before resuming their patrol through the woods, showing no inclination to greet them. Kova, are they all your kin? Cormy inquired, observing the imposing figures of the centaurs, striving to forge a connection with the only one capable of conversing with him. Kova nodded, explaining, Indeed, they, like myself, are patrolling the Forbidden Forest. Those spiders we encountered intended to ambush us, but I ran swiftly and inadvertently strayed from the group, which is how I became ensnared by those irksome webs. He sheepishly scratched his head, seemingly regretful of his recklessness. Cormy's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask, Are there other centaurs in the Forbidden Forest? I mean, aside from your tribe? Kova's steps were light and steady, as though he were intimately familiar with the path. His voice was deep and soothing, exuding a sense of reassuring strength. Moreover, those spiders have been continuously expanding their hunting grounds, significantly impacting our lives. Therefore, the chief intends to summon all centaurs to devise a strategy to curtail their activities, Kova continued. Cormy followed closely behind Kova, his gaze fixed intently upon him, absorbing every word spoken. Upon hearing Kova mention the gathering of all centaurs, Cormy interjected, Does that include those who have been exiled? As he listened to Kova, Cormy recalled the descriptions of centaurs in the wizard's tomes, which portrayed them as crude, irritable, and insular. However, through his dialogue with Kova, Cormy discovered that the reality was far different. While centaurs possessed their own traditions and ways of life, they were fundamentally kind-hearted and responsible beings. Cormy realized that one should not hastily define a group based solely on written descriptions. To genuinely understand a community, it is essential to engage with them personally. In that moment, his impression of the centaurs had undergone a profound transformation. However, soon Cormy recalled another matter for which he had brought along some bottles. I read in a book that the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider is a rare potion ingredient. If you have any of that, I could exchange it at a fair price. Apologies for disappointing you, Kova replied. We centaurs seldom trade with wizards, and that vile spider venom holds no value for us. Thus, we possess no venom to exchange. Kova glanced at the silent Dumbledore, bemused that this diminutive wizard was conducting trade discussions in the presence of the headmaster, and noted that he appeared utterly unfazed, which struck him as rather peculiar. Two individuals and a horse traversed the narrow path, encountering several groups of centaurs along the way. Notably, this particular group exhibited a more favorable disposition towards wizards, even recognizing Dumbledore. As for Cormy, he was largely overlooked by the centaurs, regarded merely as a student who had strayed into the Forbidden Forest and caught the headmaster's attention. Cormy was curious to inquire whether there were any female centaurs in Kova's tribe, having only encountered males thus far, which piqued his interest about the appearance of female centaurs. However, considering the centaur's demeanor, he decided it prudent to wait until he had established familiarity before posing such questions. Under Kova's guidance, they meandered to several lakes, but found no definitive sign of the bird basin. Nevertheless, the area was inhabited by various bird species, including the renowned snidget and the infamous harpy. Ultimately, at the edge of a larger lake, they made a notable discovery. A stone circular basin was faintly visible beneath the ice. Dumbledore, upon consulting the map, confirmed that this was indeed the destination depicted therein. Over the course of a century, this location had undergone significant transformation. The rising waters had submerged the bird basin, and as it was winter, the presence of a suspicious stone wall along the shore made the entrance rather elusive. I apologize for not inquiring about your name earlier, young wizard, Dumbledore said. Comminister, is it? Kova nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Dumbledore cleared his throat, interrupting their exchange. Kova, you should be acquainted with Hagrid from Hogwarts. Should you require anything, feel free to send a message through him. Chapter 66, The Trial Cave. After Kova departed, Dumbledore and Comey exchanged a glance, instinctively directing their attention towards the entrance along the shore. It was the height of winter, and the vines and tree roots that had previously adorned the bank had weakened in the cold, facilitating their removal. However, the frozen lake presented a more formidable challenge, as only by breaking the ice could they access the space beneath. Standing at the lakeside, Dumbledore gripped his wand tightly, inhaling deeply before sliding his wand upward. With this motion, a sharp cracking sound resonated across the ice, as if the surface protested against its impending shattering. Soon after, a smooth fissure appeared, resembling a gash made by an invisible blade. Dumbledore did not cease his movements. He continued to wave his wand, this time gently sweeping his hands outward from the center. Remarkably, the ice began to shift as if propelled by an unseen force, gradually revealing the space beneath. As the ice parted, a staircase formed from blocks of ice became visible before them, leading downwards, unveiling the stone floor at the lake's edge. At the center of this stone expanse stood a weathered, gray stone basin, appearing as though it had endured the ravages of time. In front of the basin loomed a peculiar stone wall, adorned with a spiral pattern crafted from neatly arranged pebbles, the significance of which remained a mystery. "Let me see what we must do next," Dumbledore said, opening the book. The visitor must utter the password for the wall to part. As soon as Dumbledore's words faded, the wall before Combe began to rotate abruptly, revealing an entrance behind the stone blocks. "This must be the entrance, Professor," Combe remarked, gazing into the shadowy passage. "Shall we descend together?" Dumbledore scrutinized the stone of the entrance. "Of course we shall enter. You wouldn't leave an old man like me here, would you?" The two stepped through the threshold into a natural cave that sloped downward, accompanied by specially placed lighting devices. As the entrance opened, the braziers ignited with the ancient goblin fire. The path ahead was remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstruction, until they encountered a large door blocked by several metallic discs. Combe regarded these discs in silence, recalling a similar encounter, as if they were taunting him with 4 targets. Hit them to unlock the door. With a few incantations, Combe activated the discs, and from the adjacent lake, several stone pillars gradually emerged. He glanced at Dumbledore, who appeared more intrigued by the runes on the discs. The iron door creaked open, revealing a web of spider silk within, intensifying Combe's disdain for Hagrid. The Forbidden Forest was now teeming with spiders, and even the underground caverns had been overrun by them. In the past, blazing flames might have concerned igniting the forest, but here in the cave, such worries vanished. Thus, Combe swiftly waved his wand, igniting the webs entirely. A rustling sound echoed as several enormous spiders emerged from the shadows, bearing their sharp pincers menacingly at Combe. Tantôt explosion. Blazing flames. Several spells were hurled into the spider's lair, and as the crackling of flames and the spider's anguished shrieks filled the air, Combe mused that fire was indeed the most effective means to combat such creatures. Alas, he lamented the loss of the spider's venom. Curious if there existed any differences in toxicity between the large and small spiders. However, the spiders soon resolved this quandary for him, as several charged from the opposite end of the passage, only to become mere targets under the influence of stunning and levitation spells. They had prepared a precious offering for him. How exceedingly courteous! Combe swiftly retrieved a vial, aligning it with precision, his technique honed by experience. After a vigorous squeeze and rub, the spider quivered, exclaiming in its own way, "What a relief!" And then it truly perished. The vial was duly marked with size and weight, facilitating the statistics of venom yield, aimed at enhancing production efficiency for its kin. One could imagine the capitalists in paradise nodding in approval. Dumbledore observed the industrious young wizard busily collecting the venom. Were it not for his knowledge of the price, 100 galleons per pint, he might have assumed Combe was merely a curious scholar. Given the Nest family's resources, future prices would likely plummet, thus making these spiders unwitting contributors to the magical community. The next mechanism surprisingly transformed into floating stone slabs, evidently a deliberate design by the creator, signaling to the challengers, "Step upon us." Combe inhaled deeply, then cautiously stepped onto one of the slabs. As the incantation activated, the slab began to glide slowly towards the opposite side. Combe fixed his gaze nervously on his feet, fearful that a moment's inattention might send him plummeting from midair. At that moment, Kemi suddenly heard the sound of something skittering, not unlike a spider, and indeed, as the stone slab flew to the center of the cave, he beheld a chilling sight. The walls and ceiling were festooned with spider eggs and webs. These arachnids had claimed this space as their lair, their multitude of eggs and webs eliciting a sense of revulsion. Summoning his courage against the creeping dread, Kimmy brandished his wand, unleashing a torrent of fire spells that reduced the eggs and webs to mere ashes. The flames blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire cavern and prompting the hidden spiders to flee in disarray. They must have entered from above, Dumbledore mused, observing the opening in the cave's ceiling with a contemplative expression. One could surmise that this trial was likely constructed from a natural cave, though the passage of years remained a mystery. Fortunately, the magic within still functioned, offering a glimmer of hope to both Kimmy and Dumbledore. The cave was a labyrinthine tangle, its winding passages disorienting. Each fork in the path was densely populated by spiders, but under the trial of the flames, they resolved never to return. After a strenuous collection effort, Kimmy eventually arrived at a spacious cavern. Ahead lay the bridge that had previously risen. With only one final step remaining, he activated the last metal rune, causing the bridge's surface to quickly close and solidify into a robust structure. Standing at one end of the bridge, Kimmy could clearly see the trial hall on the opposite side. Within the hall, several knightly stone statues stood solemnly, as if safeguarding something of great importance. These statues were imposing, wielding long swords, exuding an aura of dignity and inviolability. Kimmy took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. As he entered the hall, a massive war hammer suddenly whizzed past him like lightning, stirring a gust of wind. Taken aback, Kimmy swiftly sidestepped. These guardians were far taller than those he had previously encountered, and they had seemingly mastered the art of descending from the air to strike. Their knees finally able to bend, Kimmy couldn't help but recall the ghost Richard. It was likely that his head had been severed by these sword-wielding stone sentinels. The thought sent a shiver down Kimmy's spine. He had no desire to join their ranks. Chapter 67. Let us skip the animation. It is a well-known fact that larger foes are more challenging to control. Their immense size combined with their reckless assault truly made them a nemesis for fragile spellcasters. Unable to manipulate them with levitation and repulsion spells, Kimmy opted to impede their speed with obstacles, maintaining distance while continually wearing them down, seizing the opportunity to disarm them and shatter their weapons in the process. While this strategy sounded simple, it required the finesse of circling around them incessantly. At the end of the hall, the statue melted away into an archway, and with a flick of his wrist, Kimmy channeled magic to energize the door, revealing yet another lengthy corridor. As the water began to rise above his calves, a whirlpool emerged beneath his feet, ultimately forming a delicate membrane. Oh, thank the heavens. I nearly became fish bait. Kimmy touched this membrane. His hand passed through it, akin to a spell akin to the bubblehead charm. Yet it stemmed from an ancient magic within his own being. Perhaps in the future, he might learn this incantation, even without diving into the lake for fish. It would be exceedingly convenient for unearthing treasures from the lake bed. At that moment, Kimmy noticed a flickering light behind him. Dazed, he turned to find the previously unyielding door now transformed into a mere illusion. If one were not a trial taker, they would surely drown. He mumbled as he stepped through the door, ascending the slanted staircase to a circular hall, ready to vent his frustrations upon the final guardian. Surveying his surroundings, he observed that the floor bore no resemblance to the meditation basins of the previous chamber. It was merely a smooth, black surface. On the walls of the hall hung 5 metallic frames, one of which depicted his own study, where his grandfather, Ed, sat idly in a chair, laughing heartily. Gradually, the other images began to materialize, each presenting a different scene, 2 resembling studies, one an unknown corner of a room, and another a picturesque landscape. Congratulations on discovering this map chamber, began the portrait of Professor Percival, but Ed interrupted. Enough of that, Professor. He's my grandson. There's no need for those lengthy introductions. Just then, Dumbledore entered, surveying the area before making his way to Kimmy's side. Ah, Dumbledore has arrived. I thought you would be waiting to be nibbled on by those spiders. Ed jested. Dumbledore glanced at Ed, who was enjoying the spectacle. I merely came in to see if I could find a chair to rest, he replied. And who might you be? Asked the portrait of Percival, noticing the 2 individuals in the hall. Why, there's one with a beard longer than mine. I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is Kimmy, the trial taker, Dumbledore introduced. Please, Dumbledore, spare us the verbosity in introducing a name that could be written in a single line. It is merely a waste of time, Ed retorted, criticizing the lack of consideration for the readers and players. Who, after all, would be inclined to remember such a lengthy name? Professor Percival, observing the 2, found the situation beyond his comprehension. Last time, it was Ed with a professor, and now it was a younger one and an elder one. I am somewhat perplexed. Did you just say he is your grandson? Percival inquired, eyeing Kimmy. Indeed. You've been in slumber, and thus remain unaware of these matters. I shall elucidate everything to you later. After all, you have ample time now, do you not? Ed clapped his hands and rose from his seat. Dumbledore, please place that book on the pedestal by the door. I will converse with you in detail later, Professor Percival. Dumbledore shrugged and proceeded towards the steps, carrying the book. As Dumbledore placed the tome upon the surface, a fleeting shimmer of magic coursed through the air, converging at the heart of the hall. At that moment, specks of light emerged upon the obsidian floor, floating like a constellation upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, these luminescent dots gradually sank into the surface, and as Cormy gazed upon them, a map began to materialize beneath the floor, transforming their perspective into one that overlooked the entirety of Hogwarts Castle, along with Hogsmeade Village and several surrounding hamlets. Cormy, I trust you are beginning to sense the uniqueness of this chamber compared to others, Ed gently reminded his grandson. Indeed, I can feel the ancient magic pulsating here, Cormy replied, raising his arm as he sensed the magic within him throb like a heartbeat drawn to something in the vicinity. Simply take your time to absorb these essences, and you shall awaken your ancient magical talents. As you delve deeper, it will grow ever more potent. This is the very reason why ancient magic is coveted, Ed continued, while Dumbledore feigned interest in the map, attentively eavesdropping on Ed's words. Dumbledore, the treasures I promised you lie over there. They encompass all I have gathered, including your due recompense. Ed had initially intended to impart this power to Dumbledore, while he himself would remain concealed, observing the conflict between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters from the sidelines. Regrettably, he could not witness the reality firsthand, but he mused that watching on behalf of Dumbledore was not without merit. Chapter 68, A Trove of Antiquities. I knew it. You moved all our collections here years ago, only to hand them over to Dumbledore now? Professor Percival's portrait regarded Ed with incredulity. Ed chuckled nonchalantly. Oh, come now. You are Percival, and he is also Percival. You are practically kin. Moreover, he is the mightiest of wizards. Ed sought to placate the portrait of Professor Percival. However, Professor Percival's portrait appeared unimpressed, maintaining a look of exasperation as he gazed at Ed. What does that have to do with me? Noting Percival's reaction, Ed waved dismissively and grinned. Though my words may be fanciful, perhaps they serve as a form of acknowledgement. Furthermore, housing these tomes here is far safer than keeping them at home. Consider the unfortunate fate of young Luke Wood, who blindly pursued power after merely glancing at a single tome. Surely, you do not wish future generations to tread a misguided path after perusing these works. Upon hearing Ed's remarks, Percival rolled his eyes and retorted, You're speaking in riddles once again. What precisely are you preparing? Or did you foresee something in the past? He recalled how Ed had once triumphantly declared his intention to establish a trophy room after relocating all that he could hear. Yet now he seemed to casually pass these items along. There must be a deeper reason behind it. Ed offered a subtle smile as he explained, nothing of particular note, merely a misguided remnant of a soul. His path was somewhat extreme, fraught with myriad forks. Nevertheless, I am quite pleased that you have refrained from lecturing me at length, as you once did. Professor Passivar gazed intently at Ed and slowly remarked, It appears that your foresight has begun to manifest itself. Just as you accurately predicted my arrival, I too have successfully foreseen the current situation. Although the reality deviates slightly from my initial estimations, akin to the trials you meticulously designed for me, I have deliberately left some assistance. Thus, does it not seem entirely normal? A faint smile played at the corners of Ed's lips. However, Professor Passivar dismissed Ed's words with a shake of his head, countering, This is by no means an ordinary matter. One must understand that ancient magic has never been transmitted through bloodlines. This is common knowledge. His brow furrowed tightly, clearly dissatisfied with Ed's explanation. Ed, noticing this, merely smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated Passivar's reaction. He spoke slowly. You are indeed correct. Ancient magic typically does not pass through bloodlines. Yet exceptions exist, do they not? As for how I transcended this limitation, that is an entirely different tale. Life is perpetually filled with unexpected surprises and shocks, is it not? At times, we believe we have grasped all the answers, only for fate to deliver an unforeseen twist at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and Cormy had entered the storeroom, standing at the threshold, awestruck by the vast and chaotic space before them. The room was cluttered with an avalanche of books, scrolls, and assorted items, forming a precarious mountain. Some boxes lay carelessly discarded to the side. In one corner of the room, peculiar suits of armor rested silently. A large bundle of wands was carelessly tossed into a top hat, as if they were mere ordinary sticks. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon the towering stack of books, and his eyes involuntarily twitched, Such a haphazard method of storage was indeed rare, causing him to worry that the book he sought might be buried deep within this literary mountain. In contrast, Kemi was more intrigued by the nearby boxes, their surfaces adorned with gear-shaped embellishments that glimmered faintly, suggesting considerable value. Taking a deep breath, Kemi slowly lifted the heavy lid of one box. As the lid fully opened, his eyes eagerly scanned the contents within, only to be met with disappointment. Inside lay no coveted treasures or mysterious magical artifacts, but rather a jumble of clothing carelessly piled together. These garments appeared quite ordinary, aside from a few slightly ornate pieces on top. The rest were outdated styles from a century ago, their colors dull and lifeless. Kemi shook his head. These clothes would likely find their only buyers among theatrical troupes in need of vintage attire. He continued to inspect other boxes, yet the results were equally disheartening. These containers were filled with various bric-a-brac, tattered books, yellowed papers, rusted tools, and even a few vials of potions that had long expired, some a century past their prime. This place bears no resemblance to a collection room. Rather, it resembles a forgotten storeroom, or perhaps a space cluttered with useless debris. Cormy felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had harbored high hopes for this location, yearning to uncover something of value. It appeared to be nothing more than a futile endeavor. As the two emerged from within, Ed was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the portrait of Percival. Noticing Cormy holding several garments, his eyebrows arched slightly. "Cormy, you truly have a knack for selection, immediately choosing the most useless items. These garments hold no significance beyond their aesthetic appeal." "What? I merely observed that these clothes possess a more modern style. Your garments date back a century. Surely you do not believe anyone still wears such attire? Suit yourself. After all, they are meant for you. Without a system, those garments are nothing but waste." Ed swiftly deflected blame onto the original self, now lifeless, merely a portrait. Dumbledore had no objections. The tomes and notes from ancient magical families would sustain his research for quite some time, including insights on how Professor Percival imparted ancient magic to the other three professors. Chapter 69. The Reward, the Spoils. These trials will test your innate abilities and the knowledge you have acquired, but be advised, this process must be undertaken solely by you. His words seemed to underscore the gravity and significance of the forthcoming trial. Upon concluding his statement, Professor Percival's portrait cast a meaningful glance at Dumbledore, suggesting an unspoken depth. Ed could not help but ponder. The professor was indeed replicating his experiences verbatim for the next trial taker. Last time, the professor himself participated. Now it was the headmaster's turn. What would come next? Would even the Ministry of Magic be summoned? I hope you gleaned something from the trial. The first trial is marked on the map. Once again, I must emphasize, it must be completed alone. That expression seemed to convey certainty that Cormy had only succeeded in the prior trial due to Dumbledore's assistance. This was understandable, for in comparison to fifth-year students, first-year wizards are indeed quite young. Dumbledore slowly lowered his head, his gaze fixed upon a map at his feet, focusing on the woodland area to the north of Hogwarts, where a solitary tower emitted a faint glow. The distance between this tower and the castle was considerable, a truly remote location. Dumbledore gazed intently at the tower. It seemed that this was a place one could only reach after awakening ancient magic. After all, the purpose of this trial was to assess your mastery of ancient magic, while also requiring you to possess the ability to protect yourself in the wilderness. It appears I must embark on a lengthy journey to reach there. It is even farther than Hogsmeade, Cormy muttered, feeling somewhat tormented by the prospect. Fear not, we could traverse by other means. This valley is home to many wizards, and their residences typically feature fireplaces. We may borrow one. Dumbledore smiled, knowing that the wizards would undoubtedly welcome their presence, especially since it was the visit of the headmaster of Hogwarts. However, the most pressing matter at hand remained whether one could awaken. With that, Dumbledore winked. As the two prepared to depart, the portrait of Grandfather Ed called out loudly, reminding them to exit via the staircase above, which led directly to the school's dungeons, cautioning them to avoid drawing attention. Just before the door closed, it seemed that Professor Percival stepped through his frame into Ed's portrait, inquiring about some matter. Dumbledore had already begun to ascend the spiral staircase, and as they climbed, they realized they were at the lowest level of the castle, with the dungeons just one floor above. Upon exiting the dungeons and traversing several corridors, they encountered a stone-carved dragon coiled at the end of the hallway, its base inscribed with the renowned Hogwarts motto, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. Although the origins of this motto remain shrouded in mystery, it serves as a reminder to maintain a sense of reverence for all things. Dumbledore gazed at the intricately carved dragon, every scale visible as it lay in slumber. Yet it appeared as though it might awaken at any moment. A sense of reverence. "I shall remember, Professor," he remarked. "Of course, it is merely a statue. Even a most persistent tickling would not rouse it." He chuckled. This journey had proven fruitful, for Dumbledore had finally uncovered clues to harnessing ancient magic. He glanced at the assortment of garments that Cormy had carried from the collection room. For wizarding robes of varying colors, adorned with patterns woven from gold and silver threads. They certainly appeared splendid and attention-grabbing, but as your grandfather rightly noted, they merely possessed a few everyday enchantments, Dumbledore assessed. Yet, it is not just their grandeur or the automatic cleaning charms. They can morph according to body shape. Do you not find the patterns on these 4 robes strikingly familiar? Cormy looked at Dumbledore in puzzlement. From Cormy's perspective, among the garments in the box, only these few radiated a magical glimmer, leading him to believe that they might date back even further than his grandfather, belonging to a more ancient era of magical artifacts. As for the other remnants in the box, after a century of wear, it was a miracle they had survived intact. Dumbledore reached out to touch the edges and patterns of the robes, noting that they were indeed crafted from animal fibers, likely left behind by a former headmaster. And the designs appeared to correspond to the 4 houses. "It seems you have truly found something remarkable. Certainly more fitting for you than those notes and tomes you cannot utilize at present," Dumbledore said with a smile. "May I ask you to cast a spell on these garments, Professor?" Cormy said, cradling the robes with an endearing expression, eager to seize the moment. Indeed, he was a true grandson of Ed, equally shrewd. Dumbledore chuckled, realizing he had little choice but to acquiesce to the demands of this crafty young wizard. "What kind of magic do you desire?" Dumbledore intended to first listen to the request, and if it proved excessive, he would simply refuse it under some other pretext. It was a rather straightforward request, to enchant the common room door to allow free entry and exit. After all, as a mere first-year wizard, it was all too easy for him to be left outside, and catching a cold from the winter chill could hinder his academic progress. Was it truly that simple? He raised an eyebrow, surprised that such an uncomplicated request was all that was needed. He had expected the necessity for protective curses or counterspells, which are typically employed by wizards on their garments, as robes can shield a significant portion of the body, making protective enchantments the optimal choice. If it were possible, he would also appreciate assistance with the other houses. Since the question had been posed, it would be remiss of Cormy not to add a few conditions of his own. Dumbledore found himself wishing for a time-turner, regretting his impulsive remark. Very well, this could be accomplished swiftly. With a shrug, he resolved to act in light of the kindness shown by Ed, who had gifted him all his collectibles. Chapter 70. Snape's ambition. Only Professor Snape appeared to be deeply troubled by the matter. From the onset of the potion class, he wore an expression akin to that of a pale specter, his piercing gaze fixed on the table occupied by Cormy and Autumnjean. To the other students, it seemed as though Cormy had incurred Snape's ire for some undisclosed reason, having been frequently punished by the professor at night, and now facing his scrutiny in class as well. This unnerved Autumn greatly. She had never before experienced such intense observation, and her attempts at brewing potions faltered, resulting in deductions of points. The other students might have thought Snape too preoccupied to notice them, and in their mischief, one unfortunate soul carelessly tossed an entire handful of herb roots into the cauldron, which erupted in a spectacle of smoke akin to a fireworks display. A sharp, acrid scent filled the classroom, reminiscent of swimming in gastric fluid, amid a cacophony of coughing and gasps as students scrambled to evade the swirling haze. In the ensuing chaos, it became unclear whose cauldron had tipped over, as several unfortunate students shrieked in surprise from the scalding liquid. Snape, with a forceful sweep of his arm, dissipated the choking smoke in a swift motion, leaving the classroom in relative calm. The injured students inhaled deeply, fearful that uttering a sound might prompt Snape to deduct points along with a scathing remark. "Bullies, tell me, do your eyes still reside within that head of yours, crammed full of slugs? Or must I press them against the textbook to ensure you can discern each letter?" At that moment, Comey's mind echoed with a singular thought. He had appeared. Snape was employing a cold and artistic linguistic assault against others, due to the disastrous consequences of your blunders. Hufflepuff shall lose 30 points. Indeed, Snape seized every opportunity to penalize other houses mercilessly. However, Comey perceived this as merely Snape's preemptive strategy to ensure that Hufflepuff would not triumph over Slytherin in the Quidditch matches. The more points deducted, the less significant the bonus for winning the Quidditch championship would become. An ominous shadow named Slytherin loomed over all of Hogwarts. How could a person be so cruel? Mister, what should one do immediately upon completing the potion brewing?" Severus Snape stood before the table with a stern expression, his gaze fixed upon the student who had momentarily drifted away. Cormy hurriedly averted his eyes, realizing his blunder. He had been lost in thought and had failed to lower his head just in time. Surely, his thoughts had been laid bare. One must verify the quality of the finished product and promptly extinguish the flames to prevent any alterations in the potion. Then allow it to cool before bottling and sealing it, Professor. Snape snorted disdainfully, his nostrils flaring with contempt. Today, through those piercing blue eyes, he glimpsed a fragment of emotion. Even without the aid of legilimency, he could effortlessly discern the young wizard's thoughts. However, what Snape remained unaware of was that Cormy's naturally blue eyes possessed qualities beyond mere aesthetics. They could resist a certain degree of mental magic exerted through gaze, including legilimency itself. Yet there existed a flaw. When the owner's mind wandered or engaged in other actions that caused pupil dilation, vulnerabilities could be exposed. While deep memories could not be easily extracted, this still posed a latent risk. Prior to Cormy's attendance at Hogwarts, Ed had specifically trained him to address this issue, especially considering the presence of 2 adept practitioners within the school, one of whom was Snape himself. Soon enough, Snape attributed his inability to penetrate Cormy's memories to the ancient Dumbledore and the now embellished portrait of Mr. Nyst. Surely, they had portrayed him as a vampire lurking in a basement, fond of employing legilimency. Only these 2 old codgers would go to such lengths to teach such defenses against him. Dumbledore, look at this cauldron. It is large and round. Yet why does it appear here? After a fit of vexation, Snape finally ceased to fixate on Cormy's group. Once he had collected the potion results from all the students, he announced the end of class with an impassive demeanor, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the students. Did you steal Professor Snape's potion? Or perhaps destroy his cauldron? As soon as they exited the potions classroom, Qiuzhang could no longer contain her curiosity. She had almost believed she would perish during the lesson, where a single mistake had led to consecutive point deductions, nearly bringing her to tears. Thankfully, Cormy's steady performance had salvaged the potion. Not at all. I remember there being no discovery of any wrongdoing beforehand. Cormy patted the materials at his waist. He had prepared all the students' ingredients himself. Thanks to his efforts, each student now had double the materials, completely alleviating concerns over waste from operational errors. All my hard work with the ingredients deserves some reward, right? This vial is for treating wounds, perfect for exploration in the Forbidden Forest. It enhances defense, splendid, and it boosts spellcasting speed, simply marvelous. Alas, Snape's office is locked. It must house an abundance of treasures. Do not fret. Snape is actually aware of where those potions have gone. He simply prefers to keep that knowledge to himself. He might even be quite pleased about it, Cormy assured with a pat on his chest. Initially, Severus Snape had already discerned the whereabouts of the missing vials from the potion cabinet. However, the fact that Cormac had a benevolent grandfather rendered Snape momentarily speechless at the mere mention of Nestor's reimbursement. Presently, he yearned for Cormac to thoroughly empty the potion cabinet so he could procure the necessary supplies. Moreover, during the preceding class, Cormac had placed a vial of Spider Friend on the table. Otherwise, why would Snape have been fixated on something? That single vial held sufficient value to purchase a considerable portion of Snape's possessions. At this moment, within the confines of the potion classroom, Snape sat poised behind his desk. As the last student departed, he swiftly approached the table and seized the inconspicuous glass vial. After shaking it gently and scrutinizing its contents through the glass, he cautiously removed the cork and inhaled the aroma that wafted forth. Indeed, it was the very essence he sought. "Excuse me, Professor, I forgot to retrieve my belongings." A head peeked through the door, astonished at the sight of Snape, who wore a look of satisfaction. Chapter 71. Books, Sunshine, and Hounds. Further ahead lay the fidgety stairs. Apologies for the moniker, but any student who has endured their trials would not harbor fondness for them. After all, Hogwarts is a castle imbued with a profound sense of history, continually maintained and renovated, with many areas now boasting more modern amenities. Naturally, most of these items and facilities are basic necessities, while other technological advancements remain constrained by the castle's ancient magic. This stronghold was originally established as a sanctuary for wizards, and the rules inscribed in the magical contract at its inception remain unaltered, impervious to the influence of both the headmaster and the Ministry of Magic. At that moment, Cormac perused a book filled with various interpretations and speculations regarding magic. As the oldest wizarding school, Hogwarts' origins are a subject of fascination among many wizards, particularly the curse associated with the Dark Lord. Following the Dark Lord's disappearance, numerous wizards endeavored to study this purportedly insurmountable curse. Most believed it was cast by Voldemort himself to undermine his adversaries. Conversely, a faction of wizards refuted this theory, asserting that no traces of the curse have been found within classrooms or professors' offices. They claimed that the Dark Lord had merely proclaimed the existence of the curse, leading other wizards to accept its reality, thereby reinforcing its potency. The more believers there were, the stronger the curse became, and its resolution required the death of the Dark Lord. This notion contributed to the understanding that the Dark Lord was merely missing rather than deceased, as the source of the curse remained intact. Regrettably, the Ministry of Magic persistently denied this fact, a classic case of protecting their own secrets rather than safeguarding the truth. Thus, even if the Dark Lord were to return, the Ministry would remain blind and deaf, avoiding confrontation while paradoxically earning his favor. Cormac shook his head and closed the book. Indeed, politics is the art of manipulating possibilities, ultimately serving human nature. The sun outside shone brightly, prompting him to consider a leisurely stroll near Hagrid's hut, followed by a visit to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Cormac, hey, wait up. Two identical, spirited voices called from behind. Would you care to learn about our new formula? Fred, with a cheerful grin, playfully poked the book nestled in Comb's arms. Oh, how unfortunate. I thought everyone would relish the opportunity to give it a try. The twins sighed in unison, feigning disappointment, yet their excitement quickly resurfaced. You know, he is likely to pounce on us and chew us to bits the moment he sees us. The twins complained, lamenting how they might end up grappling with one another upon meeting. Wouldn't that be preferable? If you were hospitalized, wouldn't you have a much easier time? At the very least, he wouldn't disturb my leisurely strolls along the edge of the woods. The rewards are bountiful. George winked, promising that during the next potion class test, Snape's nose would resemble a glowing strawberry. Combe stared at the two in shock. This was illegal. Psychedelic substances have always been regulated, especially the infamous love potion. For a mere drop can cause one to fall head over heels for someone entirely unrelated. The Ministry of Magic has prohibited their sale within the school grounds. Are you truly considering selling such items at school? Have you even glanced at the Ministry's penalties concerning such merchandise? The Weasley twins exchanged glances, seemingly oblivious to this fact. As the Ministry had not explicitly banned that particular potion, Combe cleared his throat. Hagrid mentioned that one should not tamper with things from the Forbidden Forest, particularly those that glow. Moreover, I would prefer to maintain my house points. Thank you very much. He deftly circumvented them and continued toward the grand oak door. The twins behind him let out exaggerated sighs, but were soon captivated by another unfortunate soul passing by, launching into their pitch for the new product. As Combe exited the castle, the warm sunlight and fresh air enveloped him. He walked along the grassy slope towards Hagrid's solitary little hut. Fong had already caught his scent, barking excitedly at the door. Is it Hugh Combe? Hagrid's enormous figure appeared in the doorway, donning his pocket-laden apron and holding a massive copper kettle, evidently preparing to feed some creature. Perfect. Help me check on Buckbeak's new feather oil. Not that one. The other. It's been shedding a bit lately. Combe and Hagrid made their way toward the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, carrying his pink umbrella, boisterously introduced the traits of the hippogriffs, his voice booming enough to startle several birds from the trees. As they approached the Forbidden Forest, the light grew increasingly dappled and sparse, while the air turned cooler, imbued with the distinctive scent of earth and decaying vegetation. Combe relished this place, a tranquil blend of peril and vitality. They paused before several ancient trees that appeared rather ailing. Hagrid gruffly gestured for Combe to lower his voice. All right, little ones, don't be afraid, it's us. Hagrid spoke softly to the hollow in the tree, then turned to Combe, lowering his voice. Your eyesight is keen. Take a look in that hollow to the left. Is the nest still all right? The recent weather has been quite cold. Chapter 72. Intruders in the Forbidden Forest. Combe cautiously approached, parting the drooping vines to inspect the interior of the tree hollow. The nest was intricately constructed. Although slightly damp from the rain, its structure remained intact. Two slender creatures, resembling withered twigs, nestled tightly within the depths of their nest, their vigilant little eyes glimmering faintly in the dim light. Upon hearing this, Hagrid's massive chest visibly heaved with a sigh of relief. Splendid. I knew they would endure. Such resilient little beings. He joyfully patted Combe on the back, the force nearly sending Combe tumbling into the nearby pile of fallen leaves. Oh, my apologies, I got a bit carried away. Hagrid quickly steadied Combe. He then rummaged through the pockets of his moleskin coat, extracting a haphazard assortment of items, including several feathers that likely belonged to various creatures, a crumb of rock cake, some indistinguishable parts, a small clump of soft flax, a few scraps of fabric, and even a crumpled piece of old newspaper. He carefully tucked these dry materials into the tree hollow. Alas, the weather has been rather cold lately. They must be freezing, unable to find dry leaves nearby. This will have to suffice, better than being damp. He murmured to himself as he arranged the materials within the cavity. Ever since they were driven out, they have remained here, waiting for the weather to warm before I find them a new home. Hagrid recovered the tree hollow with vines. For Combe, having Hagrid, this half-giant friend, by his side, made venturing into the forbidden forest feel as comforting as exploring one's own backyard. As for Dumbledore's prohibition, well, rules are rigid, but humans are adaptable, and with Hagrid at his side, there was an abundance of security. If facing danger proved insurmountable, retreating would be the wisest course. And he had prepared contingencies. Drawing on the nurturing recipes learned from his grandfather, Combe had successfully fed Dumbledore's Phoenix companion. In a true moment of peril, a call might summon Fawkes to whisk him to safety. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew ever taller, their branches entwining to form a dense canopy, casting the surroundings into a dim and mottled light. The path beneath their feet gradually became indistinct, relying solely on Hagrid's familiarity with the terrain to guide their way. An unusual silence enveloped the area, broken only by the rustling of leaves beneath their feet and the occasional distant, indistinct bird call. After about a quarter of an hour, Hagrid suddenly uttered a low sound, abruptly halting in his tracks, his enormous form nearly obscuring Combe's view. Something is amiss, Hagrid's voice lowered, laced with palpable caution. It's too quiet. Normally, by this point, we would have already heard their wings flapping and their calls to one another. Combe peered around Hagrid's side. Before them lay a clearing embraced by ancient trees, with a few beams of sunlight struggling to penetrate the leaf gaps to illuminate the ground, where indeed some feathers and traces of animal activity were evident. However, the clearing was barren, filled only with the low moan of the wind passing through the treetops. An unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the air. Yaya had ceased its curious sniffing and now pressed closely against Hagrid's leg, emitting anxious low whimpers. "We must investigate," Hagrid said, his brow furrowed as he gripped his iconic pink umbrella tightly, signaling Combe to follow. The two cautiously stepped into the clearing. Combe immediately sensed something amiss. The underbrush at the edge of the clearing bore the unmistakable signs of violent trampling, with broken branches strewn chaotically. It was evident that this disorder did not stem from a large creature leisurely foraging, but rather hinted at a struggle in pursuit. "Hagrid, look here," Combe said, pointing to a particular spot on the ground. There, in the soil, lay several distinct and deeply imprinted footprints, which were unmistakably not those of a hippogriff. Instead, they bore a closer resemblance to human shoe prints, albeit deeper, suggesting the presence of a robust male. Even more alarming were the large, glistening feathers scattered nearby, feathers belonging to a hippogriff. One of the feathers was even stained at its base with a dark crimson, congealed blood. Hagrid's face paled instantly. He crouched down, gingerly picking up the bloodied feather with his thick fingers, his hand trembling slightly. "Merlin's beard," he murmured, his voice tinged with anger and concern. "This wasn't a natural shedding. This was forcibly ripped away. And these footprints, they do not belong to anyone from Hogwarts." Comey felt a heaviness settle in his heart. He scanned the surroundings and soon discovered additional signs, not far off, a deep drag mark that extended from the center of the clearing into the depths of the woods, suggesting that some heavy object had been forcibly pulled away. Alongside the drag marks were several clear impressions, as if something had repeatedly scraped against the ground. "Someone has trespassed into the forbidden forest," Hagrid exclaimed, suddenly rising, his chest heaving with agitation, his eyes blazing with fury. "They've attacked the hippogriffs. They might have captured one or two of them." Buckbeak. A wave of worry washed over him. He turned to Comey, declaring, "I must find them. They are in danger, and perhaps we can follow the trail." Yes, follow the trail. The earlier tranquility had been completely shattered. The sunlight continued to filter through the leaves. Yet now it seemed cold and threatening. The familiar forbidden forest had transformed into a perilous realm. Comey observed the anxious expression on Hagrid's face and glanced at the suspicious marks on the ground, realizing that their peaceful routine had been disrupted, and a new adventure, or rather, trouble, had quietly approached. Chapter 73, The Centaur's Warning. Hagrid and Comey searched along the drag marks, their steps heavy and hurried, the entire forest resonating with their anxiety. Each footfall upon the fallen leaves and twigs produced a distinct crunch, echoing sharply in the stillness of this environment. Fong, with his tail tucked, closely followed at Hagrid's side, trembling slightly and emitting low whimpers, clearly unsettled by the dim forest. Both were burdened with worry, their minds consumed by a singular thought, to find Buckbeak as swiftly as possible. Their pace quickened to a near jog, as they navigated around a severed tree trunk. A faint rustling sound emerged from the adjacent thicket. Though subtle, in such a quiet forest, it stood out alarmingly, heightening their alertness. Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure stepped forth from the shadows. A centaur, bearing a bow and arrows, emerged like a specter, catching all off guard. "Oh, Ronan? What brings you here?" Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the centaur before him. Hastily lowering the umbrella he had just raised, a sense of relief washing over his face. This centaur, with a bronze horse body and human torso, wore a serious expression, his deep-set eyes gazing at the starry sky as if indifferent to the world around him. Despite the daylight, his presence evoked a sense of night. "Hagrid," Ronan's voice was deep and slow, marked by the distinct cadence of his kind. "You rushed through the forest as if pursued by demons." His gaze scrutinized Hagrid and Hermione, seemingly assessing their intentions. "Ronan," Hagrid grasped at the lifeline. "Something has happened. The habitat of the hippogriffs has been attacked. There are intruders. They may have taken Buckbeak." Ronan shook his head. "They were not captured. They were ambushed by spiders. Those injured and unscathed managed to flee." With a sigh of relief, Hagrid inquired, "Where are they now? I must check on them. Poor creatures. I may need to prepare some healing potions." "What is that noise?" Hermione couldn't help but ask, sensing the situation was more complex than she had anticipated. Ronan shifted his focus from the trees to Hermione and Hagrid. "Acromantulas. Their activity has become alarmingly frequent and aggressive. They are no longer content with their traditional hunting grounds and have begun encroaching into other areas of the forest, attacking the territories of other creatures, even clashing with our centaur patrols." "What? Impossible!" Hagrid immediately retorted, incredulity etched on his face. "Aragog would never allow such a thing. I raised him. He assured me that his offspring would remain deep in the forbidden forest, harming no one and never instigating conflict." "Hagrid," Ronan's tone held a mix of pity and sternness. "That was a promise made long ago. Aragog may still remember your kindness, but he cannot govern the hunger and instincts of all his progeny. Their numbers have grown too vast. The prey deep within the forest may no longer suffice. Hunger can compel even the most docile of creatures to reveal their fangs." Hermione felt a heaviness in her heart, immediately recalling the massive, heavy footprints and dragging marks in the clearing. Could it be that the culprit was not a human, but rather these enormous spiders? Yet the footprints nearby were indeed human. There must be a third party involved. "Hagrid," Hermione urged, grabbing the gamekeeper, who seemed ready to argue. "Ronan speaks truthfully. Aragog may still be your ally, but he cannot command every spider. If their numbers have swelled to the point of food scarcity, they could very well attack large creatures like the hippogriffs for survival." He recalled the bloodied feathers and signs of struggle, which indeed aligned with the hunting methods of spiders. Hagrid opened his mouth, anguish and conflict evident on his face. He could not accept that the beloved creature he had nurtured could become a threat to the forest. Hermione turned to Ronan, posing the crucial question. "Ronan, aside from us and the usual visitors to the Forbidden Forest, have you observed any other intruders recently? Especially those that leave human footprints?" Ronan pondered for a moment, his forehead, etched with star-like patterns, furrowed slightly. "Do you count yourself and Dumbledore among them? Aside from me, Hagrid and Dumbledore, strangers are not welcome in the Forbidden Forest." However, he paused recently. "There has indeed been a Hogwarts professor who has visited the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest multiple times under the pretense of studying the local magical ecology. It is your newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Galatea McGonagall." "McGonagall?" Hagrid repeated, somewhat bewildered, his thoughts still entangled in the spider issue. "Oh yes, he has been here a few times, greeted me, said he wanted to collect some herbs and observe the tree guardians, but he was quite amiable." Yet Combs' brow furrowed. A defense against the dark arts professor, frequently appearing near the scene of incidents? Surely, this cannot be mere coincidence. Those footprints, while not definitive evidence, suggest that a professor possesses the capability to subdue a hippogriff. "Hagrid," Combs' voice became urgent. "Let's not hastily seek Aragog. If the spiders have indeed become aggressive due to hunger, venturing there now would be perilous." Hagrid regarded Combs' serious demeanor, then glanced at Ronan's solemn expression, gradually awakening from his blind trust in Aragog. He realized that the events unfolding in the Forbidden Forest were likely far more intricate and perilous than he had previously imagined. "You are right, Combe." Hagrid finally nodded gravely, clenching his fists. "Let's seek out Dumbledore. We must inform him of everything. Thank you, esteemed guardian of the forest. Please, exercise caution and convey my regards to Kova. I am grateful for his assistance last time. Watch your step, young one. I have seen your figure appear in the forest. The Aries and Sagittarius are in alignment. You must be prepared." With that, Ronan vanished into the underbrush, leaving Hagrid and Combe standing in place, along with Yaya, who remained hunched down, pretending to be a rock. Chapter 74. The Stubborn Hagrid. Aries and Sagittarius? Combe mused over Ronan's parting words, while Hagrid appeared increasingly anxious. Although he learned from Ronan that Buckbeak and the others were temporarily safe, he still felt a lingering unease. Combe, listen. Hagrid turned, his massive face etched with worry and stubbornness. But Buckbeak is like my child. If he is injured, trapped somewhere, or being pursued by those frenzied spiders, I cannot just wait idly. I must go find him. I know the Forbidden Forest well. I understand how to avoid danger. But there is no but. Hagrid's tone was resolute. You go tell Dumbledore. Inform him of everything while I... He thumped his chest, producing a dull sound. I must do what I'm meant to. I am the guardian of the Forbidden Forest. It is my duty to protect its creatures. Seeing the unwavering resolve in Hagrid's eyes, Combe understood that further persuasion would be futile. Hagrid's loyalty and affection for his friends had now eclipsed all reason. Well, Combe relented, but he swiftly retrieved a small, silver whistle adorned with phoenix feathers from his pocket and handed it to Hagrid, saying, "Take this. If you encounter real danger, blow it. Fawkes may hear you." Hagrid gazed at the exquisite whistle in his hand, his eyes glistening with emotion, and nodded firmly. "Good lad. I promise you, now go." Resolutely, Hagrid turned and once more trudged toward the increasingly eerie Forbidden Forest, while Combe inhaled deeply and dashed through the hall, racing toward the granite staircase. He needed to inform Professor Dumbledore of the situation with utmost urgency. Breathless, Combe directed the command at the Stone Guardian, which jumped aside, revealing a spiral staircase behind it. Upon bursting into the circular office, he found Professor Dumbledore standing beside Fawkes's perch, quietly offering the Phoenix a glimmering sweet. Fawkes turned away, seemingly unwilling. The room was filled with the gentle clicks and hums of various silver instruments. Loans, Dumbledore turned, surprise flickering in his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses, swiftly replaced by concern. "You appear quite hurried. What has transpired?" "Professor, something has happened." Combe, disregarding his breathlessness, urgently recounted the discoveries he and Hagrid had made in the Forbidden Forest, the creatures under attack, the centaur Ronan, and the alarming warnings regarding the unusually active and aggressive Acromantula. Finally, he mentioned that Professor Galatea Merithot had ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore sat at his desk, hands clasped beneath his chin, eyes half closed as he listened quietly to Comb's account. His expression, once relaxed, gradually furrowed with concern as Comb's narrative unfolded. "I understand." Dumbledore's voice was low and deliberate, as if contemplating something of great significance. After a moment, he continued, "And Hagrid? Where is he now?" Dumbledore's brow tightened further, and he sighed, remarking, "This certainly aligns with Hagrid's character. His love for friends is always so selfless." Combe, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "I gave him Fawkes's whistle, hoping he would blow it if he found himself in danger. But I fear he may not use it or may not even think to leave alone." Dumbledore gently shook his head and said, "Hagrid is indeed like that. He can be overly impulsive at times. However, you have done well, Combe. You have brought us very crucial news, which will greatly aid our efforts to locate Hagrid." "Professor, what do the Aries and Sagittarius mentioned by the centaur signify?" Combe inquired, his face a mask of confusion as he took the opportunity to ask about the celestial references made by the centaur. Though he had astronomy lessons in his first year, he had not prioritized it, as he spent every evening studying in the professor's office. After a moment of contemplation, the professor explained, Aries and Sagittarius are both fire signs, typically used to signify companions or friends. From the centaur's words, it seems they are attempting to establish some form of connection with wizards. Comey nodded thoughtfully, his mind beginning to unravel the intentions of the centaurs. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a silvery beam of light shot forth from its tip, coalescing into a guardian spirit resembling a phoenix, emanating a tranquil yet formidable aura. "Go find Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn." Dumbledore's voice resonated through the guardian, clear and urgent, informing him of an emergency in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was in peril and required him to meet at the castle gates immediately, preparing to venture into the forest for rescue. The silver phoenix soared high, swiftly exiting through the office window. This marked the second occasion Comey had witnessed Dumbledore wielding this extraordinary incantation. "Comey," Dumbledore turned to him, his tone brooking no argument. "You have already done enough. Now, I need you to remain safely within the castle. This matter is to be handled by the professors. But, Professor Nubuts, you are still a first-year student and cannot venture into the Forbidden Forest." Concern radiated from Dumbledore's blue eyes, yet was overshadowed by an undeniable authority. He swiftly made his way toward the spiral staircase, his robes billowing behind him. Stay in the castle. Do not go anywhere. Chapitre 75, Renforcement arrive. Cormy watched as the headmaster vanished at the staircase, his heart racing with anxiety. Stay in the castle? Wait for news? The thought of Hagrid potentially facing hordes of acromantulas alone rendered him incapable of remaining still. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hagrid's hut. Surely, Hagrid had prepared herbs and potions. He frequently traversed the Forbidden Forest, and he must possess them. I cannot directly enter the Forbidden Forest, but I can do something, Cormy resolved instantly. He turned and sprinted down another corridor toward Hagrid's hut outside the castle. Beyond the long corridor lay another entrance to Hogwarts. Hagrid's hut rested below the sloping path of the entrance, its door firmly shut, with only a few chickens in the coop squabbling. The key flies to me. Although unaware of Hagrid's hiding place for the key, he knew that with a wand, all obstacles could be overcome. The key emerged from beneath the doormat, and Cormy seized it, swiftly unlocking the door. Inside the cluttered space, an assortment of tools lay piled beside the entrance, accompanied by a large chest and several cabinets, while another room was brimming with bales of hay. The cabinets were filled with various jars and bottles, and Cormy quickly rummaged through, occasionally choking on the dust that was stirred up. Finally, in a corner, he discovered a potion contained within a glass vial, evidently partially used, with a label from the apothecary. He also found a wooden box containing dried herbs. He hastily grabbed a bundle of makeshift bandages crafted from Hagrid's old clothes. Not neglecting the rope hanging on the wall, remembering Hagrid mentioning that it contained unicorn hair, he stuffed these items into a pocket, locked the door, and then sprinted toward the castle gates with the speed of a sprinter. At this moment, Dumbledore and Professor Kettleburn, the professor of magical creatures, were making their way toward the school entrance. Though Professor Kettleburn had lost part of his limbs due to a previous accident, his spirit remained undaunted, and his knowledge of the Forbidden Forest and its creatures rivaled that of Hagrid. Upon arriving at the castle doors, they were astonished to find Cormy waiting there, breathless yet resolute, clutching a backpack tightly in his grasp. Professor, I have discovered the herbs Hagrid might need for healing and detoxification, Cormy exclaimed eagerly, seizing the opportunity to speak before Dumbledore could chastise him. I am quite familiar with certain paths in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps I can be of assistance. I promise to stick close to you and not wander off. Dumbledore regarded Cormy with a deep, contemplative gaze, appearing less irate than one might expect. Time was of the essence, and he chose not to press the matter further, merely exhaling a soft sigh. Stay close to me. Do not stray even a step, he instructed. Sylvanus, let us set off. Under Cormy's guidance, the trio hurried along the familiar path, swiftly reaching the location where the centaurs had been discovered. Professor Kettleburn approached to examine the drag marks and the hoof prints of the centaurs, sensing something amiss. Logically, spiders should not be able to drag away creatures of such size as the hippogriff. He pointed to the marks on the ground with his prosthetic limb, noting they resembled those made by humans. Most spiders would first ensnare their prey in webs before lifting them, leaving no such traces behind. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Having now confirmed that Professor Cap was not in his office, there were indeed some inconsistencies at play. Following the trail deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew increasingly dim, the atmosphere becoming ever more oppressive. They encountered more signs of struggle, with broken branches adorned with sticky webbing. Suddenly ahead, they heard Hagrid's furious roar accompanied by the ominous clattering of spider pincers. They dashed through a thicket, and the scene that unfolded before them sent chills down their spines. Hagrid was backed against a massive ancient tree, brandishing his pink umbrella, from which his wand emitted a light not particularly strong, yet sufficient to repel any approaching threat. His clothing was torn in several places, and his face bore scratches. Surrounding him were 6 or 7 enormous acromantulas, each the size of a carriage, advancing menacingly, their multifaceted eyes gleaming with malice and their fangs dripping with venom. What was even more shocking was that not far away, on a small patch of open ground, Professor Galatea Cap, the defense against the dark arts instructor, lay motionless, his face pale and seemingly unconscious, with his wand fallen beside him. Hagrid! Dumbledore's voice resonated like a thunderclap, imbued with an unassailable authority. With a flick of his wand, a searing beam of white light surged forth, scorching a path through the throng of spiders and leaving a charred mark on the ground. The spiders, startled by this formidable display of magic, emitted a cacophony of anxious clicks, momentarily halting their advance. Professor Kettleburn promptly scattered a handful of pungent powder from a bag he carried, a cloud of smoke rising with a strong repellent odor that caused the spiders to recoil in disgust. Seizing the opportunity, Cormy rushed to Hagrid's side, swiftly drawing his wand to send a spider, which had attempted to ambush from above, hurtling away. He then turned his attention to the unconscious Professor Cap, noticing several torn wounds on his legs and blood seeping from his head. Professor Carp, is he an assailant or a victim? How did he come to be unconscious here? Cormy shouted to Dumbledore, Professor Carp is here. He is injured. Dumbledore hurried forward to assess Professor Carp's condition, his brow furrowed. He was still alive, but had succumbed to a potent stupor curse and some form of dark magic. Swiftly, he conjured several intricate protective and healing spells, momentarily stabilizing his state. Hagrid let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto a nearby tree root. With the combined efforts of Dumbledore's intimidation and Professor Kettleburn's repelling powder, the spiders reluctantly retreated into the shadowy forest. Merlin, if you had arrived just a moment later. Hagrid leaned against the tree, gasping for breath. I saw Professor Carp lying here and attempted to help him, only to be surrounded by those frenzied spiders. And Buckbeak, I still haven't found Buckbeak. Dumbledore stood, his gaze sweeping over the shaken Hagrid, the unconscious Professor Carp, and the chaotic battlefield, his expression profoundly contemplative. Hagrid, did you encounter anyone else? Dumbledore inquired, observing the marks on Hagrid's body as he waved his wand to mend Hagrid's robe. There was no one else. I followed the trail here, thinking Buckbeak had been dragged to this spot, only to discover Professor Carp lying here, nearly devoured by spiders. Dumbledore frowned at this revelation, his doubts remaining unassuaged. Chapter 76, The Dark Hand in the Shadows. Very well, Albus, leave it to us, Professor Kettleburn responded without hesitation, his remaining arm surprisingly strong. He and Hagrid skillfully lifted the unconscious Professor Carp with utmost care. Though Hagrid was still deeply concerned for Buckbeak, saving a life took precedence. His massive frame provided a stable support as he bore Professor Carp on his back. Be cautious. He cannot withstand the jostling of your movements, Dumbledore gently reminded Hagrid. Hagrid nodded, casting a final worried glance into the depths of the forest before he and Professor Kettleburn, with Professor Carp in tow, made their way, albeit somewhat unsteadily, towards the castle. Despite having only half a leg in one hand, Professor Kettleburn was remarkably agile in the forest. It was unfathomable what horrific ordeal had befallen him to leave him in such a state. After all, with a breeding farm at home, he had never heard of any accidents involving lost limbs. That was because, my dear grandfather, you were just a little one. They didn't want to frighten you with the truth. Before encountering this professor, Cormy had been quite eager to learn this subject, but unfortunately, the Care of Magical Creatures class was an elective for third years and not open to younger students. As their figures vanished into the trees, the forbidden forest fell silent, leaving only the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the remnants of the previous skirmish. The air was thick with the acrid scent of potion powders, the foul stench left by the spiders, and a faint, ominous aura. It appeared that these spiders did not attack the creatures of the forbidden forest merely out of hunger. Dumbledore surveyed the chaotic scene. Had Hagrid not arrived in time, Professor Cap would have been reduced to a pool of blood, digested by the venom of the spiders. Professor, what must we do here? Combe inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Dumbledore turned to Combe, his gaze, magnified by his crescent-shaped spectacles, became intensely focused, as if he could pierce through the facade and gaze directly into the essence of the matter. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly now. Let's examine closely what transpired here. Sometimes, the most subtle traces reveal the ultimate truth. Without conjuring any dazzling spells, he began to methodically inspect the area. His eyes roamed over every broken shrub, every footprint, particularly around the spot where Professor Cap lay unconscious. Professor, Combe pointed at the disordered traces. Were they caused by the spiders? I've never encountered those that could corrode leaves within a cave. These markings are not the handiwork of mere spiders, Combe. Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod of approval. He knelt, delicately touching the charred earth with the tip of his wand, which emitted a faint, ominous black-purple glow. The traces of dark magic, a rather insidious curse, could swiftly dismantle a victim's will and vitality. Could Professor Cap have fallen victim to such a curse? Combe instinctively recoiled from the markings on the ground, recalling the warnings he had received to steer clear of dark magical artifacts and spells. Not quite. Therein lies the peculiarity. Dumbledore replied, rising to his feet as he scrutinized the traces left by the spiders, his brow slightly furrowed. However, the spiders' attack patterns are indeed curious. They seem to have a distinct target, first assaulting the griffin, then turning their ire upon Hagrid and Professor Cap. This does not resemble the mindless aggression born of mere hunger. Following Dumbledore's line of thought, Combe suddenly proposed a possibility, Professor, could it be that the spider's heightened aggression, even this targeted behavior, is being manipulated or controlled by an external force? A sharp glint flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. That is a remarkably bold and plausible hypothesis. While the Acromantula possesses considerable intelligence, orchestrating such aberrant behavior across an entire colony would indeed necessitate external influence. He moved to the center of the clearing. The origin of the drag marks. Dumbledore closed his eyes, raised his elder wand, and murmured an exceedingly complex incantation. The air seemed to ripple with an invisible wave, and the surrounding light subtly distorted. Combe sensed a potent magic quietly coursing through the atmosphere. Moments later, Dumbledore opened his eyes, his expression more solemn than ever. For on the ground lay several conspicuous footprints, marked by magic, clearly not left by Professor Cap. Though somewhat indistinct, I surmised that before Professor Cap lost consciousness, there was another presence here, a figure shrouded in mystery. They employed formidable dark magic to incapacitate Professor Cap and seemingly cast some enchantment to influence the minds of the spider horde. The truth thundered in Comb's mind like a clap of lightning. Professor Carp is not the assailant. She is likely a victim herself, perhaps having uncovered something that led to an attack from the shadows, rendering her unable to retaliate in time. The true mastermind lies elsewhere. This individual has manipulated or controlled the spiders to create chaos and launch assaults on magical creatures. What could their objective be? Can we discern their identity? Dumbledore shook his head, stating that the evidence is too obscure and the adversary is adept at concealing their identity. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sharp as a hawk. The choice to act within the Forbidden Forest, employing spiders to precisely target Professor Carp, indicates a profound familiarity with both Hogwarts and the forest. Furthermore, it seems that their ambitions extend beyond merely a handful of magical creatures. Dumbledore lifted his gaze towards the direction of Hogwarts Castle, his expression profound. At this moment, Comey sensed that Dumbledore must be seething with anger. After all, every defense against the dark arts professor is hard-won, and each year brings unforeseen events that jeopardize the quality of instruction, making it immensely challenging to find suitable candidates for the role. Chapter 77, The Infirmary. Dumbledore and Comey swiftly dispelled the lingering magic on the ground, retracing their steps away from the unsettling woodland. They did not proceed directly to the bustling Great Hall or the crowded foyer. Instead, Dumbledore guided Comey along a relatively secluded corridor, ascending the stairs toward the infirmary, where most of the rooms served as the professor's quarters, resulting in a scarcity of people. The air in the infirmary was saturated with the scent of antiseptic and soothing potions, with white curtains draped around each bed, providing privacy. Madame Pomfrey was busily tending to a bed, her expression grave, while curtains surrounded the area. Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn stood nearby, their faces marked by anxiety. Hagrid's towering figure appeared particularly out of place in the tidy infirmary as he nervously rubbed his large hands together. Upon seeing Dumbledore and Comey enter, Hagrid rushed forward, lowering his voice in urgent inquiry. "Albus, how is it? Have you discovered anything?" "Professor Carp." He cast a worried glance toward the drawn curtains. Madame Pomfrey emerged from behind the curtains, her demeanor serious. His condition has stabilized, but is far from optimistic. He has been struck by a particularly vile curse of dark magic, one I have never encountered before. It has inflicted physical harm and is eroding his mind. He is now in a deep coma and will likely be unable to awaken for questioning in the near future. Dumbledore approached the bedside, gently pulling back a corner of the curtain. Professor Carp lay there, his face ashen, and even in unconsciousness, his brow was furrowed in anguish, as if battling an unseen terror. "Poppy, do all you can." Dumbledore's voice was low and filled with trust. "Any potions needed can be requested from Snape. I will speak to him." "I will." Albus, Madame Pomfrey nodded. Dumbledore gently drew the curtain closed and turned to the others, his gaze sweeping over Hagrid, Professor Kettleburn, and Comey. "Sylvanus, Ruber, I am grateful for your timely assistance. Now, I require a private conversation with you." He again addressed Madame Pomfrey, saying, "Poppy, no one is permitted to visit Professor Cap without either my presence or that of Professor McGonagall, except for you. Do you understand?" Madame Pomfrey, sensing the gravity of the situation from Dumbledore's tone, refrained from further inquiries, replying, "I understand. I will personally attend to him." As everyone exited the infirmary, Dumbledore urged them to keep the events in the Forbidden Forest confidential, particularly regarding any outsiders approaching the school recently. "Professor," Cormy interjected eagerly, "that individual can roam freely within the Forbidden Forest and even control spiders. He must be very familiar with Hogwarts. Could he be a disguised Death Eater?" He recalled the lingering shadows that still haunted the wizarding world. Dumbledore brought his fingertips together, contemplating for a moment. That is quite a possibility. After Voldemort's downfall, many of his followers went into hiding, yet the forces of darkness have never truly vanished. The Forbidden Forest is rich in resources, with many magical creatures and materials possessing formidable magical value. Indeed, they could be a potential target. He approached the window, gazing into the dim expanse of the Forbidden Forest. What intrigues me is why he would attack Professor Cap. If Professor Cap merely stumbled upon his actions, silencing him would be reasonable. However, there exists another possibility. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with wisdom. Professor Cap may have been part of a scheme which led to the attack. Cormy suddenly realized, you mean, Professor Cap's entrance into the Forbidden Forest might not have been solely for research. He may have sensed something amiss, especially since there have indeed been previous attacks on him. This was a plausible deduction. Dumbledore nodded. We are all aware of Professor Cap's recent behavior. He has indeed been attacked, and within the Forbidden Forest at that. He turned to Cormy. This matter is known only to us at present. Until the truth is revealed, absolute confidentiality is paramount to avoid endangering other students. I understand, Professor. Cormy solemnly assured him. You must continue attending classes and living your life as usual, but do not venture into the Forbidden Forest alone. You must ensure your safety. Should you notice anything unusual, contact me immediately through the portrait or fox. Cormy gazed at the magnificent phoenix perched on its branch and nodded vigorously, feeling a weight upon his shoulders. Just as his grandfather had said, while Hogwarts remained relatively safe, unforeseen events always occurred. As Cormy departed from the headmaster's office, night had already fallen. The torches along the corridor crackled, casting flickering shadows. The once familiar castle now appeared to Cormy as though every dark corner concealed unknown conspiracies. Meanwhile, Dumbledore sat alone in his office, contemplating the series of events in the Forbidden Forest and the clues that the unconscious Professor Cap might possess when an owl tapped at the window. Dumbledore picked up the letter and broke the wax seal. He quickly skimmed its contents. A calm expression on his face briefly furrowed his brow, and a flicker of complex emotions passed through his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses, revealing a mixture of surprise and understanding, quickly followed by a profound sense of grave vigilance. It appears that troubles have arrived more swiftly and directly than anticipated. Dumbledore gently placed the letter upon the table, his voice remaining steady, yet a palpable undercurrent of tension simmered beneath that calm exterior. The letter boldly proclaimed the Ministry of Magic's deep concern for Professor Carp, who was incapacitated due to an unfortunate injury, and emphasized the imperative need for the defense against the dark arts curriculum at Hogwarts to remain uninterrupted. Following meticulous deliberation, the ministry resolved to appoint a wizard to assume this role at Hogwarts, requesting that Headmaster Dumbledore respond within an hour of receiving the letter. This correspondence was signed by Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Dumbledore sighed. The implications of this news reflected the ministry's surveillance over Hogwarts. The ministry's nerves had been stirred once more, and now, having reached an accord with the pureblood families, Fudge was extending his influence towards Hogwarts. This was evidently a test. Chapter 78, The New Scapegoat. If there is anything more despairing than knowing one's own demise, it is being informed by death that I have shortened your waiting time, albeit without revealing by how much. In the context of the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, this jest is as cruel as it is truthful. Should one harbor an aversion toward someone, let them assume the role of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. This institution will fulfill your request, with a tenure ranging from a year to as little as 3 months. Although Dumbledore had withheld certain information, rumors of Professor Galatea Carp's injury and her ongoing unconsciousness spread throughout the castle. Students lamented the misfortune of yet another professor succumbing to the Dark Lord's curse. At breakfast the following day, Dumbledore introduced news from the ministry. The second unfortunate, stricken Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts had officially arrived. Therefore, during Professor Carp's recovery, we are privileged to welcome a temporary replacement. Professor Werner Albert will be assuming the role of defense against the Dark Arts instructor. So let us extend a warm welcome to him. A tall, blond man rose from the faculty table, his gaunt face, accentuated by pronounced brow ridges and cheekbones, formed a harsh outline. Most striking was the meticulously trimmed short beard that fit snugly along his jawline, a rarity among male wizards, as most either sported a smooth chin like Snape or a beard as unruly as Hagrid's. Cormac observed that the new professor's expression was devoid of joy. A slight upturn at the corners of his mouth barely suggested a smile, presenting an initial impression of a very serious and aloof individual. exuding an air of restrained doctrine and discipline. The hall echoed with scattered and uneven applause as students exchanged knowing glances, some even speculating whether this newly arrived professor had offended the Minister of Magic, given such a timely arrangement of a mere expendable. A few mischievous students, reveling in the spectacle, chuckled softly, eager to see how long this lanky man could endure. However, it soon became evident that this newly appointed professor, hastily dispatched by the ministry, was far from an inconsequential figure. Professor Albert remained indifferent to the gazes from the audience, merely nodding slightly before speaking in a clear and austere voice. Though his tone was not loud, it swiftly quelled the cacophony within the auditorium. Thank you all for the warm welcome. I hope that in my class, order and efficiency will be valued more than applause. At last, the time had come for Ravenclaw's defense against the dark arts lesson. As Cammy and the other students entered the classroom, they immediately sensed a difference. The desks and chairs had been rearranged, leaving a pathway in the center, with the desks facing each other on either side. Professor Albert stood behind the lectern, his back straight, scrutinizing each student entering the classroom with a piercing gaze. Once all had taken their seats, he rapped the blackboard, diving straight into the matter at hand, declaring the class commenced. Defense against dark magic is no trifling matter, nor is it a stage for you to flaunt ridiculous spells. It is a precise science, an art of combating darkness. Its essence lies in 3 points: knowledge, discipline, and the unwavering execution of correct actions. His teaching style was in stark contrast to that of Professor Cap. While incorrect answers were not met with ridicule, they were met with an unflinching tone that pointed out the mistakes, demanding the student repeat the correct answer 3 times until flawless. A method that instilled a profound sense of shame in the students. Ambiguity was a fatal flaw in the practice of defense, he stated coldly, disregarding the flushed faces of those standing in the classroom repeating the correct answers. Perhaps this will help you grasp the essentials. A mispronounced spell could cost you not only your grades, but potentially your wand, or even your life. The prowess displayed by Professor Albert further instilled a sense of intimidation among the students. During dinner, upperclassmen mentioned that the professor's teaching methods were exceedingly harsh. When he spoke of this, his face was notably pale, and soon many others, like him, found their appetites waning. When demonstrating defenses against common dangerous creatures, Professor Albert did not employ the textbook's standard responses. Instead, he allowed the students to attempt a few approaches before swiftly intervening, casting an impeccably precise, freezing spell that transformed the demonstration creature, a hinkapunk, into an ice sculpture in an instant. He then unleashed a simple spell that effortlessly shattered the frozen figure into a pile of ice shards and flesh fragments. Soon, the room was filled with sounds of retching and vomiting, ultimately leading to the infirmary being overcrowded. The students murmured among themselves, the prior disdain for the professor evaporating, replaced by awe. By Merlin's beard, he truly is formidable, but he is exceedingly strict. I even doubt such demands exist within the Ministry of Magic. Do you think he is capable of breaking that person's curse? I feel it's rather unlikely. After all, it has existed for quite some time, and more than one has attempted to resist it. Yet the outcome. Professor Cap had an incident yesterday, and today the Ministry dispatched personnel. They are quite proactive this time. He was later reassigned to other departments, tasked with handling sensitive affairs, and since then, there had been no notable reports of his exploits. It appears that Severus Snape has developed a rather amicable rapport with his students, one exclaimed, suggesting that if the two were to conspire together, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma for the other 3 houses. Comey looked up towards the professor's table, where Professor Albert was engaged in conversation with Snape. They did not seem overly familiar, yet the solemnity and formidable prowess of both professors hinted at a possible unspoken understanding. This was indeed a calamity. I suspect their discourse was not merely about potion brewing and defense against the dark arts. A male student, his face paling and on the verge of tears, seemed to harbor an intensified disdain for Snape, now potentially adding another reason for his displeasure. Nevertheless, Comey perceived that while the two conversed, they maintained a cautious distance, exhibiting a shared coldness that hinted at a silent rivalry. Chapter 79. Hagrid Under Siege. At present, the most renowned figure within Hogwarts is undoubtedly the newly arrived professor of defense against the dark arts. His fierce teaching style and austere demeanor have swiftly garnered a significant amount of respect and admiration from the young witches and wizards, particularly among the students of Slytherin House. Even the typically stern Professor McGonagall expressed her admiration for Professor Albert's efficiency and discipline in classroom instruction during private discussions with her fellow educators. However, she harbored reservations regarding his methods, concerned that employing such explosively impactful spells in front of numerous young wizards might instill a misguided notion that magic equates to violence. The purpose of education is to guide, not to intimidate. She even worried about the Ministry of Magic's intentions in appointing such a wizard as a professor. Outside the castle, the weather was gloomy, and the fog from the nearby supermarket had yet to disperse. However, Hagrid's hut was a warm sanctuary, with a roaring fire and the delightful aroma of freshly baked rock cakes mingling with the rich scent of tea. Cormy sat at the table, struggling to soften a rock-hard cake with his tea. Across from him sat Hagrid, whose immense frame sank deeply into his chair. He lifted a teacup the size of a cauldron to his lips, his brow furrowed in deep thought, revealing his troubled mind. "Cormy, let me tell you," Hagrid finally spoke, his voice notably lower and more hoarse than usual. "Last night at the Hog's Head was utterly awkward." He waved his hand, as if attempting to shoo away a bothersome thought. Cormy, momentarily distracted from his battle with the rock cake, looked up with concern. "What happened, Hagrid? Did you encounter some trouble?" "It's not what you think, no brawls or anything of the sort," Hagrid replied, waving his hand dismissively. "It's that new Professor Albert. He actually ventured into the Hog's Head. That place is rickety and dilapidated, hardly a haunt for someone as stiff as him. I was just sitting alone in my usual spot, hoping to enjoy a drink and clear my mind, still thinking about Buckbeak when the door swung open. And he walked in, clad in his impeccably tailored robes, utterly out of place in the shabby ambience of the Hog's Head. His gaze swept the room like a hunting dog, and it landed squarely on me before he made his way over." Hagrid endeavored to straighten his back, emulating Professor Albert's calm and steady tone. "Mr. Hagrid, a person?" I could only respond with a vague murmur, a mistake I should not have made. Hagrid's expression shifted to one of annoyance, and he began to inquire, initially remarking on the enchanting nights in the Forbidden Forest, filled with the activities of creatures unseen by day. Cormy narrowed his eyes, immediately alert, and set down the rock cake in his hand. I recalled Dumbledore's words, as Hagrid lowered his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers, cautioning against discussing the forest with others. I quickly interjected, pointing to a grimy specimen on the wall. "Ah, look at this. It has quite a history." I had initially intended to offer him a taste. Hagrid's countenance became somewhat comical as he attempted to steer the conversation towards the perilous nocturnal creatures, mentioning that the Ministry of Magic was recently concerned about certain potential threats. Each time he inquired, I hastily changed the subject, whether to the wretched weather or how Yaya was chasing its own tail. Merlin's beard. I scarcely knew what I was saying, imagining Hagrid, flustered and incoherent, attempting to manage the icy calm of Professor Albert in the smoke-filled, eerie atmosphere of the Hog's Head nearly made Cormy laugh. "And what happened in the end?" Cormy inquired. "In the end?" Hagrid took a large gulp of tea and muttered. He probably found it uninteresting, or realized I was deliberately avoiding him. His gaze fixed on me for several seconds, sending a shiver down my spine. He then stood and remarked, "It seems Mr. Hagrid prefers solitude tonight," before departing. Hagrid exhaled deeply once he left. I too felt a sense of relief. Goodness, it felt more exhausting than a day spent chasing Yaya through the woods. Cormy, that man is truly uncomfortable to be around. Even more so than that previous encounter. Hagrid mumbled with a sigh. Cormy remained silent for a moment, his mind racing. Hagrid's mention of that prior incident prompted a realization in Cormy. "Hagrid," he ventured cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper. "I believe Professor Albert may harbor suspicions beyond the Forbidden Forest. He might have sensed something else. The incident regarding your expulsion for adopting Aragog is recorded at the Ministry of Magic." Hagrid's massive frame jolted, spilling tea from his cup. "You mean to say that this Albert is sent by the Ministry to reinvestigate that matter?" His face displayed a mixture of shock, anger, and a hint of panic. "There is a significant likelihood," Cormy analyzed, I inquired, "and he indeed has previously worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Accessing your records would be trivial for him. His sudden interest in you is likely not coincidental." "This is dreadful," Hagrid gasped, his complexion paling. After all these years, he had thought that nightmare had settled into dust, only to discover that someone still clung to it, returning with such cold, relentless persistence. "I must keep my distance from him," Hagrid declared solemnly. The mist outside seemed to seep into the small cabin, bringing with it a chilling draft. However, soon Hagrid would no longer need to concern himself with such matters, as the upcoming weekend promised an exhilarating Quidditch match, featuring a thrilling showdown between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, or Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw compared to our pure-blood lineage. Chapter 80. The match begins. On Saturday, the temperature at the Quidditch pitch had notably dropped. In the lofty stands, a scattering of Hufflepuff students had already taken their seats, wrapped in scarves of black and gold, eagerly gazing towards the center of the field. Above, The members of the Hufflepuff team were engaged in rigorous training upon their brooms, akin to a determined swarm of hornets darting beneath a grayish sky. The winds generated by their swift flights rustled their robes, each player adorned with a fine layer of frost upon their heads and shoulders. The Weasley twins, one on either side, nearly hoisted Cormac to the edge of the pitch. "Relax, we're merely conducting a market survey," one of them remarked, "and taking in the spectacle of high-level training." George chimed in with a grin. The twins accepted the parchment Cormac offered, a list of potential clients he had discreetly compiled from Ravenclaw Tower at their behest. Though the list was not extensive, the twins were undeterred, understanding that every endeavor must have its beginnings, and this was merely a side venture. They had further plans in mind. At that moment, the Hufflepuff players began to descend from the sky, panting and shaking off the frost as they landed. One player dismounted his broom, revealing a warm and infectious smile that was inviting even amidst the chilly air. He removed his fog goggles to reveal bright gray eyes. "Cedric, it seems you are well prepared to face Slytherin." The twins exchanged a high five with the newcomer. Cedric chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "Let us hope so. They are not to be underestimated." His gaze then shifted to Cormac standing nearby, with a friendly inquiry. "Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce you," Fred said, throwing an arm around Cormac's shoulders. "This is Cormac McLaggen, a first year from Ravenclaw, our special partner." Cedric Diggory smiled and extended his hand to Cormac, his grip firm and warm from the recent exertion. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Cormac. Cedric Diggory. But you can just call me Cedric." His demeanor was effortlessly amiable, devoid of any condescension towards Cormac's year. "Hello, Cedric. Your training seems to be yielding great results. I imagine Gryffindor is eagerly anticipating a match against Slytherin," Cormac remarked, aware that if Slytherin were to lose, they would face Gryffindor in a battle for third place. "Thank you, we could use all the encouragement we can get," Cedric replied with a hint of humor, then turned to the twins. "So, are you here today for some business venture, or simply to cheer us on?" "Both, dear Captain, both." Fred winked, lowering his voice. "We're actually curious to see if professional athletes have any specific needs. For instance, is there something that helps keep your fingertips nimble in this biting wind? As part of our business plan, we can accept credit and offer special discounts, or perhaps incantations." Cedric, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head, his tone gentle yet resolute. "Thanks, fellows. I believe relying on hot chocolate and my own abilities would be far more prudent. Madam Hooch and the captain would certainly disapprove of us consuming dubious items before the match." At that moment, the captain of Hufflepuff called Cedric over to discuss tactics. Cedric offered an apologetic smile to the twins and Cormac. "I must be off. It was a pleasure meeting you, Cormac. Feel free to cheer for us during the match." He donned his goggles once more, nimbly mounted his broomstick, and soared into the air towards his teammates. "You see, he is our representative in Hufflepuff, a principled Hufflepuff, despite his reservations about some of our products. However, that does not hinder others from making purchases as long as it does not interfere with their studies. After all, there are always those in need of a little extra assistance." Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with that signature mischievous grin that heralded someone's misfortune. Cormac observed the steady figure flying above and then glanced at the scheming twins beside him, suspecting they might risk engaging in some impolite antics just to teach the Slytherin team a lesson. Yet he quickly shook his head. The misfortunes of Slytherin were of no concern to a Ravenclaw like himself. He would merely be a spectator to the unfolding drama. The young wizards soon faced the second day's match, but alas, the weather was less than favorable. The morning temperature was even colder than the previous day, and as everyone emerged from the warm hall, they were greeted by a biting wind. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the students' enthusiasm for the Quidditch match. Each donned their warmest attire, with hats and fuzzy earmuffs adorning their heads. The cold wind sliced through the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch like a frigid blade. Students in the stands huddled together, wrapped in thick scarves to keep warm, as their breath formed clouds that quickly dissipated into the gray air. The central green pitch was blanketed with a thin layer of white frost, and the wooden stands beneath their feet felt unyieldingly hard. The banners of Slytherin and Hufflepuff hung limply at the sidelines, soaked and powerless. Despite the frigid temperatures, let us warmly welcome both teams as they enter the field. Slytherin, clad in their signature green and silver robes, resembled a pack of serpents poised to strike amidst the cold wind. The Slytherin captain sneered, casting a disdainful glance towards the commentary box. In contrast, Hufflepuff's yellow and black uniforms stood out vibrantly against the dreary winter backdrop, exuding warmth. Indeed, compared to Slytherin, Hufflepuff garnered much more applause. After both teams completed a lap around the pitch, they gathered at the center, awaiting the commencement of the match. Cormac scanned the area with binoculars but failed to spot the newly arrived Professor Albert. He likely preferred to avoid such a boisterous atmosphere. As the whistle blew, the quaffle was tossed into the air, and both sides immediately engaged in a fierce contest for possession. Just as Madame Hooch mounted her broomstick, a hapless player was knocked to the ground. Fortunately, he was uninjured, or he would have earned the dubious distinction of being the fastest player to exit the field in history. The Slytherin chasers unabashedly aimed the bludgers at the arms of their opposing seekers rather than their brooms. Their seeker appeared to possess a greater talent for disrupting opponents than for locating the golden snitch, even deliberately weaving through the Hufflepuff formation, compelling Cedric to follow him and prevent further interference with his teammates. To be continued. Chapter 81. Frost and Green Silver. The Hufflepuff keeper was a stocky fifth-year boy, always able to anticipate the direction of the opposing team's throws, magnetically grasping the quaffle each time, which garnered the attention of Slytherin. 2 chasers zeroed in on him, and several bludgers narrowly missed striking him. Fortunately, Hufflepuff's chasers recognized the threat and promptly averted the crisis at the goal. A dull thud echoed as one Slytherin chaser, realizing he could not knock the keeper down, pivoted his broom and forcefully hurled a bludger at the Hufflepuff chaser attempting to score. The Hufflepuff chaser barely managed to pull the broom handle back in time, the bludger grazing the edge of his robe, eliciting gasps and boos from the stands. A foul. That was a blatant attack on a player. The Hufflepuff captain, a 6th-year girl with a neatly tied ponytail, shouted at Madame Hooch, the referee. Madame Hooch's sharp whistle pierced the air as she flew over to deliver a stern warning to the Slytherin chaser. Yet he merely shrugged, a feigned smirk gracing his face. Slytherin's strategy was to continually test the boundaries of the rules, employing various minor infractions to wear down the patience and stamina of their opponents. As long as they did not make contact, it was not deemed a foul, but if they did, their adversary would inevitably lose a player. To be frank, this tactic proved remarkably effective, yet it also earned the ire of the other 3 houses, for it was simply insufferable. At this juncture, the Hufflepuffs exhibited their true character. Instead of engaging in furious debate, they tightened their formation, allowing for mutual protection while minimizing defensive challenges. They even launched a counterattack, penetrating Slytherin's goal area. The speed at which the 3 Hufflepuff chasers exchanged the quaffle was astonishing. It seemed to transform into a blur in their hands, the distance between them minimal. They eschewed risky long passes, opting instead for a series of precise short passes, patiently tearing apart Slytherin's defense and searching for scoring opportunities as they approached the goal. The match now hung in a delicate balance. Slytherin managed to score 2 goals through a few contentious charges. But Hufflepuff immediately equalized with their impregnable defense and a brilliant 3-player combination. The cold wind appeared powerless against Hufflepuff's patience as the score slowly climbed, 20-20, 30-30. As seconds ticked by, the sky grew ever darker, clouds gathering ominously above, heralding the impending arrival of snow. The Slytherin players began to exhibit signs of agitation, their movements becoming increasingly erratic, committing more fouls, while Hufflepuff remained steadfast, like a rock resolutely standing against relentless waves. The outcome of the contest typically sees Slytherin attempting to capitalize on fouls to bring down the players of Hufflepuff. However, the result is merely a minor injury for the latter, coupled with Madame Hooch awarding a penalty, which only serves to heighten their frustration. At this moment, their batter unexpectedly encounters a mishap, whether due to age or frequent use, as he prepares to strike the quaffle with great force towards the opposing seeker. A resounding crack reverberates through his hands. He looks down in a daze, realizing that only the grip of his bat remains in his hand, while the upper half has mysteriously vanished. Oh! A gasp arises from nearby, prompting everyone to turn and witness their captain, clutching his face, plummeting from his broom, accompanied by a segment of wood spiraling downwards. Madame Hooch hurriedly approaches to investigate. At this moment, the Slytherin captain lies on the ground, his right hand pressed against his mouth, blood seeping through the gaps in his glove. Oh, poor child. Let me see. Madame Hooch gently pries his hand away, revealing several white teeth that have been dislodged. An unfortunate incident where a teammate has injured their own captain cannot be penalized. So Madame Hooch first attends to the bleeding of the unfortunate lad, applying a spell for urgent care and advising him to rush to the infirmary after the match concludes. Look, Cedric Diggory! Shouts erupt from the stands, indicating that more than one person recognizes the Hufflepuff seeker. Cedric Diggory, who, having made the Quidditch team in his 2nd year, demonstrates remarkable potential. Comey adjusts the telescope to focus on him. At that moment, Cedric is gracefully maneuvering his broom, gliding steadily through the air, his gaze scanning the field with the sharpness of a hawk, entirely unfazed by the Slytherin Seeker's various attempts to disrupt him. Previously, the Slytherin Seeker had exploited Hufflepuff's loose formation to create chaos among them, but now they can only attempt to interfere with Cedric alone, feigning a loss of balance. The Slytherin Seeker recklessly collides into him, but Cedric skillfully executes a sidestep, not even sparing a glance at his adversary, remaining focused on his search. Given Cedric's stature, he has little fear of physical fouls, yet he opts to evade his opponent in pursuit of the golden snitch. This choice is misconstrued by the Slytherin side as a display of timidity, prompting them to intensify their interference with Cedric. Suddenly, Cedric Diggory dives down. Almost simultaneously, the Slytherin Seeker also spots the target, but he is a beat behind and, in a moment of desperation, attempts to grab the tail of Cedric's broom. Despicable. The Hufflepuff supporters erupt in outrage. Cedric seems to sense the opponent's intent. Just before contact, he executes a swift turn and ascends, not only evading the interference, but also using the momentum to propel himself toward the edge of the field beneath the stands. All eyes follow the yellow and black figure as he reaches out for a pull. As he ascends once more, all attention fixates on his raised arm, where a flicker of golden light is visible between his fingers. Madame Hooch's whistle pierces the air, declaring the end of the match. The Hufflepuff stand erupted with thunderous applause, as yellow and black flags waved wildly. They had triumphed, not through cunning tactics, but rather through steadfast defense and cohesive teamwork. They delivered a resounding lesson to the arrogant Slytherins. Cedric Diggory was enveloped by his teammates, wearing a gentle and humble smile that starkly contrasted with the dark, resentful expressions of the opposing Slytherin players. His comrades lifted him high and began to circle the pitch, leaving one to wonder at their stamina. How could they possibly possess the energy to carry a person in such a manner? Was it perhaps due to the kitchen being conveniently nearby? Meanwhile, on the Slytherin side, the captain furiously waved his arms while berating the player who had broken his bat, completely disregarding Madame Hooch's earlier admonitions. Chapter 82, Undercurrents. Still basking in the joy of their Quidditch victory, Hufflepuff flooded into the Great Hall, exulting before the Slytherins and turning dinner into a celebratory feast. Severus Snape sat numbly at his table, struggling to control himself as he picked up his knife and fork to cut into his food, resisting the urge to draw his wand and turn the group of badgers into mutes. Professor Stroud, seated beside him, appeared quite pleased. However, upon casting a glance at Snape, who was grappling with a stubborn piece of steak, she tempered her smile. Hufflepuff had truly faced hardships, and, having finally earned a few points, it would be unfortunate to see them deducted once more by Snape. The glares directed at Hufflepuff were not merely filled with resentment, but also tinged with a hint of bitterness. For the other professors, this was simply a matter of fair competition among houses, provided it remained within reasonable bounds of intervention. Madame Hooch, in particular, praised Hufflepuff's performance, encouraging the young witches and wizards to practice diligently, noting that second years could participate in the Quidditch team tryouts, even if only as substitutes. In defense against the dark arts, Professor Albert's teaching method remained straightforward and practical, transforming the classroom into a battleground for students to practice their spells. He possessed unique insights regarding certain creatures. For instance, it was advisable to prioritize bringing down or restricting the movement of common flying creatures, while those prone to ambush could be distracted with various objects. This approach evidently sparked great interest among the previously uninspired young witches and wizards, who even hoped that Professor Cap would remain asleep, allowing Professor Albert to continue in his role indefinitely. According to some upperclassmen, Professor Albert had recently developed a keen interest in history. He not only frequently sought out Professor Binns to discuss historical matters, but also visited the library often to borrow a variety of books related to history, particularly those concerning Hogwarts. However, this was Hogwarts, where every door might conceal unknown secrets. Headmaster Dumbledore offered little explanation regarding these developments. He merely instructed Cormy to pursue his studies and explorations as he saw fit. Perhaps Dumbledore was privy to certain knowledge unknown to others, yet chose not to elaborate. At this moment, Cormy sat idly upon a box, engrossed in a book he had deliberately extracted from a pile, its content barely suitable for his current understanding. The remainder of the disheveled collection lay untouched, and it seemed only Dumbledore could undertake the task of organizing such clutter. His grandfather, Ed, and Professor Borseville were diligently instructing him in the comprehension and application of ancient magic. However, one could hardly call it application. Apart from the accidental technique of throwing he had discovered during his previous foray into Gringotts, Cormy had yet to reach a level of proficiency that allowed for fluid execution. Regrettably, This rationale was dismissed by Professor Boursival as mere combat madness, leaving Cormy nearly persuaded by his grandfather's fanciful tales. Ultimately, it was Professor Boursival who elucidated Cormy's queries, explaining that the possessors of ancient magic could perceive mystical traces and energies imperceptible to ordinary mortals. This ability constituted the most fundamental and crucial aspect of ancient magical aptitude. The subsequent dexterous application was intimately tied to the wielder's willpower and emotions. Thus, we established these trials to assess the user's inherent nature, thereby deepening their comprehension of ancient magic. In summary, the insights gleaned from 2 portraits suggest that ancient magic is a subtle energy, detectable only by those attuned to it. Unlike conventional magic, it does not necessitate elaborate incantations or gestures, yet it can amplify other spells. A master of this art can create and wield magic at will, devoid of any fixed talent. After all, talent merely reflects the user's particular strengths. Cormy gazed down at his wand, once filled with anticipation to discern his own gift. But now, upon hearing this revelation, he felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, without a system, there was little he could do. Ed interjected once more, asserting that at the very least, they could offer guidance in certain areas. Meanwhile, within the adjacent portrait, Professor Boursival bore an expression of peculiar incredulity, a rare eye roll escaping his lips, a shocking display for one so typically composed. Clearly, he had succumbed to utter despair regarding this former successor. Boursival lamented inwardly, pondering the misfortunes he had endured. First, he encountered Isidora, a woman who voraciously absorbed the emotions of others, leaving a trail of anguish and calamity in her wake. Just as he thought Isidora had departed to meet her fate, another eccentric character, the erratic Ed, emerged. Each was more exasperating than the last. Fortunately, both had exited this world, or Boursival worried that one day they might unveil the secrets of ancient magic. Such a revelation would spell disaster, plunging the entire realm into chaos. Boursival could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, a habitual response. The essence of ancient magic was, after all, intricately linked to the emotions of the wizard, a terrifying notion. Isidora, in her time, had resorted to siphoning the negative emotions of others to alleviate her own anguish over her family's demise. However, this behavior ultimately led to her tragic fate, resulting not only in her demise, but also inciting the subsequent fairy rebellion. Now, confronting this formidable power is a first-year student who is still in the throes of growth. Can he truly resist the alluring temptation of ancient magic? The seductive pull of such omnipotent power is akin to poison, gradually seeping into the mind and enticing its possessor to transgress the boundaries of taboo. His brow furrowed ever deeper, revealing the complexity of his predicament. The heir urgently requires growth, yet the risks associated with such growth are formidable. Chapter 83, Talent. The arrival of Dumbledore momentarily interrupted Professor Boursival's train of thought. In truth, the headmaster had overheard the conversation of the portraits upon entering, curiosity compelling him to linger by the door, far from any intention of eavesdropping. Ed pointed towards Dumbledore, questioning the might of ancient magic. With the prowess of someone like Dumbledore, even without employing ancient magic, he could easily overpower nearly all wizards. Yet, can one truly claim that ancient magic is feeble? It has the capacity to amplify your spells manifold, even bypassing some cumbersome incantations and gestures to produce immediate results. Ancient magic is not an entirely distinct form of sorcery, separate from conventional magical systems. It remains a product of wands, incantations, and willpower. Dumbledore had already taken over the conversation initiated by the portraits. Ancient magic manifests differently in each individual, much like one can choose to venture in various directions. While ancient magic merely augments the distance of each step taken, in essence, it is both extraordinary and commonplace. Dumbledore descended the staircase with measured steps. It is built upon a solid foundation of magic. Absolute strength does not merely hinge upon a singular exceptional talent. Dumbledore reached the center of the room. His gaze, gentle behind his crescent-shaped glasses, fell upon Comet. Your grandfather employed a most fitting metaphor. Comet, he spoke in a calm voice. And perhaps we can approach this strength from a different perspective. He casually withdrew his wand from within the folds of his robe, as though retrieving a pocket watch. For instance, a simple flicker of luminescence. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the tip of the wand erupted into starlight. Not the blinding brightness meant for illumination, but a stable, bright, yet soft orb of light that hovered in the air, illuminating the room with clarity. This is a solid foundation. Next, The light orb silently divided into several smaller orbs, resembling a playful swarm of fireflies, elegantly arranging themselves into intricate geometric patterns in the air, each maintaining its independent brightness. This is exquisite control. The small orbs coalesced, all light suddenly converging into a straight beam that precisely illuminated the center of the chamber ceiling, while the surrounding space remained comfortably dim. This is the pinnacle of focus and efficiency. Finally, with a flick of his wand, the dazzling beam seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, swiftly contracting and distorting until it vanished entirely, as if it had never existed at all. Dumbledore had uttered no incantation. He merely lifted his wand slightly, tapping the air, and in that instant, a miracle transpired. In the air, it seemed as though countless minute golden specks of light were awakened, beginning to slowly converge and coalesce, ultimately forming a vividly lifelike image of a phoenix. The phoenix spiraled around the room, its wings gently fluttering, stirring a soft breeze, before gradually dissipating, the golden dust scattering like twinkling stars, ultimately merging into the atmosphere, vanishing without a trace. Dumbledore slowly withdrew his wand, his gaze settling upon Cormy, eyes reflecting a profound and sagacious light. After a brief pause, he continued, "Much like ancient magic, as you would describe it, it appears to empower you to take larger strides. Yet true strength does not reside therein. While others ponder how to take grander steps, you should contemplate the reasons for heading in that direction. How can the ground beneath your feet bolster your journey? And is it truly necessary to measure everything by the steps you take?" Cormy understood Dumbledore's strength, but lacked a concept of such power. Now he finally grasped why the mysterious figure dared not appear at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's might was all-encompassing. Nearly a century of magic was merely a fraction of his unparalleled wisdom, calm demeanor, and profound understanding of magic. Even without mastering ancient spells, he could still wield magic with remarkable finesse, remaining at the pinnacle of the magical realm. I study ancient magic not for its might, but because I perceive an alternative path to understanding magic. Perhaps life always surprises us in unexpected ways. Is it possible that little Cormy had awakened this talent from the very beginning? Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Comey's eyes, his azure irises shimmering with a faint light, a revelation stemming from his recent preliminary grasp of the fundamentals of ancient magic. Dumbledore acknowledged that he had previously attempted to read Comey's thoughts, but had been consistently thwarted by a magical barrier, initially believing it to be a consequence of ancient magic. Upon reevaluation, it seemed his original hypothesis was only partially correct. He gently inquired, "Cormy, have you ever noticed peculiar phenomena, such as things that others cannot perceive? Others cannot see them? Like the nightmare? Hagrid can see them, but I cannot." Cormy scratched his head, struggling to discern how to judge what others might see. "Not quite. Although they are indeed wondrous." Dumbledore shook his head. "Think more carefully. Perhaps there are subtle sights you have overlooked, or fleeting sensations that occasionally emerge." "Well, I have experienced something like that," Cormy mused, recalling the first time he met Dumbledore, when he felt a warm sensation, which had not recurred since, attributing it merely to having emerged from the fireplace. "When I first met you, Professor, I seemed to see a light like glowing embers. Just that once? Have there been others?" "There have been a few, but only during that instance with the flu powder." Dumbledore nodded. "It seems my conjecture was correct. Otherwise, your body would not be so urgently in need of the essence of magic." Dumbledore gazed at the portraits with a jovial smile, observing their current silence. The thoughts and memories they retained from their former selves did not encompass such a scenario, which indeed posed a challenge for the portraits. "You see," he remarked, "I always knew that young Cormy would surprise us. His talent awakened in tandem with ancient magic, revealing to him far more than just the fluctuations of that arcane power. Child, you possess a remarkable gift, yet it is essential to understand that true strength does not stem solely from innate talent, but from exquisite skill, abundant wisdom, and an unwavering heart that chooses not to be deterred." He concluded with an approving smile. "Do not become complacent due to your gift, overlooking the vast path that lies before you, nor should you succumb to fear of the challenges it may bring. The application of ancient magic requires your own exploration. Talent is not fixed, but must be mastered gradually." This counsel was both a lesson and a hope. Chapter obzid și patru publicat. The morning sun shone splendidly, filtering through the tall windows and illuminating the corridor at the tower's entrance. Cormy hurriedly clutched a book borrowed from the library, making his way to the hall for lunch, as it was essential for his assignment on the history of medieval European magic. He had spent an inordinate amount of time searching for this book in the library. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted at the staircase, drawing his attention. There stood Fred and George Weasley, cornered by a furious potions professor, Severus Snape, at the end of the corridor. Snape's countenance was darker than usual, resembling a bat drenched in oil, spewing flames of fury. Weasley, Snape's voice, though whisper-like, was laced with an icy chill. Explain why bubbles are emerging from Mr. Grey's cauldron. Fred, feigning innocence, raised his hands. Professor, this is a complete misunderstanding. We merely observed that Mr. Grey's actions were rather sluggish and offered a bit of assistance. The bubbles are still present. George interjected, struggling to suppress laughter as he pointed at the several bursting rainbow-hued bubbles clinging to the hem of Snape's robe. Snape's lips twitched, and the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet further. Detention. For a month. He nearly roared, and 10 points deducted for each of you. For your hopelessly ludicrous prankster talent akin to the brain of a troll. A collective gasp echoed around them. 20 points. For Gryffindor, this was but a trifling matter. Yet the twins appeared unfazed, even exchanging high fives as Snape stormed away in anger, as if they had achieved some form of victory. Hey, Cormy. Fred noticed him and approached with a grin. Did you see? Snape's anger has reached new heights. Our new product is a resounding success. George picked up a small mouse that was still bouncing, shimmering with an eerie pink glow. What do you think of this? It's a prototype based on your idea. Guaranteed to make Snape jump for joy. Cormy chuckled helplessly and quickly shook his head. Thanks, but I'd prefer to leave the potions classroom alive. He paused, curiosity piquing. But are you certain that the deduction was solely for that reason? We merely took temporary custody of their spare bats. George shrugged, adding, who knew they would get so excited during their training that they broke their old bats? How can that be blamed on us? Comet's gaze turned peculiar. Goodness, how can you be so sure it was them who broke the bats without doing anything? That's no different from Dye in claiming there were no divided colonies. We truly just hid the new bats, George reiterated, his expression pitifully innocent. Now, we must prepare a delightful afternoon tea surprise for dear Madame Loris and see if Filch will enjoy a cat that blows pink heart bubbles. The twins linked arms, humming a disjointed tune, merrily vanishing down the corridor's far end. As he finally took his seat at the Ravenclaw long table, he could still hear the surrounding students discussing the morning's point deduction incident and speculating about who the twins' next victim would be. Sunlight bathed the golden plates, and the hall was filled with the aroma of food and the hum of conversation, everything feeling so ordinary yet warm. Professor Albert, particularly intrigued, had expressed his expertise in the matter more than once, offering to accompany Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest, but Hagrid had declined his assistance. In the dimly lit corridors of the night, only the flickering torches on the walls cast wavering shadows. Comet, clutching a hefty history of magic textbook, turned a corner and nearly collided with a fluffy creature emitting peculiar orange-red bubbles. It was Madame Loris, with each hair fluffed out as if it were moving bubble bath, wildly pursuing two fiery-haired figures down the hallway. Oh, how unfortunate! Comet muttered to himself, and before he could draw his wand, the two figures ahead had already spotted him. One of them swiftly turned, pulling Comet around a corner. Filch must be furious. Having said that, Comet watched as they produced a round object resembling an adventure ball from their robes. He was uncertain of its purpose, but soon grasped the twins' intentions. As the yarn ball was tossed around the corner, it bounced and rolled to Madame Loris's paws, emitting light that evidently captured her attention. And it would bounce away as she approached. Watching the cat disappear further down the corridor, the three of them exhaled in relief, despite her cleverness. Akat reminded Akat. Are you sure? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a tall, slender figure emerged from the shadows at the opposite end of the corridor. Professor Albert, draped in a dark cloak, appeared particularly pale in the flickering firelight. The frenzied Madame Loris and the laughing twins instantly froze. Night roaming? 10 points off each. Albert's voice was dry, his gaze lingering momentarily on the three of them before settling on the book Comet was clutching. Before Comet could produce a note, he made no further delay. The edges of his robe rustled, and he swiftly disappeared toward the staircase leading to the west wing. Comet looked helplessly at the twins. This time, he was truly innocent. Confirming the professor had moved on, Fred and George sprang to life, both simultaneously producing a piece of parchment from their pockets. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. With a light tap of his wand, George watched as the ink began to spread. Something felt amiss. He seemed rather anxious. Fred pointed towards the direction on the map where Professor Albert had vanished, observing that he had headed towards the hospital wing. This was unusual. At this hour, the infirmary would have long been closed. Chapter 85. Albert in action. Comey leaned closer, watching the small ink blot representing Professor Albert meandering along the corridor outside the hospital wing, as if engaged in some subtle activity, yet never entering the ward where Professor Carp resided. Following the trajectory of his movements, George traced the path of the ink blot with his finger. It was as if he were inspecting something. Circling the periphery of the hospital wing, he paused at the same spots each time. He was either examining something or dealing with an object of some sort. In a hushed tone, Fred remarked that the Marauder's map could not reveal what he was up to. After the holidays, they had intended to place some cheerful gifts in Madame Pomfrey's office, only to find themselves inexplicably stuck in that corridor, their shoes seemingly glued to the floor for the entire day. "Do you think it's Albert?" Fred inquired. "Otherwise, who could it be?" Madame Pomfrey would be casting spells in the corridor. Fred folded the map, his usual playful demeanor fading to reveal a rare seriousness. With Professor Carp unconscious, his concern was not for the man's safety, but rather the fear of what might happen if he were to awaken. A chill coursed through Cormy. Are you suggesting he fears what Professor Carp might reveal? Or perhaps there was something else lurking within the hospital wing, aside from the patients? George interjected, casting a glance at Cormy with a smile. The records of former healers? Those dusty medical files hardly seem worth anyone's attention. Cormy had previously believed that this professor was merely a ministry official hastily expelling an unwelcome individual. But now it appeared that Professor Albert might possess his own motives for being at Hogwarts. He suspected that this entire affair involved the professor, especially considering the ministry's remarkably swift response coinciding with Professor Carp's attack, and the fact that the professor had formerly held a position in the management of dangerous creatures. Regrettably, Cormy could not share these suspicions with Dumbledore, as he lacked concrete evidence to support them. Moreover, Dumbledore's demeanor towards Professor Albert suggested to Cormy that the headmaster might have already discerned the truth, harboring his own considerations, observing and counteracting from the shadows, perhaps waiting for Professor Albert to reveal a slip. Surely, it could not simply be because there were no other candidates for the defense against the dark arts position? Surely not. Everyone at Hogwarts knew that Snape had long coveted this role. Cormy began to consciously monitor Professor Albert's every move, utilizing breaks and dinner times to discreetly observe his interactions in the Great Hall and corridors, noting that Professor Albert indeed frequently engaged with fifth-year students. Outside the potions classroom, he had stopped a Ravenclaw fifth year to inquire about her understanding of the draft of peace, which was evidently not a concern for a defense against the dark arts professor. Snape had secured the position in that subject, yet it seemed as though Albert was attempting to relinquish his role as the potions master, a complete reversal of expectations. However, everything appeared too normal, and the reasons nearly flawless. Professor Albert's austere yet incisive critiques perfectly embody the persona of a stringent mentor in these circumstances. Many students, particularly those eager to excel in examinations, find themselves admiring his unapproachable efficiency. Cormy is almost swayed by this facade, questioning whether he has been overly suspicious. Perhaps Professor Albert is merely an educator with an unconventional teaching style, yet fundamentally diligent. His involvement with the fifth-year students might indeed stem from a genuine academic interest. However, surprises often arise from unexpected quarters, and a serendipitous discovery shattered this veneer. One evening, in a rush to return an overdue copy of the Compendium of Magical Symbols, Cormy hurried to the library. In a secluded corner near the restricted section, he inadvertently caught sight of Professor Albert's silhouette, engaged in conversation with a fifth-year Slytherin girl. Yet, it appeared to be more than a mere academic exchange. No one would stand so close in a library. Slytherin is renowned for its lineage of pure-blood students, with little room for those from ordinary backgrounds, often ostracizing half-blood wizards. The two were ensconced in the shadow of a bookshelf, whispering to one another. Cormy, taking advantage of the bookshelf's cover, cautiously approached and eavesdropped, managing to glean fragments of their conversation. "So, did your grandfather ever mention any rumors concerning special fifth-year students?" Albert's voice was subdued, yet a few words floated into Comey's ears amidst the silence. "But my grandfather does not wish to discuss such matters and warned me against further association. I truly fear." Albert scanned the vicinity, noting that the other students by the nearby shelves were oblivious, perhaps merely distracted by the rustle of the books themselves. "These matters should not be spoken of within the school. I will find a way to meet with you." He adjusted his attire, seemingly preparing to depart. "Wagner, I fear my family may have sensed something." The girl grasped his clothing, eager to convey something. Seeing him about to leave, Cormy discreetly withdrew, pretending to engage in his homework behind a nearby shelf. Minutes later, Albert exited the corner, casting a scrutinizing glance at him for several seconds, as if piercing through his very soul. "Very well. Maintain your diligence," he remarked coolly, then inclined his head slightly to the Slytherin girl before turning to leave, his stride steady and precise. This encounter illuminated for Cormy the reality that Albert was selectively probing those pure-blood students who might possess knowledge of certain family secrets. All prior interactions had merely served as his meticulous cover. Chapter 86. Hagrid's Resolve. I must go, Cormy, I must find them. Buckbeak may be waiting for me. Hagrid's enormous hand nearly enveloped the rough wooden table in the hut. It may be injured, trapped somewhere by those spiders. His voice choked with emotion, and his bearded face was etched with anguish. Surrounded by friends, Hagrid found it exceedingly difficult to take action, and it was precisely for this reason that he had been ensnared by the spiders before. Cormac attempted to dissuade him, invoking Dumbledore's warnings and alluding to the unknown dangers lurking deep within the Forbidden Forest. Yet, Hagrid was utterly impervious to any counsel. Observing the bloodshot eyes of his impulsive friend, Cormac realized that his only recourse was to follow along, ensuring that Hagrid would not confront this ordeal alone. Very well, Hagrid. Cormac sighed. I believe we could seek the aid of the centaurs. They possess an unparalleled understanding of the Forbidden Forest. Yes, the centaurs. I should seek out the centaurs. Firenze and his kin will surely assist us. A spark of hope illuminated Hagrid's face, and he clapped Cormac on the shoulder with such force that he nearly sent him tumbling into the fireplace. Good lad. I knew it. Let's depart at once. Cormac blinked in surprise, wondering if he had ever indicated he would accompany Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, do you misunderstand the perils that await a first year? Are you intent on getting me into detention? As they re-entered the Forbidden Forest, the atmosphere was palpably different, saturated with an unsettling tension. They ventured along their previous path, soon discovering the centaur's tracks. Hagrid halted, his massive form crouching low as his sturdy fingers delicately brushed the ground. Here, Cormac, Hagrid's voice dropped to a whisper. Leaning closer, Cormac discerned a clear, crescent-shaped hoofprint in the soft earth, larger and deeper than that of an ordinary horse, exuding a unique elegance and strength. Is the centaurs? Hagrid lifted his head, scanning the dense foliage warily. They seldom venture this far out, unless something significant is amiss. Following the hoofprints, they deviated from the path that led to the clearing of the hippogriffs. The prints trailed intermittently, guiding them toward a more ancient part of the forest, where the trees stood more robust and venerable. Hagrid's voice trembled slightly as he pointed to the marks. Not only the centaurs have traversed this area. There are other signs these tracks belong to spiders. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself violently into the tree trunk beside them, its fletching quivering with intensity. Leave this place, humans. A cold, authoritative voice resonated from the depths of the woods. Firenze, Hagrid called out, a hint of anxious misunderstanding in his tone. We are not. The platinum-haired centaur stepped forth from the shadows, his pale, golden body seeming to glow in the dim light. His expression was inscrutable, and his sapphire-like eyes resembled frozen lakes. He held a bow, with another arrow poised at the ready. We have witnessed death, Firenze interrupted, his voice devoid of warmth. The trajectories of the stars have been sullied by blood. The Forbidden Forest does not welcome those who bring chaos and slaughter. Look at what they have done. Look, his voice trembled with rage. They have gone mad, completely mad. This is not predation. This is destruction. Cormac's heart sank. The behavior of the Acromantulas had transcended mere predatory instincts, resembling a deliberate campaign of eradication and expansion. It was not our doing. Cormy mustered his courage and stepped forward, pointing at the marks on the ground. We had just arrived here. We observed the hoofprints of the centaurs and the traces of spiders. We too were in search of the truth. Firenze's gaze swept over Cormy, and when it fell upon those eyes that radiated a blue luminescence, his icy demeanor seemed to waver momentarily. Hagrid, this calamity is the consequence of your past actions, and the ultimate sin shall rest upon your shoulders. Firenze nodded subtly at Cormy, readjusting his bow and quiver upon his back. He paused, as if the stars themselves were swirling in his eyes, offering an obscure revelation. Darkness seeks a substitute, and the next convergence of the twin stars is imminent. The guardians of the forest will not remain indifferent. Leave now. Your destination lies not along this path. With that, he turned, his steps graceful yet resolute, disappearing into the depths of the thicket as though he had never existed. Silence enveloped the clearing, and Cormy smacked his lips, pondering whether the riddles spoken by his grandfather were indeed this irksome. Afraid that revealing them might alter the future, yet compelled to disclose the process. It seemed a game of chaotic guesses. If wrong, do not blame me. If right, you must offer your thanks. It is you who must decipher, my friend. Firenze's warning fell like cold rain, dousing a portion of Hagrid's impulsiveness while deepening the chill in their hearts. They chose not to delve deeper, but rather decided to cautiously explore alternative routes in search of useful clues. The scene before them was far more shocking than the sporadic destruction they had previously witnessed. They first traversed a sunlit slope, once a favored habitat of the nesting birds. Now, several desiccated trees bore witness to the remnants of nests, meticulously constructed to herald the rain, now torn asunder, scattered twigs, and feathers glistening with dew like silent tears. Even the birds seemed to lament in Hagrid's incredulous tone. Continuing onward, they arrived at a hollow near a stream, a place once brimming with magical creatures. Hagrid had previously shown Cormy the hidden burrows of these beings. At present, the entrance to the burrows was marred with deep scratches, and the hard rock bore the chilling imprints of formidable claws, as well as terrifying marks left by some massive pincers. Merlin, they have even attacked here. Hagrid squatted at the cave's mouth, trembling fingers tracing the claw marks, his voice heavy with anger and a touch of helplessness. Cormy felt a shiver run down his spine. This was no mere sporadic hunting, it was a systematic purge. The eight-eyed spiders seemed to have received a directive, methodically eradicating other magical beings within this territory, expanding their dominion and clearing all obstacles in their path. The forest, the ravines, the caves, every living creature was under siege. Spider traces were ubiquitous. Chapter 87. Is this first year? He cherished this forest, every creature that inhabited it, and now he was witnessing a world he knew and loved being savagely torn apart. At last, Hagrid spoke, his voice hoarse and low. This should not be like this. They are being commanded. Aragog would never permit his offspring to act in such a manner. Hagrid, much like the Ministry of Magic's inability to fully govern wizards, you assert that no matter how close Aragog may be to you, his offspring will inevitably remain spiders. They require reproduction and sustenance, which in turn constrains the habitat of other creatures. Even if this incident had not occurred, similar circumstances would have arisen at some point. It is merely a matter of time, for their numbers are overwhelming. Cormy has already devised a plan to eradicate these eight-eyed giant spiders, but he refrains from disclosing it to Hagrid, wishing to spare him any sorrow. After all, the allure of galleons is irresistible. Who could forsake such a valuable resource? Convincing Hagrid proves to be an arduous task, as even a previous spider attack has not altered his convictions. Hagrid trudged forward in silence, his only hope being to locate Buckbeak before the spiders do, and lead them to the edge of the forbidden forest, where the spiders dare not approach Hogwarts. However, as they delved deeper into the forest, an increasing number of cobwebs began to weave through the trees. The two proceeded with utmost caution, skillfully avoiding the increasingly dense, sticky webs that hung between the branches, each step taken with trepidation. During a brief respite, Hagrid leaned against a fir tree, his colossal frame appearing slightly hunched. He gazed into the shadowy woodland, his expression somewhat dazed. "Professor Cap," he murmured, his voice low. "I recall that on his previous visits to the Forbidden Forest, he seemed rather unwell." Cormy immediately perked up. What seemed amiss? Hagrid reflected. His demeanor did not convey curiosity, but rather something else. At that moment, a faint yet distinct clicking sound emanated from a thicket ahead. The noise was rapid and dense, drawing nearer. Hagrid sprang to his feet, his complexion paling instantly. He was all too familiar with that sound. "Run, Cormy," he bellowed, yanking Cormy behind him. But it was too late. Several eight-eyed giant spiders, each the size of a pony, erupted from the shadows of the trees. Their glossy, multifaceted eyes gleamed with hunger and frenzy, their pincers producing a chilling sound as they swiftly sealed off their escape route. "Damn it, you disobedient creatures! Aragog did not summon you here," Hagrid roared, brandishing his pink umbrella, emitting beams of light that, while not powerful, were sufficient to repel the advancing threats. Cormy raised his wand, his heart racing, his mind racing through every conceivable defensive spell. "Step back slowly, do not provoke them," Hagrid cautioned, shielding Cormy as they maneuvered towards a massive ancient tree with exposed roots, seeking refuge in the terrain. Yet, the spiders multiplied, encroaching from all directions as if compelled by some unseen force, their aggression surpassing the norm. Viscous threads shot forth like white lassos, narrowly missing their bodies. The crisis tightened around them like a noose, intent on engulfing the two. The situation grew dire. A few particularly large, eight-eyed giant spiders broke through the feeble barriers of Hagrid's spells, brandishing their formidable pincers as they lunged towards the pair. With little time for contemplation, Cormy instinctively cast several stunning spells, accurately striking his targets. The foremost spiders twitched and collapsed. However, there were simply too many of them, surging forth from all directions like a tide of darkness. The ordinary stunning spells were akin to pebbles thrown into the ocean, utterly insufficient to thwart this frenzied assault. Furthermore, the spiders relentlessly ensnared their movements with sticky webs, an utterly repulsive tactic. This simply would not do. Fortunately, his grandfather had previously taught him several practical applications of ancient magic, which he could now employ against these emerging monstrosities. He fervently hoped that Hagrid, the beloved caretaker of all creatures great and small, would not be dismayed afterward. "Step back, Hagrid," Cormy shouted, channeling the ancient magic within him, directing this force through his wand. Incendio. Rather than merely emitting flames from the wand's tip, a torrent of fire erupted as if responding to a sovereign's command, radiating outward in a crimson tidal wave from beneath his feet, swiftly expanding in a circular pattern. The searing wave swept through the area, igniting dry leaves and low shrubs in an instant, transforming them into a wall of fire. The spiders, rushing forward in panic, were the first to suffer the brunt of the inferno. Their flammable hairs ignited immediately, producing sharp, crackling sounds. The excruciating pain elicited high-pitched, piercing shrieks from them, causing them to abandon their offensive and whirl about like frantic torches, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing them. The remaining spiders, untouched but sensing instinctive terror, emitted anxious, clicking sounds and hastily retreated from the dreaded crimson zone of death. Hagrid gazed in shock at the burning remnants of leaves and the screeching spiders, for the first time doubting whether Hogwarts admission procedures had gone awry or if Ollivander had mistakenly provided the wrong wand. Was this truly first-year magic? "Oh, my apologies, Hagrid," Cormy remarked, shaking his wand, still warm from the spell, his face devoid of any remorse, only brimming with the exhilaration of successful spellcasting. "It seems I may have overexerted a bit on my first attempt." Internally, he mused. "Indeed, the Phoenix Feather Core is extraordinarily attuned to fire. Perhaps I miscalibrated my strength, inadvertently employing a touch too much ancient magic." Intimidated by the flames, the remaining spiders, though still brandishing their menacing claws and producing threatening, clicking sounds, dared not advance further. Seizing this moment, Cormy swiftly unleashed several precise, stunning spells, toppling a few of the restless spiders to the ground. To ensure safety, he followed up with additional fire spells, igniting the fallen creatures and creating several hissing miniature bonfires in the process. "Hey, Hagrid, please do not look at me with such disapproval. I only resorted to this magic out of urgency," he added internally, though this time it was intentional. Moreover, once the Forbidden Forest ignited, extinguishing the flames would prove exceedingly challenging. Chapter 88, Buckbeak. Hagrid understood that had it not been for Cormy's timely intervention, their fate would have likely been dire. Seizing the brief lull before more spiders arrived, the two hurriedly retreated toward the path they had come, hastily leaving behind the now perilous and unfamiliar woodland. Having escaped the clutches of the spiders, both Combe and Hagrid were left with a lingering sense of dread. The extraordinary magic they had just wielded, while temporarily extricating them from peril, had also instilled in Hagrid a gaze towards Combe that was imbued with not only the warmth of familiarity, but also an unspoken scrutiny and concern. "Child, that magic you just performed," Hagrid panted, hesitating as he searched for the right words. "It's just a few tricks my grandfather taught me. Part of our family's legacy. Please, do not speak of this to anyone else," Combe hurriedly explained, his tone laced with unvarnished sincerity. "I assure you, I once misused it, Hagrid. It was truly a last resort." Observing Combe's earnest yet anxious expression, Hagrid ultimately chose to trust the young one. After all, children seldom lie. He thumped his chest and declared, "All right, let us continue our search for Buckbeak." They adjusted their course, opting for a scarcely trodden path reputed to lead to the deepest recesses of the Forbidden Forest and the pristine lake therein. This route proved even more arduous, with towering ancient trees casting eerie shadows. It was not long before the sounds of a fierce skirmish and the whinnying of horses echoed ahead, intermingled with the piercing clicks of spiders. Exchanging glances, they cautiously approached, concealing themselves behind a dense thicket of yew trees to observe. Before them lay a chaotic battlefield, where a small band of centaurs, approximately 4 or 5, including the previously encountered Ronin and Kova, were besieged by a multitude of 8-eyed spiders. The arachnids, relying on their sheer numbers and sticky webs, sought to ensnare these agile adversaries. "It's Ronin and the others," Hagrid gasped, instinctively wanting to rush to their aid, only to be firmly restrained by Combe. "Hagrid, don't be rash. Our intervention would only complicate matters," Combe whispered urgently. "And look, there," Firenze reared up, emitting a long, resonant whinny as if summoning something. Almost immediately, The thundering of hooves reverberated through the woods, as several massive centaurs wielding sharp spears charged forth like a battalion of war chariots, their brutal force crashing into the flank of the spider horde, instantly disrupting their formation. Indeed, it appeared they employed more than just bows and arrows. As they thrust their spears into the abdomens of the spiders, they brought their hooves down with ferocity, hoping to slay the creatures outright. Fortunately, their comrades stood ready, arrows drawn, targeting those spiders lurking in the shadows, ready to unleash their webs. "By Merlin S. Beard," Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing this spectacle. Had the centaurs triumphed over the spiders? The brief chaos among the spiders afforded the centaurs an opportunity. With a commanding shout, Ronan instructed the centaur warriors to retreat while simultaneously firing arrows for cover, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the thicket. Though enraged, the spider swarm seemed to harbor a wary respect for the centaurs and did not pursue. It appeared their intention was merely to diminish the spider population. "Hagrid," Combe softly remarked, his earlier suspicions confirmed, "the centaurs and spiders have undoubtedly been at odds for quite some time. It seems the spiders have become excessively aggressive, prompting the centaurs to seek alliances with wizards. There was a hidden hand behind the spiders' uprising, and the forest itself was gathering strength to resist." Hagrid nodded thoughtfully, his anxiety replaced by a profound sense of responsibility. "We must hasten to locate Buckbeak." They circumvented the area where a battle had recently concluded, continuing along a path that faintly echoed with the sound of flowing water. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, and the humidity in the air intensified. At last, after traversing a rocky cliff adorned with immense vines, they beheld a breathtaking sight. Nestled amidst the encircling mountains lay a serene lake, its crystalline waters shimmering like a vast sapphire, a tranquil oasis where the traces of spiders were notably diminished. On a more open grassy expanse, by the lakeside, they finally spotted the figure they had been desperately seeking, Buckbeak. It appeared somewhat weary, its feathers soiled with dust, yet seemingly unscathed. Nearby, several equally anxious hippogriffs huddled together, warily surveying their surroundings. "Buckbeak!" Hagrid exclaimed with fervor, tears welling in his eyes as he rushed forward, nearly tumbling in his haste. Hearing the familiar voice, Buckbeak turned, emitting a cry that was both plaintive and joyful. Lowering its head, it affectionately nuzzled the approaching Hagrid, its magnificent wings fluttering slightly. From a distance, Cormy observed this heartfelt reunion without approaching, as the hippogriffs remained highly alert to the presence of strangers. Clearly, this was not a place for lingering. Under Hagrid's and Cormy's soothing guidance, the hippogriffs dutifully followed them away from their sanctuary. On their return journey, they exercised great caution, fortuitously avoiding further significant obstacles. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest near Hogwarts Castle, Hagrid chose a clearing sheltered by towering trees close to a stream, a relatively safe haven compared to the forest, where spiders would not venture to hunt. Hagrid surveyed the surroundings with a resolute tone, declaring that it was an excellent location, open and easily defensible, allowing him to keep watch. They would establish their new home here, where he would construct a safe haven for them. In the ensuing days, Hagrid busied himself, clearing away the weeds and underbrush, erecting sturdier nesting shelters from the trees, and transporting food and clean drinking water from his hut. Buckbeak and its companions seemed to understand that a safe harbor was being built for them, gradually settling in and occasionally emitting melodious calls as they circled above their newly reconstructed abode. Witnessing the hippogriffs regain their vitality, Hagrid finally broke into a long-awaited, heartfelt smile. Dumbledore expressed his warm welcome to these magical creatures, particularly delighted by the excitement of Professor Kettleburn, the Care of Magical Creatures instructor, who always harbored an ardent affection for such beings. Chapter 89, The Art of Meticulous Craftsmanship. Dumbledore voiced concerns regarding Cormy and Hagrid's unauthorized venture into the Forbidden Forest. Yet he was equally pleased that they had found Buckbeak and exited the forest unscathed, even though this was not their first experience. It appears that you have successfully embraced the utilization of ancient magic. However, I must also caution you that possessing excessive power in a short span can lead to complacency. In Dumbledore's view, the temperament of a first-year wizard exposed to potent magic seldom remains stable. Indeed, your current prowess allows you to traverse the Forbidden Forest. Yet I hope you can at least master the entirety of the second-year curriculum and ideally grasp some spells from the third year, so that I may confidently permit you to venture alone. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. As the headmaster, he bears the responsibility for the safety of his students, although the presence of Fox Whistle as a safeguard offers some reassurance. "Very well, Professor, I believe this is not an insurmountable task," Cormy replied with a smile. departing the headmaster's office after savoring the last sip from his cup. For matters pertaining to spells, Professor Flitwick is the most reputable source of counsel, particularly as he excels in spell counteraction. Within Professor Flitwick's office, Cormy proactively sought the professor's guidance on more sophisticated control techniques. His practice transformed into the art of making a delicate feather glide smoothly through the air along a complex figure-eight trajectory, or precisely navigate through a series of ever-moving rings conjured by Flitwick's wand. Relax your wrist, Mr. Cormy. Envision your magical energy as an invisible thread, gently guiding it, rather than a coarse rope dragging it. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of books, directing with a high-pitched voice, his eyes brimming with admiration for the diligent learner. Perhaps next time, he could attempt the method his grandfather used to transform a target into an exploding barrel. With a sharp crack, a burst emanated from the tip of the wand, enveloping the button before Cormy in a cloud of smoke, only to reveal a solemn-faced Professor McGonagall. Indeed, control proves to be far more crucial than mere power, and it is also significantly more challenging to master. This was the conclusion Cormy reached after being dismissed from McGonagall's office. Next, he focused on some more potent offensive spells, ones that had garnered unanimous praise among spiders, regarding the fiery blaze that could inadvertently be unleashed in the Forbidden Forest. Cormy found himself quite fond of this particular spell. Despite its somewhat short range, its area of effect was considerable, prompting him to invest additional effort into mastering it. Due to the restrictions on spell casting in many areas of the castle, Cormy initially contemplated practicing near Hagrid's hut, in an open space behind the hunting lodge, but reconsidered, knowing it was not entirely secluded and might attract attention. Ultimately, he recalled the Room of Requirement, a location frequently utilized by his grandfather, which offered ample secrecy and safety. As he expressed his desire, the room began to transform. The adjacent hall morphed into a dedicated chamber for spell practice, with a row of wooden dummies appearing at one end, including a thoughtful addition of a spider dummy. Cormy endeavored to alter the attack mode of the fire spell, integrating ancient magic into his attempts. Through continuous experimentation, he found, as Dumbledore had previously noted, that simpler spells are indeed easier to master. Yet, every modification necessitates personal exploration. Gradually, the explosive flames began to be tamed, first achieving precise control over their range, allowing the fire to burn within a designated area while leaving other locales untouched. Subsequently, Cormy endeavored to regulate the temperature of the flames. After all, he had studied the 3 essentials of combustion at a school in England. But what might be the 3 essentials of flame in the magical realm? Magic, oxygen, temperature? As the magical energy intensified, the color of the flames shifted from a gentle orange-red to a fierce bright yellow, capable of instantaneously escalating to the brink of combustion. The most significant breakthrough occurred one weekend evening. He gazed at the flickering cluster of flames at the tip of his wand, and a bold idea took root in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously blended the form-giving properties of ancient magic with the essence of the incantation for roaring flames. With a deliberate motion of his wrist and heightened concentration, the flames seemed to stretch and shape themselves as if pulled by an invisible hand, forming a firewall or a ball of flames. A thin, pure flame shield approximately a person's height and in the shape of a fan. This shield was not designed for defense. Perhaps it could withstand an opponent's fire spell. Moreover, it would obscure visibility. The flame shield coalesced briefly before him, only to flicker and dissipate into the air. Though this fiery barrier lasted less than 3 seconds and demanded immense mental effort, Cormy was filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. This was no longer mere fire, but a force he could shape at will, and its attack methods were no longer limited to weak strikes at close range. He had embarked upon a unique path, achieving a preliminary yet profoundly significant fusion of the standard incantation system with ancient magical applications. Following this, he experimented with variations of other spells, such as an expanded levitation charm and a flame that could strike multiple times in a single casting. His grandfather had mentioned that certain chain spells relied on curse marks to function. Cormy found his grandfather's method of using chain avada somewhat cumbersome, yet the results were undeniably effective, earning unanimous acclaim from the victims. Chapter 90, New Home in Red-Green. In the following weeks, whenever he had free time on the weekends, Cormy would venture to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to lend a hand. This area was distinct from the perilous depths of the forest, where sunlight could easily pierce the canopy and illuminate the ground, leading to an abundance of underbrush. It had thus transformed into an open-air classroom for the knowledge of magical creature conservation. Thanks to his previous experiences, Buckbeak and the others quickly came to recognize and accept Cormy's presence. Together with Hagrid, he used magic to reinforce the branches of several towering oak trees, constructing a sturdy perch capable of supporting the massive body of a hippogriff. Cormy Nyst was responsible for delivering materials with a levitation charm, while Hagrid took on the more physically demanding tasks. Truth be told, he was remarkably adept at his work, wielding a large hammer as if it were a mere toy, effortlessly driving a column deep into the ground, something only an adult would typically manage. Cormy meticulously observed Buckbeak and his companions, who relished greeting the morning light and maintained a routine of 2 meals a day. Professor Hagrid had elucidated how to discern their state of relaxation, vigilance, or agitation by the extent of their wingspan and the angle of their necks. This time, Hagrid required assistance in constructing shelters for the mother creatures with offspring, while the adult males were accustomed to the elements, finding solace merely in the embrace of a leafy tree. Nevertheless, Hagrid planned to erect suspended platforms among these grand trees, providing a haven for various bird species to settle. What brought Cormy solace was the subtle transformation occurring within Hagrid. This half-giant friend continued to cherish all that the Forbidden Forest held, yet he no longer insisted that the mischievous little creatures were harmless. He diligently patrolled the Forbidden Forest each day, documenting the shifting territories of the Acromantulas and casually observing the Centaur's patrol routes, as well as the unusual movements of other magical beings, with the intent to assist them. The spider's range had expanded outward by approximately 50 yards since the previous week, skillfully evading the Centaur's patrols, as if Hagrid pondered how best to articulate this situation. Should he circumvent it? Unbeknownst to him, Cormy had already marked the spider's territories and those of the Centaurs on his map, awaiting the day he might require this knowledge. While Cormy immersed himself in spell practice and the wonders of the Forbidden Forest, Hogwarts was abuzz with anticipation for a highly publicized Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The fervor and excitement of this contest painted a vivid tableau, captivating the students from the outset, particularly given the prior verbal altercations that had erupted in public spaces between the two teams. Sources revealed that the expletives exchanged were quite unsavory, reminiscent of the breath of Argus Filch after 3 days without brushing his teeth. This charged atmosphere rapidly filled the castle, with Gryffindor's red and gold intertwining with Slytherin's green and silver in the corridors, as the air resonated with the exhilaration and delight of the onlooking students. Young wizards fervently debated the ongoing rivalry, predicting scores while temporarily casting aside other concerns. As the whistle blew to signal the start of the match that Saturday morning, the players finally found their outlet for expression, swiftly entangling in a flurry of action. The game commenced. The quaffle was seized first by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, who executed a splendid dive, evading the Slytherin defenders with finesse. Lee Jordan's impassioned voice echoed throughout the stadium, magnified by magic, as he announced her pass to Alicia Spinnet. "Oh, watch out for the bludger." That was a rather underhanded move from Slytherin. Gryffindor, fueled by an indomitable spirit and superior flying skills, countered with resilience. The chasers formed a tight, triangular formation, executing dazzling passes that repeatedly tore through Slytherin's defenses. "Look at that synergy, like flowing water." Wood stood firm as a mountain before the goalposts, resembling a movable brick wall, determined to thwart Slytherin's attempts to score. "I dare say, the members of Slytherin must be on the brink of madness." Lee's commentary fervently rallied support for his house. Opposing him would nearly drive the Slytherin players to the edge, compelling them to harass their rivals incessantly. The Slytherin Seeker, after several failed attempts to disrupt his opponent, was an increasingly sinister expression, one that is unambiguously rife with resentment. It appears that some individuals prioritize victory on the field over the spirit of sportsmanship. Sitting beside Cormy, Qiu Zhang remarked, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her tone tinged with disapproval. She harbors a certain distaste for the physical confrontations inherent in such matches, preferring victories achieved through pure flying skill and teamwork. Cormy nodded in agreement, yet his gaze remained fixed on the Slytherin Seeker who was attempting to physically intimidate Charlie, a rather mischievous thought flitting through his mind. He stroked his chin and mused softly. Perhaps one could employ some feints? For instance, when anticipating an opponent's charge, instead of bracing oneself, one could abruptly pull up on the broomstick, allowing the adversary to inadvertently kiss the handle with their face. This vivid tactical suggestion momentarily stunned Qiu Zhang, who then erupted into a fit of suppressed laughter, hastily covering her mouth, her eyes curving into delightful crescents. "By Merlin, Cormy, your idea is rather wicked." She chuckled softly, her tone devoid of reproach, finding this usually composed Ravenclaw's occasional whimsical notions quite amusing. However, It doesn't quite embody the spirit of sportsmanship. Though it might indeed be effective against certain individuals, and it's not technically a foul, she added with a sly wink. Just theoretical analysis, of course. Cormy chuckled as well, recognizing that self-preservation must take precedence. One cannot simply be knocked down without a fight. The turning point of the match occurred when both seekers simultaneously spotted the Golden Snitch. Chapter 91. The Exchange Tactic. The Snitch. The Golden Snitch has appeared. Lee Jordan's voice rose sharply as Charlie Weasley and Slytherin's Terrence Higgs sprang into action. Like two bolts of lightning, they surged towards the glimmering gold, racing neck and neck. Their arms and legs inevitably colliding, each attempting to unseat the other, though such minor infractions were overlooked in the heat of the moment. Just when all anticipated a climactic showdown of speed and brute force, Slytherin's Seeker, Terrence Higgs, executed a dangerously reckless and unsportsmanlike maneuver. He abruptly yanked on his broomstick, ascending in an almost vertical angle, momentarily breaking free from the tangle. And then, utilizing the height advantage, he dove like a falcon, but his target was not the snitch, but rather Charlie's back. He charged directly at Charlie, delivering a harsh jab to his opponent's back with his broomstick. A chorus of gasps and furious shouts erupted from the crowd. Charlie emitted a muffled groan of agony, his body suddenly losing its equilibrium. His movements faltered, and he missed the golden snitch that was tantalizingly close, crashing to the ground on the grassy pitch and curling up in distress. How despicable! He was not merely pursuing the snitch. He was being attacked. Lee roared in fury from the stands. Kimmy, observing through her binoculars, clearly saw the severity of the blow, striking him directly in the vulnerable area of his back. Charlie attempted to rise, but fell once more. It was evident that he could no longer continue the match, and the twins swiftly rushed to his side to assess their brother's injuries. This was a foul, a malicious foul. Lee's voice trembled with indignation. Referee, did you see that? Madam Hooch promptly blew her whistle, awarding Gryffindor a penalty shot. Unlike football, Quidditch does not penalize players with expulsions for excessive fouling, making it far too easy for offenders to act without remorse. Slytherin was clearly not about to squander this opportunity. Their tactics became increasingly blatant, no longer hesitating to directly send the opposition to the penalty line. Kimmy scrutinized the other players on the opposing team, noticing that Slytherin had specifically chosen some robust players as substitutes. Despite Gryffindor initially establishing a 40-point lead with their ferocious opening attack, Slytherin's strategy was just beginning to unfold. While their flying skills might not have been exceptional, no one understood the nuances of fierce confrontation better than they did. They were experts in the subtle art of collisions, encroachments, and various infractions that often eluded the referee's gaze. The Gryffindor players, particularly the chasers who prized speed and finesse, found themselves increasingly agitated by this relentless, sticky defense. The Weasley twins, still incensed by the earlier incident, began targeting the Slytherin players. Any attempt at a foul or a charge towards the goal would see them retaliate by launching the quaffle at their opponents. Yet, none of this could salvage the match. Gryffindor's momentum was abruptly stifled, their morale plummeting, while Slytherin seized the opportunity to gradually close the score gap. What was Slytherin plotting? Jordan Lee shouted from the stands, unable to contain his outrage. They had just committed a foul. As the timeout concluded, Slytherin re-entered the field, and spectators were astonished to see that the previously foul-committing substitutes had been replaced by their fresh primary players. They had swapped out their previous team members. This was a thoroughly insidious scheme. Lee exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. After the exhausting harassment from the prior substitutes, Gryffindor's players had already experienced a depletion of both stamina and focus. Meanwhile, the well-rested Slytherin main team commenced their offensive under the guidance of their captain. Gryffindor fought desperately to block them, with Wood diving and deflecting in front of the goal, exerting nearly all of his strength. The atmosphere on the pitch had become nearly palpable. Gryffindor supporters clenched their fists, their hearts heavy with a sense of helplessness. At this moment, the Weasley twins played a crucial role, deftly controlling the quaffle and frequently disrupting the Slytherin players, each swing of their broomsticks seemingly fueled by desire for vengeance. Amidst this suffocating tension, a faint glimmer of golden light darted past the Slytherin goalpost. The Slytherin Seeker, having conserved his energy by abstaining from the earlier tussle, surged forward like a flash of green lightning. The Gryffindor Seeker also took notice, desperately propelling his broom in pursuit, yet the interference from the Slytherin players hampered his acceleration. All eyes were fixated on that swiftly moving speck of gold. He has caught it. The Slytherin stands erupted in jubilant cheers. The Slytherin Seeker raised his arm triumphantly, the golden snitch fluttering weakly in his grasp. The piercing whistle, signaling the end of the match, rang out. The Slytherin crowd erupted in victorious acclaim. While elsewhere in the stadium, silence reigned, punctuated only by angry sighs and hushed curses. The Slytherin team secured a victory marked by a lack of decorum. In the stands, Cormac silently observed the Slytherin players celebrating in the center of the field, their smiles unabashedly triumphant, provoking disdain from the Ravenclaw students. Although Gryffindor had lost the match, they earned the respect of other houses, all eagerly anticipating the day they could teach Slytherin a lesson next year. Chapter 92, A Visit Before Departure. The match concluded under an extremely oppressive atmosphere, with Gryffindor reluctantly settling for fourth place. The Slytherin green banner waved arrogantly in the stands, while Gryffindor was shrouded in a silence filled with anger and resentment. Cormac's spirits were similarly weighed down. Derek's deliberate collision and the subsequent ungracious celebration from Slytherin had imbued him with a more intricate understanding of competition. As a friend of Fred and George, and out of concern for the renowned Quidditch player Charlie Weasley, Cormac, shortly after the match, accompanied them to the castle's infirmary. Before entering, they could hear Madame Pomfrey's irate voice from within: "Rib fractures. Severe bruising on the back. Your head is also quite injured. Merlin, this is not Quidditch. It's akin to a troll wrestling match. You require at least a week of bed rest. No moving about." Pushing the door open, they found Professor Cap's bed still separated by curtains, shrouded in quietude. On the other side, Charlie had just undergone an examination by Madame Pomfrey and was adjusting his clothing when he inadvertently touched his injuries, causing him to flinch in pain. Leaning against the hospital bed, the once robust Charlie appeared pale, though his spirits seemed intact, albeit marred by an inescapable gloom and fury. Fred and George stood at either side of the bed, their usual playful expressions replaced by outrage shared with their brother. "That treacherous serpent," Fred seethed through gritted teeth. "I wish I could hurl dung bombs into their common room. And perhaps add a little something extra to his dinner," George ominously added. Charlie let out a resigned sigh, his voice slightly hoarse due to the pain in his back. "All right, you two, resorting to violence will not resolve our issues, although I must admit, I have a strong urge to cast a curse on that Derek fellow." He forced a bitter smile and shook his head, wincing as the movement aggravated his injury. At that moment, he noticed Comey trailing behind the twins, and he struggled to muster a smile. "Hey, Comey, you made it. I apologize for our meeting under such unfortunate circumstances. Witnessing such an unpleasant match is the last thing I wanted for you." "Please don't say that." Gryffindor did their utmost. Comey replied, stepping forward to place a bag of candies on the bedside table, a makeshift offering from his treasure collection. "Slytherin has truly crossed a line. How is your injury?" Madame Pomfrey mentioned it would take some time. Charlie indicated his bandaged chest, his expression a canvas of frustration. "Seventh year, and this could have been my final match for Gryffindor in the House Cup." His voice trailed off, heavy with disappointment. As captain and a soon-to-be graduate, the manner in which this match concluded was particularly vexing for him. Fred clapped Comey on the shoulder and turned to Charlie. "Hey, Charlie, don't wear that face. We all know what an exceptional seeker you are. Even the professional teams in Romania covet your talent. One tainted match does not define your prowess." George chimed in immediately, wearing their characteristic expression of mischief mixed with indignation. "Exactly. And we assure you that Terrence Higgs will be sipping on some uniquely flavored pumpkin juice for the next month. We accidentally dropped a small vial of our self-created potion in the kitchen, and I hear it can randomly alter beverages to various, well, indescribable flavors, ranging from stinky socks to Filch's foot-soaking water," he added, his tone conspiratorial. Charlie looked at his two mischievous brothers and the slightly embarrassed Comey, the tension in his face finally easing. He shook his head in resignation, but managed to reveal a genuine smile, warm and heartfelt. "Thank you, you two, and Comey." The twins couldn't help but burst into laughter, although their mirth drew a warning glare from Madame Pomfrey. Nevertheless, the shadows that once cloaked Charlie's face had noticeably lifted. As they departed from the infirmary, Comey felt a lightness in his spirits. He even entertained the thought that if he ever found himself in a similar predicament, it would be wonderful to have friends like the Weasley brothers by his side. Dumbledore listened quietly as Comey recounted his experiences in the library, his fingertips pressed together, the blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses sparkling with insight. During the days Comey prepared for the ancient magic trials, Professor Albert maintained his usual stern demeanor. However, based on past experiences, it was likely that unless he persevered through this year and intended to continue in his role, discretion would be the wisest course of action. Maintain a low profile for the time being. "Comey," he spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable weight. "They have already taken notice of you. Excessive attention is akin to igniting a torch in the darkness, making one vulnerable to exposure. This matter may be more profound than we anticipate, and I wish to spare you from unnecessary peril. Dumbledore meticulously examined the magical traces imbued with a distinctive resonance, a flicker of admiration and understanding dancing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded gently. Your preliminary mastery of this power surpasses my expectations. It appears you have qualified to embark upon that ancient path. He acquiesced to Cormy Nyst's request to venture alone to the trial site, then turned his gaze to the phoenix fox, who was preening its resplendent feathers nearby. The ordinary path may be lengthy and fraught with unnecessary scrutiny, Dumbledore murmured, as if confiding in himself or whispering to Fawkes. For a seeker of ancient wisdom, perhaps a more direct route is required. Fawkes lifted its head, its wise eyes glancing at Dumbledore before turning to Cormy Nyst, emitting a clear and melodious cry, as if to signify understanding. Seize foxtail feathers, Cormy Nyst, Dumbledore instructed, his tone calm yet firm. Following his guidance, Cormy Nyst stepped forward cautiously, extending his hand to touch the warm, vibrant golden feathers imbued with potent life force. The moment his fingers grasped them, an extraordinary warmth surged through him, radiating from his fingertips to envelop his entire being. Chapter 93, The Ancient Trial. Fawkes let out a resounding call, suddenly taking flight. With a resounding boom, a dazzling display of golden-red flames erupted within the office. Cormy Nyst was momentarily blinded by the brilliant light, feeling an exquisite sense of weightlessness, embraced by the comforting warmth of the flames, as if he were being drawn into a tunnel woven from light. This sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly, as the surrounding scenery stabilized once more. The blinding brilliance had vanished. Cormy Nyst found himself still firmly clutching foxtail feathers, yet the landscape had transformed entirely. Dumbledore's office had disappeared, replaced by an expanse of profound silence, suffused with an ancient and melancholic aura. He stood in the center of a desolate clearing, encircled by towering gray stones. Not far ahead, a crumbling tower, constructed of pale stone, loomed like a silent giant amidst the hazy mist. The tower was entwined with dead vines, and Cormy Nyst could faintly sense the deep and formidable magical waves emanating from it. Fawkes gently pecked at Cormy Nyst's hand, signaling him to release his grip. Then, it circled around Cormy Nyst, offering an encouraging trill before transforming into a burst of flames, vanishing in an instant. In the clearing, Cormy Nyst stood alone, facing the silent trial tower. The distant silhouette of Hogwarts was no longer visible, and this was far more than a mere separation of mountains indicated on a map. The tower was perched atop a cliff at the hill's summit, surrounded by towering trees and winding vines. The tower and its accompanying castle had largely collapsed, leaving only a few crumbling walls struggling to support the remnants of what had once been a human habitation. The ground was overrun with weeds, betraying no signs of recent visitors. Following the dilapidated path, he discovered that the castle's main entrance had caved in, obstructing the once grand doorway. Cormy observed the adjacent cliff. Noticing several gaps in the wall, he decided to push down one section, clearing away the obstructing vines and debris. The interior of the courtyard was equally dilapidated, marked only by remnants of wild creatures. All that remained in the courtyard was a jumble of stones and the remnants of stone wall, with the tower still standing on the northern side, its upper half intact, resembling the tower depicted on the secret chamber map, presumably the former residence of its owner. The main entrance of the tower appeared relatively intact, seemingly shielded by some form of magical protection. Approaching it, Cormy attempted an unlocking spell, Alohomora, and the door opened with an audible click. It was surprising that such an important location could be accessed with a mere common unlocking charm. However, considering the remoteness of the area and the absence of nearby activity, such a configuration seemed reasonable. Crossing the threshold, he entered a corridor that appeared to have been converted from a cellar, littered with the remnants of discarded items. At the end stood another large door, the official entrance to the trials. Beyond it lay a space that was, as always, resplendent. A long corridor surprisingly lacked any guards or traps. Upon traversing the corridor, he found a spacious room, yet the path was abruptly interrupted. The break was neat and deliberate, clearly designed to require a specific trigger for a bridge to manifest. Cautiously, Cormy extended a foot, confirming he indeed made contact with the bridge's surface. This was evidently a unique magical barrier, perceivable only from a specific entrance. Other areas could neither sense nor touch the objects within the barrier, while individuals could freely enter and exit through the entrance. Truly, a remarkable feat of magic. Standing on the bridge, Cormy surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the world within the barrier resembled a black and white photograph, stripped of color. Even the torches on the bridge had lost their vivid hues, suggesting profound magical principles at play. Swiftly navigating through the undulating corridor behind him, a grand hall emerged before him, observing the statues of guards beginning to stir at the end of the path. Cormy understood that the moment to test his combat prowess had arrived. The room sensed the presence of an intruder, and the stone figures sprang to life, drawing their weapons and advancing toward the entrance with the sound of grinding stone. This time, the guards were more ornate, not only towering in stature, but wielding massive axes and spiked maces. The wizard who crafted these weapons likely hailed from the Age of Knights, and while they were indeed suitable for opening cans, they were equally apt for dismantling their own kind. After a not particularly fierce skirmish, Cormy smashed the last guard statue with a powerful blow from his hammer, proceeding directly to the room beyond. Along the way, he spotted several open chests, and it was evident who the culprit was, as the contents had been piled in the secret chamber on the map. It was puzzling who had stuffed such rubbish into the boxes, along with his grandfather, who opened every chest he encountered, truly a case of mutual willingness. In Comy's view, the subsequent trials primarily aimed to immerse the participants in the experience of this barrier magic. All mechanisms were designed around this theme. Initially, Cormy believed this was merely to increase the difficulty for the challengers, but after experiencing it firsthand, he realized that each stage was thoughtfully integrated with the designer's ingenuity. Most astonishing to Cormy was the revelation that the space within this magical barrier was not entirely isolated from the normal world. Magic could still be wielded within its confines. It is indeed possible to cast spells within a barrier to influence external objects. This revelation is rather alarming. Envision an individual concealed within a protective barrier, silently eliminating adversaries while they remain oblivious to the assailant's location. Chapter 94. Size equals strength. After enduring a series of trials involving stone sentinels and barrier mechanisms, Cormy finally arrived at the final chamber, a circular platform suspended in the heart of the cavern. Upon stepping onto the platform, a traditional welcoming ritual commenced, as several sentinels emerged like clockwork, only to be swiftly shattered by a barrage of spells. However, this time, instead of dissipating into mere motes of light, they coalesced, and amidst the surging magical brilliance, a towering guardian, estimated to be 10 meters tall, rose. Notably, this guardian graciously donned a cloak woven from condensed magic. This was undoubtedly the ultimate challenge. The colossal guardian, far from sluggish, launched an immediate assault upon its entrance. The might of its attacks was formidable. Cormy's protective armor barely withstood the perils of an explosion that grazed it. Fortunately, he evaded swiftly, seeking refuge behind a pillar. Yet, as the guardian relentlessly struck, fissures began to mar the base of the column, threatening imminent collapse. Dodging the remnants of the explosive onslaught, Cormy hastily unleashed a series of spells. But they failed to leave even the slightest mark on the guardian's armor. His efforts were akin to mere tickling. Indeed, the larger the adversary, the more challenging the battle. The guardian, aware that its ample size made it susceptible to attacks, was equipped with formidable defensive capabilities and adeptly anticipated Cormy's strategies, opting for magical assaults over physical weaponry. In response to Cormy's evasive maneuvers behind the pillar, the guardian even resorted to casting spells from the side. Resigned to employing protective incantations to fend off the magical projectiles hurled by the guardian, Cormy engaged in a tactical dance, continuously attempting to counterattack with spells. Though his fire spells merely created sparks without leaving a trace of char fortunately, the magical orbs conjured by the guardian could be exploited by utilizing control magic. Cormy could disrupt their formation or even detonate them at their peak, thereby destabilizing the guardian. As the guardian's movements grew noticeably sluggish amidst the myriad obstacles, Cormy seized this opportunity to sever the already weakened base of the pillar. Mimicking Dumbledore's previous method, he cast a transfiguration spell on the massive column. Although he could not replicate the elegance of the knight's lance that Dumbledore had conjured, he aimed to sharpen the top as much as possible, believing it would suffice to pierce the enormous guardian. With gritted teeth, Cormy channeled all his magical energy into the tip of his wand, envisioning the transformed shape of the stone pillar with clarity. He had never attempted to transfigure such a colossal object before. It demanded immense control. With a low incantation, his wand erupted in a dazzling radiance. The pinnacle of the stone column swiftly reformed amidst a cacophony of friction, while it lacked the refinement of Dumbledore's knightly lance. It instantaneously transformed into a rough yet sharp gigantic spear, its tip poised directly at the colossal guardian. Once again, the magic that bound the guardian was shattered, causing it to lose its balance and kneel upon the ground. Now is the moment. Cormy, seizing the opportunity as the guardian stood, exposed its chest, and with a powerful swing of her wand, thrust the completed stone spear forcefully towards its heart. Boom! The spear, imbued with tremendous force, struck fiercely against the guardian's breastplate. A piercing sound of shattering resonated as spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the guardian's heavy magical armor. After a deep, resounding roar, its colossal form swayed violently, struggling to regain its balance, but the stone spear had already breached the limits of its defenses. Crack! Crack! The fissures swiftly extended throughout its body, radiant light bursting forth from the crevices. The guardian's raised arms froze in midair as it gazed down at the spear embedded in its chest. Its massive form began to disintegrate inch by inch. There was no explosion, no smoke. Its body shattered and ultimately melded into the ground, leaving behind only a few clusters of magical essence. The floating platform returned to silence, save for Kimmy's heavy breaths, revealing a path leading to the stone wall on the opposite side. At this juncture, a meditation basin had been placed in the center of the room at the journey's end, beneath the watchful gaze of a towering statue. As Kimmy approached, a tear slipped from the statue's eye, falling into the meditation basin. Amidst the swirling mist, Professors Bowserville and the Isidora from her memories materialized before her, standing atop a cliff by the sea. In the distance, a column, transformed by Isidora under the professor's guidance, stood tall, and notably, no physical objects were employed in the casting process, likely due to the influence of ancient magic. Isidora abruptly halted her practice, mentioning her father, as the grief from her brother's passing had left him ensnared in sorrow. Yet, Kimmy noted Isidora's poignant declaration, "What I wish to do is take away his pain." Observing their demeanor, it was evident that this conversation was anything but pleasant. Soon, the scene shifted to the castle's interior, where Professor Bowserville engaged in discussion with another guardian regarding the student's performance in divination class. Just then, a grown-up Isidora entered, and from the professor's words, Kimmy learned that Isidora had assumed the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. She had come to invite the professors to a gathering at her home, and as the image abruptly cut off, a feeling of dread washed over Kimmy. Roar! What a calamity! Could this position have been cursed centuries ago? Don't do it! Kimmy, filled with questions, raised her gaze, pondering the tumultuous fate of the defense against the Dark Arts position, which was entangled with ancient magic. Could this professor be the one her grandfather had mentioned, whose actions led to dire consequences? Surveying her surroundings, Kimmy noticed, aside from the entrance she had come through, a mirror-like doorway in the wall, through which she could faintly see the map chamber of Hogwarts Underground. Curious, she approached the mirror, reaching out to touch its surface, only for it to vanish abruptly, transforming the wall before her into solid stone. Chapter 95, The Principles of Shadow and Light Magic. I always knew you could do it. After all, this is merely the first trial. The final colossal guardian proved to be somewhat troublesome. Cormy Nyst brushed the dust from his robe, his tone calm, yet his eyes still glimmered with the thrill of a fierce battle. At that moment, he noticed a figure beside Professor Bossawa. Another professor had appeared, specifically, the plump and genial professor clad in vibrant red robes, whom he remembered well. "Ed, Bossawa, it is a pleasure to see you both again," the newly arrived Professor Charles said with a warm smile, exchanging pleasantries with his old friend beside him. "Now, let me see who has awakened me." As he turned his gaze towards the hall, his amiable expression faltered upon spotting Cormy Nyst standing alone, observing him with curiosity. Professor Charles inquired with a hint of exasperation, directing his gaze towards the lively successor. "It wouldn't be you're doing again, would it?" He was somewhat familiar with Ed's past mischiefs. This was the same individual who had emptied all of their treasured possessions and rummaged through graves in search of valuables. "I didn't do it. I swear. Don't say such things," Ed hastily protested, his arms flailing dramatically. "This time, it truly wasn't my idea. It was the guidance of fate, Charles." All right, Professor Charles sighed, reluctantly redirecting his attention back to Cormy Nyst, yet he found it hard to believe the evident youthfulness of Cormy Nyst's face. "Forgive my intrusion, but you are currently in the 5th grade?" He carefully chose his words, attempting to mask his astonishment with courtesy. "First grade." The body of the professor in the portrait seemed to tremble in shock, glancing at Bossawa and receiving a look from the latter that said, "See, I didn't lie to you." Although his emotions were still tumultuous, since Cormy Nyst had successfully passed the trial through his abilities, he, as a guide, decided not to dwell on age. He solemnly advised Cormy Nyst to seek out the ancient traces of magic scattered throughout Hogwarts and beyond, as absorbing their power would continually enhance his affinity and control over ancient magic. However, The means to augment his strength were not Cormy Nyst's primary concern at that moment. The enchanting barrier magic he encountered during the trial lingered in his mind, compelling him to inquire directly, "Professor Charles, Professor Bossuet, I wish to ask about that special magic I encountered during the trial, the barrier that creates hidden spaces." "Oh." Professor Charles looked at Bossuet with surprise, for among the portraits, Bossuet was the most knowledgeable in the realm of ancient magic. Professor Bossuet took over the conversation, gazing at Cormy Nyst with a gentle yet cautionary tone. "If you are referring to the magic that can conceal oneself within the crevices of light and shadow, I fear it is not something you can fully comprehend or master at your current stage. Its construction is exceedingly complex, demanding high levels of magical control and mental focus." "I understand, Professor," Cormy Nyst replied respectfully. "I do not aspire to learn it immediately. I humbly beseech you to elucidate the fundamental principles of this magic. Even a mere understanding of its operational framework would greatly enhance my comprehension of the essence of magic." Professor Boswell regarded the pure thirst for knowledge in Cormy's eyes and nodded approvingly. "This request can indeed be fulfilled. The core of this magic is not merely the displacement or creation of space. It delves deeper into the interplay of light and shadow, as well as the deceptive nature of perception. You have not truly departed from your original space. As you may have noticed within the barrier, you can still influence objects in the external world." "Indeed, Professor, that is precisely what astonished me the most." "Exactly," Professor Boswell patiently explained. "You can understand it as not having entered another space, but rather having allowed your state of existence to temporarily enter the shadowed aspect of reality. A most evident limitation is that there must be a stable, magically marked medium serving as a conduit between the two worlds, which is the archway you see. Without this gateway, the magic cannot manifest." Cormy listened intently, rapidly conceptualizing the operational principles of this magic in conjunction with his personal experiences during the trials. "So, it is akin to entering a layer closely aligned with the back of a mirror. We can see the reality reflected before the mirror, yet those in front of the mirror cannot perceive us. The archway serves as a special passage connecting the front and back of the mirror, a remarkably astute metaphor." Professor Boswell's face brightened with genuine delight, his eyes filled with admiration. "Indeed, it is just like the relationship between light and shadow. They coexist, forming a complete visual world, yet remain distinctly separate. Your comprehension is truly exceptional, my child." Upon receiving confirmation, many of Cormy's previous observations suddenly coalesced. Thus, when I entered the barrier, the reality I observed lost its color and appeared shrouded in gray, because I was, in fact, standing in the realm of shadows, observing the world of light outside. Completely accurate. Professor Boswell nodded affirmatively, thoroughly pleased with Cormy's insightful deductions. "I understand now, Professor. Thank you immensely for your elucidation. It has resolved my greatest perplexity." Cormy bowed respectfully to the portrait. Having satiated his curiosity regarding the magical principles, Cormy refrained from further interrupting the professor's reminiscing. His grandfather, Ed, and Professor Charles's portrait were engaged in a friendly debate over a long-ago incident, while Professor Boswell's portrait observed with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing his features. Chapter 96, The Hawk and the Badger. On a weekend morning, Hogwarts Castle awakened amidst a veil of mist, the weather beginning to warm, much to the delight of students eager to witness the Quidditch match. An unusual excitement permeated the air, as the most significant match of this year's Quidditch season was imminent. Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff, vying for the coveted Quidditch Cup, where the victor would bask in honor, while the vanquished would be left in the dust. As Cormy descended the spiraling staircase, he could distinctly sense the atmosphere of preparation enveloping the academy. In the Ravenclaw common room, a group of students gathered around an enormous enchanted blackboard, intricately adorned with complex Quidditch formations, fervently debating tactical possibilities. Unlike the straightforward assault style of Gryffindor, facing the adeptly defensive Hufflepuff required a modification in Ravenclaw's approach. Fortunately, they excelled in group strategies and possessed the most agile tactics in the entire school. No, considering today's wind speed, I suggest we opt for a scattered advance. Meanwhile, in the corridor leading to the Great Hall, several second-year Hufflepuff students cautiously cradled a gigantic cake, decorated with frosted Quidditch balls and inscribed with Hufflepuff in yellow and black icing. "Be careful. We spent 3 hours in the kitchen preparing this," a girl with a ponytail anxiously cautioned her companions. Corny watched in astonishment as they carefully placed the cake on the long table. These badgers truly knew how to leverage geographical advantages. They had already prepared a victory celebration feast. During breakfast at the Ravenclaw table, students dined while casting glances at the Hufflepuff table, where the large cake captivated everyone's attention. They exchanged tidings and discussed the day's upcoming match. The rapport between the two houses was indeed stronger than with others, one earnest and the other delighting in the spectacle, while both sides stood with arms crossed, observing the rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor. I believe this will be an exhilarating match. Pomona, a contest of wisdom and resilience. A most enthralling theme. The two teams entered to thunderous applause. The Ravenclaw team donned blue and white robes, exuding focus and composure, while the Hufflepuff team, clad in yellow and black stripes, wore steadfast and friendly smiles. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and 15 broomsticks soared into the air, marking the official commencement of the match. From the outset, Ravenclaw showcased their signature style. The chasers swiftly formed a perfect triangular formation, the quaffle zipping between them with precision, tracing flawless trajectories. Hufflepuff's defense was indeed formidable. Their keeper nimbly navigated between the 3 goal hoops, thwarting several threatening shots from Ravenclaw, eliciting a chorus of lamentations from the Ravenclaw stands. Ravenclaw's performance was remarkable today. Yet, Hufflepuff's keeper seemed to anticipate every angle of Ravenclaw's shots. As the match progressed into its 15th minute, Hufflepuff began to unveil their offensive prowess. Their chasers lacked the flashy techniques of Ravenclaw, but exhibited precise passing and seamless coordination, steadily advancing toward Ravenclaw's goal. Hufflepuff broke through. One chaser sidestepped a defender and shot. The ball found its mark. Hufflepuff scored first. What a brilliant tactical maneuver. Professor Flitwick exclaimed from the stands. They are not merely attacking. They are strategizing. This tactic soon bore fruit as Hufflepuff's attack was interrupted by a bludger, allowing Ravenclaw to seize the ball and launch a rapid counterattack. Ravenclaw's counter. They broke through, prepare and no. This is a feint. The ball was passed from behind. A perfect diversion. A shot on goal. Scored. Ravenclaw secured 10 points. The supporters of Ravenclaw erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Through the telescope, Cormy noted that this offensive maneuver had completely disrupted Hufflepuff's defensive formation, prompting Ravenclaw to begin employing tactical strategies to stretch their opponent's lineup. At this juncture, Cormy primarily focused his attention on Cedric, for it was he who had captured the Golden Snitch in their previous encounter, securing victory for Slytherin. The captain of Ravenclaw was acutely aware of Cedric's prowess, and thus devised a strategy specifically targeting him, to instruct the Seekers to abandon their quest for the Golden Snitch and instead concentrate on closely monitoring Cedric. Before Ravenclaw could secure a significant lead, their sole objective was to impede Cedric's movements, thwarting whatever endeavors he might undertake. After several laps around the field, Cedric became increasingly aware of his pursuers. Regardless of where he roamed, they remained steadfastly glued to him, evidently not seeking an autograph. Each time he caught a glimpse of a possible golden flash, his opponents would encroach upon him, obstructing his path, which left Cedric feeling quite helpless and unable to concentrate on locating the elusive snitch. Ravenclaw scored once more. The voice of Lee Jordan echoed again, heightening Cedric's sense of urgency. He desperately wished to find the golden snitch and conclude the match, lest Hufflepuff's defense be further compromised. Chapter 97. A Clash of Tactics and Respect. The chasers of Ravenclaw executed their plays with the precision of a well-rehearsed theatrical performance. Upon discovering a breach, they launched a series of relentless assaults, each attack appearing to tear at Hufflepuff's defenses. Ravenclaw scored again. They led by 50 points. A beautifully arched shot, and Ravenclaw gained another 10 points. 70 points. Their momentum surged like a tidal wave. The gap in scores between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff continued to widen, and with each announcement from Lee Jordan, it felt as though he mourned for Hufflepuff. The players from Hufflepuff began to show signs of fatigue. Their defense remained resolute. Yet under the agile execution of Ravenclaw's tactics, vulnerabilities began to surface with alarming frequency. Particularly after consecutive goals were conceded, the gaps in their formation widened, and several players appeared lost, gazing blankly at the ball as it darted about, unable to make contact. Cedric anxiously searched the skies for the golden snitch. Having heard Lee Jordan's voice multiple times, he could scarcely attend to what was being said as the wind howled in his ears. His opponents persisted in closely tailing him, their flying skills exceptional, always predicting Cedric's movements. Nevertheless, Cedric refused to yield. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across every corner of the field. There was still a chance. Capturing the golden snitch would be the key to his triumphant reversal. As his eyes scanned the stands, Cedric caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden shimmer. He feigned continued searching, discreetly reaffirming that position. At the edge of the field, a faint glimmer of gold flashed past, like an arrow released from a bowstring. Cedric surged forward with astonishing speed, his velocity truly breathtaking. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the Ravenclaw Seeker felt compelled to act without delay, promptly trailing behind with the intent to disrupt Cedric's movements. However, at that moment, Cedric executed an unexpected maneuver, soaring upward like a rocket, as if striving to pierce the very heavens. This sudden ascent caused the Ravenclaw Seeker, who was in hot pursuit, to lose sight of his target, prompting an urgent adjustment in direction to keep pace with Cedric's swift ascent. Yet, just as he regained his bearings, Cedric executed a breathtaking dive mid-air, akin to a falcon descending upon its prey, hurtling downwards with astonishing speed. This unforeseen action allowed Cedric to successfully elude his pursuer, granting him precious seconds to widen the gap between himself and his opponent, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. Seizing the advantage of the acceleration from his dive, Cedric approached the area where the golden snitch had recently been sighted with the swiftness of lightning. There, amidst the interplay of shadows, lay the potential hiding place of the elusive snitch. With unwavering focus, he meticulously searched the shadows for any sign of movement. Attuned to the distinctive fluttering sound that accompanied the snitch's flight, he deduced that the snitch must be concealed within the shadows ahead. As each snitch was enchanted to remain within the confines of the field, Cedric surged forward, his broom slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, while the Ravenclaw Seeker, hot on his heels, grew increasingly anxious. He too had caught a glimpse of the snitch's trail, but it was far too late. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, Cedric's fingers finally brushed against the tiny golden ball. After a fervent chase, he secured it firmly in his grasp, raising his arm in triumph to signal the referee. Cedric has caught the snitch, announced Lee Jordan. However, let us examine the score. Ravenclaw leads by 160 points, even with the additional 150 points for capturing the snitch. Hufflepuff falls short by a mere 10 points. A peculiar silence enveloped the cheering crowd, swiftly followed by a wave of disheartened murmurs. As Cedric descended onto the pitch, his face betrayed a hint of disappointment, yet he maintained his composure. To his surprise, the Ravenclaw players flocked to him, not to flaunt their victory, but to pay their respects. Roger Davies was the first to extend his hand, acknowledging, "What an exceptional flight. It is astonishing that even the strategy devised specifically for you could not prevent your capture of the snitch. You are undoubtedly one of the finest seekers I have ever witnessed." Subsequently, a touching scene unfolded as the players from both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff hoisted Cedric high into the air, parading him around the pitch amidst resounding applause, paying homage to the seeker who had captured the snitch in 2 consecutive matches. What an exhilarating game it was. This year's Quidditch matches saw Cedric seize the golden snitch twice. That evening's celebratory feast became a shared jubilation for both houses. In the auditorium, blue and yellow decorations intertwined, as the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff sat together, sharing food and drink. The enormous celebratory cake was wheeled out, and the Hufflepuff students graciously invited their Ravenclaw counterparts to partake. A Hufflepuff girl with a ponytail smiled and remarked that the cake was meant for sharing, was it not? Cedric deliberately cut a slice of cake and approached Cormac, saying, "This is for you. Thank you for coming to watch the match." Cormac accepted the cake, astonished to find it adorned with a delicate chocolate depiction of both the Ravenclaw eagle and the Hufflepuff badger side by side. "This is splendid," Cormac sincerely exclaimed. "Your flying was truly remarkable." Cedric chuckled. "Your tactics were superior. Today, Ravenclaw truly deserves this victory." Professors Flitwick and Sprout sat together, observing this harmonious scene with smiles of satisfaction on their faces. "You see, I told you this match would be magnificent. That Cedric certainly does not resemble a typical second year," remarked Professor Sprout, to which Professor Flitwick nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Phileas, he is the grandson of Diggory. His portrait still hangs in the common room. That boy is certainly more robust than most of last year's entrants." As Cormac savored the sweet treat, he watched Cedric, who was surrounded by admirers. He was indeed an exceptional individual, sociable and well-liked, even coaxing the twins to share in the cake. There were no losers in this match. Ravenclaw emerged victorious with the trophy, Hufflepuff earned respect, and everyone participated in a joyous celebration. Chapter 98, The Easter Holiday. The snow surrounding the castle had completely melted, revealing the moist ground beneath, dotted with tender green shoots. The black lake shimmered under the sunlight, with the occasional lazy tentacle of a giant squid gliding across the surface, finally free from the thick ice that had confined it all winter. A warm breeze, carrying the scent of fresh grass and damp earth, wafted through the open windows, attempting to dispel the chill that had accumulated within the stone edifice throughout the winter. A colorful pile of candy wrappers sat atop the coffee table, amidst several unwrapped chocolate frogs and Easter eggs. The chocolate frogs had long been a form of currency among students, and the cards they contained were one of the reasons for their popularity. All eyes turned towards Cormac, as every Ravenclaw knew that a first year with a fervent passion for chocolate always carried some with him. At that moment, Autumn opened a delicate box adorned with elegant Chinese characters, revealing neatly arranged, exquisite pastries. These are for my mother, freshly purchased from Chinatown and just arrived this morning. She pushed the box to the center, showcasing the red bean and lotus seed fillings. Unlike the robust and sometimes coarse desserts commonly found at Hogwarts, these pastries appeared extraordinarily delicate, with translucent layers of flaky pastry that seemed as if they would crumble at the slightest touch. Curiosity piqued, everyone eagerly took a piece. Wow! A girl named Mandy Block exclaimed in delight, carefully catching the falling puff pastry. It is utterly delectable. The texture is so dense, and the sweetness is just perfect. Cormy also took a piece and nodded enthusiastically after tasting it. This is more refreshing than any cream cake I have ever had. Autumn, did you say this shop is in Chinatown? Yes, Autumn replied, nodding as she gazed at the rapidly emptying box, a hint of regret in her voice. Unfortunately, their pastries are limited each day. My mother said she waited nearly an hour in line to acquire these. Indeed, Mandy agreed, her eyes sparkling. It's so delicious that the wait is absolutely worth it. The joyful moments passed amid laughter and cheer. Once the last crumb of pastry was devoured, the friends began discussing their remaining holiday plans or engaged in a game of gobstones in small groups. Cormy leaned against the window, watching the sunlight dance upon the lake's surface. The weather was perfect for a stroll outside, he thought, and so he rose and exited the Ravenclaw common room. He sauntered along the castle's corridors and unknowingly arrived at the lakeside. Approaching, he greeted Fred with a smile. Fred's eyes lit up upon seeing Cormy. "Hey, Cormy, would you like to help feed this big fellow?" he said, offering a sandwich. It seemed the creature truly relished this type of food. Noticing Fred still held another piece, Cormy inquired, "Did you make this yourselves?" "No, it's from my mother, sent via owl," Fred replied, extending the sandwich. "Would you like to try it?" Cormy took it and examined it. Unlike the brightly colored sandwiches sold in stores, this one was made with freshly baked bread and some savory meat, accompanied by fresh vegetables. Although it had cooled, the bread remained soft. He broke off a piece and tasted it. The flavor was delightful, with a pure wheat aroma, clearly from recently baked bread. And the meat was not overly salty, just right for a child. "This is really good. It would be even better with a cup of hot chocolate," he remarked, eliciting a round of laughter from the twins. "If you have time during the holidays, you should come to our house. My mother would be thrilled to have someone appreciate her cooking." Cormy nodded with a smile. After bidding farewell to the twins, he continued his stroll along the lakeside. And it suddenly struck him that he had yet to bring Hagrid a gift. Fortunately, he still had plenty of candies left from his earlier visit to Honeydukes, though he felt they might not be suitable for Hagrid. After all, the candies were a bit small. He doubted Hagrid could even pick them up. Perhaps chocolate would be more fitting, especially since Hagrid could use it for his baking. Leaving the twins behind, he walked under the golden sunlight toward the gamekeeper's hut at the edge of the castle. However, something seemed amiss today. Typically at this hour, smoke would be rising from the chimney, and Fong would joyfully greet him at the door. Yet today, it was unusually quiet. The wooden door was tightly shut, and there was no sign of movement behind the windows. His usual tools were left at the entrance. It was only then that he noticed a hastily torn piece of parchment affixed to the door, its edges jagged, bearing Hagrid's unique and forceful scrawl. Chapter 99. Hagrid's Note. The air in the Forbidden Forest was always thicker and colder than elsewhere. It was saturated with the scent of decaying soil, moisture, and an indescribable aroma belonging to magical creatures. Cormy cautiously approached the centaur territory within the Forbidden Forest, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. The note left by Hagrid warned of an attack on the centaurs by spiders. "I must lend assistance." This was the essence of Hagrid's message on the door. Spiders? Attacking centaurs? The more Cormy pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. He knew Hagrid held a deep affection for all creatures within the Forbidden Forest, including the eerie Acromantula, Aragog and its offspring. Yet, the centaurs had indeed been embroiled in frequent conflicts with the Spider Clan. How could they suddenly be besieged? Furthermore, Hagrid had ventured alone. With little time to hesitate, anxiety eclipsed his doubts. Cormy tightened his grip on his wand and plunged into the forest, a place deemed forbidden for students. He recalled the location where he had previously encountered the centaur tribe, marking it on the map in his guidebook. The deeper he ventured, the darker the surroundings became, and the unsettling silence grew more pronounced. Only the sound of his own footsteps, ragged breaths, and the wind rustling through the treetops, resembling a mournful whisper, accompanied him. If a trap were to be set to ensnare someone, the path would undoubtedly be the ideal choice. Thus, Cormy remained on high alert, wary of the magical glow that might emerge from the shadows behind the trunks. After what felt like an eternity of running, faint sounds of commotion reached him, a sharp screech, the heavy footfalls of some creature, and the sound of explosions? The unmistakable sound of spells. Cormy's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace, rushing through a thicket of thorns, only to find the scene before him transform into a chaotic battlefield. In a clearing, several massive, black, hairy acromantula were frantically assaulting the central area, their multifaceted eyes glinting with menace, their pincers clicking ominously, and the sticky webs they expelled gleaming with a sinister silver sheen under the moonlight. The one under siege was a robust figure clad in a familiar moleskin coat, with disheveled hair and a beard nearly merging into a single mass. It was Hagrid. He brandished his pink umbrella at a spider attempting a side attack, while shouting, "You scum! Fall over!" A blinding red light struck the spider with precision. It convulsed, its 8 legs curling inwards, and it rolled aside, motionless. Cormy was momentarily taken aback. Hagrid's magic was so decisive, so fluid. The Hagrid he remembered, due to an early mishap with his wand, had always cast spells somewhat clumsily, relying more on physical strength. Yet now, he moved with agility, casting spells with accuracy, as if he were a different person altogether. However, there was no time for Cormy to ponder the situation. A spider had spotted this new target, pivoting its direction and charging forward with astonishing speed, its nauseating multifaceted eyes and drooling pincers advancing menacingly. Flames roared. Cormy instinctively conjured a powerful flame spell. A blaze far more vigorous than ordinary fire erupted from the tip of his wand, ensnaring the 8 legs of the spider like tangible ropes. The creature emitted a shrill scream as its massive form ignited, its limbs convulsing in a futile struggle against the inexorable grasp of death. "Well done, Cormy! Magnificent!" Hagrid's cheers resonated almost simultaneously, his voice brimming with excitement and joy, overpowering the cacophony of the battlefield. With a vigorous sweep of his umbrella, he cast a stunning spell that repelled another spider, then boldly approached, slapping Comy's shoulder with such force that he stumbled slightly. "I knew it. You are a genius. By Merlin's beard. Such magical prowess. Such control." He spoke at a rapid pace, spittle flying in the dim light, his grin so radiant it bordered on overwhelming, his eyes gleaming like beetles in the night, sparkling with an almost fanatical admiration. An unsettling feeling grew within Cormy. Hagrid would be thrilled for him, lavishly praising his efforts, but he would never exhibit such a loss of composure at a moment so fraught with peril. It appeared that Hagrid's attention was more focused on Comy's magical display than the menace of the spider before them. The clearing fell silent, save for the occasional faint hiss of a stunned or injured spider and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Cormy scrutinized Hagrid discreetly. The moleskin coat was unmistakable, the tousled hair and beard equally recognizable, and his imposing stature was unmistakably Hagrid. "Oh, right, Dumbledore." No, the centaur still needed assistance. Oblivious. Hagrid wore that excessively enthusiastic smile, turning to continue along the path. Cormy narrowed his eyes, his heart racing within his chest, blood rushing to his head only to cool rapidly. He was certain something was amiss with this Hagrid, though it did not seem as though he were under the influence of the soul-binding curse, the closest possibility being the polyjuice potion. Could Hagrid still be in the enemy's grasp? This seemed unlikely. Although his combat prowess was unclear, he was not easily subdued, though a successful ambush could not be ruled out. "Very well, just like before, we shall seek them out," Cormy said as he followed, keeping a safe distance, feigning unfamiliarity with the forest, only reminding Hagrid of the correct path at the forks, yet always maintaining a watchful eye on Hagrid's movements to prevent any chance of ambush. The most likely point of attack would be along the route to the centaurs, where they could seize him and disguise themselves as spiders. Indeed, as they neared a towering tree, Hagrid abruptly halted, seemingly surveying his surroundings, pondering which way to proceed. He stood with his back to Cormy, his enormous frame resembling a stationary mountain, cloaked in shadow. This was an opportune moment to strike. Chapter 100, Shattering the Disguise. Cormy clutched his wand tightly, instantly alert as Hagrid remained motionless. "Exclude your weapon." Stupefied, 2 brilliant beams of crimson light arced almost seamlessly, piercing through the gloom of the forbidden forest and striking with precision towards the imposing silhouette. The spell's luminescence flickered among the tree trunks, casting the twisted branches in perilous hues. In the fleeting moment the incantation was released, Cormy leaped sideways with the agility of a raccoon, pressing his body tightly against the rough, frigid bark of an ancient oak. His heart thudded wildly in his chest as he gripped his wand firmly, the feel of the wood providing a modicum of reassurance. Protego. With a mere flick of his wrist, the pink umbrella traced an arc, conjuring a solid, translucent shield around Hagrid. The stunning and disarming spells Cormy unleashed collided with it, dissipating like raindrops upon rock, leaving only a ripple in their wake. A heavy weight settled in Cormy's chest. The speed and potency of his opponent's magic surpassed all expectations. Oomph. The foe Hagrid scoffed, the warmth in his voice vanishing entirely, replaced by a chilling mockery. He glanced at the pink umbrella he had been clutching, a look of unrestrained disdain crossing his face. This thing is utterly cumbersome. Before the words had even left his lips, he carelessly discarded the umbrella into the nearby thicket as if it were mere refuse. To Cormy's astonishment, a slender, dark wand, appearing quite antiquated, landed firmly in the impostor's grasp. It became evident that the umbrella had merely been a ruse. The true wand had been cleverly concealed, perhaps even ingeniously affixed to the handle of the umbrella, ready to be drawn in an instant when needed. This individual had not only disguised his appearance, but had also meticulously emulated and exploited Hagrid's well-known characteristic of casting spells with an umbrella. His understanding of Hagrid was disturbingly profound. The genial smile that once adorned Hagrid's face had vanished without a trace, supplanted by a steely intent to kill, laced with surprise and a sobering calm that mingled extreme admiration with an ineffable sense of danger. The eyes, hidden beneath a tangle of hair and beard, no longer reflected the innocent gleam of a beetle, but were now filled with profound darkness and a barely perceptible fervor. Only a fool would rely on such a ridiculous toy. The foe Hagrid derided the true Hagrid in a voice entirely unfamiliar, while elegantly advancing his wand. Do you think you are worthy to remain at Hogwarts? Petri Ficus Totalis. A swift, gray streak shot forth, far more ferocious than any petrification curse Cormy had ever encountered. Instinctively, he sidestepped as the spell grazed the edge of the tree trunk, instantly transforming a dense cluster of ferns behind him into solid stone. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Chaos had to be wrought. He swiftly aimed his wand at the thick layer of fallen leaves and decaying wood beneath the impostor's feet. Flames burst forth. The searing inferno erupted, yet was once again thwarted by the shield, leaving only scattered embers to ignite the ground below. The flames roared. This time, Cormy's fire merely struck the earth at the impostor's feet. The orange flames surged upward with a thunderous crackle, coiling around the false Hagrid like a waking serpent of fire. Oh, quite clever. The false Hagrid appeared remarkably unperturbed within the inferno, adopting a tone reminiscent of critique. Yet, his movements were swift, with a deft flick of his wand. A chilling aura enveloped the vicinity, causing the flames to visibly recede. Regrettably, there was no genuine knowledge to be gleaned from that half-giant. After all, he could not even safeguard his own wand, could he? Cormy remained silent, hastening the motions of his wand, aware that while the flames could not thwart his adversary, they served to obscure his movements, allowing him to perform necessary actions, such as concealing his position while casting spells. Several walls of fire had ignited upon the ground, and under the cover of these flames, Cormy continued to cast spells while skillfully shifting his location, utilizing tree trunks as shields. The flames, fueled by the dry leaves, began to spread across the forest floor. Being within the forbidden forest, the dense trees shielded the sunlight, maintaining a dampness beneath the withered foliage. As the surface leaves gradually burned away, thick smoke billowed upward. The false Hagrid, witnessing the rising smoke, lost his patience entirely. Had enough of playing? He uttered coldly, raising his wand once more. No longer casting single spells, he unleashed a barrage of piercing beams, akin to lethal whips, directed towards the area where Cormy sought refuge. Cormy crouched behind a massive tree, evading his opponent's spells while creating obstacles and confusion to hinder the pursuit. The silhouette of the false Hagrid flickered amidst the smoke and dancing flames, and indeed, his pursuit was momentarily delayed. In that moment, Cormy grasped why his grandfather had extolled the virtues of the venomous tentacula. In such a treacherous terrain, if he had one at hand, he would not hesitate to hurl it at his foe. The two engaged in a chaotic exchange, spells illuminating the darkened corners of the forbidden forest. A sharp gray beam narrowly grazed Cormy's scalp, turning a nearby tree trunk to an ashen hue. Startled, he recoiled, concealing himself further behind the trunk. Directing his wand toward a loose boulder, the stone trembled and rose unsteadily before he forcefully cast a spell, sending it crashing towards his opponent as position. With a resounding thud, the boulder struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and parting the flames with a significant gap. The false Hagrid emerged from the dust unscathed, his robes untouched by a speck of dirt, despite the flames still acting as a barrier between them. His impatience had reached its zenith. "The game is over, boy." At that moment, the sound of urgent hooves echoed in the distance. The rhythmic clatter grew increasingly distinct and thunderous, not merely one, but an entire cavalry seemingly approaching with haste. A flicker of hope ignited within Comey's heart, only to be extinguished by the cruel smirk that crept onto the false Hagrid's face. In a raspy voice, he revealed that his empty left hand now clutched a small, dark vial, instilling within Comey a sense of foreboding. It was reminiscent of the scene in Tales where the hero confronts the Dark Lord, who prepares to wield a formidable magical sword. Realizing this, Comey resolved to thwart his adversary's intentions. He transformed the rubble at his feet and hurled it toward the foe, hoping to disrupt his actions. Chapter 101. Chromatography as Love. A clever ruse. The opponent gently waved their wand, and a protective shield enveloped them once more, effortlessly deflecting the flying debris. At that moment, centaurs emerged from the shadows, with Ronan, the leading centaur warrior, charging into the clearing like a whirlwind, bow in hand. Upon seeing the figure standing amidst the flames, he paused in surprise, and the other centaurs quickly gathered around. Hagrid? Seizing the moment while both sides were momentarily distracted, Comey discreetly began casting a spell from behind, the noise of the approaching centaurs sufficiently masking his subtle movements. The colossal boulder that Comey had previously hurled still loomed behind the adversaries, currently in the process of disassembling and reconfiguring, with the sound of some scattered stones falling unnoticed. However, the foe Hagrid's lack of awareness did not imply that the centaurs were oblivious. They noticed the boulder gradually taking on a humanoid form, even wielding a weapon, and swiftly knocked their arrows, aiming at the stone figure. The foe Hagrid's expression soured as he observed their actions, muttering under his breath, "Those four-legged beasts dare to act?" Concealed behind a tree trunk, with only his head visible, Comey was on the verge of laughter, as both parties seemed to have misconstrued the situation, yet not entirely. He stifled his amusement, secretly intensifying his control over the ancient magic. Unfortunately, his transformation was merely a temporary reference to the stone guardian from the trial, and since it was his first attempt, he had to carefully guide the magic to avoid drawing attention. As the statue gradually took shape, the centaurs began to aim their bows at it, while the foe Hagrid sensed something amiss behind him, just as he intended to turn around and investigate. The centaurs released their arrows. Whoosh! Several long arrows, tipped with white feathers, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed squarely at the foe Hagrid's head and side. Given the foe Hagrid's massive size, he completely obscured the statue behind him. His attempt to turn was halted, and his wand cast the armor protection spell once more. This was precisely the outcome Comey desired. At that moment, a stone longsword surged from behind the foe Hagrid, its razor-sharp blade slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, perfectly bypassing the protective barrier in front and striking towards the foe Hagrid's left hand that grasped the black bottle. The foe Hagrid's reflexes were astonishing as the blade approached. His iron armor spell activated once again, a flash of white light. Boom! The heavy stone sword shattered upon contact with the armor spell, transforming into countless tiny stones and dust. However, the immense kinetic energy imparted to the sword was not entirely dissipated. The powerful impact, accompanied by fragments and a severed piece of the sword, forcefully struck the foe Hagrid's hand. Crack! A seemingly inconspicuous, crisp sound echoed. Yet time appeared to freeze at that very moment, as the arrows struck the barrier, creating ripples of white light. The foe Hagrid's expression shifted from rage to confusion, then to astonishment, ultimately settling into sheer terror. The dark crystal bottle and the debris collided with a resounding crash, shattering the bottle. The black liquid within erupted forth, splattering onto the foe Hagrid. Ugh! The false Hagrid emitted a muffled grunt, his hand gashed by sharp stones. Yet at that moment, he was oblivious to the pain, fixated instead on the dark liquid covering him, which exuded a foul stench and an indescribable odor. Upon hearing this sound, Ronan's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze darting toward the shadowy thicket surrounding them. Spiders. The eight-eyed giant spiders. They had been drawn here. Ronan's voice was imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Almost as soon as he spoke, a cacophony of rustlings surged from all directions, as if the entire forbidden forest were writhing. The eight-eyed giant spiders, as large as calves, burst forth from the underbrush, their inky, multifaceted eyes gleaming with a frenzied crimson in the darkness, their pincers clicking ominously, dripping with viscous saliva. They emerged from behind trees, burrows, and shadows, swarming towards the clearing's center, their sweet scent evidently having driven them into a mindless frenzy, unable to distinguish friend from foe. The nearest spiders to the point where the bottle had fallen quickly locked onto the source of the scent, the false Hagrid. They utterly disregarded species or allegiance, surging toward him like a black tide, pincers opening and closing in a frenzied attempt to rend him asunder. For the first time, the calm and icy demeanor of the false Hagrid vanished, replaced by genuine astonishment and fury. He clearly had not anticipated such a predicament. His tool had instead attracted peril. He attempted to shed his beast-hide cloak, but it proved a cumbersome endeavor. Clumsily, he fumbled through the tangled mess in search of a button or something to aid in discarding this encumbering garment, only to find that the dark liquid had spread everywhere in the process. Resigned, he seized his wand, casting spells upon his clothing in an effort to cleanse it. But the results were disappointing. The substance had already adhered to the fabric. Cormy observed the false Hagrid's hair beginning to shorten, his voice turning shrill. No longer the deep timbre of Hagrid. Ronan also noted the false Hagrid's peculiar state and gestured for the centaurs to gradually converge toward Comey's position, seeking to avoid being isolated by the spiders. The spiders, impatient, compressed toward the center, while the centaurs endeavored to thwart them, though their efforts seemed futile. Something was luring the creatures. In the middle of the clearing remained a figure, continuously contorting, his form shrinking, yet his wand still unleashed fierce, offensive magic. Blinding green and red lights shot forth from the tip of his wand, each strike precisely claiming the life of a spider, reducing them to mere fragments or charred remnants. He sought to wield the might of his magic and the power he displayed to deter the spiders. However, their numbers were overwhelming and utterly frenzied, surging forward relentlessly. He was compelled to move, casting potent area spells to clear the spiders surrounding him while frantically striving to rid himself of his clothing. Yet, the intensifying aroma spread throughout the clearing, plunging all the spiders into indiscriminate rage. They attacked anything that moved, even turning upon one another. Chapter 102: Chaos in the Forbidden Forest. The spiders' sharp appendages dripped with repulsive slime and venom as the centaurs began to fight and retreat, finding themselves at the edge of a clearing. Some turned to guard their backs, while the majority faced the chaotic scene before them. Cormy waved his wand, attempting to compel the statue to continue its enthusiastic embrace of the guest. But alas, his previous effort had exhausted its magic, causing it to wobble and collapse into a pile of rubble. Ronan, it appears you have timely discerned my plea for assistance. Cormy's eyes remained fixated on the target within the flames, long having speculated on the identity of this enigmatic figure. And it seemed that today he would finally unearth the truth. Ronan's voice was low and solemn, his robust chest rising and falling slightly, while his longbow remained steadily aimed at the figure engulfed in fire. That is not Hagrid, Ronan. There is no need for concern. He cannot escape. Cormy maintained his vigilance, his wand firmly grasped, ready to disrupt any actions from the adversary. The stars had already provided their answer. It was not the figure he feared, but rather the spiders, whose frenzy had overwhelmed any dread of other matters. In that very instant, a series of frantic hisses erupted as multiple crazed, eight-eyed giant spiders breached the wall of flames, reeking of charred flesh and madness, charging directly at the centaur formation. They completely disregarded the fire, and the agony of searing pain only intensified their frenzy, with their crimson, compound eyes solely reflecting the instinct for destruction. The pressure on the centaurs escalated dramatically. The frontline warriors found themselves unable to deliver precise shots. They began to wield their powerful forehooves and hefty bow limbs, smashing down upon the approaching spiders like hammers, while their hindhooves kicked out to send flying those attempting to ambush from below. The battle shifted from distant sniping to intense close-quarters combat. Cormy, too, found himself in peril, as spiders attracted by the scent of living beings encircled him from various angles. With his back against a massive tree trunk, he evaded one ambush, but had no retreat available. Faint to the ground, legs stiffened in death, the glow of a spell flickered, repelling one spider while temporarily immobilizing another's leg. Yet a third spider approached from the side, its abdomen spewing forth a sticky web, casting a white net towards Cormy. With a roll, he narrowly evaded the web, but before he could rise, the enormous shadow of the spider loomed over him, its foul pincers resembling gigantic scissors descending menacingly towards his head. The breath of death was palpable. Cormy could even discern the coarse bristles and remnants of flesh on the pincers, as well as the putrid stench emanating from the creature's gaping maw. Just as Cormy raised his arm, intending to deliver a fiery retribution to this loathsome beast, a powerful long arrow, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, accurately pierced the spider's open mandibles, penetrating its relatively vulnerable upper jaw and emerging from the back of its head, accompanied by a greenish slime. The spider's movements abruptly froze, emitting a deflating hiss as it collapsed to the ground, its 8 legs twitching violently, clearly devoid of any hope of survival. In the spirit of resourcefulness, Cormy deftly cast the fire spell upon the other spiders, igniting a series of fiery calamities before turning to the direction from whence the arrows flew. There stood the centaur Ronan, having just lowered his longbow. His bronze chest heaved violently, stained with the green ichor of spiders and dust. One must avoid the sight of red. As you understand, he cast a fleeting glance at Cormy, his eyes conveying a blend of acknowledgement and urgency, before swiftly pivoting to kick away another spider that dared to approach. Hold your ground. Eliminate these frenzied beasts. Ronan's voice resounded like a war drum, rallying his companions nearby. Cormy once more raised his wand, plunging into the fray, employing every incantation he had mastered to disrupt and delay the spider's movements, thus creating opportunities for the centaur warriors to regroup and reignite the extinguished flames, at least to deter those spiders that had regained a semblance of lucidity. The clearing had transformed into a ghastly battlefield. The spiders intertwined in a frenzy, biting and struggling against one another in chaotic disarray, while flashes of dazzling magical light occasionally pierced through the tumult, revealing that a certain individual, heavily encircled by spiders, refused to yield easily. He fought valiantly amidst the throng, wielding his wand with fervor, each spell striking true, dispatching or repelling the spiders one by one. Yet, the sheer number of arachnids was overwhelming. As soon as he repelled one wave, another surged forth like a tide, clawing and gnashing to devour his body, particularly the dark, unknown liquid that coated him. Cormy felt a surge of relief for having shattered the opponent's vial earlier. Had the adversary gained control over these spiders, the outcome could have been dire. The blood-soaked battleground was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Green ichor splattered everywhere, resembling a torrential downpour of verdant blood. Broken arrows lay strewn about, some embedded deep within the carcasses of spiders. The ground bore the scars of magic, pockmarked with craters of varying depths, the soil around them charred to an ashen black. The entire clearing seemed to have endured a horrific disaster, a scene of utter devastation that was nearly unbearable to behold. Flames engulfed the trees, billowing thick smoke that intertwined with the stench of blood, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The centaur warriors roared as they dispatched several spiders that leaped over the fiery barricade, finally allowing Cormy to direct his attention to the figure at the center of the melee. He occasionally cast spells at the surrounding spiders, hurling them towards the center, inciting chaos and a cacophony of furious shouts. At the heart of this tumult, beneath the mask that belonged to Hagrid, emerged the unmistakable features of a gaunt visage, with a sharply defined chin and a pair of calm, wise eyes that belonged to a professor he knew all too well, Professor Albert. You have seen him, and were not taken by surprise. A deep, resonant voice, no longer a flawless imitation of Hagrid, but infused with the unique magnetic timbre of that latent identity, pierced through the mist and struck directly against Comy's eardrum. How unfortunate! Chapter 103. Consequences and Causes. The swirling flames intertwined with the acrid smoke, crafting a hazy barrier over the ground strewn with remnants of spiders. At this moment, Professor Albert had reverted to his original appearance, yet he radiated a formidable aura of magical energy. Most of the spiders that had besieged him lay lifeless beneath his sorcery, their corpses forming a mound 2 layers deep. A greenish slime stained the earth, exuding a nauseating, corrosive stench. As he waved his wand to eliminate the few remaining spiders, his movements appeared even more sluggish than before. Cormy was acutely aware that the adversary's physical state was reaching its limit. From his vantage point, dark tendrils were gradually consuming him. The more he cast spells, the faster the erosion, akin to a voracious parasite gnawing at his very foundation. It was evident that the black liquid was the source, likely the cursed fluid Professor Dumbledore had encountered, though its origin remained a mystery. Breathing heavily, Professor Albert surveyed his surroundings. His moleskin coat stained with spider slime and scorch marks, presenting a disheveled appearance. He slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the vigilant centaurs before finally resting his eyes on Cormy. In that gaze, the earlier mockery, admiration, and pure malice had dissipated, replaced by a profound, almost desolate fatigue, along with a sharpness reminiscent of a cornered beast. His grandfather had once taught him, never grant the enemy an opportunity. Those standing must fall, and those fallen must be finished off, ideally with a fire ignited and a pit dug, then covered with earth. The centaurs gradually encircled the area, allowing space only for the two wizards. Professor Albert. Cormy stepped forward, his voice piercing the fog with clarity, directly unveiling the other's identity. At the sound of Cormy's words, Albert's body imperceptibly shifted, and he curled his lips into a bitter, twisted smile. His voice, hoarse yet retaining the distinctive tone of a dark arts defense professor, remarked, "Astute observation, Cormy. I have always admired that about you." What a pity. Before he could finish, an unexpected change erupted. The seemingly exhausted professor's eyes suddenly ignited with a final glimmer of determination and ferocity. All his remaining magical energy appeared to condense in that instant, then erupted with a thunderous force. His target was not escape, nor the bow-wielding centaurs surrounding him, but Cormy. He understood well that the centaurs, proud by nature, would not easily strike down an opponent who seemed devoid of resistance. But Cormy was different. This boy possessed an extraordinary worth beyond his years, and he was his most crucial asset. He was the sole variable here. If he could seize control of Cormy, perhaps a glimmer of hope would remain. With a soul-chilling incantation, a ghostly green spell, shimmering with malevolent allure, shot towards Cormy with an astonishing swiftness. This was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, capable of utterly dominating the mind of its target in an instant. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity, so swift that Ronin's centaur warriors scarcely had time to release their bowstrings. Yet, Cormy remained ever vigilant against the adversary. In the fleeting moment of Albert's shifting gaze, his extraordinary perception of magical currents had already detected the gathering of power by the opponent. His body reacted almost instinctively, even before his consciousness fully comprehended the situation. Without incantations or elaborate gestures, Cormy merely followed his instincts, channeling the ancient and pure magic within him that surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly coalescing within his wand, which he wielded according to the sensations coursing through his mind. This was no textbook spell. Rather, it manifested as a resplendent torrent of pure energy, seemingly composed of countless delicate blue strands, erupting from the tip of his wand. This instinctual counterattack of ancient sorcerers was the most primal and direct embodiment of magical essence. A vivid clash of green and blue light erupted in the center of the clearing. Boom! Contrary to expectations of an explosion, sparks ignited where the two forces converged, mutually neutralizing each other's spells, with residual waves cascading outward. This was beyond any written material. I knew it. Albert's countenance twisted with fury, his gaze fixated fiercely on the orb of blue light, a brilliant hue representing an unfathomable power, transcending all wizardry. It required no incantation. This was the very target he had sought for so long. Gasp! Albert staggered back as if struck by lightning, a torrent of blood, laced with black threads, erupting from his mouth. His towering figure stumbled several steps backward, eventually collapsing weakly to one knee, his wand clattering to the ground beside him. In that moment, his complexion was as pale as parchment, his eye sockets sunken, and beneath his skin, it appeared as if dark, minute worms writhed, his breath almost extinguished. Cormy approached slowly, halting a few meters from Albert, his wand still trained on him, emotions swirling within him. The scene before him was both tragic and pitiful. With great difficulty, Albert lifted his head to gaze at Cormy, devoid of hatred, replaced instead by an overwhelming weariness and perhaps a hint of liberation. He coughed laboriously, gasping for air, followed by more blackened blood. His voice so faint it was nearly inaudible. Magic, indeed, this power I have pursued my entire life, it truly exists. Cormy remained silent, refraining from urging him on, merely retrieving the fallen wand and placing it underfoot. After catching his breath, he continued in a halting manner. I have witnessed horrors documenting the girl who cursed Hogwarts. Helpless against her, she was like a wilting flower. My greed should not have been directed towards Carp. His gaze fell upon the writhing black substance on his body, filled with disgust and resignation. I should not have retained this cursed thing. In that instant, Cormy comprehended. Professor Carp? It was Alexander Carp. Albert nodded, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. Swiftly replaced by an obsessive determination, he should not have intervened. His words abruptly ceased as Professor Albert's head drooped weakly, the last vestige of life consumed entirely by the unleashed black curse. Chapter 104. Scene Cleanup. When Dumbledore arrived, the sight before him was, even for one as seasoned as he, quite unexpected. The air was thick with a complex bouquet of scents, the acrid smell of charred wood, the burnt aroma of protein, a sharp, pungent chemical odor, and a faint, sweet yet fishy essence unique to the blood of magical creatures. Sunlight struggled to pierce the sparse canopy, illuminating a land that had recently endured devastation. Scorched craters dotted the landscape, surrounded by fragments of eight-eyed giant spider shells, glimmering with an eerie light. Some severed limbs twitched spasmodically, while a greenish slime, reminiscent of repugnant paint, splattered across the vegetation and soil. At the edge of this chaos, Cormy sat serenely on a piece of ancient oak, split in two by an explosion, now reduced to charred roots. He appeared to have emerged from a fierce battle. His complexion pale to the point of translucence, his magical and physical energies utterly depleted. His once pristine Hogwarts robe was now torn in several places, smeared with ash, mud, and suspicious deep green stains. His hair was tousled and adorned with a few small leaves, giving him the appearance of someone freshly excavated from the site of an explosion or a heap of foliage. Yet, incongruous with his disheveled appearance was the expression on his face, one of almost leisurely enjoyment. Dumbledore's keen gaze swept over Cormy, landing on a neatly arranged collection of potion bottles beside the root. Recognizable colors and preservation methods sparked a flicker of understanding in the headmaster's blue eyes, hidden behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Indeed, it was a family tradition, followed by a complex expression of reluctant comprehension. Oh, how utterly reasonable this was. So reasonable, in fact, that even God might applaud this scene and produce an indulgence voucher, imploring this young wizard to make a purchase. "Good evening, Headmaster," Cormy said, swallowing the last morsel of chocolate and even licking his fingertips. His voice sounded remarkably lucid, tinged with an excitement that was clearly a result of the bountiful spoils beside him. The scene was somewhat chaotic, yet everything had been successfully managed. Dumbledore approached, carefully sidestepping a twitching spider leg, which crackled ominously as it was roasted by the flames. It appeared to be edible, perhaps. "Cormy, it seems you've had a rather eventful day of rest. Would you mind sharing the details with this old man?" Cormy succinctly recounted how Professor Albert had impersonated Hagrid, leading to an intense confrontation that culminated in the latter's demise by backlash. Perhaps out of subconscious caution, Cormy ensured he left no room for doubt by adding, "In short, I assure you, there were no survivors left at the scene." As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to realize that the term was somewhat misplaced. He clicked his tongue softly, but offered no further explanation, simply gazing at Dumbledore with his overly bright eyes. The headmaster's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. He did not inquire whether survivors referred specifically to Albert himself or any potential witnesses, instead discerning the complete implication from Cormy's expression and tone. A glance around confirmed the absence of Albert's presence. He nodded gently, his silver hair shimmering in the moonlight. "I trust you handled the situation most thoroughly and demonstrated a remarkable decisiveness beyond your years." He promptly raised the elderberry wand, his movements both graceful and precise, beginning to clear the scene with an almost artistic finesse. Cormy was about to remind him that the ominous pile of ashes was the remains of Albert, but Professor Dumbledore acted too swiftly. TSK. This even spared the need for digging a grave. In the end, only the valuable items remained: the relatively intact fangs of the eight-eyed giant spider and several well-sealed vials of transparent venom that Cormy had, all of which were expensive and rare potion ingredients. Wasting them would be a pity. Then, the two old foxes, in unspoken agreement, began to converse in hushed tones about how to respond to the impending official inquiry. Their voices were barely audible. The Ministry of Magic's Accident Investigation Department would undoubtedly swarm in the next morning like sirens drawn to honey. Cormy blinked. His understanding of government departments was still rooted in the belief that they existed to reassure the British populace that their safety was ensured, rather than genuinely safeguarding the nation. An unfortunate accident, was it not? A brave professor, tragically consumed by uncontrollable magical flames while attempting to extinguish a fire in the forbidden forest ignited for unknown reasons. "We are all deeply saddened." Dumbledore's tone remained calm, lacking any discernible sorrow. A highly convincing narrative. Cormy nodded in agreement. What could he possibly object to? It was fortunate that the other party's ashes had not been scattered. Of course, it was Dumbledore who had taken action in the end. "Indeed, life is always full of unexpected twists," Dumbledore remarked cheerfully. "I believe many would be willing to temporarily take on the defense against the dark arts class until we find, a more suitable long-term candidate. As for Professor Cap, I have just received word that he remains unconscious, and the experts at St. Mungo's are at a loss." He paused, and Hagrid, our loyal keeper of keys and grounds, was merely led away by a clever diversion to the other side of the forbidden forest. Encountering a minor inconvenience, but remaining unharmed, he is currently grumpily sipping tea in his hut. Dumbledore, did not inquire further about the centaurs, merely stating that as the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he would continue to fulfill his duties. The centaur tribe would receive more formal recognition of their existing territory, a right that Hogwarts has possessed since its establishment, allowing all friendly races to reside near the school and jointly protect this land. What Combe did not mention was that, seizing this opportunity, he had engaged in a brief negotiation with Ronan. The Nyster family would be responsible for acquiring the valuable materials from the eight-eyed giant spider, while the centaur tribe would receive high-quality production tools and living supplies provided by the Nyster family, a mutually beneficial arrangement. As the cleanup drew to a close, the two walked side by side toward the castle, their robes billowing in the night breeze. By the way, a certain unnamed professor wishes to procure some rare potion ingredients. He mentioned that I could visit his office for discussion. Very well, Professor, that would be most welcome. As a student with significant leverage, extracting value and resources from each professor is simply too easy. Chapter 105, The Arrival of the End of Term. A chorus of lamentations erupted within the auditorium, as students, having finally encountered a reliable professor of defense against the dark arts, expressed their despair. Although he was somewhat stern, his teaching style somewhat rigid, and his demeanor rather austere, he indeed imparted some highly effective spells. Meanwhile, Dumbledore announced that Professor Quirrell would temporarily assume the teaching duties for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which incited an uproar among the students. At the faculty table, Professor Quirrell appeared exceedingly agitated, stammering assurances that he would do his utmost. Previously, he had taught Muggle studies, and his pedagogical approach could rival that of Professor Binns. Quirrell stuttered when excited, while Binns was a professor who could easily lull students into a state of slumber. Both were regarded as the two most tedious instructors in the Hogwarts curriculum. Beside them, Professor Snape's expression was darker than usual, as he fixated on the golden plate before him, as if it contained something he yearned for yet could never attain. Cormac sat at the Ravenclaw table, leisurely consuming fried dough and soy milk, while eavesdropping on his peers' discussions regarding this tragic turn of events. Following Dumbledore's tragic incident, school life seemed to return to a superficial calm. The Ministry of Magic refrained from making any statements, merely dispatching an Auror to accompany Hagrid on a brief excursion through the Forbidden Forest. Not even the Daily Prophet deigned to mention the matter, both parties maintaining a tacit understanding, blaming the mysterious curse. One professor continued to scrutinize Cormac mercilessly during potions class, while students from other houses, except Slytherin, faced similar treatment, often accompanied by scornful remarks and point deductions. The students truly wished for Snape to take over the defense against the dark arts class, hoping to escape his torment in the following year. The dungeon remained as chilly as ever, the air thick with the acrid scent of various bizarre ingredients. Professor Snape glided silently between the cauldrons like a great bat, his black robes billowing, creating an atmosphere of oppressive tension. He abruptly halted before a cauldron, startling a student who nearly toppled their ingredients into the vessel. Such mishaps could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Disasters were the norm in potion making. His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Cormac, as if drawn by an invisible force. That glance bore a deeper, more intricate quality, an intense scrutiny, as if he sought to penetrate Cormac's very essence, to perceive the magical energy coursing within him. Cormac felt the icy probe of Snape's gaze linger for a full 3 seconds. Snape's thin lips pressed even tighter together before he ultimately said nothing and moved on to the next victim. Cormac lowered his eyelids, concentrating on his cauldron. His technique for handling the ingredients was precise and steady, extracting juices with a silver knife with impeccable accuracy. After all, he had performed these tasks countless times before. When the last vestiges of a shimmering sheen melded into the potion's surface, the cauldron emitted a scent consistent with the textbook's description, and Snape exhibited not a trace of surprise. Severus Snape inhaled deeply, his hooked nose hovering over the nearly flawless potion for a brief moment before he turned away, proceeding to the next table without deducting points, yet offering no praise either. In stark contrast, Professor Quirrell garnered far more attention from the students, being the newly appointed instructor, and they were eager to speculate about next year as candidates. Professor Quirrell, temporarily assuming the defense against the dark arts course, stood in the classroom, and surprisingly, although his voice still trembled, he no longer stuttered as he once did. Today, we shall review the disarming charm, Expelliarmus. He demonstrated, a fairly standard red beam shooting forth from his wand, striking a wooden stick from the hands of a training dummy. When it came time for practical application, the dummy was positioned in the center of the classroom, and each student was granted 3 attempts. As it was Combs' turn, he flicked his wrist gently, Expelliarmus. A concentrated, swift red light erupted forth, almost slicing through the air, not only dislodging the weapon from the dummy's grasp, but also forcing the heavy model to stagger back a step, the base scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. The classroom fell into an instant silence. All eyes turned to Combe, filled with astonishment and admiration. Even Professor Quirrell seemed momentarily taken aback. Very impressive, Mr. Nyst. After a brief pause, he remembered to award points, adding 10 to Ravenclaw. Hogwarts Castle basked in the embrace of the June sun, every stone soaked in warmth. However, the atmosphere within the castle clashed with the languid summer day. A blend of ink and a hint of anxiety permeated the corridors and common rooms. The examination week loomed over everyone like a silent storm cloud, tightening the nerves of each student. In the common room, some students were wringing their hands over the complexities of Gamp's law and theoretical transfiguration, while others lamented over the indistinguishable illustrations of fungi in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Each individual hoped to achieve commendable results in the upcoming final exams. For Combe, however, this pressure seemed to be replaced by a peculiar sense of calm. His experiences in the Forbidden Forest had acted like a potent potion, forcibly maturing certain aspects deep within him. Everything echoed the words of his grandfather. Practice yields true knowledge. All knowledge, no matter how profound and abstract it appeared within the pages of textbooks, could only be transformed into genuinely useful abilities and wisdom through real-world application. It was this process of practice that unveiled the true value of knowledge, transforming it from hollow words and theories into a formidable weapon capable of confronting various challenges. Chapter 106. The examinations conclude. The final examinations of the academic year unfolded like an intense Quidditch championship lasting several days, with every student in the classroom bent over their desks, diligently inscribing their answers. Among the subjects, Potions class stood out as a purely practical examination, requiring the concoction of 2 elixirs within a designated time frame, based solely on previously learned material, yet devoid of any step-by-step guidance and with scant resources. At last, on a sunlit afternoon in June, the curtain fell on the end-of-term assessments. As the last paper was collected, a collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the castle, light-hearted enough to seem as if it might lift the roof. Some even proclaimed on the spot their newfound resolve never to doze off in Professor Bin's class again, eliciting laughter from their peers. In the second week, grades were distributed, evoking a spectrum of emotions among the students. Some rejoiced while others wept. Those who failed were required to undertake a retake that week. The atmosphere at the end-of-year feast was, as always, vibrant and filled with anticipation. Enormous banners representing the 4 houses adorned the hall, while the usual floating candles in the ceiling were replaced by twinkling silver stars. The long tables overflowed with an abundance of delectable dishes, as if the golden plates would never run dry. Yet, amid the aroma of sumptuous food, an exhilarating sense of impending vacation permeated the air. Professor Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging upon him. With a smile, his blue eyes, framed by half-moon spectacles, surveyed the 4 long tables. Another year has passed, he declared joyfully, before indulging in these exquisite delicacies. I must trouble you to listen to the ramblings of an old man. What a splendid year it has been. Your minds, I dare say, have expanded beyond measure, and an entire summer awaits you, providing ample opportunity to refresh your thoughts before the next term begins. Following his customary humorous introduction, he transitioned to the main event, the announcement of the House Cup. As the final scores from the jeweled hourglasses were tallied, the results surprised many. Thus, we must conduct a final assessment of performances, Dumbledore stated, his tone laced with a subtle pause. Many students, particularly from Gryffindor, wore expressions of tacit understanding or barely concealed discontent, while Professor Snape, seated at the staff table, wore a nearly imperceptible, satisfied smirk. In 4th place, Gryffindor. As expected, the Weasley twins were bound to slip up sooner or later, their mischief resulting in severe point deductions. And it was a wonder they found themselves in Filch's office so soon after their second-year enrollment. In 3rd place, Hufflepuff. The steadfast Badgers could not escape the watchful eye of Snape, who seemed to patrol the hall not for meals, but to monitor the scores in the house hourglasses. In 2nd place, Ravenclaw. No surprise there, ever the perennial runner-up, cough. Being a house of intellect, they were not overly concerned with points, yet they still put on a show of applause during the feast. And in 1st place, Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted in thunderous cheers and the clattering of cups and plates as the green and silver serpent banner was waved vigorously. Other colleges responded with sparse applause. Save for Ravenclaw, which clapped a few extra times with carefree enthusiasm. Most were merely awaiting a meal. Kimmy calmly sliced into the roast beef on his plate. Casting a glance at Professor Snape's gleaming bald head and unmistakable smug expression. Was the outcome of the house cup truly more significant than satisfying one's hunger? On the following morning, the Hogwarts Express, exhaling dense white steam, resembled a colossal red metal python as it arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The platform was bustling with students laden with luggage, bidding farewell to one another, while the cacophony of owls hooting, cats meowing, and the lively chatter of students filled the air with vibrancy. Kimmy patted the thestral pulling their carriage, earning a snort in response, while beside him, Xiao Zhang reached out curiously into the air, regarding him with a puzzled expression. Together, Kimmy and Xiao Zhang stowed their suitcases in an empty compartment of the train. Fortunately, they could still utilize magic, which alleviated many burdens. As the train began to move, and the majestic Hogwarts castle, along with the surrounding mountains, gradually receded into the backdrop, the atmosphere within the compartment transformed into one of relaxation and contentment. They shared candies purchased from the conductor, watching the breathtaking Scottish Highlands swiftly retreat beyond the window. At long last, it was over. Xiao Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief, adjusting her lustrous black hair. The history of magic exam nearly lulled me to sleep. Those dates were a veritable nightmare. Kimmy chuckled, offering her a pack of chocolate frogs. Indeed. However, 2 months of summer vacation await us. Do you have any plans? I might visit some relatives. What about you? Kimmy's gaze settled on Xiao Zhang, and a thought suddenly formed in his mind. If you have some free time over the summer, or if you'd like to visit my home for a few days. There's a large library there containing ancient texts on Eastern magical creatures in Chinese, which you may find intriguing. Moreover, we could practice Quidditch together. There's ample space behind the house. Xiao Zhang looked up in surprise, a chocolate frog inadvertently leaping onto her shoulder, unnoticed by her. The spark of interest shimmered in her bright eyes. Really? Is there truly a place to practice? A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. It sounded exceedingly enticing. I mean, regarding those ancient texts and Quidditch practice, I'll need to ask my parents first, but I believe they would likely consent. That is splendid. Kimmy beamed with genuine warmth. I will make the necessary arrangements and send you a formal invitation in due course. They began to enthusiastically discuss the possibilities of their holiday. The wondrous books that might reside in the library, Quidditch strategies, and the delectable treats they might sample, temporarily casting aside their school concerns. This lively exchange continued until the train gradually hissed to a stop at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station.